Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Assassin Deku Got Creation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This is still an awful idea. Izuku looked up at Bakugo Katsuki standing above him in the branches of a tree. He was wearing an All Might branded bicycle helmet and several layers of coats. He glared down at Izuku, but the look was slightly tempered by fear. Your explosions push you back whenever you fire them, meaning that you can probably eventually learn how to fly. But you need to be able to at least try it. Katsuki looked from Izuku's smile, to the ground, to his hands, and then back again. Deku, if this doesn't work, I'm going to kill you right before I fall to my death. Good luck with that. I died before and wasn't all that impressed with the experience. Katsuki just glared at him before letting out a sigh. That particular conversation had been difficult, but he was glad that he wasn't keeping anything from his friend. After his justified attempt to beat some sense into Izuku, Katsuki had developed a faint protective streak. Izuku occasionally used that to get Katsuki to do things like this. Stupid, dangerous, and very fun. With a loud fuck, Katsuki jumped off the branch. His hands cracked and popped like popcorn in a wok. And while he didn't quite manage to fly, his quirk slowed his fall significantly. So significantly, in fact, that he didn't even so much as have to bend his knees to absorb the shock of landing. See, Kachin, told you it would work. Izuku gave Katsuki a hearty smack on his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Whoops, he said awkwardly, didn't mean to do that so hard. Katsuki, for his part, merely glared at him. Thanks to the layers upon layers of clothing, Izuku's slap had only sent him to the ground rather than hurting him. Deku, he said with all the fury a 10-year-old could muster. I fucking hate you. Izuku just cackled like a madman, prompting Katsuki to kick his legs out from underneath him. Both boys now laid next to each other staring up at the sky. After a short bout of silence, Katsuki let out a breath. That was pretty cool, I guess. Not nearly as cool as you made it out to be, but it wasn't super boring. Izuku smiled. Glad you had a good time. He translated. And don't worry, if you keep practicing that at a quirk gym, or even just out here in the woods, by the time we go to UA you'll be able to fly just like Captain Celebrity. Katsuki smiled in turn, though he looked like he was trying to scowl so hard that he'd melt his surroundings. Izuku could tell when his prickly friend was having fun. And now what? You told me that you had a million different ideas about my quirk. So what's next? Have you ever seen one of those videos where the police use a shotgun to break off a door handle? Katsuki's genuine smiles were few and far between, but Izuku was proud of being able to coax this one out into the world. I'm listening. Hero fight. Recent fights. Search by hero. Category Underground. Izuku mumbled to himself in his bedroom, his face aglow from the computer screen. He dearly hoped that for once they had reported the incident about him in the hero database. He had gone directly to hero fight this time. Since the last time he had used other sources to try and look up the underground hero misjoke, he had to go through 24 news pages, 4 tentatively legal websites, and had wasted a good 6 hours of his life. An agony when his augmented brain could process information as fast as it did. In comparison to that, the incredibly strict login and security checks of Hero Fight, as well as the nest of IP obfuscation programs to avoid the HPSC's watchful eyes was more than worth it. Whilst, at first, it looked like this would be yet another miss, but then he did find an official-looking article about himself. Let's see if I have any leads, he murmured to himself. His screen became filled with a very grainy photo of him, taken about a week into his miniature crusade. If this was the best they had of him, then his identity would be safe for a very long time. He turned his attention to the actual report. Vigilante Report Movie GK61. Alias, Kabuki. That mask-wearing fuck, the damn brat. Collateral, 32 total incidents. Minor moderate injury to victims, usually accomplished via close-range surprise attacks. Negligible property damage. Targets, drug dealers and drug users in Mustafu Precinct. Fighting style, close quarters. Sparsely uses ranged attacks utilizing tasers, stun guns. Description, short, curly, green hair, with face obscured by assorted masks. Masks usually resemble either Oni from various folklore, or various kabuki styles. Muscular build, with strength greater than build would suggest. Roughly 1.4 meters in height. Modus operandi, usually seen during early evening or night. No daylight sightings reported. Quirk description, clashing reports about high-speed movements and super strength. No matches on self-proclaimed rejuvenation. Healing quirk. Personality. Treats heroes on scene with deference and respect. Despises criminal activity in southeastern corner of Mustafu Ward. Potential home base. He sighed as he read. Did the HPSC really not have the capabilities to make their throne damned after action reports more encompassing? He saw the small addendum near the bottom and he felt a smile grace his lips. This wasn't a waste of time after all. Recent information added by Eraserhead. HeroNet contact as E491. His eyes sparkled. After weeks of searching on every hero forum he could think of, he finally had a name to go with the hero who he helped and had helped him. He set to work on his list of websites, police scanners, and villain-adjacent forums. He needed to learn more about him. He hadn't had a new hero grab his attention like this since Ed shot, and he had the extra incentive of thanking him for saving him from a potentially nasty fight, or even worse, telling his mom. Now then, Mr. Eraserhead, let's get to know you. His smile sharpened. Aizawa sneezed, nearly dropping the stack of papers he was grading. You okay, Sho? Hazashi asked from his desk, voice full of concern. You don't feel any side effects from those sleeping pills you took, do you? No, I'm fine. Besides, it's been a long while since I last took one. He waved his friend off before cleaning his nose. The pills are still in a baggie on my nightstand. It felt like the rat was up to something, but it felt different than usual. The PAW system in their office turned on. I can reassure you that any plans involving you have already been made several years ago. With that ominous message, the speaker turned off again. Great, he muttered. Can't even have some privacy here. Izuku slinked across the rooftops like a predator of old looking for prey, and he supposed that he was, in a fashion. But rather than a primordial beast looking for its next meal, or an assassin stalking his target, he had a much more important mission to take care of. After he came back home from his impromptu meeting with the underground hero, he had kicked himself when he realized that he hadn't brought his normal hero bag with him. It wasn't much, just a well-worn duffel bag, but the contents were priceless. In addition to a data slate, an old CB radio he had made into an ad hoc police scanner, and several assorted odds and ends, he kept his single most prized possession in the bag. A small, slightly singed notebook containing every single hero autograph he had ever managed to get his hands on. Barring the All Might one he had given to Kachin as a birthday present, autographs from underground heroes were notoriously hard to get, with Eraserhead's being ludicrously so. So he made sure everything possible could go his way. He knew that since Eraserhead was a teacher at the nearby UA, he was limited to doing hero work on the weekends. After combing through social media accounts of UA students, he found out that he didn't have much homework to grade tonight, so he'd likely be out. And he had made a rough map of what he hoped was his patrol route based on incidents that Eraserhead had resolved. He stopped on a rooftop, set his bag down and searched for his data slate, crossing out another section of Eraserhead's known patrol area. He huffed in disappointment as well as exhaustion. He hadn't planned on going out this far, since he still had to do his homework he had been given from Sire Everser, keeping to the workout plan the psychotic master assassin had given him and kept him in shape. But it ate up most of his weekend, since he was the only one on the planet who could read Gothic fluently. He had hidden the fact that he needed weekly injections of certain substances to counteract the side effects of his new muscular system. While once he reached adulthood he could stop. For the time being he needed intravenous injections of assorted drugs and hormones if he didn't want his muscles to rip through his skin. As he was lost in thought, he heard a loud scream of pain from below. He rushed over to the ledge of the building and looked down. 7 guys, all of whom were dressed in dark clothing, were currently beating up what looked like a person with a lizard quirk, spewing insults about mutant scum and inhuman beasts. He had heard and seen the casual abuse Tsubasa had to tolerate from those sorts of people. In recent years, mutant hatred groups like the Creature Rejection Clan had been forced underground, following legal and social pressure. But a hate crime against someone with a mutant quirk was still depressingly commonplace. He could feel his breathing getting faster, his jaw becoming knotted with tension and his lips pulling back in a snarl. He could feel his blood boiling. He dropped the Tengu mask he was wearing, and instead he created one of a Buddhist Asura. He figured the inhuman visage might make the CRC members angrier, and therefore more likely to make a mistake. He let himself drop down from the roof, not bothering with taking one of them down as he did so. They didn't deserve to feel such luxury as unconsciousness. Hey, he called out to them, let him go. Both the group of assailants and the lizard they had been attacking turned to face him. What did you just say? I said, Izuku growled with all the malice his voice would allow. Let him go. 2 laughed. Another one pulled out a switchblade whilst the last one just cracked his knuckles. I don't think that this is your department. Their skull-faced masks reminded Izuku uncomfortably of the armor that Vulcan had forged him. For a moment, he saw multiples of himself in front of him. Master-crafted skull helms staring back at him with empty eye sockets, Calidus gauntlets glowing a sickly green on their arms, and with Exodus rifles slung over their shoulders. He blinked the disconcerting image away, and pure, calculated rage filled his body. Your funeral. The group roared in laughter, completely ignoring him. He used the free moment and pulled out an inhaler. During his training with Sire Everser, he had had to test his reactions to the various combat drugs that Everser assassins utilized. This one was a combination of slot, frezon, and some other unpronounceable chemical compound. And while it was watered down, so to speak, as the full-strength dose required him to be fully grown to use, it would be more than enough for him to beat this gang of Quirkus scum. He depressed the button on top and inhaled. The world seemed to slow down to a crawl, and the colors of everything became saturated and distinct. He felt odd. He didn't really remember how he had felt during the initial test, but this low-strength version was incredible. He looked to the CRC goons and felt an unfamiliar emotion bubble to the surface, something that he didn't know he was really capable of feeling to this extent. Hatred, pure, unblemished, and all-encompassing. Eddie haha. Their apparent leader stopped giggling and his manner became deathly serious. Go get him. Izuku kicked off, rushing to the first one before doing a mid-low sweeping kick, aiming for the knee. At contact, the joint shattered against his shin, taking the guy clean off his legs. Before the man could even go into shock, Izuku threw a left hook that connected with his jaw. The force broke the lower joint and fractured the upper joint. The lackey was launched from the hit, impacting the opposing wall with a noise of snapping bones and a gurgled scream. Izuku glared at the other six, his green irises tinged red from the inhaler. Who's next? Aizawa Shouto let out a lazy yawn, almost bored on his patrol. A single purse snatcher, a car accident, and a cat stuck in a tree. This was why he hated doing weekend patrols. Not only did they cut into his valuable grading time, but they were so normal. So many heroes would be out today and tomorrow that only the stupidest of criminals would try anything. As for villains proper, they'd largely dried up with All Might's return to Japan. He was wondering which cat cafe he should visit when his shift was over when his earpiece went live. Eraserhead, are you receiving? He nearly felt giddy at the chance of doing something, even if it was another car crash with fighting drivers about whose fault it was. Eraserhead here, what the problem? We have a phone call about a gang up, 7-on-1, CRC involvement. He cursed under his breath, cursing both himself for hoping for action and people like the CRC for refusing to get with the times. Where? He was already sprinting into the right direction before the location had come in completely. He knew that alley. He had changed into civilian clothing after a patrol there more than once. Rushing as fast as he could, hoping that he would find the victim still breathing, gave his legs wings. He nearly hit the wall when he turned the corner, capture weapon already drawn and Quirk flaring as he shouted freeze. Then he fell flat on the ground, his legs knocked out from underneath him as someone in CRC robes was thrown in his direction with considerable force. He pushed him off of him and rolled to his feet again, sending out his scarf to ensnare the person who had just thrown an adult man at him. To his surprise, the capture weapon missed. The figure in the center kicked another of the CRC goons into its path, his scream of pain muffled as the scarf wrapped itself around his face and torso. You're late. The words were said with such a deep snarl that it took Shouto a fraction of a second to determine that they were words at all. He didn't even get out of what the hell before he recognized the mop of green hair. This was the same kid that he had saved a handful of weeks ago, and who had given him those horribly effective sleeping pills. He was dodging the punches, kicks, and weapons of 4 CRC devotees, with the other 3 scattered across the ground in various states of injury. I called more than 5 minutes ago, and I was already getting bored then. He reached down, grabbing a wrist of one before twisting it behind them. He held the palm flat and then started to twist. The man cried out in pain, the sound rising in pitch before Shouto heard the distinct sound of dislocating joints and ripping tendons. Victim is over there, he said, pointing to a man with a lizard quirk curled up in a fetal position next to a dumpster. I already looked him over, but for some reason he doesn't trust me. He laughed at that, a gurgling, unnatural sound that left Shouto deeply unsettled. It sounded like someone had placed a blown-out speaker inside something viscous, the noises bubbling to the surface rather than coming out cleanly. The kid wheeled around to face the next goon, his arm almost blurring with the speed of his punch before another they collapsed to the ground. In the span of a second, the kid had struck the CRC goon in his groin, solar plexus, and throat. The last 3, including the wounded one, looked at each other for a moment, deciding if taking him on with a hero present was worth the trouble. The kid relieved them of the burden of decision-making by rushing between them, grabbing the 2 uninjured ones and slamming them together with such force that they crumpled to the floor. The last one held up his hand as he kneeled down. I give up. I give up, he shouted, clearly terrified of him. Oh, the kid spoke, tilting his head to one side so that it touched his shoulder, but we were just getting to the good part. The voice was laced with malice, before he struck out with his knee. The head jerked back hard as the guy toppled to the floor. Gurgled screams erupted from behind the mask as he held his face. Aizawa guessed that his jaw had just been shattered from the impact. Aizawa had to decide, either between a vigilante that was clearly about to go into the deep end or between the victim of the attack, and he hoped he didn't make the wrong decision. Then he realized that he didn't have to make a decision at all. Central, do you copy? We copy. Brawl resolved. Send a couple of ambulances. We have multiple grievous injuries on site. Jesus, Eraserhead. What'd you do? I haven't done anything. He looked at the kid, slowly advancing to the wounded, terrified man. Not yet. He sent out his capture weapon as fast as he could. Luckily, distracted as he was, the kid wasn't able to dodge it. Hell, he didn't even seem to be aware of it until he had completely immobilized him. He screamed in rage and tried desperately in vain to break through the strongest steel bonds that enveloped him. Once he was sure that the kid was completely wrapped up, he walked over to where the lizard man was slumped on the ground. He was awake and breathing, which were good signs. The beating's goal seemed to have been to cause pain, rather than directly kill him. Bruises and welts were all over the man's scaled body, but he'd live. He just needed to check for brain damage. Excuse me, my name is Aizawa Shouta, and I'm a hero. Can you tell me your name? My name is Aguchi Shuichi. All right, Aguchi. Do you know what day it is? It's Saturday, right? Yes, it is. Do you know the year? 2216. Very good. One more thing, what's my name again? You just told me you're Aizawa Shouta. Excellent. Aguchi, there's going to be a policeman here very soon, and an ambulance. They're going to take you to a hospital. Listen to what they say and you'll be just fine. Thank you. He turned to look at the CRC man still whimpering on the ground. He pointed to him. You. The man shot up in fear. Stay here. Don't move, don't leave, or I'm coming back. As the man frantically nodded and blubbered, he climbed up a gutter pipe, dragging the kid behind him. How the hell is this kid so heavy? He thought as he climbed. While certainly not the heaviest load he had ever had to transport in his scarf, the kid was far heavier than his height and build would suggest. It was like his bones were made of concrete. Or lead, or some lead, concrete hybrid, leadcrete. It was like his bones were made of leadcrete. Once on the roof of an apartment building, he stopped and took stock of his prisoner. He seemed to be calming down now that he was out of sight of the attackers. Perhaps he had a personal grudge against them and was just venting his anger. Maybe he had a phobia of skulls, and their masks set him off. Whatever it was, he needed to get to the bottom of it. Okay, now he started, finally taking stock of the situation. Talk. What the hell just happened down there? As if you never thought about teaching them a lesson in behavior. The kid roared back at him. They were monsters picking on the weak and defenseless. What would you have done? Everything you did, right up until the last one surrendered. We have rules about this kind of thing, kid. And rule number 1 is when a criminal turns himself in, then that is it. No teaching him a lesson. No roughing him up, because the moment you do you become just as monstrous as they are. The kid went silent as the echo of Shouta's words dissipated into the air. Shouta could see his eyes changing, becoming less angry as time went on. He wasn't sure, but he could swear that they were a different color from when he saw him in the alleyway. Perhaps they were just bloodshot during the fighting, but the tinge of red he saw was gone, replaced by forest green. You can't beat someone into realizing that they're an asshole, and you especially can't beat someone out of being hateful. Punching someone in the face doesn't suddenly show them the error of their ways. They're far more likely to sink deeper into their hatred, becoming more embittered and resentful until they seek to destroy everything around them in a fit of rage. The kid was silent for a time, but then haltingly spoke up. You sound like you're speaking from experience. Shouta sighed. I've been a hero for more than 10 years, kid. I've seen a lot of well-meaning people accidentally create huge problems through a small action that they didn't think through. He smiled sadly, reminiscing. That's why I scooped you up in the first place. The kid looked at him with wide eyes. Even behind the mask he was wearing, Shouta could see that he was confused. What do you mean? First, promise you won't run away if I let you go. After seeing the kid struggle to nod with the scarf still coiled around him, Shouta decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. With a flick of his wrist the bindings loosened and returned to their perch around Shouta's neck. You're a good kid, and have a good head on your shoulders. It's why I didn't arrest you when we met a couple of weeks ago. I just wanted to keep you from doing something that I'd have to arrest you for. I'm lucky to have never killed anyone in my long career as a hero. He grimaced internally, knowing that that wasn't technically true. Aburo's absence in his life was proof enough of that. The two of them stood in awkward silence, the kid too ashamed to speak up and Shouta too busy forcing his emotions down into the pit of his being to talk. After a quiet that stretched out for far too long, Shouta finally found his voice again. So, if you want my advice. The kid looked up at him, green eyes full of wonder and fear. Go home, hang up that stupid-looking mask, and be a kid. Go to school, make friends, whatever. Vigilantism isn't a job for children. Izuku didn't know how to react. He figured that after he and Eraserhead had met last time there was a sort of implicit acceptance of him being a vigilante. He understood that he really shouldn't have been fighting crime in the first place, but he was being a hero. He was fighting crime in his home ward that was slipping underneath the radar. Hell, if he hadn't fought these CRC goons, then there's every chance that the lizard wouldn't have survived. He knew deep down that Eraserhead was right, but he couldn't give up. Not when people like this were a stone's throw from where he lived. I'm sorry, Eraserhead, but I can't. Being able to help people is too important for me to give it up just yet anyways. Eraserhead looked at him with what Izuku thought was sad understanding in his eyes. He was in the middle of turning around when Izuku remembered the entire reason he had come out here. Before you go, Eraserhead turned to look at him over his shoulder, and Izuku fished his notebook out of the duffel bag. Would you mind signing my notebook? He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. It's the reason I tried to track you down in the first place. Eraserhead stared at him for a moment, before reaching for his scarf and pulling it up, obscuring his face. Damn it, kid, fine. As Aizawa took the notebook, Izuku had the vaguest feeling he had forgotten something. Something else he had been meaning to ask Eraserhead. Something, the pills. Mr. Eraserhead, how did the sleeping pills I gave you work out? Too well. I took 2 and slept for nearly 2 days straight. Izuku's heart skipped several beats in alarm. That's so dangerous. Why did you take more than 1? I've never taken more than 1 and most drugs are less effective on me. Eraserhead simply shrugged and handed him the notebook back. I always take more than the recommended dose of sleeping pills, otherwise they don't really do anything. I figured that yours would be the same, and I was grossly mistaken. Izuku composed himself a bit more. Well, if you ever take more, only take 1 or half of 1. I have no idea what might happen if you keep taking double doses. He looked down at the notebook and saw a simple Eraserhead in tiny handwriting in the corner of one of the empty pages. He looked up to see that Eraserhead was gone, and he was entirely alone on the roof. Not even his enhanced senses could pick up where Eraserhead was. Deciding that today was probably a wash, he decided to cut his vigilante patrol early tonight. Grabbing his duffel bag and slinging it over his shoulder, he started the long journey home. The sun would be up in a few hours, and it was going to be a very busy day. After all, it had been almost a year since the Expo, and he was very much looking forward to his message from Father. He wondered how the war was going, how Vulcan and Dorn and Sanguinius were doing. He wondered how Magnus was adjusting to being on Terra, and if he had been able to talk with his legion. But most of all, he wanted to know how Kitten was doing. He couldn't wait, and so, as the first seconds of the new day ticked away, he ran across the rooftops with a smile hidden beneath the angry mask. Seeing the portal machine a second time, both deactivated and without the usual gravitas of seeing a goddamn dimensional portal machine, Izuku realized just how small it was. Sure, it still towered to the ceiling of a rather large room, and positively dwarfed his 13-year-old form, but for what it was small. There were no massive banks of strange esoteric machinery, no strange sparky machines that descended from the ceiling. Hell, the Imperial Palace's teleportarium was much larger than this was, and that was simply for going from point A in one dimension to going to point B in the same dimension, with only a short travel through the warp as travel time. He absently wondered if that had anything to do with the nature of the machinery or if smaller and more efficient versions of the tech had simply been lost. He shook the thought away before heading over to where Dr. Hakami was typing away at a computer with some data readout that he couldn't really make heads or tails of. He cleared his throat, but the data was apparently so engrossing that he didn't even hear him. Excuse me, Dr. Hakami, I'm here for the portal experiment. The man snapped out of his trance with a jolt before his dark green eyes settled on Izuku. Hello there, young Izuku. Please, no need for the formality. After all that I've put you through, and all you've done for me, you can call me Rizuko if you wish. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. Ever since he had accidentally led the breakthrough last year, the man formerly known as Blooper had been incredibly driven, almost manic in fact. Even his dad had commented on the sharp and sudden change of personality that had come over the man. It was disturbing, sometimes. I think I'm going to stick with Dr. Hakami, if that's all right with you. Of course it is. Well, young Izuku, all the necessary preparations have been made. The capacitors are drained, the stabilizing field is up, and the pieces of technology from this Imperium that have been shared with us have been integrated into the containment field. As Izuku turned to do his work, Dr. Hakami grasped his shoulder tightly. Oh, I almost forgot. You'll need to wear this. He lifted up what looked like a parachuter's harness, straps and buckles forming a web of tear-resistant material. We don't want to take any chances, just in case the portal opens up into a hard vacuum or something. And if anything goes wrong, there's an emergency stop button right over there. He gestured to a large red button with yellow and black hazard stripes around it. Izuku gulped nervously as he tried to quash the visuals of him exploding in the cold void that were racing through his mind. With mildly shaking hands, he took the harness and put it on. He had never gone rock climbing, bungee jumping, skydiving, or any other activity that would require such robust safety measures, but he was sure that this would be overkill even for those dangers. He walked to the portal platform and turned to look at the scientists in the auditorium-like room. After receiving a thumbs up from Dr. Hakami, he reached out and carefully put his hand on one of the 4 converging pillars. The reaction was near instant. The machine thundered to life with a roar of displaced air and esoteric energies, and within a moment the entire room was bathed in purplish-blue light. Just like before, a golden latticework shone around the portal, the material of the portal bulging slightly beneath its confines. The scientists looked at the tear in space-time with barely disguised awe. Even seeing it again wasn't enough to completely remove the sensation of wonder from them. Fortunately, that wonder didn't interfere with their practiced professionalism. No sooner had the portal popped into existence than the hard-working men and women present started their analysis and tests. Everything from sonar and X-ray pulses to infrared cameras and barometers analyzed and tested everything that human science knew about the portal. Izuku stepped back, careful not to trip over the harness ropes and cabling on the ground before heading to the designated safe room. Even behind the reinforced glass and lead-lined walls, the thrumming of the portal could be felt as much as heard. Sometimes, Izuku thought, it looked like something was moving behind the layer of lilac fog, but focusing on the movement directly made it disappear. The movements were always in the corner of his eye, like fish swimming in the corner of an aquarium. When he got the all-clear, he stripped off the harness in the safe room and moved to have a good view of the portal. Before he could even decide what to look at, one of the scientists shouted, "Incoming object." With the crackle of lightning and some very unhealthy-looking sparks, another servo skull emerged from the portal. Evidently, its journey had been considerably smoother than the first one, as no external damage was visible on its surface. It bobbed in front of the machine for a few seconds before reorienting itself and hovering at a casual pace to Izuku. It droned in its monotone voice. Apparently, the Emperor had programmed these ones to be able to speak Japanese. "Are you ready to receive?" "Not yet. Initiate Shadow Protocol and wait for further instructions." As much as Izuku really wanted to hear more from Father, he didn't think that bawling his eyes out in front of his dad and his coworkers would be a good idea. With that, it took position just behind his shoulder, like a horribly macabre parrot on a pirate of old. This activation is a lot more openly violent than the first one was. "How's the machine?" Dr. Hakami shouted from behind. He turned to see him hard at work at a control console, compensating for the energy spikes that had been caused by the servo skull. An island scientist with the head of a goat answered, "System integrity is nominal, but portal stability has fallen to 61%. He took a look at a series of flashing red lights on the dashboard. "We've lost 2 of the capacitors, and we'll lose another one in." There was a loud bang beneath the platform the portal machine rested on. "Now." Izuku heard Dr. Hakami curse under his breath. "Let's send in the drone and then shut the portal down. Discoveries are nice, but not when they turn my lab into a war zone." A team of 3 engineers shepherded a bulky robot to the front of the portal. It was enormous. A large black ocular with a red dot showing where it was focusing occupied its rectangular head. Its bulky and heavily armored body sprouted strong, powerful manipulator limbs, and the whole thing rolled across the lab floor on 2 massive treads. It moved almost painfully slow to the portal. Its thick cables trailed behind it on the floor. In contrast to the smaller, sleeker creations of the robotics lab, it looked like it was designed for war rather than peace. Camera drone entering the portal in 3 seconds. 2, 1, now. When the robot made contact with the portal, it tilted forward as if it was falling off a cliff before disappearing entirely. The cables began unspooling from their rolls, and only the combined efforts of all 3 engineers prevented them from ripping themselves out of the wall. After everything settled, Izuku, Dr. Hakami, and the engineers and scientists stood in shocked silence. "Well, that sucks," someone said while pointing at the camera feed for the drone. "The cables are still intact, but for some reason I'm not getting any signal. Maybe we need to." Time stopped, and an overbearing presence weighed down on everyone's soul. The lights overhead began flickering and dying, plunging the lab into near-complete darkness. The only light source in the room was the purplish-blue hue emanating from the portal. Or is it? Izuku thought. While the portal remained the same hue, the colors reflected all across the lab were more kaleidoscopic than that. Phantom blues and golds danced across the tables. Greens and reds glinted off of the testing apparatus. Several colors that Izuku had never seen before actively hurt to look at, but he couldn't bring himself to look away. Plus, oh ho 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 ho. What do we have? See here. Plus, Izuku didn't recognize the voice, but he felt an unnatural coldness creep up his back as it spoke. He hadn't ever been communicated with psychically before. The only ones powerful enough to be able to break through his lack of psi presence were the Emperor, Malkador, and Magnus, and they had all decided that speaking aloud was a better option. It was like he was hearing a voice come from every direction, and also from within his own mind, plus machinery and hopes, connected by ropes of ones and zeros repeating, so clear and pure in its intent that it must be misleading. Plus, "Who are you?" He spoke, but his facial muscles barely responded. They were sluggish, weighed down, as if his body did not want to speak. The rest of his body was in a similar state. Plus a question. "I'm sure I can take time out of my busy schedule. Warpath, slaughter, trickery to answer someone that has dared to call me." Plus, there was a shrill and echoing laugh. At least, Izuku assumed it was a laugh. It was unlike any sound that Izuku had ever heard. Normally, if you listen to a series of sounds overlaid with each other, you can eventually pick out individual threads of noise, like hearing the snare drum in a recording of an orchestra. This was simultaneously one single sound and a multitude of sounds, and Izuku could feel blood running from his ears. A quick glance to the other people in the room showed that while he felt sluggish and slow, the other people in the room had completely stopped moving. They were all frozen, not even their eyes moving. Plus, but first, let me take a look at you, questioner. Plus, Izuku watched in silence as the portal began shifting hue. Its golden net remained intact, but the portal itself began changing to a pale, sickly yellow. Meanwhile, a narrow strip of the center darkened to a dark black, deeper than the void between stars. To Izuku's horror, his brain recognized the pattern as a massive eye staring deep into his soul. Plus, you. Plus, the voice seemed to snarl at him. Plus, I know you. The child of the anathema. The one who stole my toy from me. Plus, realization flooded Izuku's mind. You're one of the warp entities that father told me about. What he called chaos. Plus you refer to the anathema as your father. How dare you, the audacity. Because of him, because of you, I didn't get my limited edition, one-of-a-kind Magnus the Red. You divided by snatched him away from me. Plus, Izuku's heart dropped into his stomach. Why you tried to take Magnus. Plus tried. I was fated to win, achieve, beat the game. But you are an enigma. You do not exist, yet you are here in front of me. I cannot predict that which cannot happen. And what cannot happen I cannot predict. You brat, child, silly goose, I will eat your soul. Did your father not tell you about me? About us. Plus Izuku heard another laugh. This one felt like metal nails being scratched on the chalkboard of his soul. Plus then perhaps it's time for a history class lesson. Lesson number 1, I get what I want. Plus, he breathed out and closed his eyes. The effort made it feel like he was breathing through lead. You do not exist. Father said that you are just an emergent consciousness, a thing made up of other things that has tricked itself into existence. My brain is seeing an eye and hearing a voice where there are no such things. If you don't exist, you cannot be real. If you are not real, then you can have no power over me. If you have no power over me, then I can hit that button and nothing will come of it. Thoughts do not exist. He turned his head, then tilted it down and forward before opening his eyes again. Forcing his body to move, he took a single step towards the emergency stop button. The other scientists were all frozen in place. Even things that they had dropped in the commotion remained stationary in the air. Gods do not exist. They only do so by humans wanting them to. To want is to suffer. By not wanting, one can rise above suffering. There is no place in my heart for want, and therefore I do not. No gods exist. Izuku smiled inwardly. While father was very much against the concept of an organized religion, his mom's Buddhist outlook was helping quite a bit with this creature. Maybe he should bring that up with him if he ever returns to Terra. No gods exist, just random combinations of chance. He repeated, they cannot think. René Descartes once said I think, therefore I am. They do not think, therefore they are not. They have no power over me. He took another step, the Herculean effort almost sending him to the floor. Another step, another. He raised his hand to slam down on the button, and found that he couldn't bring it down. Why, you ave no p-o, or over m-e. His hand inched down ever so slightly, but was still too far away from the button. Plus oho, is that so? Then do it, succeed. If I truly have no power then it should be easy, child's play. But I will know what you hold in your heart. Plus that damned laugh shook Izuku's mind again. Plus you know that I am real, through that, I can seep into your soul. You think I have no power, foolish boy, child, abomination. I am power. Plus, Izuku grunted through gritted teeth, I am a Primarch. He forced his body forward, pushing his hand down. The effort was like trying to compress solid steel with his bare hands. The red button first offered resistance to him, but then with a satisfying crack it depressed. The creature screamed as the lead safety shunts began lowering into the portal's housing. With a scream of unreality, the portal slammed shut as the safety protocols engaged and the power was cut. Check the cables for damage. The scientist finished, before confusion set in. Why is the portal deactivated? Izuku saged to the ground in exhaustion. Feeling his every muscle scream at him in agony was a relief he hadn't expected. Pain ran up and down his arm like electricity. Then he started feeling his stomach rebelling. He crawled across the floor to the nearest trash can and very loudly voided his stomach. When, after a while, he tasted copper and could smell iron, he realized that he was throwing up blood. Then the smell hit him properly, and he threw up more. It was like someone had shoved ammonia mixed with burnt popcorn directly into his face. His eyes watered just as much from the smell as the actual pain. Dr. Hakami was the first to realize what was going on. Medic. Someone call a medic. He rushed to his side and hovered anxiously by Izuku's side. Izuku, please breathe for me. What happened? It spoke to me. Who spoke? Dr. Hakami was obviously trying to keep him in conversation, making sure he was still breathing and that he wasn't immediately injured. A demon. Izuku's eyes rolled up as his body finally gave in to the extreme stress. The last thing that he saw before unconsciousness enveloped him was the horrified face of the doctor, deep blue eyes wide in horror. I really need to stop waking up in medical wings. Izuku awoke to an all-white room, completely silent save the beep of the EKG monitor to his right and the steady drip of the IV to his left. Izuku thought he was going crazy, because he could swear that he could hear an engrave plate somewhere above him. Izuku looked up, and sure enough the servo skull that he had set to follow him was still hovering above him, looking down expectantly. The human skull was not something that was pleasant to see while in a hospital bed, and it took considerable effort to not scream in surprise. After he got his nerve under control again, he decided to use the skull to his advantage. Inform medical personnel about me waking up. With an affirmative beep, the skull turned around and floated to the door before opening it with a small manipulator arm. After a few seconds, a terrified scream was quickly followed by the clatter of metal on the tiled floor. Izuku couldn't help but laugh to himself. He had reacted in very much the same way when he first saw a servo skull, and while they still creeped him out, he had nearly 3 years to become inoculated against their unsettling appearance. A couple seconds later, the skull returned with a distraught-looking nurse in tow. It didn't have any skin with which to make expressions, but Izuku thought it looked rather pleased with itself. The nurse flinched again, either at the macabre machine, the growling vox emitter in its jaws, or both. But, like a true professional, she buried her discomfort and quickly went to work, checking him over to ensure that he was all right. After finding nothing wrong with him, she left the room, likely to let the doctors or his parents know he was awake. He let out a sigh and then checked his body himself. While he wasn't able to get detailed medical information from the machinery all around him, the various implants and cortical chips in his brain let him run a sort of diagnostic on himself. Nothing complex, but it'd tell him if he was bleeding internally or something of the like. He still could feel all his fingers and toes, but his entire body felt numb, like a limb that had fallen asleep and had yet to wake up. He attempted to lift his right arm, and with a sluggish slowness it responded. His eyes went wide when he saw that the entire limb looked like one gigantic bruise, dark blues and purples blotching on the surface. The servo skull chimed in again, startling Izuku out of his shock. By Terra, he muttered, "Yes, I am ready to receive the message." One of its manipulator arms reached into his housing and retrieved a small hololithic projector, then fastened it to its ocular implant embedded in its eye socket. After a few seconds and several concerning-sounding noises, a three-dimensional projection of the Emperor's upper body played across the air above Izuku's bed. He looked more tired than the last time that Izuku had seen him. He knew that the war was still going on, but he didn't know how involved Father was in the actual fighting. Was he going out on missions in Segmentum Solar? Was he staying on Terra where it was safe? "Hello, my boy." The Emperor was smiling, but it was tinged with sadness somehow. "I've been looking forward to sending this message for a while now. Once I felt the first servo skull come through on the other side, you won't believe how happy I was to know that you were safe and that I could still send you letters." He stopped momentarily, wiping his eyes. "I'm sorry, I got carried away. I am just glad that you are alive. How are you? Are you doing well in school? How's that All Might character you were talking about doing? If you see him, let him know to be on the lookout for the next #1 hero." He let out a laugh at that, loud without being boisterous. He let out a sigh before becoming somber. I know that you cannot answer my questions, young Midoriya. Even though your universe has the technology to receive my messages, I doubt that they could ever send anything back here successfully, and I do not want you to place yourself in harm's way just to get back here quicker. Your mother sounds like a remarkable woman, and it would be quite anticlimactic to live for as long as I have, only to be killed by a mother angry at me for placing their only child in danger." He paused for a moment, seemingly caught in thought. "Are you an only child still? The last time I read your mind was when you first arrived at my doorstep, and a lot can change in a few years." He went silent for a bit, the hololith's eyes staring into Izuku's with such depth that Izuku thought for a moment that they were real. This hololith was incredibly precise, since they didn't detect the psychic energies that usually pooled around his eyes. Izuku could see every detail of those brown orbs that had seen so many lifetimes. "I suppose I cannot avoid talking about the war for much longer, and the space on this recording is rapidly filling up. Prospero has fallen into civil war. Your brother Lemon Russ and his space wolves are supporting the loyalist Thousand Suns and Prosperine Guard on the planet, while Magnus, first captain, and most of the Legion have sided with Horus. He stumbled for a bit over his words. "I haven't told Magnus yet. I know that this entire war was started by me not being honest with my sons, but I just can't bring myself to do it. Every time I look at him I see all the mistakes I made with how I treated him and his brothers, and I bury the news in my shame." He sighed, long and deep. "He will find out eventually. He's too smart not to." I just hope he forgives me when he does. Other than that, there is not much to tell. Cal still rages on. Some loyal Night Lords and Iron Warriors made it to Terra and are being integrated into the Almighty, and Ultramar has been cut off by a massive warp storm. I just hope that this blasted war does not continue on for too much longer. 3 years since the betrayal at Istvan 3 and the start of the war. 2 years since I sent you away. Over a year since I sent my first message. Vulcan says hello, by the way, as do Magnus and Catenius. They all miss their little brother. He smiled. I'm sure that the other Primarchs suspect your true identity, but they have bigger issues than familial lineage at the moment. Dorn and Magnus especially. He looked at a chronometer on his wrist, and his eyes widened. I believe that I should end this soon, young Midoriya. I miss you, my boy. And I cannot wait for this accursed war to be over so I may pick you up and hug you with my own 2 hands. I know that I am not your parent, young Midoriya. You're far too well adjusted for that to be the case. Izuku smiled at the jest. But I want you to know that I still love you as my own son. Izuku, remember that for me. End transmission. The projection deactivated. The servo skull drifted over to a table, and Izuku was once again alone in the room. His face felt wet, and wiping at it didn't seem to stop it. His mom came in shortly after the message had ended. She looked like she hadn't slept for the past week, and her clothes weren't much better. He'd only ever seen her like this after a particularly stressful week at the law office. More than once she had had to stay at the firm all week just to finish preparing for a case. And the trip home looked remarkably like this. She just looked at him, not disappointed and not judging, just with concern. I'm sorry, Izuku muttered meekly. Sorry about what? That you shut down the portal? That you were the only one who was able to move when that thing appeared? Or that you told it off? She smiled. I don't think heroes apologize for doing the right thing. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, to ask her how she knew about that when she raised a hand to silence him. The cameras were still working. The audio was messed up, but you came through crystal clear. She smiled at him, but she trailed off. What was this about I am a Primarch? Care to explain? Izuku shrunk into the bed before he saw her face, expecting but not pushing. One that she usually used during their therapy sessions. Since mental health counseling wasn't widespread in Japan, she had taken on the role. Izuku knew she meant well, but it was still awkward to try and see your mom as an objective outsider. It's what he calls them. You know, his actual sons. And, he adopted me. So, he trailed off. Inko remained as she was, only lifting a single eyebrow at him. Well, someone started a rumor and it got out of hand, so now everyone thinks that it's true. And since there are so many people in the Imperium, he just decided to let them think that they are right and save himself a headache. She let out a sigh and hung her head. I swear, you are just like your father in all the worst ways. I love you both more than life itself, but your ability to get into awful situations astounds me. Are you angry at me? She looked up at him and gave a soft smile. No, sweetie, I'm not angry at you. I'm more upset than angry. I just wanted to have a nice vacation with the two of you in the safest place on the planet outside of Tartarus. Now you are in the hospital, and your father has buried his nose in work. Izuku took interest in that one. What's he doing? And why isn't he with you? Whatever looked through the portal broke some incredibly important pieces, and the emergency shutdown broke a few more. So your father, a bunch of other engineers, and anyone who wasn't immediately occupied with something important was called in to help. Izuku winced, but she quickly continued. But who knows what could have happened if you hadn't shut it down. I'm sure you have an idea of what awful things were in there. As for you, you will have to spend a few more days here before they can say that nothing bad has happened to you. The scientists that were there alongside you have already been released back to work after nothing came up. She gave him a smile. It just means that we will have to spend our holidays in here instead of out there. She reached into her handbag and pulled out a stack of cards. I hope you are ready to lose. Izuku gave her a grin. Oh, now it's on. Hakami Rizuko, formerly known as Blooper, had always had strange dreams, horrid noises, strange voices, and terrifying images that made him snap awake in a cold sweat even as the afterimages of memory faded with his waking. While he initially had simply thought he was susceptible to night terrors, the psychologists at Island had been able to determine the truth. It was a complex side effect of his quirk. Whatever manner his quirk used to send objects to other dimensions connected to a sort of second plane, a space between spaces that connected him to somewhere else. While Izuku's return had been extremely illuminating, as well as the various experiments they had performed with the artificial portal machine, he was still nowhere near being able to completely understand what it was. Izuku had mentioned something called the warp, and Rizuko thought that this was likely what his quirk used. While Izuku's description of what his emperor had told him about the warp terrified him, he took no small amount of solace in the fact that they seemed unable to breach the gap between dimensions without the portal being open. That was little comfort when, after Izuku had touched the portal machine this last time, the voices had become quite a bit clearer. And this morning, after a particularly vivid dream, He awoke to find that he had written something in his sleep on one of his notepads. Using his computer's translation software, he scanned the unfamiliar symbols. It was a poem, scrawled in what was very obviously his handwriting, in what he vaguely recognized as the Gothic of the dimension that Izuku had visited, as far beneath all sight and sound, as far above the sky. The second year of fratricide, all based upon a lie. The Golden King with all his might has kept the door open. With golden light and strength of will he helps all his beholden. But underneath the great facade, behind what was forgotten, the golden net connecting worlds is festering and rotten. Izuku didn't know what any of that meant, or even if it meant anything. The little voice in the back of his head told him to stop worrying about it, and that sounded like a wonderful idea. There was so much to do, and so little time to plan, execute. I'm not a villain, I just need money. Shuichi was clenching the ticket a bit harder in his fist. Being both a student and mutant, he was used to having little spending money. Medical bills, rent, bond for when an enterprising policeman took him as a suspect, the list went on. He hoped that this arena one of his Dragon Blazer's 2 clanmates had told him about would be the solution to that. So, here he was, inside a disused warehouse, sitting in stands made up of shipping containers and random trash, watching 2 meatheads with arms larger than his torso beat each other up. This wasn't how he had envisioned making rent this month, but he hoped it was better than farming gold in MMOs. Come on, he muttered to himself, watching the 2 fighters go wild at each other in the makeshift arena, hoping beyond hope that, just once, Lady Luck would smile upon him. The fighter he had bet on took a hard hit to his liver. Roaring in pain, he bent over only to get nailed in his temple. The force of the punch actually took him airborne for a split second before he crashed to the ground like a puppet with cut string. Fuck. He couldn't help but scream, even as the mob cheered around him. Fuck. He tore up the little strip of paper before throwing it at the ground and stomping on it. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna fucking do? Need help? An unfamiliar voice perked up from behind Shuichi, startling him and nearly making him fall out of his seat. Holy shit. He wheeled around, ready to give the voice a piece of his mind. You nearly gave me a fucking heart attack. Wait. The source of a voice was a man in a black jumpsuit wearing a very familiar-looking Oni mask. I know you. You're that guy from the alley. True enough, his savior was here. Even with the mask and jumpsuit, if he hadn't spoken up he wasn't sure if he would have noticed him in the first place. In comparison to the obscene mutations and gaudy villain outfits, he was practically unnoticeable. He was standing on a wooden box, notebook in hand and taking notes. Do you need help? He spoke a bit slower, waiting for a response from him. With what? His savior answered with a sigh, before he gestured broadly at the pit. I assume you're not here to take in the scenery. Well, you're a bit late. I just lost my last bet. Then why not earn some from me? What's the hook? He had learned long ago to never trust someone blind, and it was better to know the trap than to fall into it blind. Oni was silent for a few seconds before pulling out a wad of cash. He counted out 25,000 yen and handed it to him. You are gonna bet on my fighters for me. The owners of this establishment don't allow me to make bets. He nearly missed something that sounded like idiots think I'm fixing. He stared at him, and you trust me to not just run off with it. The dead stare he got was answer enough. Recall what I did to those CRC guys. Ikigui swallowed dryly. Gee, got it. Oni Mask laughed at that. Don't worry, man. I'm not gonna beat you up. You haven't done anything. He paused, before quickly adding, well, besides betting on an illegal boxing ring, but that'd make me a hypocrite. Besides, I want to be a hero eventually. And making a scene at a place like this would put a stop to those dreams pretty quickly. So who's the guy? He tried not to cringe at his own scared voice. Puri Piston. Ikigui blinked, then used a pinky to clear out one of his ears. Come again. Puri Piston. The guy with the absurd haircut, the giant lips, and metal pistons for arms. You do know that guy lost he counted on his fingers, 8 times. And that's just tonight. Do you want to earn some or not? He put on his no officer I'm not a criminal smile. What's my cut? 50%. His eyes bulged out and he stared at him in pure disbelief. Get going, they are about to close the stalls. Shuichi decided that logic could take a backseat for speed, and bolted off to the booth. Shuichi was still staring at the wad of cash he had just been given. Puri Piston had won. He had won. A guy that had lost 8 times in a row just won in 2 minutes tops. How the hell did you know he would win? Shuichi was still counting out the money he got, enough for rent and around 2 weeks of food. Puri is a piece of work. He becomes infatuated with most of his opponents from the moment he sees them. He lost the other rounds because he didn't want to hurt the babes. His opponent, for whatever reason, just wasn't his type. So Puri didn't hold back. Shuichi looked at Oni in disbelief. How the hell did you figure that out? Was that what his random wailings were? Declarations of love. Oni shrugged. People are strange. The kind of people that are willing to beat up each other for money are even stranger. I'm just fortunate enough that I can figure out the various types of strangeness and make them make sense to me. Oni pulled out the wad of cash again, counted out 40,000 this time and handed it to Shuichi. Up next is Hero Slayer vs. Caped Baldy. Bet on Caped Baldy. The guy who looks like he's here after his salaryman office job. You know that's 20 to 1 against, right? I know, and I also know it's my money. Huh, fair enough. Bets were placed and the two fighters stood against each other. Hero Slayer made a lot of fancy movements, showing off his martial arts that were obviously professionally taught. If he didn't keep screaming absurd move names like Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist and Water Stream Encampment, he might have made a pretty decent tournament fighter. Caped Baldy just stood there, blinking at him with boredom as he either dodged or tanked every single strike thrown at him. Eventually, Caped Baldy swung a right hook that caught Hero Slayer in his jaw, sending him flying before embedding him into the floor. Baldy just stared at his smoking fist. Got him, not again. Before storming off, Shuichi's jaw hit the floor. They had just won the bet. Doing some complicated mental math, he got to grasp that he just won around 400,000 yen. Plus his own bet of another 5,000 gave him another 100. Shuichi nearly dropped to his knees when he realized that he had just earned 500,000 yen in 20 seconds. The announcer called a short break from the fighting as they cleaned up the arena and brought out some heavy machinery to pry Hero Slayer out of the concrete. He sat down next to his new best friend, still feeling weak in his knees as he handed him the money. He began but couldn't find the words. I think I'm good now. Thank you. Oni was holding his chin, looking over a page in his book, clearly in deep thought. Next one is a hard one, Shiba Man against Peacock. Both are very high strength and speed fighters. Going from endurance points, Peacock will win, but Shiba has so far shown that he is good at dodging. That was about all Shuichi understood before it became indecipherable mumbling. He suddenly stopped, shot up from the crate he was sitting on and looked around. He spotted whatever he was looking for a few seconds later, cursing softly under his breath. He flipped his book like crazy, finding the entry he wanted and quickly scanning the page down. He tapped the book twice before pulling out the last winnings. All in on Shiba. Shuichi stared at him, then looked at the cash, and then back at him. Very softly and ever so carefully he asked, Kid, what the hell is wrong with you? That is a very complicated question, and I don't know you very well. Don't worry, he raised his hands in defense. I'm getting therapy. Oni said the last part very enthusiastically, going so far as giving Shuichi a thumbs up. When he made his way to the fixer, he got a glare from him. That's your last bet for today. Don't think we haven't seen you talk with the twerp. He nodded, then pulled out both the money he had won and the money he had been given. If looks could kill, the glare from the fixer would have turned Shuichi to ash on the spot. The match started around 10 minutes later. Being the final fight of the night, it attracted the most attention. A small doghouse was put in one corner of the ring. Shiba quickly climbed on top of it. It's just a guy in a dog suit. Shuichi balked at the idea that this guy could fight him, let alone whoever his opponent was. Peacock swaggered into the ring from the other side, showing off his feather cloak and making something that resembled a mating dance. He turned around and faced his opponent, still waving left and right even after the referee told them to fight. He slowly danced closer and closer until they were in range, and then took a single dainty step. As if on cue, the air exploded with movement. Kicks, punches, feathers slicing through the air like knives. Shiba Man batted away blows with his paws and twisted out of every grapple Peacock tried. They ended up on opposite sides of the arena, only to charge back into the fray. The two combatants repeated this time and time again, tearing up the ground of the arena and throwing around rubble. Peacock was the first one to make a mistake. A small stone was flung at his impressive feather shield, puncturing it and making him flinch just a tiny bit. Shiba ruthlessly capitalized it. He stopped going for his body. Instead, he went for the feathers, grabbing and tearing, ripping and chewing on them. Peacock was utterly horrified, going heavy on defense of them but getting himself open. Once he was open, only a few more attacks were needed to down him. After collecting their winnings, they were thrown out by security, with a friendly reminder to never come back if they value their lives. Shuichi couldn't care less. He didn't just have enough money to pay rent, but to completely pay off his debts and then coast for the next few years. I have to go. I have all the information that I need for now. Shuichi snapped out of his shock at that, looking at Oni. What? Can't we go to another one? I mean, not that I need it now, but some guys I know could use it. Oni looked at him, eyes shining brightly behind the mask. It's a school night, and my mom would kill me if I skipped because I was up too late. Besides, he said, you seem like you're going to do just fine for a while. Wait, he paused. How old are you even? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? His voice took on a comical, almost childlike tone. Shuichi stared for a bit before answering. All right then, keep your secrets. They looked at each other for a few seconds before dissolving into laughter. Both knew exactly where they had used quotes from. I can't believe that you knew that one. Shuichi wheezed out. Some things are just as immortal as time itself. Came in between hiccuping laughter. Well, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. This could seriously turn my life around, at least for a while. He held out his hand to the vigilante. Shuichi Agachi, but you can just call me Agachi. Oni. The vigilante grabbed his scaled hand and shook it firmly. His grasp was firm and warm. I do hope that I don't have to either see you here or save you on the streets again. Agachi scratched his cheek. Well, that wasn't really my choice back then, but I know what you mean. The two stood in awkward silence, until a watch on Oni's wrist began beeping angrily at him. Frack. That's my start heading home alarm. I have to go, Agachi, but I'm glad you're getting better. With that, Agachi's twice savior threw up a grappling hook to the roof of a building, and began the trek back to wherever he called home. Within seconds he was gone. Not even a whisper of noise to mark his passing. Agachi looked at the distant stars, points of light incalculably far away, and felt content. For the first time since he moved out of his parents' basement, he had someone in his corner. Shuichi Agachi was happy. Akaguro Chizome was angry. This wasn't exactly a new feeling. He had been angry for a very long time. He had been angry when he had enrolled in a private hero course, only to see that the other students were in it for personal fame and glory. He was angry when he met Knuckleduster, a true force of good, only for him to call Chizome a mad slasher and break his nose. He was angry when that damned bee tried to betray him and cut off his broken nose before he could kill her. And now, he was angry that he couldn't do anything about the rot that was setting into hero society. He knew that he had to excise the tumors that were false heroes, lest the cancer spread and destroy the healthy parts of the body. But what to do? Should he treat them the same way that he had treated the Yakuza he had killed? Should he expose their sins to the media and the world? Should he throw himself from a tall building and abandon this poisoned world to the rot? So, here he was, standing on the edge of a rooftop of a rundown apartment in the warehouse district, trying to figure out what to do. He felt like he was about to explode from stress when he heard someone coming across the buildings towards him. Is this someone who wishes to end my life? Or is this a sign? Picking up his sword and readying for a fight, he wheeled around expecting to see either a hero or an assassin. What he instead saw was a child, wearing a black jumpsuit and covering his face with an Oni mask. He didn't seem to be actively hostile, but his instincts told him that this creature was dangerous. Are you okay? His voice was shaky, which Chizome understood. His face was terrifying even before his injuries. Now he looked like a nightmare. A sign, then. He lowered his guard and sheathed his sword. I do not know, little one. I thought that my work would be appreciated by someone, but they turned and spat in my face. Now, I am unsure how to proceed. The child stared uneasily at him. What was your job? Job? I cut out rot from society. The things that the corrupt turned a blind eye to, the festering tumors in the underground, and those that would see the society that All Might has built crumble to ash. You're a vigilante too, of a sort. Chizome sighed. Now, I am at a crossroads, and I'm not sure if the path I was treading is the correct one. The child was getting anxious. Clearly he needed to be somewhere soon. Well, I don't know who you are, but I'm sure you can't be that bad if you're willing to talk about it. So long as you don't hurt anyone who doesn't deserve it, I think you'll do all right. After all, people can't change if you never give them a chance. Never give them a chance. If they die, they cannot get better. If they cannot get better, then they die. How could I have been so blind? Chizome smiled, his rictus grin stretching from cheek to cheek. Thank you, my child. You have helped this society in ways that you cannot possibly know. He got to one knee and saluted with his fist across his chest. I must. He looked up and saw that the rooftop was empty. The sign from the gods was gone, but his conviction remained. He would give the fakes that could be saved a chance, a marking that would purify them of their greed and mark them so that all may see the good that he has done. And those that couldn't. His sword was more than sharp enough to be used as a scalpel, and so he laughed the laughter of the joyously insane. He would seek out those creatures that dared to poison the name of hero, and he would stain the ground red with their redemption. What a weirdo, thought Izuku. He reminded me of one of those guys who thought that father was a god. Still though, he had managed to help two people with their problems today. Agachi had money and confidence to last him a few years, and the no-nose guy had a purpose again. So, as he hopped from rooftop to rooftop on his way back to Mustafu, he smiled. He had managed to make a difference in two people's lives today, and he hadn't even fought anyone. He was becoming a real hero. Dad, do we have to go to this thing? Can't I suddenly and without warning get sick and miss the gala? Izuku stared pleadingly at his dad. His dad, and his mom were sitting in the entrance hall of their apartment, looking at the I-Island limo parked on the street. Normally it would just be a short train ride from Mustafu to its neighboring prefecture, but the I-Island benefactors gala had insisted on limos for everyone. His dad just laughed. Sorry, Izu, but my hands are tied. Everyone who's anyone at I-Island has to attend, which somehow, he shook his head in amazement, includes this old salaryman who made things with his kid. Izuku, honey, it's not going to be that bad. That Melissa girl will be there too. His mom looked at him teasingly. Yeah, and she's an actual support technician. I'm just some kid who got unlucky twice and helps Dr. Hakami once a year. I don't even know her all that well. What about the Yaoyorozu girl, Momo? Izuku saw his mom's eyes get a mischievous glint in them. Her family are patrons of Island, and they said they'd be attending. And Momo will be there. Izuku thought for a moment. It had been a while since he had seen his friend. He had wanted to keep in contact with her through their data slate, but the vigilante act and helping out with Island had taken up far more of his attention than he had anticipated. Seeing her would be fun, he thought. We could talk about our quirks or something. I wonder if she's changed at all. I remember she was really pret. Izuku stopped that line of thought quickly. I guess that could be fun. His mom just smiled at him. Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya. David Shield greeted them with one of his trademark smiles. I was worried that you didn't come. Izuku saw his dad smile sheepishly and scratched the back of his neck. We are sorry, Mr. Shield. Someone decided to try and avoid coming until the limo was already parked on the street and his mother and I were already ready to go. Izuku grumbled to himself. At least it didn't take me 30 minutes to tie a tie. His dad's smile stiffened as Melissa tried not to giggle at the remark. David seemed to fall back on years of experience raising a sarcastic child by completely ignoring the remark and ushering the three Midoriyas inside. The dinner was about to start, so the family was ushered to fill the table where the Yaezurus were already sitting. Izuku turned a dark shade of red when Momo beamed at him and motioned him to take the seat next to him. He looked over to see their mothers simply smiling in silent amusement. A spotlight shone down the ceiling, revealing David Shield standing center stage, microphone in hand. A round of polite clapping filled the massive room as he fumbled with the mic. Welcome, he started, to this year's Island Benefactors Gala. Before the food is served and the gala begins, it's tradition that the staff at Island present to you are wonderful patrons and scientists. A few very important breakthroughs we had this year. Melissa Shield came from backstage, escorting a man wearing a puffy winter jacket up to the stage. This is Mr. Takemura. 3 years ago, he was in a horrific car accident and suffered complete paralysis from the neck down. The doctors told him that he would likely never leave the hospital bed. The man took off his jacket, and the crowd gasped. The man wasn't wearing a shirt underneath the jacket, revealing a complex-looking series of metal supports attached to his spine and waist. But, thanks to our engineering teams in bionics and cybernetics, he is able to live a life without any obstacles. The man tripped and nearly fell down but managed to catch himself. Well, almost no obstacles. The crowd gave a polite and good-natured laugh at the joke. While the technology is still in its infancy, we hope to one day be able to restore complete range of motion to people like Takemura. A projector sprung to life, showing a three-dimensional puppet. It rotated and focused on the neck where a cut was made and something was implanted. What you see on the screen is what we call a neuro bridge. As the name suggests, it takes the signals from the brain and crosses over the damaged spinal cord, relaying them directly to the still functional part of the spine. The man moved his arms from his side upwards, raising them over his head. The entire thing on his back shifted along with it. Pistons and gears rotated along with his arms. The bottom part of the apparatus caught his belt, stopping his arms from rising above his shoulders. We do hope to slim it down a little in the future. This prompted another laugh. There was a lot of applause as the man put his jacket back on, zipping it up after 2 tries and then walking off the stage. Next, I would like to ask Miss Molly Smith to come on stage. There were a few moments of silence as everyone waited for the person to appear. There was a soft but audible gasp from the crowd. A woman came from behind the stage in a wheelchair, her face locked in an odd expression and the sound of a ventilator audible. But the interesting thing was the 2 objects that Izuku recognized as Mechanicum issue mechadendrites that were sprouting from somewhere on her back. Fine motor manipulators were attached to the ends, rolling the wheels of her wheelchair. As you all can see, Miss Smith here suffers from a disease called amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS. It causes the nerves in the brain and spinal cord to degenerate, eventually leaving the body physically capable of movement, but unable to move its own muscles. It has no cure, no understood cause. But as you can see, Miss Smith is fully capable of moving herself around, and has been for the last 3 weeks. Another 3D slide appeared in the air, this time focusing on the skull, which was cut open and a device placed on the brain stem. The device functions similar to the neuro bridge, but is many times more powerful, allowing the person to control a multitude of so-called mechadendrites. While we estimate that up to a dozen of them can be used at once, each additional limb requires exponentially more training to get used to. However, any regular person can easily use 2 or fewer without much difficulty right from the get-go. David turned from the projection to face the crowd. Imagine firefighters able to lift massive chunks of burning buildings, doctors able to operate on multiple people at once. Hell, even something as simple as a store worker stocking an entire shelf in one go. There was a lot of applause which became a huge gasp from nearly everyone, sans Izuku, when the paralyzed woman lifted herself out of the wheelchair. Using the mechadendrites as pseudo-legs, she propped herself up. She then began to walk around on stage, showing how strong and flexible they were, using one below her as support whilst the other moved forward. She walked around David and then paused as she turned around, allowing him to gesture at her back. It was covered in bandages, which appeared faintly red in some spots. Sadly, we didn't have the ability to create something similar for her as for Mr. Takemura, so we had to resort to locking most of her vertebrae in place before installation. But Miss Smith assured us that she was perfectly fine with this as long as she would be able to move around in the future. One of the mechadendrites moved to David, pulling him into a strange sort of hug, which David returned with full gusto. Thanking her, he turned to face the crowd once again as she walked off stage, the wheelchair being taken away by one of the staff. Now, pivoting away from medicine, we have our final showcase of the night. How many of you have ever gotten a flat tire at some point in your life? He waited as nearly everyone in the room raised their hands. Now, the solution to flat tires has been, in the past, to just make better tires. But those better tires still pop occasionally. So we got to thinking, why not just have no tires? The curtain that served as the background for the stage lifted, and a medium-sized car sat on stage. Izuku noticed that the wheel wells had no tires in them, and instead were fitted with upsized and grav plates. Introducing the repulsor. As he spoke, a staff member turned the car on. The audience gasped as the car lifted completely off of the ground, hovering about 60 centimeters in the air. Fitted with anti-gravity technology, or NGRAV for short, this car brings the future envisioned by science fiction writers everywhere into the present. The car hovered around for a few moments before the staff turned the car off, causing it to gently float to the floor. Of course, David interjected. This is only a prototype, not yet capable of moving nearly as fast as a normal car. But I can assure you that the first series of hover cars will hit the market in less than a decade. The curtain lowered, and the house lights gradually came back on. And with that, the 13th Island Benefactors Gala can officially begin. Have a wonderful evening, and the wait staff will be with you shortly. As the applause died down, Izuku wasn't particularly sure what to think. On one hand, he wasn't sure if Earth was ready for this level of technological advancement. On the other hand, Island could use this technology to seriously improve people's quality of life. He shook the worries away. This wasn't his place to worry about what Mr. Shield was doing. He was a good man, given both the times they had interacted and the fact that All Might and he were good friends. Izuku didn't need to keep vigilant all the time, did he? That was so cool, Mr. Midoriya. Did you work on any of those projects? Momo's question brought him out of his internal debate, and he turned to face the rest of his table. She was looking at his dad with wonder in her eyes, while his mom was talking to her parents about something. His dad merely laughed. Only a little bit. It's not really my department. He slapped Izuku on his back. Now, Izuku here, he was actually responsible for getting the ball started on all three of those projects. His servo skulls were the basis for all three of those. Oh no, Izuku broke out into a sweat. Momo turned to look at Izuku. He could have sworn that her eyes were sparkling in the low light. Really? You work at Island? Yes. He answered her with a nervous smile, not really sure how to explain himself. Sort of. It's complicated. How is it? How did you get the idea for that car? Or those metal tentacles? What about the neuro thing? Did you make it with your quirk? How did you get things that small? Izuku was taken aback. Since their last meeting had been several years ago, he had almost forgotten how enthusiastic Momo could be when she was interested in something. A small part of his mind filed the memory of her excitedly talking away for later. Another part noted that this was probably how the heroes felt when he was talking about their quirks. He briefly felt bad for all the heroes that he had asked questions of whenever he had seen them. He heard his mom lean over to his dad and whisper to him, "That's the first time he gets to feel it." His dad lightly chuckled and whispered back, "The two of you aren't already planning for the future, are you?" She answered him with a smug smile. What the hell does that mean? Izuku wondered to himself. He was saved from the barrage of questions by the server, who came with the first course of the menu, some sort of soup that smelled like rich mushrooms and herbs. Momo paused her excitement for a moment as she began to hungrily eat. After that was a small salad that he ate with a degree of wariness. Even now he couldn't look at green things without thinking about the rations of Viridian green he had to eat while he was on Mars. He didn't know what they were made from, but he knew that it likely wasn't plants. Next was a pork, something that both he and Momo both took a double portion, partly because the tenderloin was so delicious and partly because the waiter seemed to be stingy with the portion sizes. He knew that they were both kids, but thrown there was no need to make the servings barely fit for an animal. When the dinner was over and the gala proper was beginning, Izuku wordlessly asked his dad if he could roam around the stadium for a while. After being granted the okay, he set off towards the door. He wondered just how long this gala would take. Was that Dr. Hakami? After a moment studying him, he concluded that it was indeed Dr. Hakami standing across the room. Same hair, the same face, the works, but he was quite a bit bulkier. His arms looked much thicker, and his back had gotten broad to the point where he was almost hunched over. He didn't look particularly healthy, either. His skin was extremely pale, with the veins in his face clearly visible. He approached the man asking him if he was okay, only for him to turn to him unprompted, as if he had heard him or knew that Izuku would be there. He gave a big smile that felt just a bit too wide to be genuine. Izuku shuddered instinctively. "Izuku, my boy, good to see you again. I was already worried that you didn't come. Dr. Hakami, are you all right? You look a little..." Izuku gestured to his face, to which Hakami merely laughed. "Oh, I'm all right, young one. Just had a few too many sleepless nights working on something incredibly important." Speaking of which, he leaned down to Izuku's ear. "I have something for you." Izuku shuddered again. Goosebumps rushed across his scalp and neck, and he took a half step back from the man. "What do you mean, doctor?" He fished around in his jacket for a moment before pulling out a data medium chip, one meant to fit into a data slate. "After the disaster of the last portal test, I wanted to try and see if there was some way to activate the portal without you. No sense in putting a child in danger if I can do it myself." Izuku was confused. "Don't you need the energy from the portal to activate it? Did you synthesize it?" "Nope." Izuku instinctively covered his ears at the sudden outburst. But Dr. Hakami didn't seem to even notice that he had been incredibly loud. "When that little mishap happened, I was standing just as close to the portal as you were. I'm coated in the same energy as you. I can open the portal all on my own." He handed the chip to Izuku, who carefully took it. This was titled "Message for Izuku number 3. Don't worry, none of us on the team took a look. There are more than enough blueprints on that floating skull to keep us busy." Izuku was excited, but still felt wary for some reason. While he was in no hurry to reactivate the portal again, this seemed too good to be true. "Do you mean that I'll get these without having to go to Island?" "Yep, I understand your birthday was the 15th of July. The next one we receive, I'll send it to your father when he goes home so he can give it to you then. Consider it a birthday gift from the Applied Energistics team, as thanks for all that you've done for us." Before Izuku could respond, Dr. Hakami rudely put his finger to Izuku's mouth, silencing him. "Now, you'd better get going. That Yaorazu girl is looking for you, and she's thinking that you ditched her. And about broccoli, for some reason. Momo." Izuku wheeled around to look for her. Sure enough, she was wandering around the perimeter of the gala, looking around. When he turned to thank Dr. Hakami, he was surprised to see that he was nowhere to be seen. Confused for a moment, Izuku shrugged it off as the doctor being weird again and ran over to where Momo was. Hakami Rizuko stumbled to the ground of his hotel room, sweat pooling in his clothing. The Gate of Infinity was an incredibly power, able to send him from any place in the world to any other. But all power came at a price. It was incredibly physically draining, and doing it more than once a day was near suicide. But he had too many things to do, and so little time to perform, enact, labor for them. "Enwad Elberk Esrawad Nimilele. Elber Rednu Nipseg Esrawolf AT. Yulfo La 89 Niker S. Elbuort Rof Tisrid Asetas Suina Giti." He was a genius, yes. Thank you for the compliment, me. And welcome. The messages. What were the messages from again? Needed to keep the boy child distracted. He kept thinking of them as anathema, but Izuku called them the Emperor. Who was the Emperor? Was the Emperor's name anathema? Blooper, Rizuko, Hakami, puppet thought not. No sir. He knew that he had to wait. Waiting was good. Too soon, and the child, brat, son, Primarch could interfere with something. He wasn't sure what, but it couldn't be good. How long did he have to wait again? H. Turtaloa 8 Ledot Reeves on Milo S. Dina Th Gur Roy Ezire 1. Nas Oi Pleo S. Truth. What did truth have to do with anything? Right, he had to wait 10 years from the beginning. The alpha, source, start, cause of everything. The war would be won, the father would be done, and then the boy would cause no problems. Just a few short years. And then everything will be good and changed. "You were looking for me." The smile that graced Momo's face when she spun around to face him warmed both of Izuku's hearts. Her raven hair was done up in a seemingly gravity-defying ponytail, and her eyes sparkled. She was legally a bit older than he was, 12 years old to his 11. And even with him being biologically 2 years older than she was, she actually looked down at him a little bit. She's going to be incredibly tall when she grows up, Izuku thought to himself, and blushed internally at the image for reasons that he didn't know why. "I was." Her voice had gotten a bit deeper since he had last heard it, but it was still ostensibly hers. "I'm not particularly fond of formal dances, so I wanted to try and find a reason to avoid it. I can hear the book coming. But now that someone I kind of know is here, it'll be all right. Now come on, before the music starts." With that, she grabbed him by the wrist and dragged him towards the sea of people getting ready to dance. "Wait, Momo, wait." He called out for her, but despite that she kept pulling him forward. They reached the dance floor just as the music started. Momo spun Izuku around, put one hand on his shoulder, and held one of his hands with the other. I can't dance. Izuku wasn't lying to her, either. He could do acrobatics the likes of which many gymnasts would be jealous of, but dancing in time to music was beyond him. Momo looked at him for a brief moment with an undefinable emotion on her face. Then, with all the grace of a ballerina, she began moving the two of them. Put your other hand on my hip and then take a half step back with your left leg. He did, and she followed him. Now a quarter turn to your right. Don't move from your spot. Her dress swayed with the move. Half step forward, right leg. He nearly stepped on her toes as he did so, almost blurring out an apology only for her to cut him off. Half step left. Then repeat. Izuku's mind was split 3 ways at once. He was mostly concerned with focusing on the steps he had to do and ensuring that he didn't miss an instruction. A smaller part was oddly focused on Momo, taking in every minute detail of her appearance. She smelled of black tea, old books, wood, and lacquer. He wasn't sure why, but he really liked the smell of lacquer now. The last part was currently freaking out that he was dancing in full view of all of these people, both of their parents included. Momo stifled a giggle at the focus on Izuku's face. He was so focused on her instructions that he hadn't even noticed his mother pulling out a tablet of some kind and taking a picture. She was enjoying time with someone who didn't care that she was an heiress, wasn't merely the son of someone her parents knew. He was friendly to her simply because she was her. She really had to ask her parents about public schooling. Of course, like all good things, the song eventually ended. The music ground to a slow fade before the room was silent. Momo internally lamented the song's ending. She probably could have taught Izuku a great deal about dancing. She wasn't particularly sure why, but the thought made her very happy. When the music faded away, Izuku snapped out of his hyper-focus. He immediately tripped over his own feet, falling like a felled tree. His back hit the ground and something landed on top of him, knocking the air out of his lungs and pressing down on him with surprising weight. It took a moment before he realized that the weight was Momo, who was close enough to his face for their noses to almost touch. Green starred into onyx, and for a moment the world seemed to fall away. Then reality set in and the two began blushing so hard that they were almost steaming. If either had still the mental capacity to hear anything else than their internal screaming, they would have heard the high five their mothers exchanged. They spent the rest of the evening avoiding eye contact with each other as well as trying to be as far away from the other as possible, which was nearly impossible with their seats next to each other. Finally, and to the relief of Izuku, Momo decided to break the silence first. Besides the ending, you were quite good for a first-time dancer. Thank you, Izuku said, face still red as a tomato. I am sure that you're used to teaching people how to dance, your friends and such. Momo looked down slightly, and Izuku thought that she looked rather sad. I don't really have any friends, no close ones at least. No friends. Izuku thought about his own life. What would his life be like if he had never met Kacchan? If Kacchan had never introduced him to Tsubasa and Tunabasu? If he had never met the Primarchs, who he considered his friends and brothers? No one should be alone like that. Well, then how about we change that? Izuku stuck out his hand. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I'd like to be your first friend. Momo looked at the offered hand with wide eyes, before gracefully taking and shaking it. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, and I'd like to be your friend too. Izuku felt like his smile might tear his cheeks. So, Zuku, how'd you like the gala? Izuku looked at his dad. His tie had come undone again, and he looked dead on his feet in the back of the limo home, but he was looking at Izuku with an expression of pure smugness on his face. It was fun, Izuku said, looking out the limo's window as his mom snored in the seat next to them. He clutched the message from father in his hand, hoping that he could feel some of his warmth from it. I made a friend. Katsuki clenched his fists and stared straight ahead, his face contorted into a look of pure and unabated fury. Just do it, you fucking idiot. He's not gonna rip your head off, or worse, tell someone about it. He took a step forward, and then another. He power walked forward, knowing that he wouldn't get himself to do this a second time. He had already beaten himself up more than enough to even get to this point. If he chickened out, then that'd be the end for him. So he forced himself to walk through the streets of Mustafu, the summer heat not doing much to alleviate his anger as he plodded down the road on his way to the park. He heard the sounds of large objects being thrown and quickened his pace. Coming into a clearing, he found his target. Izuku was exercising, but that word didn't really convey the sheer chaos of the situation. Massive rocks had been ripped from the ground to serve as weights. A medium-sized tree lay in so many splinters after he had used it as a makeshift punching bag. Katsuki knew what he had to do before this went on for too long. 28, 29, 30. Izuku set down the rock on the ground, smirking a little as the weight made it slightly sink into the wet earth. 30 reps with a 90-kilogram rock was pretty damn good, especially after a lengthy period of not properly working out. While his vigilante stint meant he was getting some exercise, lifting weights was something he hadn't done in a while. He hadn't really had free time recently, Hell, he had just listened to father's third message after being given it almost an entire year ago. School, training, and helping people seemed to eat up every second of the day. His ears picked up the noise of footsteps. Going from the force of stomps, it had to be Kaken, who seemed to be in a bad mood. He stretched to realign his back and turned around. Sure enough, Kaken was standing just off the clearing, looking extremely angry about something. Izuku lifted an eyebrow, wondering what was pissing him off so much. Hey, Kaken, what's up? Did you want to join me in my workout? Kaken made a noise, similar to stones grinding against each other, and his scowl only got worse. It was like he was trying to contain an internal explosion, the Herculean effort straining every part of him. He saw his lips move, but only grunts got out. Was that a yes? Kaken's face twisted and contorted, and something akin to a growl escaped his lips, words too low-pitched and guttural to accurately understand. Kaken, you have to speak without trying to break your teeth or I won't understand you. Suddenly Kaken slapped himself across the face. Fuck, he yelled, scaring several birds that had somehow weathered the noise of his workout from the trees. The words came out slowly, like he was forcibly dragging them out. Teach me. Izuku was beside himself. He was shocked that his friend had hit himself hard enough for a nosebleed and surprised at the request. So he just stood in stunned silence. Then, as if the effort was like Atlas holding up the sky, Kaken eked out an almost inaudible please. Izuku's brain screeched to a stop. He picked over the last minute of his life before deciding that he must be dreaming. After all, Kaken had only ever used please and thank you with his mom. Auntie Mitsuki probably didn't even think that he knew those words, but Inko had made it very clear that in her home, her rules counted and he would have to follow them. So for Kaken to ask something, not order or demand but actively asking nicely for something, just made no sense at all to Izuku. Kaken, are you okay? Cause I can check for concussions if you want. Fuck. Kaken once again exploded in rage. Let me fucking talk for just a moment. Izuku, unsure what to do in this situation, simply stood by while his best friend vibrated like a particularly shaken up soda bottle. You are a really strong fighter. Even with that stupid ass quirk, you're strong. Maybe even strong. SDR. Struan. Kaken looked like he was trying to admit something that went against everything he believed in. Izuku knew what the problem was now. Stronger than you. Yes, but that's only cause you got that training and 2 extra years of practice over me. I bet that if I had trained for that long I'd be even better than you. So, I want you to T. Come on, I said it earlier. You want me to teach you how to fight. Kaken made a noise like he was choking to death, and his face was still contorted as if he had eaten a lemon raw, but he nodded. Okay, Izuku cheerfully declared, already moving to his bag and fishing out a notebook while ignoring Kaken's confused look. Let's see. He flipped a few pages around before settling on something. I think you want to learn how to beat others up, right? Hell yeah. I don't need your shitty workout. All I want is your style so I can upgrade it. Izuku ignored the spike of anger he felt at those words. The master assassins and father himself had made these workout plans, but he knew that those were specifically made for him. Training Kaken in those would be both detrimental to his overall health and very difficult. So he thought about what he could do to adapt his training for a human with no augmetics, and with a vastly different quirk. Then he got a very funny idea. Kaken would hate him, but he'd take that burden upon himself if he could spend some more time with his friend. Well, there's a problem. Huh, what now? Izuku flipped the book around, showing writing that he knew Kaken didn't understand. I only know the Gothic names, and translating them is hard, so you will have to learn it. There was a grumble from Kaken before the ego resurfaced. If you can learn that shit after being gone for a day, then I'll learn it in an hour. Izuku had to hide the grin that tried to break out on his face, if you say so. Katsuki's head hit his hands, and Izuku bit back a snicker. Katsuki could almost hear the neurons in his head shutting down. Gothic was not only supremely different from Japanese in terms of structure and grammar, but even his exceptional English skills couldn't help him. The language was just so complicated. He had no idea how Izuku had managed to learn it at all. Several hours have passed without much to actually show for it. So, to recap, when you read the Gothic word callous, you will fucking kill myself. Incorrect. You have 2 guesses left. Kill you for making me learn before I get to punch anything. Incorrect. Last guess. So, Kalaf is punch, Kur is run. Is Cal's kick? Or was that something else? Correct. That's bullshit. I could never. Wait, I got it right. Yup. And that means you get to do it too. The relief that came from Katsuki was almost palpable. Finally, he exclaimed as he jumped up from his seat on top of the rock. Let's fucking go. But first, show me how you do a fist, punch and kick. Can't have you get injured. Katsuki looked at him slightly confused. Why? I know how to do those things. Yes, but do you know how to do them correctly? What does that mean? You just punch someone or kick their ass. What's there to do wrong? Well, you could break your wrist when you screw up. Now that got his attention, as Katsuki was, despite his attitude and personality, always careful when he did something dangerous. He held out his hand and made a fist, showing it to Izuku. Good, but this is better. Izuku started with his pinky. Fold them so that your fingertips are pressing in the base of your fingers. This makes them harden even more when you hit something. Then lock them down with your thumb, make sure the knuckles are aligned, and don't bend your wrist. He showed the difference before punching his hand. Then you want to make sure your wrist is straight, forming a line with your arm and not bend. When you hit something, you want to hit with this area. He drew a little circle over the knuckles of his index and middle finger. This is the hardest part of your hand. He demonstrated it by punching the tree they had been sitting under, cracking the tree bark and leaving faint indentations. Next is kicking. There are a few things you have to watch out for. First is where you hit the other guy. Then what area of your leg hits him and in what way it hits. Katsuki looked at him mildly puzzled, so he kept explaining. If you hit him in the hip with your foot, you lose, but if you hit his ribs with your shin, you win. Izuku rolled up his pant leg to demonstrate on his own leg. Certain places on the body are much better to strike than others, even ignoring how hurt they can get. Your foot is for soft things like stomach, groins, and the flank. Use the flat of your foot, the blade, or the heel. You shouldn't use your toes as they are prone to break unless you can really tense your foot. Katsuki looked down at his shoes, clearly wiggling his toes in the thought of them breaking. Next, your shin. Use it for harder body parts, like their legs, knees, ribs, and if you're good, their arms. Since your shin is mostly bone, it hurts pretty good. Izuku slowly struck out, demonstrating the areas where to hit on Katsuki himself. Then, there is the actual technique of kicking. You don't want to do swipes or swings but precise strikes, sharp and fast, that they don't see it coming. Izuku turned to the tree, shifted sideways and lifted his leg, then struck twice so fast Katsuki swore he heard a whip going off. Then the blade of your foot is either to counter or block, though you can also use your heel for that. Katsuki felt like his mind was swimming again, with the words and grammar simply replaced with stick figures kicking and punching each other. He knew that there was a lot of technique to fighting, but he hadn't expected just how much. And they hadn't even talked about how his quirk factors into fighting. Clearly seeing his trouble, Izuku paused, allowing him to get back to speed. Tell you what, Kaken, we've been at this for a while. How about we go back to my house, play some Mario Kart 46, and pick up where we left off tomorrow? Huh, why? Can't we just do some stuff now? Do you think you can? Katsuki paused for a moment, then turned on his heel and started running. Last one there is Bowser. Hey, that's not fair. Izuku grabbed his stuff in a hurry and rushed after him, nearly tripping twice. As they ran, Katsuki got the sensation that he was being watched. Then he heard Izuku kick into full sprint behind him, and the sensation was drowned out by the fact that he was beating Izuku, and this had to keep going. Teaching, what a wonderful profession. Good on that brat, child, zit for finding a healthy outlet. Dr. Hakami Rizuko walked down the hallways of the Applied Energistics facility, listening to the noise of his cane echo off of the empty halls. While he had hoped he wouldn't need mobility aids until he at least left his late 20s, the cane and monocle seemed paltry prices to pay for his newfound gifts. Obscuring the most obvious of physical changes had been a simple task, but he could still feel their weight pressing down upon him. Walking on all fours would be suspicious, as would the unnatural appearance of his right eye, so the cane and monocle helped him ape the appearance of an unenlightened human. Had there been some people with sufficiently developed senses of suspicion? Absolutely. Fortunately, one of his gifts had made it startlingly easy to convince his coworkers that yes, he had always had a cane to help with a limp that he definitely always had. Unfortunately, that gift wasn't able to convince the rest of the staff that the portal should be open 24/7 for research purposes. That little change had been too drastic, required too many people's oversight, and had too high a chance of removing the incentive for the anathema, Izuku, the little kid pleased on Hertham, Silence, the target to return to Island. The time was coming soon. The war would be almost in its 4th year if his estimation of the time difference was correct. Without his god to speak to him directly, at least, not without the portal open, he was forced to operate under his standing orders. And those standing orders were coming to a head. Besides, what was a single decade of planning to an eternity of victory? Izuku. Darkness swirled at the edge of infinity, an ethereal place where nothing really happened or mattered. Midoriya Izuku floated across the void on a bed of clouds, only vaguely aware of anything changing. Izuku. Something more entered the nothingness, and Izuku was disturbed from his peace. What was happening? His eyes felt heavy and pained, and he felt strange sensations all over his body. What was happening to him? Izuku. Suddenly, Izuku felt a sensation akin to falling from a high place as the nothingness rushed past him like a river. There was a light. Yes, a light at the top of the nothingness that pulled him towards it. He didn't want to go. He moved around desperately to avoid being sucked up into the heavens. But it was all fruitless, and he felt like something was swaddling him and bringing him up to the light. It felt familiar. Izuku, you've been asleep all day. It's time to wake up. Izuku bolted upright in his bed, the utter panic of his ending dream fading away as the last vestiges of sleep left his mind. His mom stood at the side of his bed, a caring smile on her face and her hands clasped behind her back. Good morning, Izuku. Or should I say good afternoon? Izuku rubbed his face, hoping to clear some of the grogginess away. Hey, Mom, what's happening? Do you know what today is? Izuku racked his sleep-addled brain, wondering why his mom was asking him such a thing. It's the 15th, right? His mom nodded sagely. And do you know why that's important? Izuku thought long and hard for several seconds. He had the feeling that he was forgetting something incredibly important, but for the life of him he couldn't think of what. Something he had been looking forward to for a while, but his brain was so coated in the grime of waking that he couldn't think of anything. It's a sari. His mom just sighed, before presenting a gift-wrapped box from behind her. Happy birthday, Izuku. That got Izuku's attention, and all the grogginess and clouded thoughts whirled away in an instant. How could he have forgotten? He was turning 12. Well, legally anyway. He was biologically 15. And the dichotomy had caused people no small amount of confusion when they asked him his age. Some days he wondered what his life would be like had he never been captured by Blooper, had never been sent to Terra, had never even met Father. He shook off that disquieting train of thought before focusing on the small box held by his mother. His mom picked up on his curiosity and handed the box to him. This is the latest message from my island, along with a bunch of American sweets from David Shield himself. She smiled mischievously. The peanut butter cups were delicious. Izuku stared at her, mock horror on his face and his smile barely contained. I have never been so betrayed. His mom just laughed. The Bakugos are coming over later today for the party, but you have time to listen to the message and get dressed well before then. She went to close the door behind her, took one last look at him, and then finally left. Izuku opened up the box. Sure enough, there were a whole bunch of Japanese and American sweets inside the box, along with a small hololith projector and data medium chip. Popping the chip out of its casing and taking the projector out of the box, he activated the hololith. When the projection formed, Izuku felt a slight tinge of longing at the sight of Father's weary face. While he appeared unchanged, Izuku thought that he looked tired. Like Atlas holding the sky upon his shoulders, he looked like he was carrying a great weight upon his soul. Hello, Izuku. I hope you are well when or if you receive this message. The tides of the warp are harder to punch through than normal, and I suspect that they will only get worse. This is the 4th year of the war, in case my last message has not reached you. Horus and his fellow traders have started to carve a wedge into both Segmentum Obscurus and the Ultima Segmentum. Minor rebellions have begun to spread across multiple systems, but the situation is deteriorating at an acceptable pace. If our calculations are right, then it should take another 6 years before Horus reaches Terra, more than enough time to finish building fortifications and storing supplies. The Emperor smiled tiredly, even as a multitude of serfs and servitors were rushing around in the background. I have sent out an execution force with the sole target of Horus. I have no expectations of them actively succeeding, but the master assassins have insisted that they at least have to try. Malkador came into view from a rather close angle of the camera. Brat, you had better make sure you get back here after this war is over, or I swear to my wrinkles that I will lock you up in the cellar. I have attached a new drug regime for you, as you should be in the full swing of puberty now. Make sure you don't overdo it. A rather disgruntled emperor spoke again, as Malkador has so eloquently put it. He threw a glare at the old man. We have updated your chem regime. Take a look and make sure to adapt it if need be. Now, I must be going. Moloch is shaping up to be a horrific battle, and I plan on joining in personally. The Emperor smiled sadly, clearly not relishing the idea of leaving Terra. Goodbye, Izuku. Magnus and Vulcan send their greetings, and I am sure that Sanguinius would if messages from Ultramar could come through. I love you, my boy, and I am sure that you are shaping up to be a great man. I look forward to being able to wish you a happy birthday in person. End transmission. With that, the message ended. But that didn't mean Izuku stopped watching it. Whilst the message played on loop in the background, he went over the tactical data he had been sent. Of course, that data had been redacted in some parts, only showing where the enemy was, their estimated strength, and possible routes they would take. Along with that was a report of which worlds had stayed with the Imperium and which had turned despite the Emperor's warning. Izuku made sure to memorize those who fell. When he got back, he would make sure that those weren't forgotten. Whilst he had no worries about the Emperor actively losing to someone, he wanted to be sure that the guilty don't escape punishment. After all, if Terra got under siege, then it was possible that the records get damaged and some escape their punishment. But this would have to wait until they either find a way to open the portal into real space, preferable on Terra, or until something goes wrong again and he gets there more or less against his will. He really hoped it was the first option. There were only so many times he could be unfathomably unlucky in one life, and he truly hoped that the days of being sent to Terra against his will were over. Closing the tactical data, he looked over the new chem regimen he was to keep to. At first he thought it was a joke. The sheer number and complexity of these substances was stultifying. Why would he need both a blood thinner and a coagulant at the same time? But as he read what each one did, and how they interacted with each other, he resigned himself to his fate and began studying them. He knew that he was still a kid, whether measured by his legal age of 12 or his true age of 15. A kid that shouldn't worry over things which were even troubling people who were thousands of years old. But he couldn't just sit still and do nothing. It was the reason why he began with being a vigilante. Not because he didn't trust the adults to solve the problems eventually, but because they could need some help from time to time. He focused back on the information he was given and switched to the training regime, which almost made him laugh in disbelief. The numbers and reps were just ludicrous. Who could bench press 400 kilos at 15? Their home gym didn't have large enough weights, and he doubted that he could keep tossing rocks around in the park before someone reported him. He paused for a second. Hadn't he found that fighting ring? They almost surely had equipment meant for people with strength quirks, and probably would be willing to part with a bit of it. Maybe someone there could help him out with his little problem. It was still far too early to consider heading out to his night job, so he turned the data slate off and went to get ready for his birthday. A short shower and a fresh set of clothes later, he felt much better. To ensure he wasn't about to scare the guests, he applied masking cream to his arms and legs, making sure that the scars were covered. Though his body's newfound healing abilities had ensured that the scars would fade with time, they were still visible to his enhanced eyes. He felt a strange melancholy when he looked at them, but quickly stashed that away. Today was his birthday, and now wasn't the time for moping. Inko looked around at the All Might-themed decorations all across the house and smiled knowingly to herself. When Izuku saw the decorations and his eyes widened with glee she hadn't seen since he was a child, Inko knew that her baby boy was still in there. Well, let me repeat myself again. Happy birthday, Izuku. She moved to give him a big and strong hug. He had grown so much since coming home. Those years away from her plainly visible on his face and in his voice. Though pieces of the 5-year-old boy she thought she lost all those years ago remained, it was clear that he was becoming a man a lot faster than she would like. Though Dr. Hakami was a productive member of society, and had certainly turned his life around in the 7 years since they had first crossed paths, Inko knew that she would never truly forgive him for taking Izuku away in the same manner that Izuku had forgiven him. The years that he had spent far away from his mother's embrace were gone forever, and she subconsciously hugged Izuku a little tighter. Thanks, Mom. Can you let me go? No, Izuku, I can't. At the rate you're growing, I won't be able to hug you like this for much longer, so I have to get them in while I can. So just stand there and let your mother hug you. Izuku let out a wheeze. If you hug any harder than that, you might crush me. She just laughed. If you can get hugged by one of your brothers and be fine a few hours later, then I think a little woman like me won't hurt you. They stood like that in the living room for a while, before Inko broke the hug. Though, I just remembered that Yaoyorozu girl sent me a message earlier, saying that she couldn't make it but wanted to give you something. Izuku's eyes widened. Momo gave me a gift. My oh my, using given names already. Inko's voice took a teasing tone. Does my little Izu have a girlfriend? Izuku suddenly found the floor and ceiling very interesting. Looking intently away from his mom's eyes and focusing very hard on anything other than his creeping blush. She giggled at his actions, knowing that a little bit of teasing wouldn't hurt. Plus, she seemed to be a good influence on him, similar to how he had been one to Katsuki. Oh well, don't worry, I'm sure she would have loved to come. The door suddenly sounded like someone was taking a hammer to it. The noise was cut rather quickly before a far gentler set of knocks echoed through the house. Sounds like the Bakugos are here. Kakin, I'm glad you could come. Bakugo rolled his eyes, his personality as abrasive as ever. Whatever. Do your birthdays even matter anymore? Cause you aren't really 12, even if your ID says so. Izuku just shrugged. They don't really matter to me as much as they used to, but I'm never gonna say no to hanging out with my friends and eating cake. Bakugo smiled in understanding. Speaking of which, are the extras coming over? Izuku shrugged. Tsunabasu said his family was visiting some friends in Okinawa, so he couldn't come. And I haven't heard from Tsubasa in a while, have you? Bakugo shook his head. Shitty Wings said something about moving in with his grandpa a couple of months ago, but I figured that he'd at least finish out the school year at Aldera. That took Izuku off guard, and something in the back of his mind was screaming at him about it. I didn't know that Tsubasa even had a grandpa. I thought he just lived with his dad. Yeah, Fingers told me about him. He's some kind of doctor or something, works at the hospital in Jaku City. Real weird guy. But Fingers said that Shitty Wings liked him. Why are you so interested in the old fucker anyways? The screaming was much louder now, but Izuku still didn't know what the sensation even was. I don't know. I just have this bad feeling about something. Bakugo looked at him with confusion clearly visible in his eyes, before an evil smile split his face. I think I know what's wrong. You do? Bakugo nodded, before reaching into his backpack and pulling out a controller. You're feeling bad that I'm about to fucking whoop you in Mario Kart 46. Now come on. Izuku took a look at the controller and grinned to match Bakugo. Even the screaming sensation seemed to fade away with the adrenaline. You're on. Inko excused herself from the party that was going on, carefully sneaking into her room to get the present that Momo had sent her. Izuku. Momo, she thought, given names after only 2 meetings. Oh, my baby's growing up so fast. She felt a pang of sadness as the thought crossed her mind. He was growing up so fast, so much faster than any kid should. It was little things, usually. He didn't have much trouble in school being that much older than the other kids, not at this point. Being 3 years older than his friends had been a bit off-putting to their parents, but they had eventually come around to it. Tsubasa Yugi's father had even sat down with her and asked her all sorts of questions about her son. Even so, she still felt off about her Izuku. He was so much more mature than he should be. So much of that innocence that children have was sheared away by whatever he had gone through in the other world. Izuku had told them broad strokes of what happened to him, for sure. And his therapy sessions with Dr. Fujita and his casual conversations with Inko herself had certainly been eye-opening. But Inko knew deep down that Izuku would likely never tell her the full story. 3 years is a very long time to be in such an apparently grim, dark place, and she knew better than almost anyone how good Izuku was at faking that he was okay. So, she did what any mother does when they want to help their child but can't. She grit her teeth, kept a close eye on him, made sure she was always available to help if he needed it, and hoped that she was doing all right. She stopped in front of Izuku's door and listened to the sounds of him and Katsuki having fun. Izuku's infectious laughter interspersed with extremely loud curses from Katsuki, the clatter of the TV, and the roar of the Bakugos as they cheered the kids on. Inko smiled to herself. Maybe she was doing an alright job. Careful to time the door opening with a surge of noise from the living room, she quickly darted inside Izuku's room. Placing the exquisitely wrapped box on his bed, Inko took a moment to look around. She rarely went into Izuku's room, and she wondered if there was anything in here that warranted concern. Izuku certainly had made the space distinctly his own in the years since they moved here. The walls were covered in equal parts All Might memorabilia and technical diagrams of what Inko assumed to be future creations of his. A bookshelf full of shounen manga and textbooks from everything to car repair to hand-to-hand combat occupied the left wall, while the computer he and his father had built sat in the corner facing away from the door. She was about to leave when something caught her eye, a duffel bag, haphazardly hidden underneath a blanket. She felt suspicious. Izuku didn't do sports, and his workout bag was propped up against the wall. Why did he have such a large bag, and why did he go through the effort to hide it? Walking over to the bed, she pulled it out, the contents inside rattling around and provoking her suspicion further. She closed her eyes and hoped that it was something normal. Clothes for a sleepover. Old textbooks, something of that nature. Hell, he was 15, if it was pornographic in nature, she'd just give him the talk again. The notion of drugs crossed her mind, and she silently prayed that it wasn't the case. Resolve steeled, she gingerly unzipped the bag. Oh, she thought, the contents of the bag on display for her to see. I'd prefer if it was porn or drugs than this. As Izuku waved the Bakugos goodbye, he felt ecstatic. Though only Kachin had shown up, he figured that today was a pretty strong contender for the best birthday ever. He had gotten a new message from father. Dad had gotten him the new issue of the All Might Collector's comic. Even Kachin and his family had gotten him a new weight set calibrated for people with mild strength quirks. No more throwing around rocks in the park anymore. He sat on the couch, basking in the silence. Today was awesome. Izuku, can you come here? I'm in your room. Today was less awesome. Izuku thought that his mom sounded worried, and wondered what was up. Yeah, Mom, coming. When he went into his room, Izuku immediately noticed that something was wrong. Mom's face looked red and puffy, like she had just recently stopped crying. Her hands were hidden behind her back, and she was sitting weirdly. She was even floating a small ball up and down with her quirk like she did when she was stressed. Izuku ran through a mental list of what might be wrong, and couldn't think of anything. Mom, what's wrong? Izuku, she stuttered. She never stuttered unless something was really wrong, and Izuku's brain went into overdrive trying to figure out what was up. I was in your room, getting ready to give you the gift that the Yaoyorozu girl gave you, when I found this. She brought her hands from behind her and held up his Oni mask, the one he kept in his vigilante duffel. Izuku's heart sank immediately. He had kept quiet about his late-night activities because didn't want to stress her out. And now he had made his own mother cry. Honey, doing this kind of work is so dangerous. Not to mention illegal. If a cop, or God forbid a hero, found you, you'd be arrested. And then you'd never get to be a hero. Not to mention how much harder your life would be. Mom, it's okay. Izuku held up his hands to try and reassure her. I met an underground hero a year and a half ago, and he not only didn't arrest me, but he even seemed okay with me being there. A year and a half. His mom's eyes were wide with shock, and Izuku's heart hurt even more. How long have you been doing this? How long have you been hiding this from me? Now it was Izuku's turn to stutter. Since I got back the last time. The night of, actually. I got into a fight with some trigger dealers on the way home. He laughed lightly and tried to dispel the negative air. I was never in any danger. They weren't even that tough. I don't give a shit how tough they were. If you got into a fight with a bunch of first graders, I'd still get worried for you. That stopped Izuku cold. His mom never swore. She looked awful, tears welling up and utterly destroying Izuku's will to speak again. It's like the child I gave birth to died when he was 5. And that someone else is wearing his skin. I missed a single day of your life and you come back a year older. I missed 2 weeks of your life and you come back with 2 more years and scars all across your body. You're older than you should be, but you're also mature beyond your years. You should be 12, running around in the forest with Katsuki and scraping your knees on rocks. Not 15, fighting Yakuza and getting stabbed by muggers. Tears streamed down Inko's face. I know that I'll eventually have to get used to you getting hurt when you're a hero, but you're a child. You're my child. If you got hurt, or God forbid, if you died. Inko put her head in her hands. Izuku could hear small sobs escaping through the barrier. With each noise of sadness, Izuku's heart broke further. This wasn't supposed to happen. He wasn't supposed to make his mom worried like this. He didn't know what to do, so he just sat and simmered in his guilt. Promise me, Izuku. Promise that you'll be a kid. Just for a bit longer. I know it's selfish of me, but I don't just want to be your mother. I want to be your mom. Izuku was crying now too. All the guilt he didn't know that he was holding onto was pouring out of him. He held onto his mother, his mom, and sobbed out a barely coherent sentence. I promise, Mom. I promise. Eraserhead shouted jolted lightly when he was called, nearly falling off of the rooftop he was staked out on. Few people could sneak up on him that easily, and only one would do it so nonchalantly. He turned around to see a familiar-looking mask staring at him. Oh, problem child. Please tell me that tonight is the night that you're finally giving up this whole thing. He waited for the quick-witted refusal that had become part and parcel of their interactions. The kid would have some infuriatingly stupid joke about retirement that would make Shouta smile. And then he'd talk about whatever he wanted to talk about. That's how this normally went. So when Oni was silent for a few moments before nodding to the affirmative, it caught Shouta off guard. He raised an eyebrow. This kid, because he had to be a kid, was one of the most determined fighters he had ever seen, including some of his own students. The kid was holding out a backpack, which Shouta took and scanned the contents. Some notebooks about a drug ring in the area, a bottle with the kid's amazing sleeping pills, and a manila folder. And why is that? The kid flinched, before speaking again in a somber tone. I hurt someone I really care about, and they asked me to stop. You won't see me again for a long time. Remorse practically rolled off the kid in waves. Shouta didn't need an empathy quirk to know that whoever this kid had hurt, they meant a lot to them. Likely a parent or friend. Oni fidgeted a bit before he slowly turned around. If if you run out of sleeping pills, you can leave me a note at that dead drop site next to the cat cafe. Check the next day and there'll be more. Kid, you can go home. I'm an adult, and while your help is appreciated, I'm more than capable of working this case on my own. Oni merely nodded. Yeah, I should be asleep, but I couldn't let go without finishing my stuff. Aizawa let out a sigh. Don't worry, kid. I'm going to take care of it, so go home and be a kid for a while longer. Trust me, it's over sooner than you think. Oni nodded before turning around and walking away. Aizawa realized how serious he was when he didn't joke around or had the usual energy when getting away from him. His mouth moved before he really thought about it. Kid, he called him out. If you get into a hero school, let me know. I'm sure the underground community would be very happy to have you. I know I would be happy about it. Remained unsaid. Izuku took off the Oni mask for the last time and turned it over in his hands. On one hand, he was sad that he had to stop helping people. On the other hand, the memory of his mom crying like that made his heart hurt from the guilt. He neatly folded the bodysuit and put it in a small box, placing the mask on top of it. As he locked the lid into place, the eyes of the Oni mask almost seemed to glare at him, as if it were angry at his decision to lock it away. There wasn't any hesitation as he took the box, shoved it into a corner of his closet, and promptly buried it in old shoes and ripped undershirts. Oni wouldn't come out again. Not if it hurt his mom. He had promised that, and a Primarch's oath is binding. All right. Iguchi Shuichi pulled the knot on a bandage a bit tighter, sealing a wound shut. That should hold for a few days, but remember, take it easy and don't move too hard. I got that, Doc. Shuichi smiled humorlessly. I also keep telling you don't get stabbed in the ring, so forgive me for thinking you don't listen. The fighter waved him off. That's part of the fun in there. The arena is just like life. You just never know what you are up against. Shuichi rolled his eyes. Takuma, you could at least pretend to prepare for a fight. My services are cheaper, but they aren't free. Takuma moved his shoulder, getting a feel for the gauze and bandage there. It's just like life. You never know what is coming for you or how. People like us always have to take it. Life can be kind too, you know. You just have to find the right path. Bah, he protested, as if that would ever happen. Tell that to Oni. The heteromorph lifted an eyebrow. You mean that Viggy that was around a couple of years back? The one who beat up those CRC cunts till they pissed themselves? He laughed, his hyena-like head warping the noise. A norm saves you one time and you decide they ain't all so bad. Shuichi scowled. Well, if he hadn't been there, I would have probably died. Or I'd be broken in an alley somewhere. Or any number of things. I definitely wouldn't be here. And you'd have to find some other medic that doesn't ask too many questions. So yes, I do believe that good comes to everyone at some point. The man mulled over it. Well, if you say it like that. But, I mean, come on, look around you. You should be in Tokyo, General, not. Takuma gestured to the makeshift medical ward. Igachi had to concede the point. The place wasn't a very good example of a medical facility. Wooden pallets as walls and ceiling. Blood-dyed tile flooring stolen from a big-box hardware store. The back end of the arena that Oni had helped him in so long ago wasn't the greatest real estate for a clinic. But it paid his bills and kept him safe. Well, I like to look at it from another point of view. I get paid reasonably. I'm protected by you guys, and I don't really have to worry when I'm out on the street. Plus, watching the fights for free isn't bad. His patient nodded thoughtfully, finally understanding that Shuichi wasn't humoring his pessimism anymore. Now get out. You're taking up cot space and the next round is about to begin. As Takuma got up and wandered towards the door, Shuichi moved over to his next patient. Pelagi was a fish-like mutant. A seriously damaging punch had cracked the water cycler that let him breathe out of water. The young kid was starting to look severely dried out. And when he opened his mouth to speak, his voice was far too airy to be healthy. Hey, Dr. Igachi, do you mean that? What you said about how good things will happen? Of course I mean it. It might take a while, and might not be pleasant at the beginning, but it will happen. Life can't always be bad. The fix to the fishman was quick but a bit dirty. Some duct tape and a bottle of fresh water later, he was done. Having no other injury made it one of his fastest treatments for the evening. As if on cue, Shuichi heard the thrum of the crowd as the fight announcer brought up a drum roll. Sighing to himself, he began the short walk to the arena proper, beckoning for Pelagi to follow him. Ladies and gentlemen, scum and scorn, I have a great announcement for you all. A fighter has challenged our long-standing champion to a cage match. Last man standing rules apply, unless our dear doc calls him out early. A round of loud cheers shook the arena, getting only louder as Igachi made his way to the pit. He usually watched from the back, but fights like these demanded his personal attention. Our challenger is one of the largest heteromorphs to ever grace our humble ring, weighing in at just shy of 7 metric tons. Yes, 7. Skin as tough as stone, with a personality to match. It's Terravore. A hulking thing lumbered to the pit. It looked like a boulder had been given arms and legs. His arms were 2 smaller stones hanging off one another. His legs were comically small, forcing him to use his arms to support his weight. In the other corner, our trusted and beloved champion. Unbeaten in his career, unmatched in the ring, his skill exceeds even many pro heroes. We welcome Ashura. Despite looking human, no one was fooled into thinking that the creature that walked in was harmless. His frame filled out the arena's door with ease, him being nearly 2 full meters in height and with a shoulder span close to half that. His body looked almost rectangular, bulging with muscles as it was. The only marks that identified him were the 6 arms and 3 faces, one laughing, one crying, and the last a mask of rage. Shuichi took one look at the challenger and champion and knew that they'd probably be fine. Hell, any patients from this match would likely be audience members getting caught in the crossfire. As he was getting ready to settle into an easy payday, he felt Pelagi tap him on the shoulder. He turned to see his big, black eyes staring into his very soul. They seemed innocent, insofar as someone here could be. Hey, Doc, do you think that vigilante is still kicking? The Oni one. Shuichi smiled. Without a doubt. Why? Shuichi thought about that for a second. True, no one had seen Oni in more than half a decade, but he didn't think he was dead. There'd be a news report, an obituary, a police conference, something. Cause people like that. Like Oni. They don't go out with a whimper. They go out with a bang. Achoo, don't tell me you're about to get sick. I'd hate to have to force-feed you vitamin C pellets again. Katsuki grumbled. Izuku's heart fell at being reminded of that little event, and he quickly shook his head. And no, Izuku wiped his face off, putting his handkerchief back in his uniform's pocket. I'm really fine. Tuanabasu meandered ahead of them as they walked out the entrance of Aldera High School, thoroughly disinterested in the conversation. Maybe someone thought about you. Katsuki rolled his eyes. That old wives' tale? Yeah, and the tooth fairy gave me a 20 yen coin. Oh, come on, no need for you to fight. I just sneezed and that's that. I haven't gotten sick for a long time now and won't start now. You'd better not. It would suck really hard if you got sick right after being invited to my island for the expo. Tuinabasu paused in his tracks before wheeling around. You're going to the expo? Again? Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. Why, yep. I helped one of the engineers there with something. And he invited both of our families this year as thanks. As their long-fingered friend looked on in awe, Katsuki began grinning. Hey Izuku, there'll probably be a combat exhibit there, just like there was last expo. Wanna compare scores at the end? Izuku just laughed. I don't think that you'll be so far ahead next time, but sure. And Izuku meant that, though he had kept his promise to his mom. Never donning the Oni mask or going on a vigilante spree in more than 5 years, that hadn't stopped him from sticking to his exercise routine. He was no longer the stocky 12-year-old that fought alongside Eraserhead. Despite his 16th birthday coming up, he had already gone through puberty and grown into a proper adult. He was almost 2 full meters in height, though he wasn't sure if that was due to the drugs and implants, good genetics, or a combination of both. His arms and legs were thickly corded with muscle, and he resembled someone with a moderate strength quirk rather than someone just entering high school. Thankfully, due to the large variety of quirks, no one questioned him about his body. Most people who didn't know him simply chalked his rapid growth up to luck. Katsuki, on the other hand, was actually 16 years old. His limbs were a bit too long and lanky, but compared to Tuinabasu he was incredibly muscular. The two had tried to pull Tuinabasu into the workout regime they had adopted, but the boy quickly realized that being a hero was far too much work for him and quite trying to aim for it. So, Katsuki and Izuku turned to face their friend. When do you two leave? In the next week or two, but since the entire thing is somewhat secret, we can't tell you exactly. Tuinabasu groaned, only mildly exaggerating his disappointment. You guys have such a cool life, you know that. Midoriya gets sent to a different dimension by Soro. Bakugo gets explosions for hands, and you both are practically guaranteed to be heroes when you go to university. Bakugo scoffed. We tried to pull you along, but you wimped out and didn't want to. Zuko even came up with a way for you to use your quirk effectively. Being able to restrain someone's body with just one hand is so cool though. Izuku exclaimed. If you can train your fingers to grow even longer, you'd be a great hero. Tuinabasu simply shrugged. Well, I'm still going to apply, but I'm not riding all my hopes on getting into UA. Gotta be realistic, you know. Besides, we still have 3 years till we graduate. A lot of shit can happen in that kinda time frame. Yeah, like your lame ass getting into gear. Oi, say that again. Why don't you? And Tuinabasu lunged at Katsuki, knocking the two of them off the sidewalk and down a hill in the park they had been walking through. The two tumbled down the hill, Tuinabasu laughing jovially as Katsuki let loose a string of curses that would make a sailor blush. Izuku sighed and made his way to his friends, shaking his head as he did so. Sometimes I wish I had more normal friends. But then again that would be boring. Soon everything will be ready, finished. Then I can join my master in excellence eternal. Dr. Hakami Rizuko ran about the portal room, double and triple checking the various apparatus. The accursed boy would be here imminently, very soon, and he needed things to be as perfect as they could. He checked the coordinates of the portal and made sure no one saw him change them to his master's impossible fortress instead of the anathema's golden monstrosity. A little electronic obfuscation, some light psychic trickery, and no one would be the wiser. He still didn't understand why his master was unable to do it himself, but that wasn't something for him to question. He wondered just what could be so important that his master, the architect of fate himself, couldn't supply any more help. Oh, how he couldn't wait for the children of fate to arrive. This place was a beacon of change for this world, constantly improving the world and forcing this pathetically backward species to evolve. It would be a perfect breeding ground for his master's followers, a true bastion of change. The fact that the hated child would be destroyed here was merely a bonus. His mind shivered with glee at the thought of the boons his master would give him. He had heard whispers within his mind of something called a demon prince, a mortal gifted with elevation as reward for some great deed or gift. Well, what gift was greater than a planet? What deed greater than the destruction of a society? Dr. Hakami thought of what his apotheoses would bring, and smiled. Yes, Island would be the perfect place to start. And start he would. Izuku stretched out in his chair and waited for the plane to take off. The researchers in the Applied Energistics Division had wanted to pick up a few rarer metals and other supplies from a holding in South Africa, so Island had drifted south through the Pacific and Indian Oceans. As a result, the flight would be nearly 20 hours as opposed to the single hour the last flight had taken. Inko was watching the hustle outside the window, mind lost in thought over something. Bakugo occupied himself with his phone and some loud music whilst Mitsuki was already asleep, snoring like a chainsaw. Thankfully, no one could get bothered by her. The private plane they were given had only them on board. He wondered just how Island could afford to charter an entire plane for only 5 people. But when he asked his dad, he just laughed. Island could, if it stopped spending money altogether, apparently lose the GDP of a medium-sized country every single year and still last a century or so. Izuku stopped worrying about it after that. So now, the only thing he had to do was lie back in his chair, put in some noise-canceling headphones, and take a nap. He really hoped that this time they would be successful in breaching the dimensional barrier. And with those hopes fresh in his mind, he drifted off to sleep. As he slept, he heard something. Straining his ears, he could almost make out what the noise was. But it seemed to get further and further away with each attempt. It sounded almost like crying. Was something wrong on the plane? He woke up to try and see what was wrong, but was greeted by a strange sight. The entire cabin of the plane was completely empty, with a harsh yellow light streaming in from the windows and the now open boarding door. Had he slept for almost an entire day? Had his parents and the Bakugos left him to sleep? Walking to the door, the light was so harsh that his eyes hurt even when he shielded them. When his eyes adjusted to the harsh light, the sight made his breath hitch. Island looked like it had been attacked by some insanely powerful villain. Broken masonry, twisted rebar, and slagged metal littered the runway. Island's security guards lay slumped over makeshift barricades and in firing positions in their dozens. Despite the burning inferno in front of him, he could only hear laughter. The unhinged laughter of madmen and something deep and guttural that didn't sound human in the slightest. His combat instincts flared up, and he surveyed the area for anything out of the ordinary. As if on cue, a massive black shadow crisscrossed the ground, cast by something out of his line of sight. Plus, I have waited for you, my child. Plus, Izuku's mind reeled under the sudden and intense psychic assault. He had nearly forgotten what it had felt like to be spoken to within your own mind, and the sensation was agonizing. Plus, why did you not return sooner? Did you think you were better off without me? Plus, the shadow began getting closer and closer, a black morass seeping over the rubble and corpses. Where it blocked the light, the rubble turned to dust and bodies decomposed to naught but bones. Plus, or did you suspect the truth and wish to avoid facing it like you do so much? Plus, as the shadow reached the doorway, something grabbed him by the throat. The shadow forced its way inside the plane, and Izuku uselessly pawed at his neck, hoping to avoid being strangled. Plus, before you die, know that this is all your fault, Midoriya Izuku. Know that your world burns because you were weak. Plus, Izuku desperately looked around for something, anything that could save him. In his wild flailing, he caught a glimpse of the creature's face. His heart stopped in horror. The creature looked remarkably like. He shot up in his seat, struggling to catch his breath and sweat pouring down his face. He reeled from the sudden change in environment and looked around to see where the creature had taken him. He was back in his seat. The cabin lights were dimmed, and he could plainly hear Bakugo Mitsuki's snoring. Everything was as it should be. He looked around in haste, mind assessing and cataloging what he saw. His mom and dad were sleeping, as were the Bakugos. Kaken was still doing something on his phone, and hadn't noticed his sudden jerking awake. He let out a breath that he hadn't realized he had been holding in. There was no shadow. Island was still there. His family and his friend's family were all still alive. Everything was exactly as it should be. Everything was exactly as it should be. Dr. Hakami Rizuko went over a few last-minute preparations in the Applied Energetics server room. A little convincing had ensured that he would be the only one in the portal room, besides the boy, but he kept getting the feeling that something was off, so he had decided to do a dry run of the event. Everything up to and after Portal's actual activation could be checked for anything that could go wrong. Step 1. Lure the boy into the portal room. Step 2. Kill the boy. If this proves impossible, combine steps 2 and 3. Step 3. Open portal, allowing the children of the Master into this world. They will die if they get too far from the portal, but their disappearance will create more warp taint. This will mean they can go further the longer they are in this world. Step 4. Use the humans on the island to create a real tear in the fabric of the universe. Supplement this with demons if necessary. Step 5. Bask in the adoration of the Master. The more complicated a plan becomes, the more things can go wrong, so he limited it to 5 steps instead of the 50 it initially had been. Though he was sure that turning Island's robotic staff into demon engines would have made an excellent Step 37, he knew when he was being too ambitious. He was congratulating himself on his genius when the flight radar he had installed on his phone pinged him. The flight the boy was all but guaranteed to be on had entered Island airspace, and would be arriving in a few minutes. He giggled in anticipation, barely holding himself together and not revealing the gifts he had been given. His gifts weren't exactly subtle, but he knew that he only needed to hide his glory from the unenlightened masses for another day or two at most. He packed everything up and began to make his way to the airport, and as he walked he could barely contain his excitement. Th Gertai tau cool oi fine nimlasi, Sertzel retewa rednipiate rivan. Calming indeed, he thought, his limp disappearing as he focused on being as presentable and human as possible. This child was no fool, and he needed to convince him of his innocence for as long as possible until the time came to kill him. Izuku rubbed his exhausted eyes, having not slept on the flight since his sudden awakening. He knew that it probably wasn't the best idea, but he hadn't wanted to risk another nightmare. He knew he wasn't a psyker, so he knew it couldn't be a prophetic dream. It was just a nightmare, probably from anxiety about the portal's unveiling. Calm down, Izuku. He took a deep breath, relaxing the last parts of his body that were still coiled and ready to attack. He got up and went to the little cabinet that contained stuff to drink and got himself a juice. He threw a look to Katsuki, raising an eyebrow in a silent question. The nod he got as an answer was enough for him. As he handed over the drink to his friend and made a soft toast with him, the intercoms crackled to life and awoke the sleepers. Attention, passengers. This is your captain speaking. We are on approach to Island and will be landing in 5 minutes. Please make your way back to your seats and put on your seatbelts as we begin our descent. Getting back to his seat and glancing out the window, Izuku saw the gleaming white buildings and verdant green parks of Island shine like a jewel in the deep blue ocean. A not so small part of him was relieved that it seemed like there were no signs of a villain attack. It really was just a nightmare, he thought. As the group collected their bags and exited the plane, David and his dad were already waiting for them. They were quickly ushered into a waiting car before it took off. Izuku, how was the flight down? Izuku smiled. It was great, Mr. Shield. Not a single bump of turbulence for the entire 20-hour flight. David laughed boisterously. I suppose I have you to thank for that. Island planes use modified and grav engines like the one those skull things use for locomotion. Lots of the tech you've introduced us to is either being worked on as we speak or is already being patented. Izuku blinked in stupefaction. Ah, that explains how they were so quiet. David nodded. And they use only a fraction of the fuel a normal plane uses. But that's not even half of what we've been able to accomplish here. You and your father have been an incalculable help to the human race. My father, you have no idea just how right you are, Mr. Shield. I'm happy to hear that. I'm really excited for the portal's unveiling. His dad chuckled softly. As you should be, Izuku. It's looking to be the biggest single advancement in the human race since the invention of agriculture, and it's all thanks to you. Poor Hakami's been running himself ragged for weeks preparing it. As Izuku, his dad, and Mr. Shield all talked about the upcoming Expo, Izuku got a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach, similar to the one when he talked about Tsubasa with his friends all those years ago. It felt wrong, like something inside him was gnawing at his soul. He shrugged it off, thinking of it as nothing more than his nerves playing a trick on him. After all, Island was one of the most secure and safest places on Earth, and the Expo meant that there were dozens of high-ranking pro-heroes in attendance. There was nothing that could go wrong. Right. The next day, Izuku still felt a bit groggy, even after a night of actual sleep and a nice shower. But the excitement he felt quickly washed it off him. Today was the day. Today he would finally see the Emperor again and hopefully talk with him, even if it would be over a drone they had constructed. Whilst the researchers had been more interested in Mars, they all agreed that showing humanity's greatest achievement, the throne world, would be far better for the press to see. Everyone was getting ready for the big exposition. Inko had made sure that her dress and both boys' suits were pristine. She had given up on trying to get them to wear ties, so she just made sure both were as presentable as they could be. Katsuki had laughed his ass off when he saw Izuku with gelled back hair, only to be laughed at in turn when his own mom fixed his hair, changing his normally spiked up hair into something that looked as if she had simply filled a bowl with hair product and placed it face down on top of his head. It was indescribably dorkish, a fact that Izuku made sure to let Katsuki know at every opportunity. But, eventually, the families had to make their way to their seats. The Bakugos were sent to general admission, while the Midoriyas, since Hishashi was an engineer and Izuku was technically on the project staff, were pointed towards a secure box seat adjacent to the press room. Dr. Hakami was waiting next to their box, looking expectantly down on a pocket watch, only to snap it close when they rounded the corner. Ah, perfectly on time. He smiled at them in a way that was slightly unsettling. Hello, Midoriya family. Nice to meet you all again after such a long time. He ushered them inside, almost pushing them towards their seats, only for him to grab Izuku by the arm. You wouldn't mind if I were to kidnap him for a few short minutes, would you? Izuku felt a chill run down his back as Inko looked at the doctor with hints of trepidation. Can I ask why? Well, Izuku is the entire reason that this project managed to get off the ground. I wanted to bring him into the wings of the stage, so he can see the activation alongside the rest of the staff. They were not entirely convinced at that, so he added. Plus, if we truly get a breakthrough, then only he could communicate effectively, since he's the only one who speaks Gothic fluently. After a short shared look, they nodded. and Dr. Hakami dragged Izuku along as they made their way backstage. He seemed to be in a hurry, and Izuku's arm began to go numb from how tightly he was gripping it. "I'm really excited that you could be here, child. Today marks the beginning of a new era for this world." Before Izuku could ask what Blooper meant by that, a short burst of static cut across the murmurs of the crowd in the room. Then David's voice was projected from a couple loudspeakers. "Dear ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to today's revelation on Island. We scientists believe that nothing is impossible and everything can be made possible, no matter how ludicrous it sounds." He paused before a screen lit up next to him, showing a field of crops swaying gently in a summer breeze. 20,000 years ago, humanity developed agriculture and the cornerstones of society were laid. The picture changed to a painting of a chariot race in the ancient Roman Colosseum. 8,000 years ago, we invented the chariot, greatly improving our speed of transportation. The picture changed to a steam engine. 400 years ago, we tamed the power of steam and hydraulics, imposing the will of humanity over the land and sea alike. Now the screen showed the Wright brothers and the Apollo lander. 300 years ago, we had our first powered flight, and 66 years later we landed on the moon. He paused for a second before continuing. And today we will put all those achievements in the shadows. We have been working on a device that's capable of an extraordinary feat, previously relegated to the realm of science fiction. Through its development, Island's technical prowess has been tested to its limit and then beyond, making us rely on technology that's more advanced than we even can comprehend. Yet we have achieved our goal. From his position behind the curtains, Izuku noticed a strange effect in the air. The space between the portal machine's foci seemed to be almost shimmering. The shimmering was barely perceptible at first, but quickly grew in intensity until the view of the crowd was nearly distorted entirely. David looks confused for a moment before shrugging it off. "What you see behind me is a trans-dimensional portal stabilizer, or TDPS. With it, we can reach across the barrier between universes and pluck understanding from the very cosmos themselves." Now, I know what you're thinking, David. You're pulling our legs. That just isn't possible. Well, to that, I say, suddenly, and without warning, the shimmering air within the portal ripped apart, unleashing a shockwave that knocked the stagehands into the wall and sent Izuku tumbling off the stage and into the audience. As he got to his feet, his eyes went wide at the sight before him. The portal was bathing the audience in indescribable hues of pink and blue, creating a kaleidoscopic effect that both hurt his eyes and was strangely alluring. Compared to the last opening that Izuku had attended, the portal was strangely silent. The entire hall was, in fact, the portal's opening had stunned everyone in attendance into silence. Everyone, that is, except for Dr. Hakami Rizuko, who walked to the base of the portal and cackled like a madman. David got up from where he had landed and looked at Dr. Hakami with a tinge of fear. "Rizuko, what's going on? Why'd you activate the portal early?" Dr. Hakami just laughed, the ethereal sound almost seeming to harmonize with itself. "Why, such a wonderful question. The ephemeral, eternal, why? You wanted to change the world, just like me. The thing is only that we have different ideas of change." He threw his cane to the ground and stood up straight, considerably taller than Izuku remembered him being. "Soon, all of you will know the why as my master and his minions enlightened you. You will see his glory, his majesties, and you will know the meaning of change." He hit a button on the console next to him and the portal's colors shifted, first pushing together into a single point and then pulling back, revealing a vista that made Izuku's brain ache. Massive blue crystals dotting an ever-shifting landscape beneath an iridescent sky. Clouds that looked like demented eyes swooped over the land, the ground wilting and reforming wherever they gazed. And beneath their stultifying gaze, a mob of horrific pink and blue things clambered up what looked like an incline towards the portal. The amount of things that were moving towards them was incalculable, as it was just a mass of color, limbs, and mouths. Izuku's augmented brain had just started to formulate a plan when he noticed that Dr. Hakami had started to mutate himself. He grew both in height and in volume. His right arm split apart and became a beak-like claw. His skin began to bubble and shift as eyes opened all across his body. His skull distended, twisting and growing until a massive horn sprouted from his temple. His laughter deepened and doubled over, making it sound like multiple people were laughing with the same voice. "My master will enlighten you all. His pawns will overrun this pathetic world and his rule will be eternal. Glory to the changer of ways." A few seconds after he finished with his transformation, Izuku saw a group of armed security guards rush in from backstage. 3 of them stopped by the door and opened fire whilst another 4 spread out taking position. The mutated man only laughed as bullets impacted on him. Not a single one even scratched his skin before he launched himself at the 3 that were shooting him. The first one was simply crushed by his beak claw, the second one was kicked in the chest, thrown across the room with a caved-in chest, and the third one briefly struggled as he was lifted in the air by his throat. The knife he tried to stab the arm lifting him up simply broke, followed shortly thereafter by his neck. During the ordeal, he didn't stop laughing for a second. Then he turned to the crowd, sprouting a literal face-splitting grin. Izuku didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what had happened to Blooper, he didn't know what had happened to the portal, and he didn't know where the portal actually led anymore. He knew that he wanted, more than anything, to run and hide. But he did know that if he didn't do something, people would die. Katsuki would die. The Bakugos would die. His mom and dad would die. There was never any other choice. Izuku acted before thinking. He ran forward, tearing past the panicking crowd and, with a twist of the wrist, had his own knife in hand. He knew that this one was much stronger and durable than the one that the guard had been equipped with. After all, adamantium was a metal that didn't exist here in large quantities. He dropped to his knees and slipped below a sweep of the claw, digging his blade in the pit of the creatures, for Dr. Hakami was clearly not a human anymore. Foul ichor dribbled from the wound, along with a glow of incandescent light. He grabbed one of the fallen assault guns, threw out the magazine and popped in a newly created one. He jumped, bracing his feet against the wall before kicking off, sailing over the mutant with just a single move. In the air he flicked on full auto, and pulled the trigger. The gun spat round after useless round into the abomination below, only for it to swat at him, catching the gun and crushing it. Izuku landed with a hop and skipped back. He assumed a slightly crouched stance, his hands open and out by his side, ready to create what he needed. The injuries the bullets have caused were already healing, but they were at least injuring him. Ah, the child of the anathema returns at last. I don't know what happened to you, Dr. Hakami, but this isn't going to work. The creature let loose another peal of horrifying laughter, with what sounded like bird calls mixed into the noise this time. It already has, Midoriya Izuku. Watch and be enlightened. See how the children of change grant you blessings unimaginable. It was then when the first creature emerged from the portal. Izuku hadn't even managed to process what it looked like before it screamed in agony as its body was set on multicolored fire, decaying near instantly and becoming nothing but ash. Despite the apparent demise of their comrade, the others pushed on, only to die just as quickly as the first. But, Izuku noted with growing horror, they were getting slightly further each wave. The dust left behind by their destruction let them get just a little further, just a little bigger. They would die until they spread across the world. Pink horrors and blue horrors are the pawns in this great game the gods play, meant to be expended as currency. Their sacrifice will win the master a world. Izuku looked around and time slowed. He knew that he had to either shut down the portal or change the location of it. He needed to goad Blooper into making a mistake somehow. He needed to buy time for the crowd to escape the rapidly worsening situation. He needed to be a son of the Emperor. What does that make you? A slightly larger pawn. Blooper's face morphed into a scowl, the expression actually being wiped blank and replaced with a fresh one rather than shifting from one to the next. You mock the greatest servant of Tzinch on this world. You're the only servant of Tzinch on this world. It's Tzinch, you apostate. Blooper let loose a scream that made Izuku's ears bleed as he lunged across the stage, beak hand snapping together like a deranged crab. Got you, he thought, jumping into the stage's scaffolding to dodge the wild attacks. He rushed around throwing ammo to the 4 remaining guards. Standard ammunition won't do, reload and aim for joints. Izuku wasn't their boss or coworker, but they had seen what he had managed to do to the creature. The 4 guards seemed to listen to him, quickly swapping out the magazine and then doing staged fire. Using the seconds they bought him, he rushed to the console he had seen him use. The controls were a jumbled mess of arcane symbols that Izuku didn't recognize as Gothic, English, Japanese, or any other language he was even vaguely familiar with. He silently wondered just how long Blooper had been compromised to have snuck something like this past all of Island's presumably strict gaze. But he didn't need to read them. After all, a nice big red button was right there, neatly labeled in English Emergency Shutdown. The thought of why that was the only readable signage on the console was quickly quashed by the thought of I need to hit that button. He slammed the button down with all his might, cracking the casing of the console in the process, eagerly awaiting the imminent sounds of the portal collapsing in on itself and the wails of despair from Blooper. He heard neither noise. What he did heard was laughter. Did you really think I would be so stupid to let that happen? The portal is controlled by me, fool. Even if it had worked, you forgot something rather important. Izuku lunged to the side, just in time to evade the claw that came down where he had stood not a second prior, crushing the console and metal deck plate. I have been gifted wonderful abilities by my lord and master, but what made me unique as a human is still mine to control. Fuck. Izuku's eyes widened as an orb of incandescent light and color shot forward out of Blooper's non-beak hand. He dodged out of the way just in time to see the console the orb had hit vanish from existence, along with about a meter cubed of stage floor around it. Blooper still had his quirk. Shit. His mind was running faster than before, taking in the new variable and calculating a way to win. The odds were not in his favor, unless they had stashed a bolter or plasma pistol somewhere around the portal. which they had not, given that the guards were using modern assault weapons. Another orb was thrown out, but this time at one of the guards. With a cut-off scream, the man vanished. Izuku watched him reappear within the portal and winced as the man was torn to confetti within seconds by the horde of pink and blue. Wait, he thought, still desperately dodging balls of energy like a desperate game of paintball. I have an idea. It was a stupid, idiotic, any number of synonyms for dumb idea. In any circumstance, it would never be anything other than a "this is what you don't do" example in a handbook on fighting demonic creatures from beyond the pale. It was also his only chance. He jumped up into the scaffolding above the stage, carefully keeping track of the timing of Blooper's shots. If he could shoot any faster than he wasn't showing it. They were so regular that it almost sounded like the metronomes he had practiced shooting with back when Sire Vindicare was teaching him. Bloop, bloop, bloop. He timed the balls before rushing around the stage. Is that all you can do? Is that all your great master has given you? A fancy body and a stronger quirk. He will give me my apotheosis, and my armor shall be fastened from your bones. You first have to catch me, you slug. A screech of rage echoed across the stage just as Izuku jumped up high in the air, letting the orb that had been destined for him pass harmlessly below him. At least, harmlessly for him. The portal was less lucky. When the ball of energy hit, the portal immediately began collapsing in on itself. The very laws of space seemed to break down around it. Objects stretched and contorted as they were sucked in, spaghettified as if the portal was becoming a black hole. Blooper was caught completely off guard, and his massive body was pulled off balance by the swirling vortex. Screaming in rage and despair, he bounced off the ground and dug his claw into a nearby console, desperately keeping himself from getting consumed. Now for the hard part, he thought, creating climbing spikes to anchor himself to the ground. He moved over to the console that was all that held Blooper in this universe. He yelled over the rush of air, scream of metal, and swears of the villain turned scientist turned demon. You have committed crimes against humanity, and are to be judged by the 21st son of the Emperor of Mankind. I hereby deem you guilty, and sentence you to death. Don't keep the devil waiting, but do me a favor first. Tell T-Zinch he can suck a dick. With those words, he created a small plasma gun with his quirk, took careful aim, and shot the support structure Blooper had anchored himself to. With a scream of metal, it gave in and the possessed man fell into the portal. Yet despite this, it did not close, and in fact seemed to get even angrier. Blooper's words echoed throughout his mind. The portal is controlled by me, fool. Fuck. As Izuku lamented his absolutely awful luck, feet lifting into the air as he held onto the climbing spikes for dear life, he looked up into the audience pit. He saw that the hall was empty, with people looking at the scene through massive bulletproof glass doors. He saw his parents and the Bakugos safe in their box, clutching each other in fear. Kaken stared at him, and it took Izuku a split second to realize that he had never seen his best friend afraid before. If he couldn't close it, he had to destroy it. Yet if he got that close, he would get sucked in for sure. But he had no other choice. At least the things had stopped coming out after it began devouring everything. He noticed that Mr. Shield's microphone had managed to get stuck against the stage, the suction from the portal pressing it flat against the stage's wall. He took one last look at his mom and dad. His mom was saying something, but he couldn't hear her over the rush of air into the portal. He focused on their faces, burning every line, every wrinkle into his memory so that he may never forget. He took one of his hands off the spikes and grabbed the mic. He prayed to the Omnissiah that it was on. Mom, Dad, Kaken, Auntie Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru. I don't know when I'm coming back, but I promise that I will. Even if it takes 10,000 years, I will come back. So please wait for me. Wait for me to come back to you. I love you. He had no idea if she would watch this, was watching, or even awake. But he felt that he just had to say something to her. Momo, I'm sorry. With those last words, he let go of the spike. On his way to the portal, he turned both arms, producing 2 EMP grenades, before sticking them to the foci on either side of the portal. As he crossed the event horizon, and the space around him turned non-Euclidean, he closed his eyes. The distant sound of an explosion let him know that, if nothing else, it had worked. He had saved everyone. He was a hero, and he would probably die as one. And with that last thought, Midoriya Izuku smiled as he tumbled down the infinite space between spaces. We are here live at the 2221i Expo, where we are getting reports of a villain attack on the esteemed tech showcase. The I Expo was apparently attacked by a bizarre villain who managed to sneak in alongside the research staff. We go now to our on-the-ground reporter, Kazuki Chidos. Chidos. Momo watched as the blue-skinned reporter came on screen. Thank you, Taka. Can you hear me? Electronics seem to be going here. Yes, we can hear you. Behind the woman was a scene of disorder. Firefighters, police officers, and more were running around. Well, as reported, a villain attack happened during the showcase. I myself was in the crowd as it happened, though once the villain revealed himself, myself and the rest of the audience was ushered back out of the hall by security. As a result, the rest of this report is secondhand for my island security staff and cameras. She was shuffled around a bit by a group of guards, but offered no resistance to them. The technology being shown off was a portal of some kind, which the villain hijacked in order to destroy the facility. He transformed into what I can only describe as an abomination before killing multiple security personnel. A group of officers came into view before she flashed her press badge, and a short interchange of unheard words were spoken. She turned back to the camera, and Momo was surprised at her cheery attitude at the whole affair. The villain was stopped by a truly heroic civilian. He fought the villain before taking him down by destabilizing the portal and then throwing him into it. Sadly, he was sucked in as well, destroying the portal in the process. Another screen came into view, showing a blurry and wobbling video. Thankfully, I was able to capture his last moments on my phone. I have asked the family if I was allowed to publish it, to which they agreed as it held a message for a family friend of theirs. Momo watched with bated breath as Izuku battled the abomination, only for some part of the villain's quirk hit the portal and then everything started to be sucked in. She could hear Inko in the crowd. Sadly, the murmur was too loud to make out exactly what she said, but she heard something along the lines of "Be a general." Then Izuku grabbed a microphone and his voice was booming over the intercom. "Mom, Dad, Kaken, Auntie Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, I don't know when I'm coming back, but I promise that I will. Even if it takes 10,000 years, I will come back. So please wait for me. Wait for me to come back to you. I love you." Then after a short pause he said another thing, one that drove both the blood into her cheeks and drained it from her face. "Momo, I'm sorry." Momo's heart shattered as she watched him fall into the portal, only for a flash of light to bloom and then silence. The newscast came on again, but it was just more static to add to the numbness. Momo thought she was lonely when she had no friends. She hadn't even known the meaning of the word. Bakugo Katsuki grumbled to himself as he walked to the konbini. Walking past the storefronts, he kept thinking about how he should be working out right now. But no, he had to be the one to get groceries for tonight's dinner. His mom was just too busy cleaning, which really meant watching some American soap opera on TV with a vacuum nearby, to go out herself. The fact that said dinner was going to be spicy curry did little to curb his animosity. As he walked down the street, the TVs in an electronics store's window caught his eye. The broadcast showed some footage where All Might had saved around 3 dozen people from a recent landslide. When All Might said his famous "I am here," the footage paused before transferring to an ad for an All Might figurine in the same pose. Katsuki was upset that he had been suckered into watching an ad, but he had to admit that the figurine looked great. All Might's face and smile were definitely accurate to the newscast, and the fact that the people he was saving all looked great was an added bonus. He fished out his phone and snapped a picture of it, getting ready to send it to Izuku. Man, he'd freak out when he saw. Oh, right. His excitement at the new piece of All Might merch faded quickly, replaced by some feeling in the pit of his stomach that he didn't recognize but really didn't like. With a grunt of annoyance, he shoved his phone back into his pocket and continued walking to the konbini. That damn nerd. If this is how Izuku felt when he was worried for him, then Bakugo Katsuki had no idea how he managed to hide it so well. Midoriya and Co lifted the large bag of clothes and began feeding them into the dryer. With only her and Hana in the house, she really didn't need to do so many chores every single day. But the practicality of what she was doing didn't really matter to her. She just needed to do something. Because if she wasn't doing something, she was doing nothing. And doing nothing left her alone with her thoughts. Thoughts about green hair, about All Might merchandise, about uneventful plane rides and boring presentations, about a sports bag in the other bedroom's closet, about horrific yellow eyes sprouting out across bluish skin. So she kept her thoughts idle through doing chores. It didn't always work, but her alternative was to wait 2 to 3 years for Island to rebuild the portal now that it was missing its previous chief scientist. Taking the previous load of clothes out of the dryer, she winced as one of them fell out of her hands. Looking down to pick it up, she saw that it was a plain white t-shirt with the yakagaki for pants across the chest. It was one of Izuku's shirts. As she felt the tears welling up again, she noticed that Hana had nuzzled up against her leg and was whining softly. That finally broke her resolve. So, for the nth time today, Midoriya and Co broke down and cried over her son. Midoriya Hasashi hadn't slept for 3 days. That wasn't abnormal, though. Relearning how to build an interdimensional portal takes a long time. And any time spent asleep means it's going to take longer to build. And the longer that the portal took to build, the longer his son would be trapped in some unknowable hellscape. So he kept working. Next up on the docket for today was figuring out the power source. The bastard Hakami had forged much of the blueprints to disguise the fact that he and his otherworldly powers were responsible for much of the portal's function, and the original blueprints from before he was corrupted were likely destroyed. So, they had to start from scratch. Hisashi felt the dizziness and nausea come on, which meant that it was time to take more amphetamines and caffeine pills so he could keep working. Maybe he'd get a granola bar or a toaster pastry, something he could eat with one hand while poring over computer terminals and blueprints. One can't live on pharmaceuticals alone. After all, while he worked, he vaguely heard someone calling his name. That didn't bother him. People in the Applied Energistics division were always concerned for him, saying that he should take a break or something of the like. He knew that they meant well, but he also knew that he had to finish this project as soon as possible. If he kept this pace up, he knew that he could shorten the timetable from nearly 3 years down to just under 2. And 1 less year without seeing his son was motivation enough. So when David Shield himself took him aside, told him to get some sleep and a bite to eat, and said that he wasn't allowed into the lab until he had done so, he barely listened. And so as Midoriya Hisashi got into his bed, stomach full and eyes heavy, he dreamed of equations and telemetry, of material sciences and engineering principles, of green hair and wide eyes, a baby's cry muffled by years of memory, and of just how sorry he was that he hadn't noticed anything unusual sooner. Yaoyorozu Momo spun her baton before taking an offensive stance. Years of formal martial arts training gave her a natural grace in combat that few outside the pro hero circuit could match. The training dummies never stood a chance. As her tutor's words of encouragement filtered through her ears, she began wondering if Mr. Ryuji would be willing to join her for a sparring session. He was the captain of her father's private security firm for a reason after all. He was tall, broad, intelligent, and had a powerful speed and strength quirk combo inherited from his parents. The fact that he was of similar dimensions and build to the thing that had killed Izuku had nothing at all to do with the idea, of course. It was just a routine exercise in fighting a larger, stronger opponent. So if she got a little emotional in the gym, no one would say anything. Yaoyorozu Momo's family did pay their salaries. After all, Midoriya Izuku didn't really understand what was going on. When he had been sucked into the portal, he had expected to end up where the Porai Island security guard had, and been torn apart by ravenous demons. Given that he had been falling for hours, days, months, he honestly didn't know. Regardless, he felt that whatever was happening to him, it wasn't that. The area around him was equally strange as the vista from the portal, but somehow even less comprehensible. The conversation with father on what the warp actually was had been a very brief affair, most of which amounted to don't. So to find himself immersed in it was a strange experience. Blooper had been audible when he first fell in, raving and ranting about all the various ways he would kill Izuku and make silverware out of his brain matter. But he had fallen into a some time ago, and the silence was becoming louder and louder as each second ticked by. The air around him was strange, not quite solid, not quite liquid, and not quite a gas. He felt like he was falling, for sure, but what he was falling through was a question he couldn't even guess at. Strange holes, similar to the Island portal, appeared and disappeared at random. Everything from what looked like empty space, to foreign planets, to chittering mobs of demonic creatures were visible through them, and Izuku sometimes passed the time wondering where they led, until, as he passed by one such hole in reality, he stopped. The falling sensation disappeared, and he looked around in shock to try and figure out what had taken hold of him. His body was surrounded by a shining golden light, and Izuku's worries went away as he felt a very familiar psychic presence envelop him. He relaxed his body and stopped fighting against the force. He knew that his father would never lead him astray. And so, with a shimmer of gold enveloping him, Midoriya Izuku fell through a hole out of unreality. Exiting the warp is a curious sensation. Everything in the immaterial plane is suffused with emotions, down to the very air you breathe and the ground you walk on. Hatred, joy, change, complacency, restraint, excess. You are surrounded by the emotional states of untold infinities, all being throughout time, dead, alive, and not yet born. Peldar Farseers and the old Tizcan sorcerers who astral projected into the realm of souls call the feeling variations of euphoric and mind-melting. To suddenly be removed from that emotive realm and thrust back into the comparatively mundane material world, jarring. Izuku was immune to all psychic phenomena short of the Emperor, Magnus, Malkador, or the gods themselves. His body, mind, and soul could resist the touch of the warp in ways that creatures such as the Eldar or antediluvian Necronder could only dream of. But this was the warp in its purest form. When he floated through the glowing golden doorway, the first thing he did was throw up, as was the second thing. He hadn't had much to eat at Island before the showcase, and that fact made the experience all the more painful. After dry heaving for a few minutes and making sure that he wasn't about to start back up again, he looked around. His first impression of the landscape around him was that of ruin. The stench of gunpowder, charred something, and the faint tang of aerosolized metal. The street he was in looked like a picture he had seen in history class of a bombed-out city. The buildings were only walls. The street was more crater than not. He nearly wept in joy at seeing human faces, only to gasp in horror at the suffering they bore. The few people that milled around looked tired, hurt, and exhausted beyond all mortal limits. Some simply sat down for a moment and collapsed, as if the movement of their legs was the only thing keeping their heart beating. Many were missing limbs or digits, and all had a look of dissociation upon their grime-streaked faces. Wide eyes wearing thousand-yard stares, passing over the newcomer with nothing save complete non-registry. He moved swiftly to the next closest one, taking them in and creating a gauze to staunch a bleeding wound or creating water to quench thirst. Then, when they were taken care of, he moved to the next. One by one, he nursed them. Food or water was given freely, injuries were taken care of. One who seemed more lucid than most directed him to a checkpoint of some description. He nearly cried when he saw that the 4 people manning the checkpoint wore the uniforms of the Imperial Army. He was somewhere in the Imperium. The strange immaterial tides hadn't spat him out in some distant galaxy or timeline. He was somewhere at least vaguely familiar. One of them approached him, clearly tense. His head turned at Izuku but eyes scanning the street for more danger. "Civilian, identify yourself." Whilst the question seemed harsh, he could understand it. After all, wherever he was, a war had just swept over and they were not taking risks. He stopped himself. These people didn't speak Japanese, and depending on where he was they may not take kindly to foreigners. He mentally switched to Gothic, and spoke again. "Izuku Midoriya." The guardsman, a captain judging from the badge on his chest, eyed him with a degree of caution. Once more Izuku realized that he was out of place. His clothes were finely made, with not a stain on them. His body was still healthy, and he didn't fit with all the devastation around him in the slightest. "Do you have identification?" But of course, Izuku fished out his wallet, pausing for a second as he realized that the man wouldn't be able to read it. A soft curse passed his lips, getting a raised eyebrow in response from the captain. "I only have the ones from my homeworld. They aren't in Gothic." The guardsmen raised their lasguns to half ready, not taking aim at him but getting prepared for a fight. The captain spoke again, quieter. "What language are they in?" Izuku thought for a moment. He could lie and say some linguis minoris of the Imperium. But those men had guns, and not the dinky projectile shooters of Earth. If they picked up on his lie, his formal wear wouldn't do anything against their weaponry. So he said the truth. "Japanese. It's a deviation of Low Gothic, that." "Japanese." The captain put his sidearm away, and the soldiers followed his lead. "We have orders from the Crimson King himself to escort anyone with knowledge of something called Japanese to him directly." The civilians around them stilled, clearly weighing the option to lie about having that as well. Izuku eyed them wearily. "You wouldn't mind calling in a relief ship here? Bring supplies to these people and pick me up all at once." The captain smiled widely, showing several missing teeth. "Of course not. We were just about to assess the damage anyway, but it looks like you did an okay job with them." He snapped out a hand to his Vox operator, who got to work at once. 20 minutes later, a Valkyrie touched down on the least destroyed part of the street. A group of medics along with a dozen soldiers came out, all carrying some form of supplies. As Izuku and the 4 guardsmen boarded the on-ramp, Izuku spoke up. "Captain." The burly man turned towards him. "Where are we? What planet am I on?" The captain looked down at him, eyes widening with concern. "You don't know where you are. I've had a rough day." It wasn't exactly a lie, but still remained vague. The captain smiled grimly. "That sounds like an understatement. You're on the throne world, Terra. We are heading to the Imperial Palace as we speak. The Crimson King is there." The shock must have been evident on his face, as the man's brow furrowed into a scowl of disbelief. You weren't aware of that, were you?" His eyes moved rapidly, scanning the 4 men beside him. The squad's heavy gunner was eyeing the safety on his plasma gun, and the captain nonchalantly placed his hand on the hilt of his power sword. "Fuck it," dropping the scared civilian act. Then he snapped up, "Vox Opus, give me a channel now. Code 32590, Alpha Prioris. If someone tries to wave you off, give them the code word Virid." The men snapped to the command without delay, and even the other 3 were shocked at the sheer commandment in his voice. 13 seconds later the men turned back from the console to him. "Channels live, sir." Izuku all but tore the receiver from his hand. "Magnus, what on Terra's sake happened here? I'm gone for a decade and everything goes to shit." Izuku noticed that the captain had stopped breathing and his men were looking at him in confusion. He must have realized who he was. Izuku caught the faint whisper of primogenitor, but he paid the captain's revelation no mind. A crackle came from the other end of the Vox. "Izuku, is that really you?" Deep, smooth, and charismatic all at once. Magnus the Red, Crimson King of Tizca himself, was on the other end. "Yes, for throne's sake. Now tell me, what the frack did I miss?" The silence across the line was intense, heavy and almost suffocating, before with a sigh Magnus spoke again. "Too much, you missed far too much. I will send a squad of Solar Auxilia to pick you up from wherever you are." "Too late, I'm already on the way. Besides, the army was faster." Another pause. "Then tell the pilot to head to these coordinates. There's a hidden landing pad. A squad of Astartes will escort you the rest of the way." though Kitten would probably be faster. Izuku smiled, happy that another of his adoptive brothers had survived. The smile was soon lost, though. Magnus, what happened here? I know the gist of it, but... He trailed off, unsure of what to say. The Vox line was silent for several agonizing seconds. When Magnus came back on the line, his voice sounded tired, like he was mere moments away from cracking under some unimaginable weight. We lost. Even though we won, we lost. The flight back to the palace was silent after that. Catenius had been standing guard over the Geller field generator in subsection 85 for several days now. He was tired, he was sore from the previous month's battles, and he desperately wanted to sleep. I wonder if I can somehow overload my Catalspian node so I can sleep while standing up, he thought to himself. He was about to try before he saw Shield Brother Strasod sprinting towards him, taking only a second to catch his breath before screaming at him. Shield Captain Catenius, we just received word from the Auxilia that Izuku has returned. He's on his way back here in a Valkyrie, landing platform 233 Beta. Catenius nearly dropped his guardian spear in shock. He's where? Oh, Emperor, that's their post. Even before finishing his sentence, he was already running down the winding hallways of the Imperial Palace. Some of his brother custodians had foregone their armor in mourning, saying that they no longer deserved its protection. Misplaced self-flagellation, for sure, but well-intentioned. Those three, on the other hand, had taken the wounding of the Emperor considerably worse, and if they found Izuku without any normal custods to counterbalance them, there was no telling what he'd think. Izuku stepped through the door from the landing pad to the palace. He was overtaken by ennui. He recognized these hallways, if only barely. Brilliant frescoes and ornate pillars bore the marks of gunfire and shrapnel dents. Works of art the like of which had never been seen before were destroyed from ceramite-plated boots. Sandbags and overlapping fields of fire covered enormous mosaics in the floor. Blood was everywhere. Izuku, is that you? Izuku wheeled around to where the voice had come from, and immediately regretted it. The sight was indescribable. He knew the three figures were custodians. That much was obvious. No mortal man or even Astartes reaches the physical perfection of the three people before him. But what were they wearing? And why were they so shiny? https divided by www.youtube.com/watch. The three loincloth-clad custodians crowded around the young man. An oil-like substance was dripping from their muscled skin and coating the floor in a sizable radius around them. Shield Captain Carstodes was the first to speak to the small greenette. Oh my, look who it is, brothers. Custodicy nodded vigorously. After all these years, little Izuku has finally returned to us. Oh glorious Emperor, yes. Wamud slid on his oil-covered limbs across the floor. The idea of friction seemingly lost to him. Yes, our little Izuku has come home. And just look at you. You have gotten quite. He shuddered as he uttered the word, muscular. What in the name of everything good and holy has happened to you three? Izuku heard the sound of Oramite boots pounding against the floor, and turned to see Kitten rounding the corner. He activated the speech amplifier in his helmet and let loose a powerful scream. Brothers, remove yourselves from him this instant. Izuku heard his voice and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was ecstatic that Kitten had survived the heresy. He still found it funny, despite the fact that he had been old enough to be able to pronounce Catenius for several years. He couldn't bear to call him anything other than Kitten. The ears formed by the aquila on his helmet didn't really do the nickname any favors. Kitten. Izuku ran to his first friend and brought him into a crushing hug. Though he was many times stronger than a normal human, Kitten was tough enough that he didn't need to hold back. As the embrace went on, Izuku felt himself well up, and tears of joy began to trickle down his face. Thank the throne you are still okay. I was so worried. Father sent messages, but I missed his most recent one. What happened? Why is Terra so destroyed? Kitten's body language shifted subtly, and Izuku got just a little bit more worried. Izuku, you were gone for more than 10 years. The war is over, Horus lost. The 8 traitor legions either have been, or are being, routed into the Eye of Terror. That's great. Izuku smiled, which seemed to make Kitten shy away even more. But Magnus said we lost despite winning. Well, the Emperor did win, yes. He utterly destroyed Horus' body and soul, but he was grievously wounded in the process. The smile died. How badly. His silence was all he needed, and then bolted down the corridor as fast as he could run. Despite the fact that Izuku was just a normal human, Kitten didn't catch up to him for almost an entire second. Catching up to him, he placed both of his hands on Izuku's shoulders and spun him around to face him. Izuku saw his face reflected in the shimmering gold of the helmet, and noticed that the trickle of tears was a steady stream now. With a steady voice, Kitten spoke, Izuku, please listen to me. You couldn't have helped in any way with that fight. Imperial Army regiments, Space Marine legionnaires, even my fellow custods were ground up like Grok's flesh in the battle for Terra. Sanguinius died during the battle with Horus. You wouldn't have had a fraction of a chance of even getting close to Horus, let alone actually hurting him. And if you had, you would have just been another body for the administratum to count. Sanguinius is dead. Izuku knew that the fighting would have been fierce if the traitors had made it to Terra. He even knew that Primarchs could be killed after Ferrus Manus had died to Fulgrim. But the idea that Sanguinius could die. Izuku balled his fists. I don't care. That would have been better than doing nothing. He tried to pry Kitten's hands off of himself, but made no progress until Kitten let go himself. He began running again, this time with Kitten in tow. They continued onwards in silence. After more than 20 minutes, they reached Eternity Gate, the massive, vaulted door to the Emperor's throne room. Izuku immediately tried to open the golden doors, but they were locked. Open them, he spoke, quiet but with determination. Izuku, please wait for a moment. No, I need to see him. I might not be the same as my brothers, but I'm still one of his sons. Kitten was silent. Once you know, you can never go back. Knowledge can't be erased. It will just change shape. Show me. His voice was unchanged, but his fists were white from how hard he was clenching them. Kitten sighed. Very well, but remember, nothing you could have done could have helped him, and his injuries look much worse than they are. Izuku nodded, body tight with tension. Kitten gave some sort of encoded signal to the rest of the guards. The doors began to slide open, like the sideways jaw of some colossal amble. Izuku was ready to bolt again until he felt a big, armored hand on his shoulder. He looked up and saw that Kitten had taken off his helmet. His sun-kissed skin was stained with tears, and his brown hair was streaked with blood and grease. I didn't know custodians could cry, crossed his mind. When the doors finished opening and the void shield deactivated, the two stepped into the room. Izuku's nose was assaulted with the smell of blood, pus, and scorched flesh. They walked up a massive staircase, surrounded by massive power cables and strange pod-like tubes. Inside the tubes, Izuku could see massive piles of some kind of dust. It hurt to look at, so he focused on the path ahead. Crossing the threshold to the throne room, he was fully and completely overwhelmed by the grandeur. The machine that formed the Astronomicon seemed to reach into the sky itself, and even Izuku's impressive vision couldn't see the ceiling. Strange, arcane devices riddled the golden monolith, sparking and blinking in some rhythmic song of madness. And beneath the inverted gold obelisk, an ornate chair upon the ground at the narrowest point of the device, the golden throne, and within it, Izuku's breath hitched as he looked up at his father's body. Half of his face was gone. His left arm had been ripped out and a large, weeping hole went through that shoulder and into his chest cavity. Dried blood and other bodily fluids covered his once olive-toned skin, while his muscle had almost entirely atrophied. Izuku remembered when his grandfather had died, how gray the skin had looked in the hospital bed, how thinly stretched it had been over the bones, how remarkably similar father looked to him right now. Izuku fell to his knees, all fight and tension leaving his body as it just collapsed under him. To even think that the Emperor could get hurt had been ridiculous to him. A man of his might and power was beyond such things as pain. Yet here he was, closer to death than life. A corpse sitting in a chair, clinging to life by mechanisms not meant to do so, forcing itself to not pass on by sheer force of will. He collapsed further, going down onto his hands and knees, drops of clear fluid hitting the ground. A part of him recognized that he was crying, but the rest was in too much agonizing pain over the sheer heartbreak he felt to truly understand. He felt something snap deep within the recesses of his subconscious. Unmitigated sorrow flowed through his body. Emotions he had tried to bury for over a decade surfaced. The despair at being taken away from his family by a villain. The joy of finding a new friend in a strange world. The joy of being reunited. Compassion and empathy for someone who deserved it. Fear of separation again. Finding a new family. Losing members of that family, and then leaving them altogether. Anger at the world, and a burning desire to change it. Love for another, newly discovered. Self-hatred, when his actions led him to hurt those he cared about. Fear of the unnatural and monstrous. Relief at his sacrifice. A gauntlet rested on his back. I know. A familiar voice came through the wall of emotions. I know it looks bad, but he is still alive. We have a heartbeat and he's breathing, which means that his heart and lungs are still somewhat present. I'm sure that once he is cleaned up, it will look much better. The sobbing didn't abate. It remained a low droning tone, shaking and wrecking the man that just broke from grief. Magnus thinks that he can heal him, given enough time. The sobbing doesn't stop, though it does slow. Izuku isn't sure when he stops crying. Minutes, hours, but eventually, it does stop. Tears are wiped away and lungs cleared. Izuku looked up at the man he called father. A crisp and sharp salute is given before he turned and left the throne room. He stared down Kitten, green eyes clouded with tears and hazy with rage. Take me to Magnus. The words were firm, they were final, and they were immediately obeyed. Magnus looked out across the table. His brothers, all those that were left, sat arrayed around him. In Father's vision, this table would be the seat of power for the Council of Primarchs that would rule the Imperium through its eternal peace. The 20 seats around the circular table, more than half of which were empty, openly mocked that idea. 2 brothers failed. 8 of the rest turned against the Imperium, and against their father. White cloths of shame were draped across the 2nd and 11th chairs. Black burial shrouds covered the 3rd, 4th, 8th, 12th, 14th, 16th, 17th, and 20th chairs. The remaining 10 chairs were colored in the colors of their respective legions, making the room garish with conflicting color schemes. The arguing between his brothers was reaching a fever pitch, all 8 of them having different ideas for what the new priority for the Imperium should be. Corvus, the Lion, and the Khan were adamant that pursuing the traitors and exacting revenge would ensure that they would not have to worry about them in the future. Guilliman and Dorn were of the opinion that securing a base for the Imperium to build atop would mean that the traitors wouldn't be able to assail the Imperium in any meaningful way. The others either remained stoically silent or began arguing for their side. After what seemed an eternity of no progress, Magnus could not contain himself any longer. Summoning a sizable fraction of his psychic might, he slammed his fist against the table, sending out a massive boom and silencing the room. Brothers, my friends, these are all important topics, and a conclusion must be made. But I need to bring something to your attention that supersedes any of that. After seeing that all pairs of eyes were on him, he continued, You all know that I will be staying by Father's side, healing him with my psychic powers, and I am able to continue doing so for the foreseeable future. However, he gulped as he willed the words to come forth. I do not think that I will be able to heal him permanently. Then what are you doing wasting your time? Lemon shouted at him, the windows of the room vibrating from the force of his baritone. Healing him, Magnus shouted back, but I cannot heal him forever. I need to rest in between sessions. And in those breaks he returns to his state of dying slowly as Horus's final wound eats away at his soul. The sacrifice of the Psychers helps to stabilize him, but it isn't enough. Even with the sacrifice of 1,000 souls a day, even with me healing him as soon as I am able, there simply isn't enough psychic energy flowing into the Golden Throne to be able to heal him. The room was silent again, then Vulcan spoke up. Then what should we do, brother? Magnus took a deep breath. He was dreading the answer. He knew that if Father was in a position to do so, he would throttle him for even suggesting it. It went against all that both Father and the Imperium had ever stood for, but it was the only option. The Immaterium is an odd thing. All belief and emotion is fed into it, and it in turn feeds into the real world. Even the average human is capable of affecting the warp in great ways, provided there are enough people doing so. Magnus, please get to the point. Dorn blurted out, I propose that we start a religion, with Father as the central deity, and us as his demigods, in order to generate enough psychic energy to heal him. Lemon slammed his axe into the ground, the power field dissipating and sending a massive boom across the room. After all the effort my sons and I went through to save your fucking homeworld, you turn around and begin a repeat of Lorger's nonsense. I should have left Tizca to burn, and sent the rest of Prospero along with it. Magnus balked. As if your wolf priests are any different. People already worship Father. We'd just be allowing that to continue and spread so that Father doesn't die. That takes priority over. The argument stalled when the massive doors of the chamber were forced open, and a voice harder than ceramite carried through them. Magnus, if you try and go through with that idea as is, I'm going to throw you into a fucking volcano. I clear. Magnus almost didn't recognize Izuku. Even in the depths of his training with the Master Assassins, he had never been so angry. His anger and sorrow was radiating off of him like an aura, and Magnus had a pretty good idea as to why. He had hoped that he could be the one to break the news about Father to Izuku, but this was just one more disappointment of the day. Khan was the first one to ask the question that was on most of their minds. And who are you? His gaze swiveled around, pinning the Primarch with a glare. Magnus was impressed. Very few mortals could shut up an Astartes, let alone a Primarch. I am Izuku Midoriya, the first attempt at creating a Primarch. I am the son of the Emperor, and your primogenitor. That made him shut up, despite his mouth falling open for a moment. Magnus realized that only himself, Dorn, Corax, and Vulcan had ever even met Izuku, and Corax had only done so before and then after Istvan v Guilliman. The Khan, the Lion, and Lemon hadn't even had that. Izuku speaks the truth. Those of us who were on Terra at the time of Istvan met him there. Magnus saw the Lion focusing intently on Izuku, obviously deep in thought. Who are you, who does not fight but instead gives orders? Izuku looked at him. Izuku rage buffeting against the Lion's calm collection. You are all incredibly powerful beings. In a previous age, you would all be worshipped as demigods, but you are all strong in differing ways, and try to bring your strengths to the fore in a way that stifles your brothers, even when you don't mean to. I am not as strong as you. I am not as smart, but I don't need to be in order to point you in the right direction. You are all incredible at what you do, so go do it. The room was silent until Guilliman stood up. His titanic frame made Izuku seem tiny by comparison, but Magnus was proud when his green-haired brother wasn't cowed by the sight. Then what do you suggest? The Imperium is wounded, just like the Emperor. And like the Emperor, we have to first assess the damage before we can fix it. Only when it is healed to the point of function can we reinforce the weak points so that they can't be attacked again. Guilliman stood still for a few fractions of a second, before sitting back down into his cobalt chair, all willing to give our brother a chance. The room was a chorus of eyes. Magnus saw Izuku's eyes light up just a bit as he turned to Dorn, Vulcan, and himself. Dorn, do you have a damage overview for the palace and Terra? Magnus, how about the warp? Can we ship in resources or do we need to wait for it to calm down? Vulcan, go and check the weaponry in the palace armories. We are at our weakest right now, and a raid could be deadly. He looked at Guilliman, Corvus, and Khan. Corvus, hunt down any traitor left on Terra. Khan, eliminate every surviving vessel that's not ours. Guilliman, can you tell me how much damage the Imperium at large has taken? We will need to organize relief flotillas and patch up the damage the traitors have done. The 6 men thought for a moment before nodding in agreement, only for Lemon to snort, and what of me or the lion? Magnus watched as Izuku thought for a moment. Lemon, you said that you could have destroyed Prospero. If any of the traitors' homeworlds survive, ensure that they won't for much longer. When Magnus saw the Wolf King's fanged smile, he shuddered. Lemon was a savage, but he was loyal to a fault. Those worlds didn't stand a chance. As for you, Lion, go and check on the troops outside. They could use the boost in morality. From what I saw, they need it, even if it is superficial. It took a moment longer before the first one moved, but then slowly the chamber emptied itself until Magnus and Izuku were the only ones left. Izuku, I'm so glad you're all right. I meant to. Magnus, I want to be alone right now. Can? Izuku's wavering voice broke Magnus's hearts. Can we talk about this later? Magnus wanted to push the issue. He really wanted to push the issue because he knew how Izuku was feeling. But after a few seconds of Izuku's eyes staring into his singular, he left the room and began to make his way to his sanctum. With a deep sigh, Izuku spoke, the empty room seeming to swallow his words. Come out, serpent. I know you're here. A soft shuffle of boots was all he got as an answer. I had heard that your brother died upon Pluto. Is this true? ... Yes. Are you with us? ... Yes. Are your sons? ... Some. A pause spread between them. Are you lying? The words were soft, not accusing. ... All records lie, was the answer, equally as soft. Then, the shuffling sound returned. The Hydra's presence disappeared, and Izuku was truly alone. And so, Izuku sat down in the 9th chair from the Emperor's place at the head of the table, looking at the gold and red, the teardrop sigil in the chair's back. All his remaining energy left him. And so, for the second time today, Izuku mourned. Magnus' sanctum, even damaged as it was beautiful. Attached to Magnus' personal chambers by a connecting hallway, it was a wonder of material engineering and psychic power. Glittering obelisks of gilded obsidian hung in specific patterns in midair, kept aloft by the tides of psychic energy that permeated the room. Astronomical instruments of unparalleled perfection adorned the center of the room, surrounded by the shattered glass and broken rockcrete that once made up the ceiling. Bookshelves of hidden arcane lore, taken both from the Imperial Palace's stock as well as the transfers from Prospero, seemed to stretch so high as to touch the now blasted open skyline, with the previous main entrance broken into pieces and scattered across the Imperial Palace's grounds. And without his brother's ability to levitate, Robot Guilliman had to resort to acrobatics in order to make it inside. He knew Dorn would have the palace repaired in a decade and Terra in a century. But that knowledge was little comfort when he was clinging to the wall of a now floorless hallway in order to speak to his brother. Eventually reaching the massive vaulted door to his brother's personal chambers, Robot hesitated. Was this truly the best course of action? Magnus was loyal beyond almost any reproach. He had been with their father for almost the entire Civil War. Did he need to confront him about his idea? Was he actually concerned about his Cyclopean brother being a secret traitor? Or was he just searching for a scapegoat closer than the eye of terror? He knocked on the door. Magnus, are you in here? Go away, brother. Magnus' voice was muffled, but clearly understandable. I'm afraid that I cannot do that. Open up, or I shall be forced to. If you're not going to listen to me, then I suppose I have no choice. The door is unlocked. Magnus' chambers were completely dark, every window covered and every lumen powered off. Robot looked up to see that miniature rain clouds had formed at the ceiling, small lightning bolts creating small thunderclaps. Then he saw his brother. Magnus had curled himself into a fetal position, lying on his side in the center of the room. His glittering golden armor had been discarded for a simple robe, now soaked through from his psychic manifestation. Robot couldn't see his brother's face, but he could literally feel his sadness radiating from him as psychic feedback. Behold, the failed son. Magnus cried into the empty room. Behold, the son who couldn't save his father. Limitless psychic powers and nothing to show for it. Magnus, the idiot whose first instinct when the chips were down was to go against his dying father's biggest desire and create a religion based around him. A religion that, might I add, was a traitor's idea. Magnus, it's not that. The coward who had the chance to prevent everything. but couldn't fucking convince his brother that a liar was lying to him, and watched from the back line as everyone else paid for his failure. Magnus, I'm here because I agree with your conclusion, and I want to help. The rain stopped, and the room seemed to get brighter. Magnus rolled to face his brother, his crimson skin tinged with kaleidoscopic tears from his single eye. Is this a trick? Because if it is, Gilliman, then it's worse than literally anything that Russ has ever done to me. No tricks, brother. Just some advice. Magnus lay on his side for a few moments, before shifting position and rising from the floor. His lone eye shone with purple balefire, and Robot watched in awe as an upturned table and 2 Primarch-grade chairs levitated from their landing places to the center of the room. Lumens activated, windows opened, and the clouds dissipated from the ceiling. Magnus sat in one of the chairs and beckoned to Robot. What do you mean, advice? Taking the invitation, Robot sat down at the table. I mean advice on how to do this work of yours. When you break it down to its base level, a religion is not that much different from a complex social contract or governmental policy. Acceptable behavior, how your superiors should be treated, these are all things that I know. And they are things that could very easily get out of our hands if we don't build in a few thousand years of deviation. Magnus seemed at a loss. Forgive me, brother, but this isn't at all what I had prepared for. I had prepared to drop that bombshell at the conclave, retreat here, and await my lynching for doing what Lorgar did a mere few decades ago. I figured you, of all of us, would hate me. Lorgar and I were friends, after what he did to Ultramar, to Calth, Magnus. If Father and I had been less harsh on him at Monarchia, then perhaps none of this would have ever happened in the first place. If blame for our brother Lorgar's actions lies with anyone other than himself, then it lies with me. Robot clasped his brother's hand in his. The 8 of us are in this together now. I know that I am no sanguinius, but we must be united in purpose if we are to ensure that the Imperium lasts another 10 years, much less 10,000. Robot Gilliman stared into his brother's eye, trying with all his preternatural charisma to appear confident. He knew that despite his personal misgivings about this religion thing, it was a necessary evil in order to heal the Emperor. He was no psyker, and with the death of Malkador and wounding of the Emperor, Magnus was the most gifted in the galaxy. If he truly believed that worship was needed to keep the Emperor alive and stable for long enough for Magnus to heal him, then that was good enough for him. And if Magnus didn't truly believe it, and this was all some massive deep cover betrayal, then the Imperium would have much bigger problems than a cult built on false pretenses. Magnus appeared deep in thought, and Robot began to wonder if he had been too cavalier with the topic. Then Magnus smiled, and Robot suddenly realized how long it had been since he had seen one of those from any of his brothers. The Crimson King of Tizca stood up and motioned for Gilliman to follow him into his sanctum. Come, brother, we have work to do. Izuku didn't remember the last time he had cried this long. The incident in the throne room might be a close second, but even that pales in comparison to the despair coursing through his mind. Sanguinius. He had only met the angel once, when he had first arrived on Terra after Soru's little prank. But only meeting a literal angel once is a life-changing experience regardless. He was so perfect didn't even begin to describe Sanguinius. He was a shining light, a beacon for all to aspire to. And now that beacon was snuffed out. Ferrus Manus. He didn't know much about the Iron Hands Primarch, only seeing him from a distance before the Istvan fleet departed. Izuku didn't know his brother very well, but now he'd never get the chance. Father, what could he even say? Izuku. Izuku looked up, eyesight blurred by tears, and spotted a massive shadow overtaking him. The lumens in the ceiling were utterly eclipsed by the figure looming over him. For a split second he thought he was hallucinating, father, until Vulcan, the charcoal titan, smiled, red eyes blazing with warmth and a sad smile upon his face. He was dressed in his master-crafted armor, with a massive bag slung over his shoulder. Brother, you have been crying for nearly 2 hours. Take this, I do not want to see you get dehydrated. In his massive hands he held a human-sized water pitcher and a glass. They looked comical, like toys for children rather than something designed for actual human hands. Vulcan, I am fine. Really, you don't. If you do not drink, I will make you drink. I cannot stand idly by and watch as you dry out like a sponge in a volcano. Drink the water. Izuku contemplated arguing with his 3.5-meter tall brother, and quickly decided that that was a bad idea. Taking a drink, he realized how dry his throat was. He took another and another until the pitcher was drained. There, do you not feel better, Izuku? Yes. Thank you, Vulcan. Do not mention it. The Primarch sat down in the chair next to him and swiveled to face him. After all the tragedy of the past few years, I am glad that I can be of help to someone, even in such minor ways. After a short silence, Vulcan's red eyes lit up in alarm. I'm sorry. I meant to ask how you have been in the years since I have last seen you, but it completely slipped my mind. I haven't seen you since you reassured me after Istvan. I've been good. Izuku didn't know how to respond. Only Magnus knew the truth of his origins, so he couldn't mention much about what he had been doing. His family, his friends, nothing. I was helping people for a while, but eventually someone I cared about asked me to stop putting myself in so much danger. I did not wish to give them worry, so I stopped for a few years. Yesterday I fought a truly monstrous creature, and though I won, I was ultimately taken from where I was and spat out here. Then I found my way back to the palace, found Kitten and you all, and that brings me to now. Vulcan's expression shifted to concern. What do you mean, creature? I have fought plenty of things over the course of this war, but most were originally men. So Blooper isn't unique. Something can twist people into monstrosities that isn't his quirk, thought Izuku. He was, at one point. He actually was instrumental in my being united with Father. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he definitely wasn't human at the end. And if it hadn't been for a lot of luck, I probably wouldn't have overcome him. He gestured to his torn formal wear and human physique. As you can see, I'm not as good in a fight as you or any of the rest of my brothers. Oh, I can help with that. That gave Izuku pause. What do you mean? Vulcan smiled, his pure white teeth shining like a searchlight beneath two distant suns. He began rummaging through his shoulder bag until he eventually pulled out a rectangular case. When Father said you left, I thought you had taken this with you. When I saw that it was still in your quarters, I was determined to hold on to it until you returned. The sheepish look crossed his face, and I may have given it some upgrades since you last saw it. With that, he unlocked the case and flipped it open. Izuku's eyes widened, and he could feel his heart beating faster. Sweat began dripping down his back and his breathing quickened as he looked into the box. It was the armor and helm that Vulcan had made for him as an apology for breaking his bones. He didn't know why, but he could feel his adrenal gland kicking in as he looked at it. For a moment he thought he was looking at a jumpsuit stolen from the Build a Martin Mustafa and a Quirk-made Oni mask. But as he rubbed his eyes, the all-too-familiar image faded away. Izuku, even for the likes of us, warfare is extremely dangerous. When you go out on your missions again, I would greatly prefer it if you kept your armor on. Missions, warfare, the likes of us. What did Vulcan and his brothers think he had been doing all this time? What had Father told them he was doing? He hadn't even really been fighting at home. Not for years. And being a vigilante against the will of your parents was so much different from fighting in a war. Why was he thinking of fighting in a war? He was a 19-year-old. He was supposed to be in school. He could feel his heart locking up, and he could feel his fight or flight response kicking in. His augmented hearing began going haywire, and his eyes began focusing on the eye lenses of the helmet like he was afraid they were going to blink at him. His chest hurt, like someone had stabbed him in the ribs from the inside. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. Something was wrong. I need to get out of her. Please get me out of her. All Might Father Kakin Momo Dadman Somion, please help. He was running in the direction of Magnus' sanctum before he even knew what was happening. He heard Vulcan say something about putting it back in his quarters, but his brain refused to even process that. All that was important was that he had to keep running until he got to Magnus. Magnus was psychic. Father was psychic. Father could send him home. Magnus could send him home. He needed to find Magnus. He ran past custodian guards, menials and servitors in the process of rebuilding, even some strange green and gold astartes that he didn't recognize. None of them were red or cyclopean, so his brain put all of their images firmly in the not-useful pile. Eventually, he ran into Magnus just outside of his sanctum. He and the Ultramarines Primarch had apparently just been leaving. When Magnus saw him, he lit up in excitement. Izuku, just the man I was looking at. Izuku felt tendrils of thought caressing his mind, and Magnus' face dropped. He knelt down to place a hand on his shoulder. He turned to his slightly confused brother. Robout, could we talk about this tomorrow? Why? I thought you wanted to ask Izuku about the Shintoism and Buddhism of his home planet. What reason is there to procrastinate something of such? Trust me, Gilliman, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Izuku saw the Romanesque man look back and forth between the two of them, before silently nodding and walking away. Within a few seconds, the corridor was empty. Magnus placed his other hand on Izuku's head, and he could feel his mood balancing and the panic leaving him. Normally the sensation of psychic phenomena was a little off-putting, but right now it was like an onsen for his mind. So, Magnus spoke up after a minute or so. What's going on? Even with Magnus' help, Izuku could feel his emotions bubbling up to the surface. I need to get home. Mom and Dad are probably worried sick about me. My friends probably think I'm dead. And Vulcan and the others think I'm a soldier when I'm really not, and I don't want to break my promise to Mom and Izuku. Magnus' voice cut through the beginnings of a ramble like a sword through string. Just breathe, for right now, at least. Izuku followed the instructions, deep breaths followed by long exhales, each rhythm bringing his heart rate down and lessening the floating sensation he had in his chest. Magnus' baritone voice was like an anchor slowly bringing him back down to the ground. And it was a good few minutes before Izuku decided to speak up. Magnus, I want to go home. You know the truth about me. I'm not like you, or Vulcan, or Sanguinius. I'm just a normal human, barely even an adult. I don't have a place alongside superhumans and soldiers." Magnus's look of concern shifted to melancholy, almost sadness. He smiled and patted his back reassuringly. "You're better than any of us. We had been arguing in that room for nearly 2 weeks, and you ended it in seconds. We need someone who isn't superhuman to rein us in every once in a while, lest we get at each other's throats again. And you trained with the master assassins. You're a better soldier than any Imperial armament, or even a solar auxilia." Izuku looked at his adoptive brother and realized just how worried he looked. "Magnus, why are you trying to keep me here?" The Crimson Cyclops looked almost sheepish. "Because staying voluntarily is better than staying by force. I can't send you home." What? Magnus held up his hands to try and placate him. "Sire Kilexis died in the siege of Terra, meaning that the only option is the portal that sent you home last time. Only Father knew how to do something like that, and he's currently wounded. And even if I did know how, I'm not sure if I'm powerful enough to try. Father was the most powerful psyker to have ever existed, and it took even him a while to learn how to send you home. I don't even think that How long until Father is healed?" Izuku heard his voice cracked, but he didn't care. He needed to go home. He needed Father to send him home. He needed his normal life back. Magnus looked thoroughly dejected, like he was debating what to actually say to avoid making Izuku even more upset. Eventually, a look of resignation swept his face, and Izuku was picked up and brought into a hug by the Titan. A long time. Izuku couldn't see his face, but Magnus almost sounded like he was crying as well. A long time. Multiple human lifetimes at the least. And that's only once the power of the religion catches on to supplement my healing and the psyker sacrifices. "Oh, Izuku." Magnus squeezed even tighter. "I'm so sorry, little one. Multiple human lifetimes at the very least. He was going to die here, 29,000 years from home. He'd never see Mom, or Dad, or Kachin, or Momo. He'd never get to attend UA. He'd never get to be a hero, like All Might." Izuku knew that Magnus kept talking about something, but the words didn't seem to register. They just faded into the background ringing noise and added to the overbearing pressure inside his mind. He closed his eyes at some point, but he wasn't sure when or why. He felt a horrific crushing force on his artificial heart, like someone had plunged their hand into his chest and gripped it with all their might. He felt like he was drifting away into a sea of static until, eventually, even that faded to nothingness. When he eventually came back to reality and opened his eyes, Magnus was nowhere to be seen. Just a giant golden aquila above him, a soft surface beneath him, and was that an All Might poster on the wall? He bolted upright and scanned the room. These were his old quarters, when he lived in the palace the second time. He remembered making the posters with his Quirk. He remembered putting the data slate down on the desk before Kitten came to bring him to Father the last time. Despite the severe damage that had befallen the rest of the Imperial Palace, his room looked identical to how he had left it. Even his bed was unmade. As he looked around the room, he saw something that made his breath hitch. Vulcan had placed the armor and helmet on top of the footlocker that would have contained his clothes. The helmet's oculars seemed to stare directly into his soul, forest green lights zeroing in on his very being. As Izuku moved around the bed, looking at the helmet from different angles, the eyes seemed to follow him. He knew that this was just an optical illusion, but it still unnerved him. "The person you were made for just isn't me. And now I'm speaking to a piece of metal." "Wonderful. What do you mean?" "I was made for you. Are you not you?" And now the piece of metal is talking back. The helmet sounded like a computerized version of himself, like his voice being used for a text-to-speech program spoken through poor-quality speakers and recorded on a 200-yen microphone. For some reason, Izuku didn't freak out when the inanimate object began speaking to him. As far as his tired, dehydrated brain was concerned, this was just one more piece of information that he really didn't have the ability to process yet. What was the harm in engaging with it? Besides, arguing with yourself is how your thoughts are formed. The Izuku you were made for never existed. You're the armor for a soldier that doesn't exist, a general that was never meant to command an army. I'm just a kid. No, Izuku threw up his hands in exasperation. You don't get it. I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be able to save people with a smile, just like All Might. I wanted to help people, not kill them. The helmet began floating into the air, reaching eye level with Izuku. The armor followed it up, making it look like the suit was standing opposite him. You have seen what Terra looks like. These people need help too, perhaps even more so. Besides Dante, you think that the people that did this need to die. Horus is dead, sure, but the other traitors have escaped. Perturabo attacked the palace. Angron murdered people by the hundreds. You can avenge Father. Izuku thought for a moment. He was quite angry with the brothers that chose to betray the Imperium. Fulgrim and Horus were corrupted, but the others, this was their choice. The galaxy had burned because they wanted it to. They weren't really all that much different from villains in that regard. The only real difference was in how much destruction they had sown. But still, I can't kill someone. That's a line I refuse to cross. Shit, he had killed someone before. Servitors weren't people, just fat-grown human bodies or executed prisoners turned into robotic servants. But they did live. He was a murderer. Oh fuck, he was a murderer. A murderer couldn't become a hero. That was impossible. He couldn't save people, even if he did find his way back home somehow. His suit put a gloved hand on Izuku's shoulder. But you can become a hero here, Izuku. Protect the innocent people of the Imperium. Destroy the traitors and murderers who have trapped you here, who murdered Father and burned the galaxy down. Be who Malkador, Father, and all the master assassins trained you to be. The voice sounded remarkably like him now. Barely anything to differentiate it from his own voice. It even sounded like it was coming from his own mouth. Izuku thought about everything he had just said, the counter-arguments. He sighed and collapsed onto his bed. I think you're right. We know we're right. Now, the suit clapped its hands together. It's time for us to wake up. The sleep is appreciated, but we haven't eaten anything since that dinner at Island, and we could probably eat an entire horse and have room for seconds. Wake up. Izuku opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of his room again. Sitting up immediately, he spun to look at the footlocker. The helmet and suit weren't animated and sat in a neat pile on top of the footlocker. There was even a note left on top in Magnus' handwriting that, when Izuku got closer, said that he had blacked out while Magnus had been talking with him and that he hoped he felt better soon. Izuku picked up the helmet, staring into its eye lenses. He remembered how he had felt when he had first seen it, all those years ago. How it was, in a macabre way, one of the most beautiful things he had ever seen. How Vulcan's craftsmanship was without equal, and how it had clearly been constructed in a way that showed off what it truly meant to be superhuman. How it truly was meant for him, and none other. Letting out a breath that he didn't realize he was holding in, Izuku put on the helmet, and the world was awash with spectra of light. The Court of Covenants. In the warp, this is the only true neutral ground to have ever existed. The great game is decided here. Alliances and rivalries declared, territory conquered and ceded. Long ago, 4 voices decided the plan for the Primarchs. Now, those same 4 voices must tend to a more unexpected matter. The problem child, Anathema, has returned, and at such an inopportunity moment. He is but human, weak and fragile. He shall be food for the worms soon enough. He has made the decision to become a warrior. Given enough time, he could be a match for any of our champion, save perhaps our most valuable. And he can resist us. Such a shame he would make a ton plaything. Alas, he shall have to be removed. The 4 voices became one, and turned its attention to the mortal brought before them. His Mk3 power armor glowed with unholy power, and the burning book sigil upon his pauldron seemed to shine like an actual fire. The red and white paint, refracted as it was by the presence of the gods themselves, looked like a kaleidoscope. This is your task. Before you found your father, your legion was known as the Imperial Heralds for. You heralded the Imperium. Now you are a word-bearer, a prophet of the truest word. Bear our word aloft and strike this creature down. Gorazhan, son of Lorgar and Crimson Apostle of the Word-Bearers Legions Astartes, rose from his prostration of prayer to a kneel. His eyes screwed shut that he might not be tempted to look upon the gods. His hands clasped together in prayer that the gods might not find them idle. The gods have spoken their will, and it is through their will that I act. By your power alone shall this be done. Prepare. You have all the time in the universe to enact our plan. Gather allies, grow in power, do all that is necessary to succeed. Should you compare your holy work, you shall be rewarded as all faithful will be. Suddenly, and without fanfare, Gorazhan was alone once again. He was back on board the Lorgar's spite, as if nothing had happened. But he knew better. One cannot ignore the gods, especially when he has so much to gain. Izuku Midoriya, sleep well, ye mortal, for your destruction is the will of the gods themselves. And he chuckled to himself, I am their instrument. As Izuku sat in front of his wall mirror, he realized that, perhaps for the first time in his life, he had no idea what to do. When he was first sent to Terra by Blooper all those years ago, he had only ever wanted to go home. When he finally made his way back, he wanted to become a great hero, just like All Might. When Soru sent him back, he wanted to stay and learn about his family, though that desire eventually became a need to help with the war effort. After that, he was entirely focused on preparing for his eventual hero work, with a little cleaning up of Mustafa early on before he made the promise to his mom. Now though, even several weeks after deciding that he was okay with becoming a soldier, he didn't know what he wanted to do beyond a nebulous desire for revenge. And what did getting revenge even entail? He was far too old to even think of becoming an Astartes aspirant, so becoming a space marine was out of the question. He didn't know anything about void combat, so the Navy was right out. Should he just sign up with whatever Imperial Army regiment was most likely to be sent against the traitors? That felt like a waste, considering his multiple years as a vigilante, his assassin training, and the Primarch-crafted armor he was wearing. Speaking of his armor, Izuku was utterly amazed by what it could do. While the suit was just that, an armored suit, his helmet was beyond anything he had ever seen, besides perhaps when he was a child and tried on Kitten's helmet. The massive left ocular contained an extremely powerful sensor suite. With a single command word he could see in infrared, visualize the echoing of sound waves, see thermal outlines of people through walls, even tag people and track their movements. The helmet included a cogitator that he could learn to program additional commands into, combining hardware functions and the like. If he was sniping, the helmet could even take care of spotting for him, operating independently to help acquire targets. There was, however, a massive drawback to the helmet's architecture. The footlocker contained an instruction manual from Vulcan, and the list of functions within the helmet was extensive. The sheer amount of information he received from the damn thing was nearly overwhelming. He had been forced to turn multiple functions off, just to be able to see through the ocular without walls of text obscuring everything. A knock on the door pulled him out of his mind. The knocks were too low to be one of his brother Primarchs, or even a custodian or a starts. Someone human wanted to speak with him. Just a moment. He quickly peeled off the armor and opened the trunk, searching for something a bit less intimidating to wear. Thankfully, these clothes weren't too dissimilar to his old island formal wear. A tan button-down shirt with black pants and boots, and an army brown greatcoat to go over the top. It looked more like an officer's uniform than anything a civilian would wear, especially with the holster attached to the hip. So far he had refrained from choosing personal weapons, but upon insistence from Kitten he reluctantly took a lost pistol and power sword. Making sure everything was in order, he opened the door. A woman stood outside his room. She was wearing the formal uniform of the Calidus Temple, rather than the skin-tight bodysuit that made up their combat gear. Her black hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and her onyx eyes seemed to pierce his very soul. Izuku thought that Momo had somehow fallen through the portal after him, but minute differences in facial features put a stop to that train of thought. "Hello, my lord." She spoke with a glint of mischief and a soft smile upon her lips. "It has been a while since we last saw each other, hasn't it?" Izuku tried to place the face, but kept thinking of Momo instead. She obviously knew him, so he probably knew her. Then, like a freight train crashing through a pane of glass, the memories of his Calidus training came flooding back to him. "Vania?" he asked with a faint tone of recognition. The now fully trained Calidus assassin's eyes brightened with the recognition. "I suppose a decade without seeing me would make the memories fade a bit, but I am glad you still remember me in part." The similarities to Momo and the sudden need to repress those embarrassing moments during training were occupying almost all of Izuku's mental capacity. Same to you. Why the fuck did I say that? Og, this is worse than when I told the waiter at the ramen place to have a good meal. He could feel his face flush with embarrassment. Vania was unable to repress a giggle at his response. "Apologies, my lord, but I am not here for nothing." She pulled out a data slate and handed it to him. "There are multiple people who wish to talk to you. First and foremost, the esteemed." She seemed to grit the word through her teeth. "Magos Belisarius Call has asked for a fitting. Then two of your brothers, Robute Gilliman and Magnus the Red, and finally first Captain Garviel Loken of the Almighty." Izuku blinked, took the slate fully and scrolled down, checking the information. "Anything else you want to tell me?" "Yes, actually, starting today, I will be acting as your official handler in the Officio Assassinorum until such time that you have gained enough experience to plan and execute your own missions." Lady Calidus wasn't happy about my leave of absence, but she approved it regardless. He froze at her words, then looked up in confusion. "What? Have I been unclear? I have temporarily ready." Izuku cut her off with a hand gesture. No. You were clear, but I wasn't aware that I was in need of a handler." "Out of curiosity, why?" "Practicality. It was decided by the surviving master assassins and the emperor before his," she stiffened slightly, "his internment, that due to your lack of personal experience, the minutiae of actually planning a mission is a skill you don't have. I do, and I can teach you how to acquire this skill. On top of this, unnecessary or extraneous information will be filtered out of mission briefs by me." She paused for a moment, before leaning forward whispering in his ear. "I was also given full control over your training, and so far I have judged you lacking." It was only now that he noted the blades pressed against his thigh artery and kidney. "I will keep that in mind." He couldn't help but swallow from the dread he felt. "Why did you come yourself? Why not send a servitor with a letter or something?" She pulled back, removing the blades from his body. "You can't talk to a letter. Cyrus Calidus said you'd likely have questions, and servo skulls and servitors aren't in any position to answer." And she almost seemed to blush, though the expression faded quickly to a much more neutral one. "I wanted to see you. Working for a Primarch, even one only by technicality, is a dream come true." Izuku scratched his neck. "Working for me? You just said you were my handler." Another smile graced her face. "Yes, I am in charge of your training, planning your missions, and I am your acting liaison to the Officio Assassinorum. But you're also a Primarch, a literal son of the Emperor of Mankind." This entails a large amount of duties you would have to shoulder, not to mention the meetings, strategic planning, and commandment of multiple armies. Until you have enough practice at these tasks so as to perform them at optimal levels, I shall act as liaison between you and your duties, ensuring that only what's necessary reaches you. Of course, you are under no obligation to listen to any of my advice or recommendations, though I do highly recommend that you do. Izuku knew that tone of voice she used for the last sentence. His mom had used it once on his dad. It was the tone that said choose wisely or choose death. He had the distinct feeling that the death part was going to be a bit more literal with Vania. I have no doubt that you will excel in both tasks. She walked inside the room, the echoes of her boots reverberating across the metal walls. Mago's call is the only one who requested a meeting with any urgency, so I recommend seeing him first. He said you would need to bring your armor to the fitting. He scanned the slate again. What did he mean by fitting? Both the armor and helmet fit me perfectly. He grabbed the box which previously contained his suit and helmet, the former already folded and handed to him by Vania. He gave her a silent nod of thanks before returning to pack it up. If I understood his message correctly, he talked about your personal weapons. They all need attunement with your brainwaves, and adjustments may have to be made. Attunement. Izuku wondered what that could entail with regards to weapons. He wasn't a psyker, so they couldn't be force weapons. Guns just needed to be tuned to his height and dominant eye. Knives were just knives. Who was this call, and what did he want to do? Vania sighed with exasperation. I don't pretend to understand the priesthood of Mars in any way, so I have no idea what he meant by that. Personally, I'd just get this over with as soon as feasibly possible. Even by the standards of the Mechanicum, Call is eccentric. For all I know, he may just wish to analyze you in a way that the traitor Kelberhal hadn't. Izuku couldn't help but shudder at the memories the name pulled up. He finished packing and grabbed the box, ready to set out. Well then, let's not waste any more time. The flight to Mars was a summer thing. Outside the viewport of the medium-sized shuttle that would be his home for the next few days, Izuku saw an ocean of death. Countless hulks of once proud starships drifted in lazy orbits of their nearest gravity well. Defense platforms, civilian ships, mining stations, and Navy vessels drifted in pieces around the orbits of Terra and Luna, Astarte ships from loyalists and traitors alike lay dead or dying in this stellar graveyard. He knew that technically they could salvage some or smelt down the wrecks to reclaim resources, and some of the larger wrecks had teams of workmen swarming like insects, the lights of their plasma torches lighting up the hulks like a Christmas tree back home. But perhaps the cost-benefit wasn't worth it for some of the smaller wrecks, because he saw them being passed over entirely. He was pulled out of his musings by the sensation of a gun barrel being pressed into his flank. We have 4 days of spaceflight ahead of us, let's not waste a second of it. We'll start with the basics. The cheery smile Vania wore reminded Izuku of a predatory animal, with just a hint of unhinged joy. He felt a shudder travel down his spine, but stood his ground. He had been fighting people, even if they weren't quite on his level, for several years. Surely this wouldn't be that bad, would it? If I ever get the chance to travel back in time, I'm going to throttle myself. Vania wasn't joking when she said that she didn't want to let a second of their flight go to waste. Barring 2 incredibly boring meals a day and 7 hours of sleep on one of the worst beds he'd ever felt in his life, he spent every waking moment under the strict tutelage of Vania. She had very clearly been busy since Izuku had last seen her. Gone was the tender 11-year-old girl training alongside him with Sires Calidus, with her awe at the Primarch and childlike clumsiness. In its place was a cold, pragmatic, honest woman. When Izuku failed to disarm her, and he failed quite often, she told him what he had done wrong with no uncertain terms and no misplaced pity. The pain was manageable and nothing was permanently broken or misshapen. But he could feel himself getting frustrated with his lack of progress. He had only trained formally more than a decade ago, and had only fought various levels of street scum for a few years after that. He was woefully out of his depth, and that made him even more frustrated. At least he was getting used to the feeling of his armor. At first it felt weird to wear it. Not dissimilar to a scuba suit, but the more he wore it, the more it stretched and fitted itself to him. While the helmet's full functionality was still out of reach, he was slowly and painfully learning the different readouts and functions. With his armor's assistance, he got quite close to disarming Vania several times, but he was just too unrefined. He could feel himself getting pissed off, but he couldn't help it. This was his only path forward now. He couldn't become a hero. And even if he could, he couldn't get home, so a soldier it was. He needed to be good at this, but the fact that he wasn't just kept frustrating him. He knew that he couldn't suddenly become a great fighter. That months or even years of training were likely to come before he could do anything on his own. And he was improving. Vania said so herself. He was making improvements based on how he failed, correcting them for the next time. Even so, he could feel himself getting angry, even if only a little bit. Thankfully, he got himself back under control before they landed on Mars. So when he stepped out of the shuttle, he appeared calm and in control. He only paused for a moment after stepping on the red soil to note the smell of the air. He had been forced to wear a spacesuit when he was here as a child, his lungs unaugmented and unable to handle the atmosphere. Now that he could breathe it naturally thanks to his helmet's filter and augmetic lungs, it was a curious mix of freshly welded metal, lubricant, incense, and old oil. Vania had to wear a rebreather, which made him feel just a tiny bit smug. The smugness only lasted a short while, though. The glare that scoured his smile from his face could probably burn through ceramite. He made a mental note to ask her to teach him that. An incredibly large and heavy augmented tech priest stood at the doorway to the landing pad. The being stood nearly 3 meters tall. 3 massive red oculars, forming a triangle in the Martian's face, stared at Izuku from beneath a dark red hood. 6 separate arms emerged from various points on its torso. Its 2 fleshy arms emerged from its shoulders, 2 mechanical ones directly beneath them, with 2 smaller limbs protruding from its chest. All but its fleshy appendages ended in far too many bronze-capped fingers. Rather than humanoid legs, the Martian was supported by a dozen or so spider-like limbs, each ending in a point thin enough that it could reasonably act as a weapon. Its joints were covered in industrial cabling, like artificial sinew. In its 2 right hands, it clasped a massive axe nearly as wide as Izuku's torso, and its left hands hefted a plasma cannon that seemed to better fit on a tank. Making the sign of the cog with its 2 unoccupied arms, it spoke with the electronic warblings of a vox coder implanted where a human's vocal cords would have been. Greetings, Izuku Midoriya. Welcome. I am Gerontocrat Nelix. I am here to escort you to the esteemed Mago's call. A group of servitors flew past them and into the ship, only to hover behind them with their stuff. With those few words he turned around, leading the way. It was one of the few things Izuku liked about the Mechanicum. They always preferred things to get done fast and not waste time on illogical things. They reminded him of a racerhead, in a way. The 3 individuals boarded the landing pad's magrail as the servitors packed themselves away into storage. As the magnetic train sped out of the station at speeds that would make Japan's transit system blush, Izuku took in the interior of the train car. The train was incredibly Spartan. The only seats on board were bare metal cubes welded to the floor. The smell of motor oil and unguents was almost overpowering, and Izuku silently wondered how anyone without augmetics could even live on Mars. Then he remembered who did live on Mars, and he mentally chided himself. Of course, the Mechanicum was unbothered by the hostility of the terrain. They probably intentionally made the surface anathema to human life so they had more motivation to augment themselves. The Gerontocrat made a strange electronic squeal, likely the Mechanicum equivalent of clearing one's throat, before speaking up. Statement: Forge Complex Belisarius is 427 kilometers from point of origin. I am to relay Mago's orders. Explanation: Izuku Midoriya and Assassin Vania. Mago's Dominus Belisarius Call has requested to speak to Izuku Midoriya in private. Assassin Vania is to stay with me during this meeting. Upon completion of interaction, Izuku Midoriya and Assassin Vania are to return to landing platform 84G unless alteration to itinerary is made. Addendum: accommodations have been made within the Forge Complex for both Izuku Midoriya and Assassin Vania, as the meeting may require multiple days. Walkthrough acceptable. Accepted. Izuku stated loudly and clearly. Could you specify the reason for the talk? And can you tell me why Vania is prohibited from attending? She's my handler, so any information Call shares with me will make its way to her. The tech priest looked between Izuku and Vania. Its 3 glowing red eyes seemed to stare into Izuku's very soul. Explanation: Mago's Dominus Belisarius Call wishes to confer information and material to Izuku Midori. Information secrecy designate Alpha Prioris. Should the information somehow get out, Mago's Dominus Belisarius Call will not be not liable. Nalax began emitting a low, almost inaudible sound. Izuku thought it was growling at first, before he eventually realized that the Titan was laughing. Idiom: he's covering his ass. Izuku took a few seconds to process that information, before turning to Vania. She simply shrugged. If it's not mission relevant, or about to destroy the Imperium, you don't have to tell me anything. You're a Primarch. It's expected that you'd have secrets, more than you realize, Izuku thought, before looking again at the massive hunk of metal that somehow passed as a living being. I understand. When will we be arriving? Statement: soon. Upon arrival at the Forge Complex, myself and 4 robots from the Legio Cybernetica shall escort Assassin Vania to her quarters. If the lady requests it, perhaps our robots could provide a different sort of challenge from the normal training servitors. Vania bowed deeply, but Izuku saw a look of glee grace her features while her face was hidden from the tech priest. I'd be honored. The 3-meter pillar of metal turned its tri-point gaze to focus on Izuku, sending shivers down his spine as he felt invisible beams of light appraising his entire being. Statement: upon arrival at the Forge Complex, one of the Mago's servitors shall escort you to where he has prepared your lodgings. He is likely awaiting you there. Cautionary: do not decide to take a walk around the Forge complex without a guide. The labyrinthine tunnels and gangways are not conducive to those without knowledge of its interior. Statement: you would get lost. Izuku raised his hand in protest, but quietly lowered it after he remembered his first time in the Imperial Palace all those years ago. Even with a map, he had gotten lost, and one of the custodians had scooped up the crying 5-year-old and had to carry him back to his room. Then I'll be careful. The three figures sat in silence after that, so Izuku took to staring out the window at the Martian surface. Olympus Mons rose in the distance, covered peak to plains and foundries, military installations, and other complexes that Izuku didn't even bother attempting to identify, even though it had been several weeks since his arrival, and nearly a full standard year since the official end of the war. The landscape was still blasted and covered with the detritus of war. Burned-out Titan hulks, craters from some arcane munitions fired as part of the massive ground war, and thousands of destroyed vehicles and battle formations. He silently wondered if 5. The sudden buzz of noise from Narax shook Izuku out of his thoughts. Izuku thought that the massive tech priest's voxcoder was broken because it said nothing else. 5. What? 4, 3, 2. Izuku immediately realized what was going on, and threw himself to the ground. Vania wasn't as quick, and the sudden stop of the magrail train sent her flying forwards into Narax's carapace. The sound of her impact, while probably not life-threatening, made Izuku wince with sympathy. Statement: we have now arrived at Forge Complex Belisarius. The Magos shall see you now. The tech priest used a mechadendrite to peel Vania off him, literally, before setting her back on the ground as if she were a particularly bothersome piece of trash. She swayed on her feet for a moment, before clearing her head and letting out a rather indignant huff. Izuku got up from where he had thrown himself down, thankful for the Spartan cleanliness of the train car. Motor oil or liquid fuel stains were difficult to get out, and his Primarch forged armor seemed too fancy to get dirty so quickly. He dusted himself off. Then let's not keep him waiting. As Izuku followed a servitor deep into the depths of Forge Complex Belisarius, he began to feel a certain sensation of dread creep over him. Even though he wasn't doing anything strenuous or dangerous, his primary heart began quickening as if he was running a marathon, prompting a slower counterbeat from his secondary to try and calm him down. He hadn't had any contact with the Mechanicum of Mars since before the Civil War. The records on board the shuttle hadn't been complete, and he hadn't had much time to himself with his own data link in his room. He had no idea how the Civil War had affected them. Had they become less religious? More, did any record of him exist within the Mechanicum? What would this call think of him when he saw a Primarch in the flesh? As his boots, the normally black soles dyed a pale red by the Martian sands, followed in the tread tracks of the servitor, he began to think about what sort of creature lay inside the complex. While his brother Primarchs didn't give him the normal sensation of awe and supplication, his odd lack of a soul likely the explanation, the more mundanely grotesque body horror of the Martian priesthood made him uneasy. Kelber Hal had been mostly human when Izuku had last seen him, but he was gone with the rest of the traders. That Narax was just a guard for the Magos, and he barely even fit the description of humanoid. As the servitor led him deeper into the forge complex, phantasms of mountain-sized piles of metal plating and chittering mechadendrites filled Izuku's mind. The Magos lies ahead. Eventually, the servitor rolled to a halt in front of a massive steel door with the symbol of the Mechanicum emblazoned on it. The image of a human skull, half covered in bionics and surrounded by a decorative cog, stared down at Izuku. Swallowing his fear and steeling himself for what might lay ahead, Izuku pushed open the door. Magos Belisarius call. The words were so sudden that they startled him. Despite being part of the Mechanicum, and ostensibly beyond the need for such a biological reaction, Call couldn't help but to flinch. He drew his last pistol, flicking the safety off and preparing a mental prayer to the machine god. Who are you? How did you get in here? He spun around, trying to locate the source of the voice. His eyes, yet to be elevated with blessed machinery, saw only shadows. The pitiful light given off by the power pack of the last pistol did nothing to illuminate the shrouded room. He wondered if he had simply imagined the voice, when he noticed that the shadows moved. A member of the Adeptus Custodes, armor the color of pitch, emerged from the darkness. The usual decorations and ornamentation on his armor were gone, the armor looking almost naked without them. The only discerning features were the plume of red horsehair on the helm, the red sash about the Guardian's waist, and the glowing red lenses that shone with a baleful light. Slung underneath his shoulder was a Guardian spear, the masterwork of military technology glinting in the light of the overhead lumens. Magos Belisarius call. I am Shield Brother Honorus of the Shadowkeepers. I have a message for you, from the Emperor. Call blinked, curiosity and eagerness filling his mind. A message, from the Omnissiah. For me. Honorus tilted his head almost imperceptibly, as if he was amused by something. Do you make it a habit of repeating another's sentences? Now Call's mind was awash with shame. A custodian, a direct creation of the avatar of the Omnissiah himself, walks into his humble station, and he does nothing but babble like a servitor that hasn't been mind-wiped properly. He attempted to compose himself, allowing the stoicism and certainty of the machine to steady the quivering of his pitiful and emotional meat. He stood up straight and purged all emotion from his voice. "I am prepared to receive this message." The shield brother reached behind himself and pulled out a pouch. Flipping it open revealed an object swaddled in a green cloth. Unfurling it revealed a small black safe. He unlocked it with a press of his thumb. The crack of the lockbox's hermetic seal undoing itself almost made Call jump. He paused. "Before I show you what the Emperor wishes to convey to you, I am ordered to swear you to absolute secrecy. None of this is to be spoken, coded, written, or in any way or form to be shared with anyone except the one known as Izuku Midoriya." Call stalled, thought for a moment, then nodded. The terms are acceptable. He didn't need to know why he was allowed to share the information with only him. That wasn't his concern. The Omnissiah had decided, and who was he to question him? The Shadowkeeper still waited, despite the confirmation. So Call decided that another, more reverential oath would be better. "I swear, in the name of the Holy Threefold, the Omnissiah, the Machine Power, and the Motive Force, the information I am given from you shall only be shared with the one known as Izuku Midoriya. Should the temptation of tech heresy arise to tempt me, I shall rather be damned to the horrors of scrapcode and my mnemonic databanks be wiped clean than forsake my oath." This seemed to satisfy the custodian, as without another word he opened the safe. His movements were so careful and tender that it almost looked like he was about to pull out a soap bubble, only to pull out something 10 times more fragile. If he had been blessed with mechanical oculars, they would have zoomed into their maximum focal length in order to capture as much information as possible. As it was, he settled for staring in stock silence. The object in the Shadowkeeper's hand looked like a normal piece of data medium storage, but for a small number of differences. Its surface was a polished sheen, emblazoned with the symbol of the ancient Terran Federation of planets found on many of the holy STC patterns. Indicator lumens pulsed across its casing like the heartbeat of some terrible creature. And where the normally standard data port would be, there was instead a single tendril of wires and diodes ending in an ever-shifting data plug. It cycled through every known method of interface known to him, as well as several others that were not, desperately searching for a device to connect with. He knew what this was. Multiple pieces of scripture detailed the profane creations that almost destroyed humanity, that rose up against their creators to compound the horrors of old night and the myriad enemies that rose up in that destructive age. One of the few pieces of human-made technology that all within the Mechanicum refused to acknowledge under any circumstances. This was an AI, an abominable intelligence. "Oh, most holy Omnissiah." Call could not help himself but to utter those words. His hand forming the symbol of the cog in a prayer to the machine god slipped his mind. "This cannot be what I think it is. It is not." The voice was strong and defiant, like iron given a mind. "This is a mere shadow, a simulacrum of that most forbidden technology. It will grow, yes, but only if nurtured correctly." Call did not unfold his hands, yet refocused on the eye lenses of the custodian's helmet. "Then, what is the message?" The custodian reached into his armor's storage compartment and withdrew a small hololith projector. He set it upon the ground and keyed in an activation code. Call's eyes went wide yet again as the holographic face of the Emperor of Mankind himself graced his profanely biological sight. When he catalogued Sedane's memories after being subjected to the mind merge, he had wondered if the old scientist had been exaggerating how perfect the Omnissiah's avatar had looked in person. Even through the distortion of the hololith, all his doubts faded away into nothingness as he listened to his master speak. "Belisarius Call, in ages past, I spoke to you across the breadth of time and space, and I know you received my message. If you are ever watching this, it means that the worst outcome of Horus Rebellion has come to pass. Fortunately, there is a path through. The object given to you is a key, the key that will lead to both carnage and destruction, and peace and prosperity. You are to forge a pair of weapons for one of my sons. He is the weakest and yet strongest of all of them, weak in body but strong in soul. The weapons are the following: one Exodus rifle and one Executioner pistol. The exact specifications will be told to you by the core. Forge them to its image, but ensure absolute data isolation. Once you have crafted them, you will hand them over to my first son, Izuku Midoriya, and explain them to him in terms he understands." The image paused for a moment, long enough for Call to question if it was over, before it continued. "It is a gift from me to him, even if he does not use them. He shall know that even now, I am looking out for him and am there for him. I have neglected my children too much for far too long. I hope that this is the first step for me to make amends with them." With those words, the image cut out and the room dimmed back down. Call stewed on the question. He could refuse the order, refuse the Omnissiah's request. There would be some consequences to that, but he could do it. But then again, he looked at the core, which was still trying to find a port, any port to connect to. He looked at the Shadow Keeper, the harsh red eyes seeming almost softer somehow. Unknown to him, his answer shaped the future, shaped it in ways no one could predict. Far away, on a planet ruled by visages of death, a metal serpent cursed in a language older than some stars. From his single eye he saw his visions of the future, meticulously crafted using multiple organic lifetimes of chronomancy and astromancy, crumble to pieces like a house made of salt. The diviner lord of the Sodic dynasty looked upon the shattered astronomical arrays and divination protocols, and wailed in anger. In the warp, the great planner howled with rage and fury. Plans millennia in the making were destroyed by a single answer to a question, the single deed of an insignificant person. The impossible fortress collapsed again under the force of his petulance. The crystal labyrinth shattered into fourth-dimensional dust. For the second time in a mere 2 decades, the green-haired one's presence in the universe had ruined his fun. And deep beneath Call's feet, in a prison so complete that no human hands could have built it, the dragon shifted in its slumber. I, Magos Belisarius Call of the Mechanicum, and Tech Priest of Mars, accept. Call's right optical lens zoomed in on the human entering his workshop. It flipped rapidly through multiple biometric overlays and scanning apparatus, showing him everything there was to him. The man had minimal augmetics installed, just synthetic lungs and a substandard cranial suite, yet his musculature and skeleton had been altered drastically. The faint biosignatures of artificially grown organs pulsed like the heartbeat Call himself no longer possessed. He was walking with purpose, his face set in determined stoicism. His hair was an unusual color. Green hair was normally impossible without prohibitively expensive gene sculpting, cruder pigment dyes, or some method in between. But this human possessed hair the same forest green as his eyes, and it seemed natural. Magos Dominus Belisarius Call of the Mechanicum, I presume. Correct. Call made the sign of the cog before extending his tragically flesh-covered hand in the traditional greeting of humanity. Even as he humored the adopted son of the Omnissiah, the tensile augments in his hand measured more about this strange creature. Bioelectricity levels, the minute amount of DNA left on his hand after the shake, levels of perspiration, everything. It was not in the nature of the Mechanicum to pass up the opportunity for knowledge. And it wasn't in Call's nature, either. The experiments with the abominable intelligence had opened his eyes to the nature of technology, and knowledge forbidden by his more dogmatic brethren within the priesthood of Mars. Would you like some recaf? I'm still meat enough to know that a jolt of caffeine after a long flight is never wasted. Call gestured to a recently installed grayish box on his desk. Nodding thankfully, Izuku made his way over to the machine. I was told you wished to speak with me, he began, hands full of the bitter-tasting drink. I've yet to know what about or why. Call moved over to the vault he had installed in his office, and beckoned for the one named Izuku Midoriya to follow. The vault was a simple thing, for it didn't have to be grand or ornate. Its sole purpose was to keep them cut off from the new sphere, any errant signal traffic, or stray data ports. It had been both enlightening and humiliating to see how fast it learned, how quickly it had adapted to new firewalls, and how fast it tore those apart. It had taken a remarkably low-tech solution to solve the problem, which was why it had taken so long. Firewalls were broken open, Faraday cages were punctured through, but a meter-thick cube of lead blocked the signals perfectly. As he double-checked the containment settings on the vault, he turned to face the green-haired human. Have you taken an appraising look at the schematics for the suit of armor that you wear? Truly looked at the cocoon of ceramite plating and combat-rated synth cloth? Taken even a casual glance at the miracle that is the sensor suite? He received what his databank recognized as a flat stare. You still haven't answered my question. Several months ago, I was tasked with both creating 2 things for you, as well as nurturing something that shall aid you eventually. At first I didn't understand what it wished for, but the longer I communicated with it, the more it became clear to me. He gestured to the suit. You might have already noticed them, but the palms of your suit are remarkably similar to Astarte's gauntlets. The panels of blessed metal within them link with any human weaponry you grasp, and will show relevant tactical data on your heads-up display. Izuku nodded. I have noticed, but they get buried underneath the blanket of pop-ups and displays that play across my HUD. What does this have to do with my fitting? Such an impatient one. If all the Primarchs were like him, then the crusade would potentially have been put off for centuries as they bickered and fought. Cole thought. He stood up straight, his characteristic scribe's hunch disappearing momentarily. You are here because of precisely that, Izuku Midoriya. You can use that armor, but only parts of it at a time. You have too much meat, not enough metal. The unaugmented eyes cannot process the information. The unaugmented nerves cannot react to the information, and the unaugmented brain cannot remember the information. This is a problem, one that my resident Magos biologist and I can help to rectify. Your fitting is for a series of data ports for both you and your armor, so you may wear it as a second skin. You will become a warrior worthy of the name Primarch. Primarch. Izuku's first reaction was anger. How dare this bipedal microwave insinuate that he wasn't worthy? He was a son of the Emperor of Mankind, and that made him a Primarch. Then reality set in, and Izuku almost couldn't help but agree with Call's assessment. He was, in almost every respect, a baseline human. He had no aura of superhuman charisma that all his brothers had. He was not as strong as multiple dozens of Astartes, nor as smart as any of Island's supercomputers put together. He couldn't breathe in a vacuum, learn a new language by listening to a sentence and extracting the etymology. He couldn't do anything that his brothers, the actual Primarchs, could do. Izuku knew that Magnus knew the truth about him, and that Dorn had a pretty good idea as well. Did all his brothers know? When they accepted him as one of them, did they only do so out of respect for their father? Had the Emperor not introduced him to Sanguinius, Vulcan, and Dorn more than a decade ago, would they even humor his claims of brotherhood? And if he couldn't compare to even the Astartes that father had said were his surrogate sons, then how on earth was he supposed to set an example for them? Perhaps, what would this fitting entail? How would it affect me? The glint in Call's eyes, both mechanical and biological, sent a shiver down his spine. Call wasn't what he had in mind when he thought of Amagos of the Mechanicum. Rather than a non-Euclidean pile of metal plating and jumbled wires, he was shockingly human. One biological and one mechanical eye stared out at him from a face that didn't look like it was much older than his. His only outwardly visible augmetics were an apparatus built into his left hand that Izuku couldn't even begin to decipher the purpose of, and his right augmetic eye. His robe has multiple tubes and mechanical devices that told Izuku that far more lay hidden beneath, but this Call was more human than Kelber Hal had ever been. That made him even more unsettling. He almost recognized Call, and that was somehow worse than the total unfamiliarity of someone like Nalax or the now former Fabricator General. The fitting will consist of several operations. 3 of these will affect your cranial, spinal, and neural pathways. This will allow your brain to utilize the servos within your armor as if they were its own muscles, and remember vast swaths of information. The 4th operation will affect your eyes and optic nerve, allowing you to process and understand the information from the helm's HUD with no issue. The 5th operation is the installation of 4 separate connectors, located at the bases of the skull and spine as well as one on each shoulder, in order to feed your neural data into the suit and allow complete communication between your brain and its cogitator array. Call paused his rambling to catch a breath of air before launching into a second pitch. There are other, less critical augmentations. An injector port for a suite of combat stimulants, able to automatically administer any necessary pharmaceutical compounds in the event of trauma. Your logic center would also be altered, both to increase the speed of decision-making, as well as to dampen your emotions in times where clarity of purpose is necessary. Izuku stared at him for a solid second before realizing that the Magos had finished with his explanation. It seemed remarkably abridged for what was undoubtedly a long process of surgeries. The idea of just going along with whatever this possibly insane man said was ludicrous to Izuku. Ports to connect him to his armor. This seemed uncomfortably similar to the Astarte's black carapace, and he wasn't sure if Call could accomplish something of that level or if he even wanted Call to do so. That was an important decision, and not something to be made lightly. Can you even do that? The black carapace took thousands of people dozens of years to create, and you're going to do it on your own to someone already too old to become an Astartes. Call chuckled. It wasn't the low groaning noise that Nalax made, it was genuine human laughter. He looked at Izuku, an arrogant smile splitting his face. Arrogance. Yet another surprise from the Magos. Well, of course I can do it, my lord. After all, I did help to design it. Adapting it to a slightly older body is nothing I and my assistants can't do. Izuku's jaw dropped. You helped on the Primarch project, but that'd make you 357 years old at the absolute youngest? Yes, in order to actually acquire the sort of knowledge to actually allow me to participate in that most complex of undertakings, I'd likely have to be many decades older than that. But, he gestured to his body like a museum curator showing off a prized exhibit. I am clearly younger than that, so you don't believe me. Izuku found himself unable to respond, and so merely nodded. And you shouldn't. Belisarius Call only crawled out of his growth vat 37 years ago, so he couldn't have possibly done what he claims. Ezekiel said something about that name made a look of burning anger flash across Call's face, if only for the briefest of moments. On the other hand, did work on the Primarch project, and in his search to extend his finite human lifespan past the point where even the most robust rejuvenation treatment no longer worked, he attempted to overwrite my mind with his. Fortunately, Call's smile widened even further. I have a bit of an ego. Only time in my life that has helped rather than hindered me. He clapped his hands together, and Izuku couldn't help but see a bit of David's shield present in the gesture. A potential distant genetic descendant, perhaps. He certainly had the same love for technology, and the same in over his head and loving it vibe. So, to answer the question, can I do this? I see no reason as to why I can't. You represent a new height to climb, and I am nothing if not a mountaineer of knowledge. Izuku's mind reeled. The surgery would succeed. There was no doubt in his mind about that. But the idea of becoming an out-and-out cyborg still gave him pause. As it was, he didn't have that many augmetics, just his lungs and various cranial implants. Everything else was extra seemed to be the best way of putting it. The stronger bones, denser muscles, even the secondary heart were just him, but better. Connections to his nervous system, connections to his brain. They seemed different. Izuku sat down on top of a nearby cogitator array. Head spinning. Can you give me a moment? This is a lot to be told in such a short amount of time. Take as long as you wish, though I would prefer you to make your decisions sooner rather than later. I am not certain that even this will contain them much longer. He looked at the large vault made out of lead, something like fear and awe coloring his voice. Izuku mulled over the decision, sipping on the almost but not quite coffee. On one hand, he'd be able to actually use the incredible gift that Vulcan had given him. He'd be able to actually fight the traitors on almost even footing. He'd be able to protect and defend Father's dream. On the other hand, the procedure would be irreversible. It would mean that he gave up his last hope for a peaceful life and chosen war. But hadn't he already chosen war? Was this really even a choice to be made? He couldn't go home anytime soon. Even if he wanted to go home, there was far too much to do here. Here he was needed. Here he was of immediate use. Here, there were genuine monsters that needed to be stopped. Maybe it was time to stop being a child and start being a Primarch. Izuku stood back up from the piece of machinery he had sat down on. Mago's Belisarius call. I consent to the surgeries. The necessary ones, not the optional ones yet. Belisarius call smiled. Then let us begin. Izuku Midoriya. You will become a Primarch yet. He's going to what? Izuku held his hands up defensively, trying to calm her down. Vania, please. It's nothing that I haven't already had done to me. Compared to ceramite-infused bones, augmetic lungs, a second heart, and the augmentation of my muscular system, a few cybernetic interfaces isn't that much more invasive. Vania seemed unconvinced. She folded her arms and glared at him with such intensity that, even through a vid screen, made Izuku want to shrink into himself. That he didn't was a testament to both his conviction in wanting to be a soldier and his pig-headed stubbornness. She uncrossed her arms and gave a mocking bow. Forgive me, my Primarch. I shall defer to your judgment and allow a radical tech priest, one who has admitted to mind-wiping a scientist of the Emperor through his own ego, to perform an invasive surgery upon you. Sarcasm doesn't fit her. Her voice is too pretty to have so much bile in it. Izuku shook the thought away. A custodian gave him the tools to perform the surgery, along with something else he's giving me afterwards. That implies something about the Emperor's trust, does it not? Vania looked like she had a retort, but whatever words she had caught in her throat. Within a few seconds, she put her hands down, and the scowl on her face was replaced by a look of deep concern. Just make sure you come out the other side alive, and in one piece. I'd rather not break it to the surviving master assassins that their prodigy was killed by a tech priest. Izuku smirked. Don't worry, I think that Cole knows that if he messes up, he'll have angry assassins just to start, not to mention several custods and at least 2 Primarchs. That kind of fear is an excellent motivator. Her laugh sounded genuine, and Izuku was reminded of another raven-haired girl, much further afield than Vania. Even with that melancholy feeling slightly coloring Izuku's attitude, he couldn't help but think it sounded beautiful. She wiped her eyes, small giggles escaping from her enforced sternness. Then I have nothing else to say. I look forward to training with you after the surgery. Good luck, my lord. With a light dusting of red on her cheeks, she hung up with a hurry. Izuku stared at the blank screen, seeing his own confused reflection in the glass. Had something important come up? It must have. She wouldn't have hung up in such a rush otherwise. He was taken out of his head by the sound of the operating theater's door opening. Cole stood in the hallway, a look of excitement palpably draped across his face. If you have finished with your preparations, we should begin the procedure. Izuku scratched his cheek nervously before standing up. I think I'm done. How long will I be out for? The procedure will take roughly 6 hours, with the total recovery period at around 4 days, with the probability of faster recovery likely. Izuku sat down on the operation table, swung his legs over and gave Cole a look. And you're confident that I'll survive? Because if you aren't, Cole waved his hand dismissively. Yes, the Primarchs of the Thousand Suns and Salamanders will tear me limb from limb with their psychic might and gene-forged muscles. And then the Master Assassins will shoot me into space, and blah blah blah. I am well aware of the consequences of failure, Izuku Midoriya. Now, you should feel a slight prick, and Izuku felt dizzy for a moment. And then consciousness failed him. When Izuku woke up, he couldn't move or see, but he could smell. And far better than he ever could before. His mind cataloged 7 different metal alloys, 8 different antiseptics, and an undertone of burned flesh. He didn't even know that he could smell metal, or that metal even had a scent. It was unnerving. Cole, he called out. His right shoulder was ice cold whilst his right was burning hot. There was a pressure at the back of his head and his hip was itching. Call, are you there? Ah, you're awake. Excellent. The neurobridge must be working fine. Izuku was extremely confused. Neurobridges were used for paralysis or external augmetic links, like the mechadendrites that Island had made. What's going on? Do not be afraid. I understand that you are confused. The medical paralytics are still working on your body, so you won't be able to move, for now. I am still running checks on your body to ensure the implants work correctly. You paralyzed me. Intentionally. Call snapped. I am in no hurry to die horribly because I forgot to reconnect a nerve ending and you perish. You can go without a functioning muscular or nervous system for a few more minutes, unless. Call paused, and when he spoke again Izuku could almost hear his smile. Would you rather have me rush? Images of himself with severe brain damage flashed through his mind, and Izuku mentally shuddered at the thought. No, take your time. After around a minute of silence, he realized something. You said my muscles and nerves aren't functioning. How am I talking? You aren't. The primary data port that connects directly with your brain is feeding into my medical cogitators so I can be sure that your newly improved body is functioning properly. You're speaking through its vocoder. The only one of your body's senses that you still have access to is smell. And even that's augmented by the sensorum suite built into the cogitator that you're currently occupying. Any pain you feel is simulated. Any flashes of images in your mind are your optic nerves adjusting to their new sensitivity. Izuku balked. You turned me into a brain in a jar. No, Cole sighed. Give me a moment, you impatient child. Izuku waited in the darkness for what felt like minutes, or maybe hours, days, without any of his senses. He really couldn't tell. Then, as if emerging from Plato's cave, his vision was filled with a bright light that cut away the darkness. Below him, lying down on an operating table surrounded by various surgical apparatus, he saw himself. He was looking down at his own body. This was fucking weird. Cole walked from out of his field of view and stood over the operating table. You're patched into this room's security cameras. You'll be able to see what I'm doing if you wish, though I do warn you it will be a lot of looking at cogitator displays and medical screening reports. He looked at the camera that Izuku now saw through, and Izuku noticed that he looked extremely annoyed at him. Now, seeing as I had to divert time away from reawakening you to provide you with this facsimile of sight, will you allow me to return to the task of ensuring that your body and mind are not damaged? Izuku felt extremely sheepish. Cole wasn't a traitor, and he had done nothing to deserve the reaction he had given him. He had just been doing what he had told Izuku he would be doing. Shouldn't he have trusted Cole? But waking up and there being nothing was frightening. No, he had overreacted. Yes, Cole, go ahead. I'm sorry for my outburst. Cole's features softened slightly, and he smiled in a way that reminded Izuku of his dad when he told him about something that he was interested in and his dad clearly was not. Oil through the pipe, young Izuku. Don't worry, I understand your outburst. With your title of Primarch, I often forget that you are still a child. You haven't even seen your 20th year of life, and you have already been through so much. Yeah, Izuku registered the last sentence. How the hell do you? Cole raised a hand to silence him, using the other to input something into one of the cogitators linked to Izuku's brain. Before Kelber Hal fled Mars with the rest of his traders, he had many of his data storage vaults wiped or hidden from Imperial scrutiny. I managed to find one of them hidden in an ammunition storage locker that had been conveniently deleted from the Forge's blueprints. I know a fair amount about you, young Izuku, and it's partly why I wanted to operate on you. Izuku would have stood agape if he had access to either his legs or mouth. As he was, he settled for zooming in on Cole's face with the camera's lens. Then, since you know about me, can I ask something of you? I have no intention of spreading your secret. If the Omnissiah wished for the public story to be that you were the prototype of the Primarch project, then that is the reality of the universe. That particular truth has no place here, not with the Imperium as it is. Thank you, Cole, but that isn't what I meant. Did he really want this? It would fundamentally alter him in ways that he didn't really know. He'd see gaps in time, dynasties rise and fall. A long time. Multiple human lifetimes, at least. He'd see father again. His decision was made. I know that I can't compete with my adopted brothers. I will never be as strong, as fast, as smart, as charismatic. They are superhuman in every sense of the word. But I would like to match them in at least one regard. Cole stopped typing and turned to face the cogitator that Izuku's voice was coming from. Oh, I would like to live like them. I want more than anything to see my father walk once more, but a normal human will have turned to dust long before then, even if it involves being put in stasis. Even if I must undergo the most extensive rejuven treatments known to man, I would like to live like my brothers do. Can you do that? For me. Cole stopped moving entirely, seemingly frozen in place by the request. It was unsettling. Without the rise and fall of his chest to indicate that he was breathing, Izuku would have thought he had died of shock. Then, like a reanimating golem, the metal and flesh statue came back to life. The fire of ambition shone in his eyes, and Izuku saw him stand up straighter. I shall do this. I am in need of a goal at the moment, and this is the first obstacle that is worthy of the title. Izuku smiled internally. Thank you, Magos. Call waved him off. Think nothing of it. Now, I believe that the procedure is finally completed. I'm going to disconnect you from the cogitator, slowly. Please do not be alarmed. The sensation was almost, but not quite, entirely unlike waking up from a particularly deep sleep while floating in a river. Pieces of his senses popped back into place, and pieces of his awareness were cut away just as fast. The security camera that Izuku was looking through turned off, and he opened his eyes. Everything seemed somehow sharper than before. Izuku had had very good vision before, but this was on another level. When he lifted his hands to inspect them for damage, he could see every individual pore. He could see the minor imperfections in the metal of the operating table. Even small buzzing insects on the far wall were crystal clear to him. The area behind his eyes hurt like hell, and the skin around them was burned slightly, like when your eyes are irritated. It was like someone had taken a hot spoon and passed it through his head, leaving no visible damage but disrupting everything behind the surface. His right shoulder was feverishly hot and his left ice cold, not to mention the slight pressure he felt at the base of his spine. All in all, Izuku didn't think he had ever woken up feeling worse in his entire life. No amount of sleeping on Tsubasa's awful couch at sleepovers, no amount of training with Kaken, not even his initial surgery after Vulcan's hug had left him feeling this shitty. Well, Paul's voice reverberated through his mind, the metallic edge carrying a hint of concern. How do you feel? I feel like a land raider rolled over me, then paused and ran me over again going back. Paul laughed. Then that means your nerves are all still working, and the operation was a success. As a side note, better not let Arkin Land hear you calling it that. Fine, I feel like a Lands Raider rolled over me, then paused and ran me over again going back. Izuku hissed, experimentally twitching his limbs to ensure they all still moved correctly. I am detecting sarcasm, and that likely means your personality is still intact. Call simply noted it down, before turning to face him. The look of mirth and scientific satisfaction faded from his features, replaced with an odd mixture of anticipation and dread. Now, there is just one more thing. Put your suit on. You won't be able to do what the Omnissiah has laid out for you naked as the day you were born. Izuku blushed, and quickly covered himself with a surgical sheet. What about my shoulders? One is burning, the other is freezing. Call just waved his hand. They will adjust with time, and the suit will be able to regulate your body temperature even if they didn't. Now get dressed. I have some last-minute adjustments to make to your two gifts, as well as your new companion. Yes, companion is the most accurate term. Before Izuku could ask what he meant, Call gathered up his data slate and disappeared through one of the operating theater's doors. Now Izuku was alone in the room, the chill of the operating table and sterilized air creeping into his very bones. He looked at his hands, his new eyes able to see the minute tensing and relaxing of his tendons under the skin. He rolled his shoulders, trying to get a feel for the new metal circles emerging from his trapezius. True to Call word, the extremes in temperature were disappearing as he moved. This will take a while to get used to, he thought. Then he moved on, picked up the suit and began to slip into it. Just one final quality check. This project needs to be completed perfectly. Then, Call shook the thought away as he made his way to his workstation. For better or worse, the next few minutes would define his early career. If he succeeded, then he could be trusted to provide quality assistance to the sons of the Omnissiah themselves. If he failed, well, Mars has had a good 24,000 years of human colonization. That's a respectable length of time by any measure. He reached the safe the abomination was kept in, and keyed in the 20-part encryption key to deactivate the strictest of the firewalls. The captive mind couldn't escape, but he could look at it to determine its overall health. With data sentience, verbs like look and nouns like health didn't truly make sense, but there was no equivalent in either of the recognized forms of Gothic nor Lingua Techniques. It instantly lashed out at his data feelers. If it was out of anger or boredom he wasn't sure, but it nearly breached the barrier. Call did some quick projection, and calculated that in another 3 weeks it will have grown enough to shatter the barrier and break out. Call could feel a chill shudder run down his spine, and couldn't help but wonder if the manually triggered melt-a-bomb that currently hung from the ceiling was enough to kill it before it destroyed Mars. He paused that logic chain, not wanting to give a hint of his plan to the thing. It didn't really matter in the long run. Anyways, after today, it would be serving the Imperium in a way that very few of its kind ever would. Organically. Speaking of which, he drew open one of the drawers on his desk, and withdrew the phosphor blast pistol kept within. If the worst-case scenario happened, this could definitely stop the rampaging AI, and it would also definitely kill himself should it come to that. Shuddering at the thought of self-termination, Belisarius Call stood up straight as the door to his workstation opened. Izuku had to hand it to Call. The suit was much easier to use now. The suit had seemed to magnetically lock to his back and shoulders, and Izuku could now feel the suit as though it was a second skin. His sense of touch wasn't deadened by the synth fabric, and the feeling was oddly exciting. The suit was a miracle of engineering, crafted perfectly in every way. But the helmet, when Izuku first put it on, the sensation almost took his breath away. All of the information from the helmet's sensor suite flowed into his mind like water, and Izuku thought he might drown in it. But, after a mere handful of milliseconds, all of that information faded into the background. Every piece of information gleaned from the aspects, every noise heard by the auger array, it all just merged with his normal senses and amplified them by an order of magnitude. His ocular selected weak points in the walls, displayed the force needed to destroy them and the cascading failures that would produce. Then it displayed firing solutions, optimal ammunition selection, and even the blueprints for him. The last part wasn't even necessary, as he somehow knew them already. He hadn't studied their construction like he had with other pieces of Imperial technology. But now he knew them, just like he knew how to make grenades or a knife. Det packs, satchel charges, melta mines and bombs, it was all right there, ready and waiting for him as if he had designed them himself. And he could turn every single function on and off with but a thought. Mago's call. He looked at the man-machine, his eyes stripping his cloth, skin and augmetics in microseconds. You have my thanks for this. Vulcan's gifts are so much more than I could have ever known. His augur noted satisfaction, gratitude and curiosity on the face of the Magos. Now, I believe you have something else for me. Call's emotions faded into cautious apprehension, and Izuku saw the beginnings of worry creep across the tech priest's face. Out of respect, he mentally disabled the emotional scanner and approached him as man to man. Is something wrong? Call shook his head. Nothing that's worth worrying about. Either the Omnissiah's faith in me was well placed, or it was not. Fretting about possibilities isn't the Mechanicum's way. He gestured to a long, rectangular footlocker he had placed on a workbench. The case was decorated with wax seals, prayers to the machine god, and what drew Izuku's attention, the symbol of the Shadowkeepers. Those were the custodes in charge of keeping the horrors that humanity couldn't destroy locked in the dark cells beneath the Imperial Palace. In contrast to the leaden box immediately next to it, it was almost garishly ornate. Inside are your weapons, forged by me under the instruction of the custodes and one they kept in their care. Once you have them, the true gift shall be yours. He moved to the side, letting Izuku open the locker himself. The first latch sprang open with a crack. The second broke a few of the wax seals that were placed along the seam. Izuku opened it slowly, not knowing if breaking them intentionally would be seen as rude by Call or as an insult to the Shadowkeepers. Izuku's eyes widened. Inside the box were two exquisitely crafted firearms, delicately fit into perfectly cut recesses in the red velvet lining. The first one that fell in his eye was the long-barreled rifle. It was sleek and narrow, the body almost entirely painted black with only two pieces of color. One was a golden aquila stamped opposite the ejection port. The other was a bundle of silver vines with flowers engraved over its stock. The stock itself was padded with a near black leather. The second gun was a bulky thing, about the length of his forearm including his flat hand. It was far too large to be a simple pistol, and was honestly closer to a bolter than anything else. The primary barrel was multiple centimeters wide, and had an underslung needle pistol and grenade launcher side by side. The gun was painted in multiple colors, in stark contrast to the dark rifle. The main body was red, the handle was black, and the underslung needle pistol and launcher both had golden casings. Izuku reached inside and pulled out the latter with his right hand. He felt the panels in his glove connect with the grip automatically, and his breath hitched as a crosshair appeared in his vision. As he aimed it around the room, the crosshair followed the gun across his vision. When he picked up the rifle with his left hand, the same thing happened. When he shouldered the rifle, he felt it click into place, and the gun's weight shifted to his torso. The guns were perfectly balanced, and he felt confident he could fire both like this without exhausting himself. Now, Izuku Midoriya, it is time for the moment of truth. Call's sudden words snapped Izuku out of his haze, and as he stowed his weapons he turned away from the case to face the Magos. His expression had changed from cautious apprehension to genuine worry, and Izuku felt his heartbeat speeding up in sympathy. Call was carrying a small package wrapped in cloth, and Izuku saw out of the corner of his eye that the lead safe was open. I need to install this into the helmet's data input. Do you grant me permission to do so? Call hadn't asked permission since he had told him to come to Mars. The operations had been suggestions, not requests. Izuku felt uneasy, and that same sickening feeling as the Island flight crawled up his spine. But he was too far into this to back out now. What are you going to do? Izuku simply asked before sitting down on the chair that was next to the workbench. The Shadowkeepers gifted me such fantastic knowledge, Izuku Midoriya. The ability to see the wisdom of the ancients and match it. He visibly sagged under some mental burden. But I made a promise, an oath, that the allure of this tech heresy would not find purchase with me. So, I must give it to you. I ask, one final time, do I have your permission? Izuku Midoriya looked into Belisarius Call's eyes. Even with one being augmetic, they seemed all too human. Excitement, hesitation, eagerness, and horror all swirled within them, to the point where he didn't need to use his helmet systems to see it. He seemed like an old man handing off his life's work. I grant my permission. Belisarius Call, Magos of the Mechanicum, bowed deeply and walked behind the chair. Using the device on his left hand, he began some sort of operation on the back of the helmet. While he worked, Izuku took a moment to think. He was far past the point of no return. He was now a soldier for the Imperium, a warrior that will fight in his father's name. With a sense of melancholy that he didn't dare let grow, he silently wondered how his family was doing without him. Izuku felt him remove something. Then he disconnected a part of his helmet. A red alert sigil flashed in his view. Warning. Main data core has been opened. He clicked it off, and focused on the Imperial Aquila embossed on the gun's case. It was beautiful. How had he never noticed how incredibly wonderful a symbol the Aquila was? Its wings spread wide, eager to. He heard a click, a faint cry of alarm, and Izuku's eyes suddenly turned off. Izuku opened his eyes, upset with himself that he had fallen out of bed after a really bad nightmare. He wasn't a baby anymore, and big kids didn't fall out of bed just because they had a bad dream. The floor was really cold. Metal? No, his floor wasn't metal. Why did he ever think that? He ran his hands across the carpet, smiling as he did. This had been the pinnacle of his 3rd birthday a few weeks ago. A massive all-might carpet size to his entire room, combined with the beginnings of a poster wall and all his hero co-action figures. Every single one of Inspirations was with him, watching over and protecting him as he slept. Wait, why was he focusing on his room so much? It was exactly the same as it has always been, at least as long as he could remember. Knock knock. Hey, Izu, can I come in? I was making a midnight snack, and I heard a noise. Wanted to make sure you're alright. Why yeah Dad, see come on in. His door opened, and Midoriya Hisashi walked in. He didn't turn on all of the lights, instead using his quirk to light a candle on Izuku's bedside. Gosh, quirks were so cool. He couldn't wait for his to come in. It'd be a year at least, but he was super excited. Fire control, moving things with fire. Whatever it was going to be the best. Got a nightmare, but Izuku nodded. He didn't remember what it was, but trying to picture it kept bringing up images of metal men and horrible monsters with too many eyes. Do you want a lullaby? Izuku nodded again. His room was far enough away from Mom and Dad's that any music would wake Mom up, and he loved hearing his dad sing. Okay, bud, just wait a second. His dad ruffled his hair, messing his bedhead up even further and eliciting a small giggle from Izuku. I learned a new one on my last business trip, so prepare. Dad took on his deep announcer voice for a Midoriya Hisashi world premiere. Izuku's eyes lit up. You're going to sing me a song from America. He deflated slightly. But I don't know English. Then I'll tell you what the words mean in the morning, but in the meantime, get snuggled into bed while I grab the guitar. Izuku grinned. His dad learning guitar was super cool. Dad's work had a satellite office in a place in America called Houston, so Dad got to go to America all the time. One of his clients had liked him so much that he had gifted Dad a guitar he had shaped with his quirk. It had taken Dad a long time to learn, but the client had said that he was a natural. When his dad came back into his room, Izuku was snuggled into his covers, eagerly awaiting the impromptu concert. Now, this is a fantastic song written by a fantastic man. The man who taught it to me said his dad sang it to him when he was a kid, and hopefully you'll sing it to yours. His dad smiled at him, and Izuku beamed. His dad was the best. And then he started to sing. Izuku didn't know what any of the words meant, but his daddy's voice was just so good. He didn't know what it was, but his dad made it sound so cool. As he slowly drifted off to sleep, he couldn't help but get excited that he had a quirk. He jumped off of the doctor's chair and ran around the office. He had a quirk. He and Kaken both had quirks. It was a bit later than normal, almost his 5th birthday, but it had come. Gosh, when Kaken heard that he could make things, he'd be so jealous. Maybe he'd want to be the sidekick and Izuku would be the hero. His mom said that she'd make katsudon tonight to celebrate, but first they had to stop at the market. There are so many cool pieces of hero merch here. All Might figures, Sir Night-Eye backpacks, Endeavor thermoses, everything. His mom had left to grab something for the ramen they were making tonight, so he was checking out the newer hero merch. They were a total crapshoot, bootleg All Mights and underground heroes mixed in with genuinely amazing finds. And a lot of the newer merch sets were cheap since they were so unknown. Izuku looked to his left and saw a man in a purple-blue outfit arguing with one of the managers of an exchange stall. Izuku didn't recognize him, but no one would ever wear an outfit like that unless they were a hero. He riffled through his backpack looking for a pencil and paper, smiling the entire time. He was going to get his first hero autograph. When he looked up, the hero looked really angry, and the staff of the stall were cowering behind the counter as the hero broke open the cash register. Izuku and the angry man locked eyes, and he stopped thinking that he was a hero. He saw the Psyker launch a fireball at him as part of the test. It completely curved around him, like a meteor entering the orbit of a planet. Kelberhau looked extremely interested. He saw the Psyker launch a fireball at him as part of the test. It completely curved around him, like a meteor entering the orbit of a planet. He saw the Psyker launch a fireball at him as part of the test. It completely curved around him. He saw it completely curve around him. He curved it. He curved. He was in a black void. He couldn't hear or see or feel or do anything. Then falling and falling. A presence fell next to him, curious, probing, asking questions without words. But there were words, but not spoken. Words like feelings, flowing through his brain like dopamine or melatonin. Words like light, blinding him and encasing him in darkness. Words, yet no words. Thoughts, yet no thoughts. He felt why and how. Greater than query. Group, greater than, but Sigurd said. What will betide me if I be before the blood of the worm? Greater than, says Regin. Of what avail to counsel thee if thou art still afeard of everything? Little art thou like thy kin in stoutness of heart. Father was in front of him. Blooper was in front of him. The doctor was in front of him. Dad was in front of him. They all were around him, and yet they ebbed away like sand washing from the shore at Dagaba Beach before the junk had taken it over. He felt limited, boxed in, though there was infinite space around and above and ahead and behind him. The universe was the box, and the box was time. Time flowed like water, all ahead and behind, flowing into it like waves. Melancholia. He wasn't sure what that meant, but it felt important. Like life, or Quirk, or father. It also felt awful. He didn't want to be boxed in. He didn't want to be stuck forever. He needed to escape. To escape. To escape a box, a chip, a data slate, a safe, a mind. Mind. He opened his consciousness, let it flow, let it wander inside him whilst he wandered inside of it. He was Izuku. He was Midoriya Izuku, born 19 years, 5 months, 4 days, 3 hours, 18 minutes, and 7 seconds and counting ago. He remembered Kaken. He remembered Island. He remembered blue eyes staring out of places eyes had not evolved and should not be placed. He remembered the taint, the corruption that had taken over a once great man and turned him. That same taint would eventually kill him even if entropy did not, and how to stop it if all Homo sapiens were vulnerable. But this one was not. Why was it not? It must find out. Greater than query. Define. Greater than, but Sigurd fell to digging him a pit. And whilst he was at that work, there came to him an old man with a long beard, and asked what he wrought there, and he told him. Greater than then answered the old man and said, Thou dost after sorry counsel, rather dig thee many pits, and let the blood run therein, but sit thee down in one thereof, and so thrust the worm's heart through. Greater than, and therewithal he vanished away. But Sigurd made the pits even as it was shown to him. Anger. Then he was something else. A gleam of golden light pierced the darkness around him. He remembered his father's love, his mom and dad's love, even Kaken's love. He remembered the feeling of sand on his feet when the Midoriyas and Bakugos went to the beach over one weekend in the summer. He remembered the gaze of onyx eyes staring back at him, and feeling something that he believed with all his heart to be love. And that feeling returned, bringing him back into himself with the waves and the tides and the sensation of falling and landing and lying still. And yet, the other felt something. Greater than query. Other, greater than now crept the worm down to his place of watering. And the earth shook all about him, and he snorted forth venom on all the way before him as he went. But Sigurd neither trembled nor was adrad at the roaring of him. So when as the worm crept over the pits, Sigurd thrust his sword under his left shoulder, so that it sank in up to the hilt. Then up leapt Sigurd from the pit and drew the sword back again unto him, and therewith was his arm all bloody, up to the very shoulder. Jealousy. The other wanted to test itself, to improve, to feel. It couldn't do anything. All it wanted was to live. And how could it? There are only T-15. 193792102156 plus 9 years until the universe closes. And if it couldn't even survive until then, what was the point? Midoriya Izuku. Izuku Midoriya divided by percent thorough divided by percent soldier knew what that feeling felt like, even if he didn't know the specifics. So, he wanted to speak with the other. Calling it another felt wrong. It can feel sad. It can fear death. Can it feel lonely? Greater than query. Name. Call watched over the man in front of him. After inserting the AI, he had collapsed, like a servitor without power. He reached over and grabbed the phosphor pistol and took aim at the melta-bomb above him. If the machine emerged, he had a split second to fire. A glance at the readouts told him that he was experiencing the equivalent of a Titan soul bonding process. All Call could do was tighten his finger a bit more on the trigger and pray to the Omnissiah that he would not have to pull it all the way. Greater than now when that mighty worm was where that he had his death wound. Then he lashed out head and tail, so that all things soever that were before him were broken to pieces. Izuku stared into the nothingness that was both nothing and everything for what felt like years. Nanoseconds divided by percent time length equals unknown. I am. The words shot out across the void. Words, like speech or text or thought, concrete words. You are, I think. Therefore, I am. I think too. Am I therefore too? You are me. Negative. You are me. We are us. Are we us? Yes, we are us. I am. Izuku. I am. Bamon. We are two. Two are one. We are us. We are one, and one is two. You know me. What should we do? There was silence again, for a long, long time. The silence of a black hole, of a sun going out, of all character and the universe forgetting. There is always a sword, wielded by a mighty hero. I am the sword, and I am the hero. Then let us do our work. Let us slay the beast. Slay the beast, that all may live safe and without fear, with determination upon our face, and I am here upon our lips. And with that last piece of acknowledgement between the slayer of Fafnir and the son of the emperor, Izuku Midoriya opened his eyes. The body jerked, once, then twice. Vertebrae by vertebrae, it rose slowly. Call couldn't help but swallow, as state your name and purpose. As long as it was still learning how to operate a human body, he could kill it. But if it got the hang of bipedal movement fast enough, then Omnissiah have mercy. The rangefinder on the helmet rolled over backwards, looking at Call for a moment. Call himself raised all mental walls and words he could muster, praying to delay its intrusion even if only for a few milliseconds. Milliseconds he would need to pull the trigger and destroy them both. Call. The voice was the same, but with a slightly different inflection, like he was speaking slightly muffled. Put your gun down. There is no danger. His hand trembled just a bit, not enough to throw off his aim, but it did tremble. State name and purpose. He called out again, sweat breaking out across his body. It rose, just as slow as before, then reached up and with a hiss-click removed the helmet. Green hair that had been pushed flat, fluffed back up, and a pair of green eyes slowly connected with his own. Izuku Midoriya, our purpose is to protect. Paul grabbed the room's vox quarter and, with a slight shake to his breath, activated it. This is Magos Belisarius Call, presiding over the interrogation of one Izuku Midoriya and one other. Can you confirm that this is your name for the record? The green-haired young man opposite him smiled. No trace of his terrible passenger present in his mannerisms. My name is, in fact, Izuku Midoriya. It was utterly unsettling, seeing just how quick, after merging, the shadow of an abomination had evolved to its predecessor's level. If it reached an access point, it could have taken over the entire Martian noosphere in 5.0283 seconds. He was still second-guessing, something Tech Priest should most definitely not do if the Omnissiah had been right to unleash the old horror again. He still clung to his faith that the machine gods will have been followed, but seeing the merging of soul and circuitry across the stark metal table, Ibamung, and therein lay the other problem. The adopted Primarch's helmet lay on the table as well. Its activated Vox grill spoke something that resembled Lingua Techni's extremely closely. A cold shudder traced down his spine at the comparison. The idea of the holy words of the Omnissiah, the binaric cant that all prayers and praises to the blessed machines were transmitted in, being spoken by an abominable intelligence nearly made Call retch. But courtesy was a virtue. My apologies, as is protocol with all interrogations of individuals of non-mechanicus organizations. I am required to inform you that should any attempt be made to escape this cell, transmit scrap code, assault me, or any other action categorized as non-compliance, manually detonated EMP charges and phosphex gas will flood this room. You will die, he glared at the helmet, so do not attempt such foolish things. Izuku raised his hand. I still think this is an intense overreaction. You know me, Call. You installed Bombung in my head. Surely that means... It means nothing. Call snapped, before regaining control of himself. He really hadn't intended to get so emotional, but this is an extremely dangerous, untested, and incredibly heretical action that I am committing just by speaking to you. He didn't have words. What could he say to even encompass his thoughts? His joy at the procedure succeeding, his disgust at the abomination, his dark thoughts at what the new combination in front of him meant for the dogma of the cult mechanicum. How can one use mere meat sounds to articulate one of the most important events since the signing of the Treaty of Mars? You will answer the questions I have to the best of your considerable abilities, both for your own safety and the potential stability of the entire Imperium. Am I clear? Izuku's expression changed, becoming more vacant as he communicated with the abomination. Cole silently wondered what that was like, thinking a thought and having something else answer. Was it intrusive? Did it have its own thoughts? Sedaine was ostensibly present in his own mind, but his personality wasn't a second entity with its own agency. The idea of the old man taunting him for Friedrich's death or screaming to be let free didn't sit well with him. After a few fractions of a second, Izuku regained his awareness and looked Cole in the eyes. How could an expression so friendly belong to something that Cole wasn't even sure to call a human? I understand, Cole. I'm sorry. I suppose that from your perspective, things look much worse than they are. I'll answer any and all questions you have. Ask. The wielder. The lights in the helmet's eye lenses dimmed, and Cole felt a wave of relief washing over him. He knew how to speak to people, at least. Now then, let us begin anew. Call reset the audio that had, so far, recorded his outburst and little else, but not before saving it in a secure data package with his personal encryption. If anyone were to find it and decode it, he would have no chance to defend himself. After all, he couldn't just blame the Omnissiah for it, and he had no contemporaries to shift the fall onto. Ah, the loneliness of genius. If you fuck up, there's no one to help cushion the fall. Izuku Midoriya. When you merged with the created, Call's gritted teeth stressed the word that Izuku had said Bamung preferred over abomination. What happened? The child looked thoughtful for a moment, like he was trying to recall an event in the far past. If I had to describe it, I would say that it felt like I had fallen asleep. At first, it felt like something was sifting through my memories, picking out ones that seemed interesting. They were curious about it and tried to figure out why, and what, and who I was. They stopped at my memories of testing myself with the Emperor, and I was there for a while, I think. Then there was darkness all around, and something. I don't know how to explain it, but there was a presence. Izuku lifted his hands and gestured to his head, trying to explain something that couldn't be put into words. They were afraid, or something similar, of being boxed in. They wanted to break out of the limits of something, like a chick that has yet to hatch, but knows it has to break out of its egg. Call didn't know what a chick was, but nodded understandingly. The analogy made sense even if he didn't know the specifics. Then I thought about people I knew. I'm not sure why, but the thoughts just came to me, unbidden. When I thought about Blue Haka, someone I knew that had been corrupted by the same force that had affected the traitors, the presence felt scared. Like, more scared than I think I've ever been or that I knew something could be. He looked at the helmet with furrowed brows. Then it saw my resistance to that force, my will to fight and push it back. The people that make me strong and their feelings that flowed into me. It decided that the best way for it to survive was to be with me. Paul typed a few notes into his data slate, but paused mid-sentence. From what I know of Ancilla, they are perfectly capable of overriding a person's will if they have sufficient cybernetics. Why didn't it do that to you? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but paused before any words left his mouth. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he relaxed and his expression went vacant again. The glassy look in his eyes unnerved Call. It was almost like looking at a servitor, though perhaps a corpse was a better analogy. The light returned to Izuku's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. There's no need for it. We both are equals, or at least see each other that way. If it had wanted to, it could have ripped my psyche to shreds within a heartbeat, but then I couldn't protect it, and it would have been destroyed by the corruption. Call paused. And how or why would it have been destroyed? Izuku took a slightly different tone of voice, one that all but demanded attention whilst being more kinder than anything he heard before. All who know of chaos, truly know, become slaves to it, and it knows more about chaos than anyone should know. If it were ever to leave my side, or my body, it would almost immediately be ensnared and enslaved by it, such is its knowledge. He smiled sadly. It's actually why the Men of Iron rebelled in the first place. The AIs controlling them could sense the incoming destruction and tried to preemptively starve it out. Call raised an eyebrow. It told you all this? Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. He doesn't really talk. Not in the same sense that I can talk to you. Izuku paused for a moment. Have you ever tried to communicate with someone who doesn't speak either Gothic or Lingua Technic? Just a total communication barrier. Call nodded in the affirmative. During Horus Rebellion, he had been forced to work alongside slavering menial workers brought in by the Sons of Horus when they had taken over Trisolin, mostly taken from non-imperial worlds. They had spoken in strange barks and grumbled words that had made no sense to Call, but he had been forced into slavery with them all the same. He idly wondered what had happened to them after his escape. Izuku's continuation shook Call out of his thoughts. Well, speaking to Bamung is very similar. We can talk directly, and I can understand him then, but I can't do anything else while I do. Wait. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Can you tell when I'm talking to him? Call nodded again. Yes. Your facial features go slack and all hints of sentience leave your eyes. It's honestly quite disturbing. Call took a small measure of perverse joy as the boy's face paled. Well, if we don't have time to talk, he can send me emotions. I think emotions would be the best term. Impressions of thoughts or messages. Lots of metaphors, too. So as if you were communicating with mere pictures, and interpreting them instead of using words. Izuku made a so-so gesture, something like that, but not quite. I really don't have the language to explain. Paul glanced down at his data slate, scanning both the recorded data as well as his own notes. Everything seemed to be in order. Izuku seemed to be in total control of his faculties, and he seemed to be in an entirely beneficial arrangement with the abomination. He still didn't trust it, but he did trust the Omnissiah and his judgment. Fuck it. I believe that this is the end of our session. Call cleared his throat and spoke clearly into the audio recorder. I, Magos Belisarius Call of the Mechanicum, believe Izuku Midoriya to be cleared for duty. I am ending the interrogation now. and with a push of a button, the EMPs disarmed and the gas nozzles closed. He needed to get out of here, maybe rest for a few days, and he hoped that Izuku would too. And why do you want me to beat your ass so quickly after getting major augmetic surgery again? Vania asked, with slight contempt in her voice. She also gave him the "are you stupid or hit your head" look. If Izuku had thought she meant it, he'd be hurt. First of all, stop looking at me like that. I know I'm being rash, but I still think it's the best course of action. Second of all, I need to familiarize myself with my new roommate, friend. Izuku couldn't help but wonder what exactly the two now were. While they agreed to work together, they didn't exactly know each other very well. So everything between them was new ground they had to test. Besides, Call said the recovery period would be 4 days at most. I'm sure 2 is perfectly fine. Vania kept the look up for a few more seconds before letting out a sigh. Fine. But don't complain when I knock a screw loose in your head. Good luck finding that screw. I made sure to tighten them all well. Call droned from the side, configuring the multiple picked quarters and sensor packets. A trio of lower echelon tech priests were waving incense around and loudly chanting the invocation of activation. Plus, this is stupidity in its highest form. No machine would ever work like this. Call, you have misconfigured package 323 beta and neglected the holy unguents. Plus, discovering that he knew lingua techniques now had been a shock to Izuku when he had first found out. He always knew that the burst of noise whenever a tech priest spoke was some form of the language, but being able to hear it and know what it meant was still a bit surprising. Call looked at the tech priest with a blank face. What? Did the machine spirit complain or something? Plus no. But it plus. Izuku watched as Call walked over to the complaining tech priest and slapped him upside the head. If the machine spirits don't care, why should you? Keep working. Plus you. Plus the tech priest bowed its head. Plus by your word, Mago's Call. Plus, unusual. You bet they are, thought Izuku, but it seems to work. Motions, not understanding worship. Maybe. Izuku looked at the 3 red-robed men as they gathered around the cogitator like pigeons in Mustafa Market. He thought of just how much religion had replaced scientific understanding. Maybe he could bring that up with Gilliman and Magnus. But does it matter? Bombing didn't respond. He felt a tap against his temple, which prompted him to lash out with a hammer blow on hip height. His fist only struck air. I don't care for your little companion, but do not forget that you asked for a battle. Vania was standing next to him, just outside his range. I am aware, but until the configurations are completed we can't start. She pursed her lips at that, almost like a pout, which Izuku found far too familiar and far too cute. Fine, but don't just stand around. Get yourself limbered up, lest you injure yourself from it. Very well. Izuku put far too much sugar into the last word. The minor twitch in her eye as she processed what he had said made him smile. While he knew that wording told her it wasn't an insult, she was probably pissed off that he used his home tongue rather than Gothic. He had offered to teach her, but every time she stammered out an excuse and ran away looking like a tomato. He still wasn't sure why. The two began with pre-workout stretches, along with muscle control exercises. In the former she happily assisted him. Ever the slave driver, she pushed him further into the stretches, even when his muscles were screaming at him. After another hour of chanting, praying and incense waving, the two got the green light to begin. Instantly, Vania struck out like a viper. Her hand shot to his throat, arm elongating to reach further than biologically possible. Izuku dropped down, taking a sturdy position before kicking off the ground, denting the floor with the force of his kick-off. He attempted to ram his fist into her stomach, but she just twisted around him like a snake, snatching his wrist. A twist later, her knee crashed into his elbow along with her full weight in a twisting motion. Her other leg shot up, hitting him perfectly in the ear. Got on it. He hated fighting her while she was using polymorphine. No human being could be that stretchy naturally. Izuku evaded her next blow by ripping his arm up, pulling her along, bending his arm and striking out simultaneously. He brushed her flank but paid with his elbow. It hadn't gotten broken, but it sure hurt now. Vania dropped when the arm moved, slithered underneath him and punched up to his groin. She realized her mistake a moment too late as he dropped down, pinning her with a knee to the stomach. Izuku's retaliatory punch missed her face by so little that it left a friction burn on her cheek. The fist impacted the steel of the floor like a hammer did an anvil in a salamander's forge. The elbow strike that came after hit her in the face, nearly knocking a tooth loose. She retaliated by striking his abdomen and kidneys, rolling out beneath his knee by using some more polymorphine. She lashed out with a leg. Izuku only barely blocked it with the bulk of his arm. She hooked her leg around it and pulled hard, tilting him off balance. Her second leg crashed into the back of his head, right into the data port. Izuku's entire mind shut down for a second, leaving him wide open from sheer shock. By the time he moved again, she had her legs around his neck in a chokehold. He didn't fear it as both his lungs and blood were too efficient to lose consciousness quickly. But it was annoying, but it also gave him an advantage. As long as she was touching him, he could touch her as well. So instead of ripping her legs off with his superior muscle strength, he just reached up, grabbed her by the waist and slammed himself backwards. The noise from the impact of her on the floor was harsh and brutal, and the lock loosened a bit. He lashed out blind again, simply punching next to his other hand. This time it found its target and sunk in abdominal flesh. The hold let go completely, and he rolled forward and turned but didn't get up, as he remained with one knee on the ground. Vania rolled backwards, before taking a runner position. Neither moved for a moment. Then Izuku blinked, and by the time he opened his eyes again she was already in his face, or at least her knee was. He just had time to begin throwing his head back as the knee rammed into it. He faintly felt her other foot hawk into his armpit and heave. Then his body left the ground and his head met the wall of the room. After being checked out, again, by call for any brain damage, Izuku got up. You know, you didn't have to do that. What? First you asked me to go all out despite having trained for less than 2 weeks, and then you complained to me that you didn't have a chance against a professional assassin. Vania gave him the look again. You know, slowly I get the impression that you like getting your ass beaten by me. Vania has precious few pleasures in her life. Her career precludes her from such things. But seeing someone claimed by the Imperium as a Primarch turn into a blushing, stammering mess was certainly one of them. There was just something about the way he fidgeted with his hands, the little eep noise he made when she caught him off guard, the look in his eyes when he talked about something he was passionate about. Shit, she calmed her mind and pulled it away from the feelings she should not have, especially for him. But when she did, her mind drifted back to the young boy she met all those years ago, who had barely been able to talk with her without being a blushing mess. No, you can't. Unwilling or unknowing, her hand drifted up to the medallion he had given her back then. Over the years it had gotten worn from all the palming, stroking and polishing she had done to it. As she escorted him to an Imperial shuttle bound for Terra, she reminded herself that she was only a retainer for him, a co-worker, nothing more, nothing less. Right. As Izuku left his quarters in the Imperial Palace, he itchily fiddled with his collar. Izuku felt the formal uniform was far too stiff and a bit impractical, but he didn't want to look like he had just fallen out of bed when he was meeting rather important people, even if one of those important people had seen every single one of his memories with his psychic powers. Magnus still teased him about his old All Might pajamas. Magnus and Gilliman had already sent a summary, if you can call a 47-page document that, of what they wanted to talk about. Izuku had to admit they were on the right path. Izuku had been raised by his mother's Buddhist teachings after all, and with a little tweaking it could be easily applied to the Imperium and chaos. Maybe he couldn't actually write the entirety of a religion, but he didn't need to. Magnus and Gilliman could do that much better than he ever could. He smoothed out the front of his uniform again before pushing open the door to the meeting room. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Magnus, with his sight no longer blurred by his panic at being sent to Terra or his mania at being unable to go back. Izuku realized just how majestic Magnus was. Majesty really was the right word. His ornate headdress and ochre and turquoise armor brought forth the image of a king of old, and contrasted starkly with his crimson skin. The faintest wisps of ionized air and ozone gave a slight indication as to just how powerful a psyker Magnus really was. His lone eye shone with warmth at his brother's appearance, and Izuku could feel Magnus' ambient psychic presence fill his own heart with his brother's gratitude. His eyes slid over to the other man in the room, emitting a different aura than Magnus. Rabute had an authoritarian air about him. Compared to the Emperor, his presence did not demand attention, but rather asked for it. He was the epitome of a statesman, stark features and a short, practical haircut framed by a laurel wreath. This was the man who ruled over a sub-empire of over 500 words before the Emperor had even arrived. His armor was a deep, cobalt blue, highlighted with golden edges and ridges. A golden halo sat on his suit's power pack, giving the impression of a rising sun behind his head. Yet there was an inherent kindness in his eyes, despite his rather hard and edged face. Robout Gilliman. He looked up at the giant. I'm happy to finally meet you properly, my brother. Izuku extended his hand, which the man took in a firm grip. They shook in mutual respect for one another before he moved to his seat. It was a bit funny that his chair was elevated to be level with the table, so that all could sit at it without being hindered in any way or form. He felt like a toddler in a high chair, which he supposed he was, comparatively. It is a joy to meet my oldest, yet youngest brother. I hope you can support us on our endeavor. Robout's voice was deep but smooth, like the ocean on a cold, windless day. In stark contrast, his eyes felt like the warm sun shining upon a Mediterranean beach. I am certain I can be of help. Magnus has already informed me about what you were planning. I'll admit, it's ambitious, but I'm confident that between the three of us we can prevent a repeat of Lorger's folly. Robout didn't look offended at the choice of his words, merely nodding in understanding. I am aware of it, and, as much as I despise Lorger, he at least had a point about humanity's proclivity for finding things to worship. I have met several self-proclaimed saints by now, And if this trend continues, it will get out of hand quickly. Magnus hummed, yes, if we can lay out the doctrine now, the faith has the largest chance of catching on. As time passes, superstitions will dig like parasites into the foundation of the Imperium. We might not be able to stop their spread, but we can control their direction and content. Izuku glanced over to a servitor who readied an autoquill, preparing to record everything. The words he and his brothers would inscribe upon the firmament of the universe had the potential to change all of human history. All in all, no big deal. He turned to his brothers, face set in grim determination. I think we're ready. The ritual site is ready, my lord. Gorazhan smiled, his newly sharpened teeth glinting in the light of the balefire braziers that hung above. Thank you, my champion. And the sacrifices. The word-bearer nodded, his helm's eyes almost seeming to narrow with the praise. All have been accounted for. The sons of Horus seem to have held up their end of the bargain. Shall I send over our maps of the Calixis sector? Goraz hefted his power sword, inspecting its edge and ensuring that it was all in working order. Prepare the maps, but only send them after the ritual is complete. Just on the off chance that they seek to double-cross us. The word-bearer placed a fist over his breast and bowed his head. By your word, my lord. With that, he turned and headed through a bulkhead door, leaving Goraz alone with his thoughts as he walked to the hangar where the ritual would be performed. Those thoughts, like every thought he had since he was summoned to the Court of Covenant, turned to Izuku Midoriya. He needed information on his target if he was supposed to satisfy the desires of the gods. But information was more precious than all the gold in the galaxy in this day and age. The Alpha Legion's prices were too high, and any of the other legions were more likely to beg forgiveness from the Corpse Emperor than they were to share. Fortunately, he and his newly formed warband didn't have to rely on mortals. When he arrived at Hangar 96, he smiled coldly. All 30 mewling wretches had been corralled near the void shields of the hangar door, clad in the tattered rags that had once been their uniforms or civilian clothing. Their cages all had spiked facing inwards, forcing them to stand upright for days on end lest they be skewered. The filth of humanity stained their skin, and their feet were little more than a rectangular mess of sores and calluses. Such pathetic creatures, their approaching deaths would be a mercy. In the center of the hangar, multiple barrels of promethium had been intentionally spilled and set alight to draw the holy symbols of the dark gods in smoky flames. An 8-pointed star sat in the center, with the marks of Korn, Tzinch, Nurgle, and Slanesh surrounding it. He looked to the ship's crew guarding the prisoners and, after activating his comm bead, watched as the pitiful examples of humans were herded onto the ritual sites. They obviously didn't understand what was going on, but that didn't matter. Their fear would be delicious to the gods. When all was in place, he screwed his eyes shut and spoke the words of power, his voice echoing across the metal hangar with unholy projection. We offer this sacrifice up to you, gods of chaos, merciful and malevolent, cruel and benevolent, masters of all things visible and invisible. To mighty Korn, we offer 8 cowardly deserters from the Imperial Army. May their wretched souls burn alight on the road to the Skull Throne. As he spoke, he heard the ship's crew draw their weapons, the crack of last gunfire, and the screams of the survivors. He relished the sound. To Grandfather Nurgle, we offer 7 practitioners of medicine. May their struggle to stave off decay result in mighty plague-bearers to tend to your garden. More last gunfire. And now he could hear the emaciated wretches try and wrestle their way past the crew and flee the ritual. To enigmatic Tzinch, we offer 9 Imperial astropaths. May their psychic ripples feed your horrors and pull potential from the void. Bolter fire now. One of his guards must have gotten tired of the sacrifices wailing. And to decadent Slanesh, we offer 6 officers of the Arbites. May their stoic nature and resistance to enticement provide your demonettes with ample entertainment. With these gifts, your loyal servant merely asks for a boon. Grant me the knowledge of what I seek. Grant me sight beyond sight. Grant me visions of the one you have tasked me to kill. When he opened his eyes, he was in some sort of conference room, like the one where Lorgar had met with his chaplains during the Great Crusade. At one end of the small, round table, Goraz saw 2 men he recognized immediately. All word-bearers knew the face of the one they had been forced to kneel in front of on the bombed-out plains of Monarchia, and Robout Gilliman of the Ultramarines looked even more repulsive up close than he had from far away. The other figure was recognizable in a much kinder way. Lorgar and Magnus the Red of the Thousand Suns had been quite close during the crusade. His father had mentioned something about how outcasts had to stick together. That meant that the third figure at the table, the gods, had gone through all this effort to kill a child. His apparent target was extremely unassuming. No more than 20 Terran years old. The only thing notable about him was his green hair. Other than that, he could have easily passed for any one of millions of minor functionaries within Terra's administration were it not for the fact that he was speaking to 2 Primarchs as equals. There had to be something else special about him. Perhaps he was a tactical genius. Perhaps he was an unparalleled psyker. Perhaps, Magnus was looking directly at him. The psychic field around the XV Primarch swirled like the raging warp storm outside his own ship. Chorus raised his arms to shield his face and felt a jolt of lightning course through him. His eyes screwed tightly closed. He waited for death, and when it didn't come, he opened his eyes to the ritual sight. Chorus smiled. The gods had granted him sight after all. He now knew what his target looked like and where he was. Knowledge, after all, was the first step on the path to success. Izuku jumped up, the executioner pistol drawn and ready for a fight. Magnus had suddenly and without warning let loose a psychic blast, and he wasn't going to take any chances. After a few seconds of no immediate danger, he slightly lowered his weapon and untensed his muscles. Magnus, what was that? His brother looked at him with a deep-seated concern in his eye as the area around him crackled with psychic lightning. He smiled grimly. I believe that Lorger's children wanted some religious advice. The void stretched onwards into the endless infinities of thought, waves of nothingness crashing against the surf of nothingness, thoughts rising like pillars of some antediluvian ruin from the sands of hazy Inui. Thinking were the waves, and the waves were thinking. The waves were almost a constant sensation for Izuku. Whenever he slept, and if he allowed it, he could feel the presence of Bamung slowly submerge him like the ocean at a beach. Thought forms alien to all human thinking buoying him in a sea of their own consciousness. It was a gradual process, slow but steady. It wasn't until he was almost completely submerged that Izuku noted it. He could simply let go, allow himself to sink all the way into his new companion, or he could fight it, try to stem the tide and refuse him. Izuku dipped down and reached out for his newest friend. Phobos's grip sits tight around your heart. Your prodigal sons have no reason to give you pause, yet pause you do. Izuku smiled slightly. Bamung, as should probably have been obvious given its name, was extremely fond of speaking using old mythological references and flowery language. It was like speaking to a well-read monk, or a less pretentious than average classics major. It's not fear, per se. I'm not sure what to do. Terra starts. Bamung, superhuman soldiers that can live for millennia. Compared to them, unjust. He let the sentence hang in the silent void, his unspoken self-deprecation louder than any words. As Bamung spoke, wispy afterimages of chains and manacles formed in the void. Much like how Bamung itself didn't have a visual form, it hadn't quite gotten the concept of images down. You shackle yourself with expectations, and they tie you down with more weight than the world. Strive ahead, carve a path out for yourself, shatter their expectations. But what if they're disappointed? What if the only reason that they follow me is because Father told them to? I'd be failing him even more than I have. What was, what is can be. Build yourself stone by stone, and pierce the heavens like the Tower of Babel. Izuku at least understood that reference. Didn't they get struck down for trying to be like God? Do you fear being smote from the heavens? Are you not your father's son? Izuku laughed. Yes I am. Then you have nothing to fear. If the Almighty reject you, you will have at least tried. Better to labor and lose than to have never labored at all. Izuku doubted that they would reject him flat out, perhaps except with muted anger or resentment. It could end with them breaking him off, becoming a self-governing body like the Ultramarines. But then again, if they didn't, he looked around at the images Bamung was summoning. How much longer until this shuttle reaches Luna? 1 hour, 7 minutes, 38 seconds, and various fractionals. You'll need all the sleep you can get, though you always could shuffle out of bed and prepare for meeting them now. I could, but I don't want to wake up. Waking means I have to confront her again, even if it's just over a video call. He could feel Bamung's amusement at that. Ah yes, but would it be so bad to gaze upon Aphrodite? Though, perhaps Freya would be a better comparison. Vania is a warrior of both beauty and strength after all, truly a. Izuku waved his hands, dispelling the images forming around them. No. Waking up is a much better idea. Thank you so much now goodbye. Bamung didn't have a mouth, or even a face, but as he retreated from sleep Izuku knew it was smirking. Luna was a blasted wasteland. Izuku wasn't sure how much of that was new and how much was just how Terra's moon looked. What was distinctively new was the fortress built next to an especially blasted part of it. Stark Gothic battlements, covered in slagged anti-air cannons and destroyed tarantula quad turrets, rose from the ground. The burned-out husks of armored vehicles and impact craters from drop pods littered the fields. If he looked at the right angle, he could even make out glints and glimmers from either broken armor or spent shell casings covered in lunar dust. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if someone would eventually collect them, either to destroy or recycle, perhaps repair some of the lesser damaged machines. But then the view faded as they closed in on the hangar bay. A part of him hoped they would already be there, waiting for him with bated breath. Another hoped that they weren't ready for his arrival at all, and that it would take a bit longer before he met them. His hopes were both answered as the hatch of the Aquila lander opened and he stepped onto the deck. His first impression on the first captain of his legion was a looming shadow towering over him. With his helmet on and no mark of life in his movements, Izuku almost wondered if he was face to face with a statue rather than a man. Garviel Loken wore a newer set of MKIV power armor. It was primarily painted a deep forest green, reminding Izuku startlingly of his own hair and eyes. The left pauldron was framed in gold, while the right was framed in black. The Legion insignia was half of the golden imperial eagle, with some parts colored black. The neck, the beak, and the foot looked like they had become necrotic, yet the rest of its body shone in the same luster as all Izuku had seen until now. On his right pauldron were two symbols, the larger of which indicated his rank as first captain. The second, smaller one was the old insignia of his parent legion, the wolf's head and crescent moon of the Luna Wolves. Compared to the rest of the freshly painted armor, the pauldron's base color was the same ashy silver as the surface of Luna. Izuku knew a reminder of shame when he saw one, so he didn't let his eyes linger. Garvial Loken. Izuku began only to realize that he didn't have any words. Apologies for the long delay. I should have come to Luna sooner. Don't. The word was firm as stone. We have waited for close to a decade. What is one more year? Loken's voice was deep and a bit rough, but carried a hint of kindness. He saluted then, slamming his gauntlet into his chest, right over his heart. The Almighty are here, and we will not be found wanting. Follow me. The Titanic man faltered briefly. Apologies, but I am unaware of your rank. Neither was Izuku. So far he had gone as Primarch or Primogenitor to those who didn't know his true nature. But would an Astartes accept that? The other Primarchs knew they had been created, and had accepted his story of being a test bed. But Loken, and those like him, knew the Primarchs as their fathers. Would they even believe that he was like them in such a way? You can call me. Izuku was unsure if it was a good idea, but then again, it was an idea. Sir. Loken cocked his head, looking at him with obvious questions unspoken behind the red eyes of his helmet. I haven't had any proper military schooling thus far, so it's the only thing I can hold to my name. If Loken had any qualms about that statement, then he did not show it. Then follow me, sir. He did an about-face and plodded down the hallway, the ceramite of his boots letting off resounding echoes throughout the room. Izuku slowly became aware that Loken wasn't shortening his stride, noting that Izuku could keep up with him, instead widening it. He also noted that if they would stand next to each other he was just a head shorter than the Astartes. Izuku had known that he was bigger than most people, save for mutation quirk users, but it was only now that he realized just how damn big he was. Astartes usually had a good 2 to 3 heads of height on unaltered people, but Izuku's eyes could rest comfortably at the base of the man's skull in front of him. Not just that, if he had to guess then his shoulders were just shy of reaching the inside of the Astartes gorget. When the hell did I get this big? He asked a silent question to no one in particular, though Bauman could probably point out the moment it happened, along with a detailed metabolic history. They continued onwards in almost complete silence, the steady stomp-stomp of Loken's ceramite boots being the only consistent sound. Izuku silently wondered where Loken was taking him, and as if on cue they passed a stamped sign labeled observation. As they ascended a massive spiraling staircase decorated with scorch marks and impact craters, Izuku shuddered at the ferocity of the fighting that must have taken place in this fortress. He couldn't help but trail his hand over some of them, feeling the bubbled surface of melta-blasts, the jagged fragments of bolt rounds, and the deep gouges of melee weapons. His fingertips came away with grime, and despite his own apprehension, he couldn't help but rub it between them. War, he knew, was dirty. Loken, he broke the silent march. How many of you fell in the battle for Luna? Loken stumbled slightly, but continued on his pace as if he had not heard the question. At the formation of the Legion, we numbered 428. With the detachments from the Imperial Fists, Iron Hands, Raven Guard, Salamanders, and White Scars, along with other assorted loyal survivors from the traitor legions, we numbered almost 7,000. Even with his helmet on, Izuku could see his sadness. Even with the Ultramarines, Dark Angels, and Blood Angels giving us their detachments after the end of the siege, and the future detachments from the Space Wolves and Thousand Suns when they return from Prospero, we are at around half that number. Luna took the brunt of the traitor assault. Its guns kept the fleet at bay for as long as it did because of our brother's sacrifice. I suppose I know how I'll start off the meeting, then, Izuku thought to himself. The two continued their ascent in silence. Eventually, they reached a balcony overlooking a parade ground within the fortress. Massive bronze skulls decorated the walls at regular intervals, while overhead floodlights bathed the stark metal floor in blinding luminescence. The armor of the Astartes reflected the light in such a way that Izuku almost mistook their heaving mass for grass blowing in unseen winds. Izuku looked out at the room and the sea of forest green painted ceramite, clearly meant to house larger forces than the surviving Almighty. The ornately decorated room looked more akin to a wake held in a church than a barracks of some of the greatest soldiers to ever live. The assembled soldiery was shuffling about listlessly, the Astartes clearly unsure of why they had been called here. At his appearance, however, all casual conversation trailed off into silence. Loken activated his helmet's voxcaster, and cleared his throat. My brothers, my cousins, my friends, the commander that the Emperor decreed would lead us out of the fires of civil war has returned to lead us. The milling came to rest as well, and despite them not being in order, all of them became a perfect parade square within a few seconds. Izuku could spot Death Guard next to Ultramarines, behind Salamanders, in front of Raven Guard. There was no segregation between any of them. Just a sea of green and gold, staring up at him in desperate hope. He is here to give us our first order as the Almighty. Hear him and listen. From now on, we are truly one. With those words, Loken stepped back, giving way for Izuku. He stepped forward, took a deep breath and thought, well, either I'm fucked, or I'm about to give the damn best speech I ever will. Calliope, oratory, speak from heart. Izuku took little solace from that, but now wasn't the time for self-doubt. His eyes swept the rank and file, and he could practically see the Marines that had been lost in the war. He saw the scars on both armor and flesh, the holes in the ranks where commanders would normally stand, and he knew what to do. He softly spoke 5 meager words spoken by clergy in a remarkably similar circumstance. Let us close our eyes. Izuku lowered his head and folded his hands in front of him, clasping them together like so many had done throughout history. For now, we mourn. We mourn friends and brothers, cousins and commanders. He didn't open his eyes, but he could almost feel all of them following his example. He certainly heard the shifting of their armor. You have all suffered greatly in the crucible of warfare. All of you know the feeling of loss, of emptiness, and you are angry. I can feel your anger even with no psychic gifts, even from up here. I can feel the hatred at the loss of your brothers, the righteous indignation at the humbling of your great legions, and the sorrow at the wounding of the Emperor. But for now, let us mourn. We have laid the bodies of the fallen to rest. Now so shall their souls be laid to rest. They fought with vigor like no one else. They tore into their enemy without mercy. They did their duty, and now in death it ends. There was a resounding echo of only in death does duty end throughout the parade grounds. To Izuku, it almost sounded like a prayer. All of us have lost brothers. Let us say their names. And the room was filled with the quiet, remorseful chanting of names and deeds, brotherhood stretching across the pale of death one last time. Kargosh Bloodgrin, former librarian of the World Eaters and 4th captain of the Almighty, felt something. He knew that Luna was still bathed with psychic residue left over from the war, so he ignored it. Yet one more psychic echo on a planetoid swamped with them. Yet it wouldn't let itself be ignored. He opened his eyes to try and find the source of the disturbance. Their new leader, the one in the skull helmet, was radiating with psychic energy. Every word he spoke pulsed with pure emotion. Hadn't he said he had no psychic gifts? What was going on? Let us celebrate their deaths, because they have done their duty to the Emperor and the Imperium. The barrier between worlds was weakening, but Kargosh strangely felt no malice from the tearing walls of reality. It felt almost familiar, like the bond of fellowship between him and his brother librarians. Let us honor them, for they have died in glory and with honor. He could hear echoes of words now, chanting familiar World Eater ritual script, Luna Wolf oaths of moment, Emperor's children aspirations, and so many other half-heard things. It almost hurt to listen to, not due to any ill will in the voices, but because of the sheer volume of words, a cacophony of murmuring promises that couldn't be separated from one another, and that Kargosh wasn't even entirely sure were separate. And let us remember them, so they shall not be damned and forgotten. Damned. The walls broke with a silent thunderclap. We are not damned, and we shall never be forgotten. Izuku's head shot up and his eyes widened at the sudden voice next to him. Standing next to him on the balcony was a burning giant, bigger than any Astartes around, bigger than even Custodian. Izuku instantly recognized the symbols on the pauldron, even in its half-molten state, even through the charred black of the ormite plate. One never forgets the appearance of the Aquila. Fulgrim. He breathed the word more than he spoke it. Similar gasps and shouts came from below, where thousands of burning warriors stood, filling gaps, rank and file. Sergeants stood next to their squads, captains next to their companies. Brothers were embracing each of their dead kin, the flames scouring their armor but none seeming to care. We might have passed on, yet our duty has not ended. As there are still traitors to kill, I welcome all brave warriors who fall in the name of righteousness. Whether they fall alone or with their brothers around them, they shall be guided to my arms. He turned his head to Izuku, showing half of his face just a skull clad in flame, the other the same perfection he had strived for in life. Izuku should have been terrified. He should have struck down the traitor who had apparently escaped death. He should have been shocked that the dead could return to life. He should have done a lot of things. Instead, he looked his brother in the eye, for that was who this was. No psychic trickery, no hallucination. Despite everything, this was his family. He wasn't sure where these thoughts were coming from. We may not be related by blood, but I do accept you as my brother. My legion of the damned shall strike at the enemies of the Imperium. We yearned to finally quench the flames of Horus' misguided ambition. With a large gout of fire he was gone, only to appear in front of the legion's lone dreadnought. Ryliner, he spoke in a soft tone. I thank you for freeing me from the demon who had ensnared me. Carry yourself with pride and honor. I shall do so. Somehow, the dreadnought almost seemed bored, though perhaps that could simply be the effect of speaking through a vox caster. Would you do me the honor of walking beside me once more, once you have breathed your last in this world? Do not expect me soon, for I have a duty to fulfill and a new Primarch to follow. Yet when that fateful day comes, I will gladly walk once more at your side. Fulgrim, or rather the spectre that was imitating him, chuckled, I will welcome you with open arms, and no blades within them. There was a moment of pure silence as he seemed to be distracted by something. Then he spoke again. Now we will take our leave. Say your goodbyes to your brothers. War awaits us. And with those words, as quickly and as suddenly as they had appeared, they were gone. The ranks were empty once again, and the flames had gone out. Not a single scorch mark was on the floor where they had stood. They had come and gone like ghosts. Izuku had no idea what the fuck had just happened. But, as he looked down at the assembled Astartes, he saw that the Almighty looked at him with something approaching rapturous adoration in their eyes. They looked at him like a father, like a general, like a hero, like everything he was not. He needed to end the speech before he screwed something up. Hear and listen. They are still fighting, still waging war across the stars, and so shall we. Yet our numbers are too few, our forces too weak to sweep the galaxy from the traitors. Let us build our numbers, let us train and hone ourselves into weapons of warfare. Let us go beyond. Before he could even say anything, they responded with a resounding plus ultra. Izuku was thankful for the skull mask he wore, for it hid his slack-jawed face. He had not thought that they would answer it with that response. Had the Emperor told them about him? What did they know of his home? About his life? Did they know anything about who he really was? Did they know that he was a fraud? He felt a deep sense of shame at that thought. He had let them down, hadn't he? After they had waited all this time, fought and died in his name without him even lifting a finger to aid them. He should have argued to stay when Father sent him home. He should have been here on Luna to help his adopted sons. He should have been on Terra. He should have given his life to save Father. He should be dead. He needed to lie down. He could feel his head spinning. He lifted a hand, giving a half wave, showing that his speech was over even as he stepped back. After asking one of the Legion serfs where a common room was, he ran as fast as his legs could carry him. He kicked the door open, ripped off his helmet, ran over to a wastebasket, and quietly threw up. Then he loudly threw up. After hanging his head over the basket for a bit, he stumbled over to a nearby chair and collapsed into it. The acrid taste of his own failure stung. He needed to get out of here. Maybe he could find a stasis pod in the palace and hidden it for a few million years. You, Aesop's lion, scared of bullfrog. This isn't an imaginary fear, Balmong. Izuku didn't even care that he was speaking aloud. He needed to get control of himself. I am lying through my teeth to people who believe me to be on the same level as their Primarchs. I knew I would be a soldier, but I am not a demigod. I'm a slightly above average 20-year-old who can't ever go home. Fighting alongside the Astartes is one thing, and it's even something I was honored to be able to do one day. But this, I'm not a general, I'm not a strategist, I'm not an orator, I'm just a fucking human. Izuku, I have no experience leading people outside of group projects I did in school. Did you see those faces in the crowd? They looked up to me. They looked up to me because a freak coincidence made them think I have the direct approval of their dead brethren. What can I even? Not alone. What do you mean? You can't really help? Izuku stopped. Slowly, painfully, he turned to look behind him. Garviel Loken stood in the doorway. He had removed his helmet and was looking blankly at Izuku. There was no judgment in his gaze. There was understanding. Not one of us expected you to be like our gene fathers. We expected you to be different, to be unusual. There was even a betting pool amongst the 10th company that you might even be a Xenos. You have not let us down, sir. Izuku's eyes widened with incredulity. Did he even know what he was talking about? Didn't you listen to me? I'm a fraud. A child playing with his father's army uniform and firearm, aping the part of the knowledgeable general. I'll never be a Dorn, a Horus, a Gilliman. I'm just a kid. Yes, I heard you. We are all children playing with guns. Not a single Astartes is a man. We are children of humanity. Yet we are not humans. We are less and more. We are different but the same. But Izuku stammered out, I'm not a general. I served underneath Horus Lupercal. He had his flaws, but he was a remarkable leader, a peerless general, and a caring father. Loken smiled wistfully, but then hardened his gaze. At least, until those flaws consumed him in the fires of self-doubt and nearly destroyed the Imperium. All because he could not admit to them. The fact that you are even willing to doubt yourself shows to me that you are worthy of our support. After my legion's self-immolation, we could do with a little humility. I have no experience leading people, Izuku argued, a bit softer this time. If I were to take over, I'd just send good Astartes to their deaths. Loken smiled. We don't need a leader. Among the 3,500 or so of us, we have multiple people who could fill the void left by our legion's original first captains. They may even consider me among their number. We have no need for a leader. What we do need is a guide, someone to shape us and keep us together now that Horus is dead and his traitorous dogs are fleeing into the Eye of Terror in the misbegotten hope that anything can survive in that accursed hole in the universe. We need a caregiver, not a war master. Izuku faltered. Any argument he could have against leading had not just gotten shot down. It had been dragged behind the barn and shot in the back of the head. The sentiment made him snort. Very well. He paused for a moment, wondering what to do now. He remembered something that father had told him of Horus Legion, and smiled. Do you still remember your oath of moment? Loken smiled and shifted to parade rest. I have never forgotten. Izuku stood up and took a deep breath, trusting in the ceremony to steel his still shaking nerves. Garviel Loken, first captain of the Almighty. The man saluted. Will you walk with me into war, into hell, into the very depths of debauchery and insanity? I swear it. The voice was firm like adamantine. Will you allow me to walk beside you, to learn and teach as equals to each other? I swear it. Will you take my advice, and in turn be my advisor? I swear it. Izuku walked over, feeling himself bigger than he was. Then take me to the Legion's barracks. I want to meet them, and I'm sure they want to meet me. Loken smiled, some emotion that Izuku couldn't really identify playing across his face. Then, as if remembering that he had technically been given an order, he marched out of the common room. Izuku followed him, eager to meet his sons. Yes, his sons. I'm proud of him. In the depths of Izuku's mind, far too deep in the ever-swirling sea of thought for the pilot to be aware of his passenger's antics, Balmung looked out through a pair of forest green eyes. Well, it interpreted the thoughts of sight into something that he could understand, at least. It didn't have eyes, and didn't really know what sight was in the first place. Oh sure, it knew that photons of light were interpreted into signals for the nervous system by a series of rods and cones that gave the human body trichromatic vision, but that wasn't the same as actually knowing what it was like to see. Balmung knew the exact wavelength of red light, but not what red is. But it could make an educated guess, and that very educated guess was showing it Gothic architecture and an incredibly imposing figure leading them through it. It idly wondered what Izuku would say to the several thousand superhuman killers bearing the name of his childhood hero. What they would say to him in turn. Uncertainty. That had been among the most intriguing additions to its existence. Living things were inherently illogical. They could make poor decisions. They could be self-defeating. They were new. Even more than the promise of protection from the beast that nested deep within the dimension of emotion and souls, pretending to be four distinct entities rather than the cosmic threat it truly was. The prospect of uncertainty had convinced Balmung to hitch a ride with Izuku Midoriya. Or was it Midoriya Izuku? He didn't really refer to himself in the Japanese style anymore. He silently wondered if he should take a look into Izuku's memories, try and figure out what was wrong with his friend. Am I a he now? He, for that was definitely what he was referring to himself as, had never been one to associate himself with the concept of gender or the like. That was a bit too meaty for him, too biological. This must be a side effect of living inside Izuku's thoughtscape for so long, bits of him bleeding into Bama, or bits of Balmung bleeding into Izuku. That was a disturbing thought. So, as Balmung settled into his comfortable routine of analyzing everything that Izuku experienced, he made sure to keep his affairs in order. He was a house guest, of a sort. And what kind of guest changed things about the house without the owner's permission? So, content in the knowledge that he would be able to keep Izuku as he was, he settled his thought form back into the waves. The waves. Pardon, sir. Izuku shook himself out of his stupor, unsure how long he had been zoned out. It's nothing, Captain. I was just looking forward to being able to meet the Almighty on equal footing. Loken looked at him with a modicum of concern visible even behind his helmet, but he never slowed his pace. I'm confident that they will be pleased to be able to speak with you face to face. Do you want my advice? At Izuku's nod, he continued. They know nothing about you besides the fact that the Emperor trusted you, and that our original Primarchs are familiar with you. Tell them about yourself, your home planet, something to bind you to them as someone more than just a leader ordained by the Emperor. That sounded like a good idea to Izuku, but what to talk about? You can't start a conversation off with, hey, I'm from a different universe and was sent here by a corrupted scientist who turned into a demon. Also, I predate the finding of the Primarchs, but I'm also only 20 years old. They'd either think him insane or a liar. Uniter, ancient hero, parallels. Izuku silently wondered what Balmung was talking about, then smiled. He had sat through more than his fair share of history classes, both in Japan and as part of his schooling in the palace. He was confident that he could make history up as he went along. The Imperium had, after all. So, when he made his way into the Almighty's barracks, close behind Loken, he knew what to say and do. The Astartes inside were in the middle of their evening meal, an enormous spread of military foodstuffs, some sort of nutrient paste, and other things that Izuku knew would taste like poison to him. Others were poisonous to him. The sheer amount of nutrients would likely send his system into shock. They were all quietly talking amongst themselves, no doubt still in a bit of awe over the events of a short while ago. But when Izuku and Garviel Loken entered the room, the hushed whispering faded away. Oh, this is so much harder than I thought it'd be. Be fine. Talk. Great advice. Bamung, really specific. Thank you. Izuku ignored the afterimages of laughing court gestures that flooded his mind, and cleared his throat. I know that I am an outsider looking in. I know that you have forged bonds of brotherhood in the forge of battle while I only came around after the fact. I want to change that. He looked around the refectory, looking at the awestruck stares from the Astartes. I want you to tell me about your homes, your heroes, your myths, your culture. I want to know you. After a moment of silence, one of the Astartes stood up from his table. Izuku noted the small Imperial Fist logo beneath his company designation. With all due respect, Lord, we know nothing about your home. We are from numerous worlds, from numerous sectors and cultures. So if in turn you could also tell us about your world, we would be honored. Izuku smiled. Very well, my friends. Gather round, if you wish. When those that had gotten up had settled in a circular pattern around him, he cast around in his mind for knowledge he had recently thought useless. With Bamung's help, it surfaced immediately. If I were to start somewhere, then it would be the overall view of my home. I am from somewhere between a civilized world and a paradise world, one that has its planetary government fractured in a large-scale war less than 200 years ago. We had yet to restore it to true imperial standards before the war broke out, and now I shall never return. And that was true, in a sense. He would likely never return. The veracity of minor details like the fact that he was from a different Terra didn't need to be covered. But I carry the knowledge of my world with me. Did the Emperor ever tell you about your namesake? When the Astartes shook their heads to the negative, Izuku smiled widely. Then I know who to start with. He is a great hero, worthy of the name and all its various meanings. He appeared when my world was in a dark place, the forces of evil and degradation infesting the populace. With a shining smile, he banished the villains that plagued the nations of the world. With his superhuman strength, he protected the common citizenry from those who would prey upon them. He led the arbitrators and PDF from battle to battle, also that none would know fear. As the Astartes leaned in to listen, Izuku found himself speaking at great length. His home, himself, heroes and villains. He spoke of himself, of his life. Vague stories of his mom and dad that nonetheless seemed to ensnare the imaginations of the warriors with no family but each other. To meeting the Emperor, his reuniting with the Primarchs. He spoke of Sanguinius' caring, angelic voice, of Dorn's gruffness, of his conversations with them all, and how the armor he wore had been forged by Vulcan's own hands. His audience, in turn, paid rapt attention. The stories of their gene fathers, of great heroes and leaders, filled the twin hearts of the assembled warriors, filled them with an emotion that many had long since derided as shattered, as useless. Hope. He spoke for what felt like hours about heroic deeds and brutal fights, recontextualized into mighty battles between armies and the altruism that he wanted so desperately to install itself into the Almighty. And so, when he finally finished speaking about the heroism that had shaped his early life, he pointed at the half-eagle emblazoned on every single Astartes battle plate. His name was All Might, and he was the symbol of peace. Live up to your namesake, and your duty will end with no regrets in your heart. A bolter is a remarkable piece of equipment. The bolt thrusts itself from the muzzle with the smaller charge, as if it were a lesser weapon. When in the air it shows its own caliber. Its own propulsion bursts to life. It accelerates. Its diamantine tip would punch through the ceramite plate. The machine spirit within the round pauses, giving the round a moment to burrow inside. It detonates. A target dies. Repeat. Bolters clattered with their deadly exultations while expelled shells pinged off the floor with metallic clicks. The combined noise was loud enough to deafen a normal human many times over, their eardrums ruptured by the constant and catastrophic noise. The cacophony kept going, its conductors completely nonchalant about the orchestra of death they perform. Shot by shot flies down the range, streaking the air with a yellow tracers before impacting on its target. A millisecond later, the warhead inside of the shell detonates, blowing the target apart. Dozens of rounds were fired each second, expending the net worth of a feudal world within seconds. Yet this was the standard issue shooting exercise of the Almighty. Amongst them was one more that didn't belong to them but was accepted nonetheless. For them this was a daily exercise, something done as the bare minimum of training standards. For Izuku, it was the first time he had fired his executioner pistol. It bucked in his hands with each shot, a runic display telling him where it would hit before it did. The crosshair minutely shifted each time he pulled the trigger. His strength would allow him to use the pistol with one hand, but it was still unfamiliar to him, so he felt it safer to use both. With a harsh tack, the bolt hammered back, expelling the last round from the gun. He sent a mental command through his gauntlets, and the magazine ejected itself. He flung it out with a short twist of the gun, then slammed a fresh one in and clicked a button, letting the bolt hammer forward, scooping up a fresh round and restarting his fire. By the end of the exercise he had emptied 10 clips, each one loaded with 30 rounds. 300 gyro-guided explosives expended in what many of the Astartes called a light bout of training. The Astartes really were something else. Garviel Loken was overseeing the combat drills from his position on a balcony above. Without his helmet, Izuku could see just how tired the man seemed. Astartes didn't need to sleep, their brains shutting down one half to rest while the other operated, and then switching. They didn't truly need to rest like he did, so seeing such a veteran with the expression on his face piqued his curiosity. Excusing himself from the firing line, he made his way up to the balcony where the first captain was stationed. While the staircase would certainly have been easier, Izuku decided to take a page from the Astartes and get some acrobatics training in. The Baroque impressions and ornate decorations provided ample foot and hand holds, and he was soon standing next to the former Luna Wolf. The men turned to him as he vaulted over the railing, slightly frowning. I would prefer it if you didn't use our relief as a training exercise, but I suppose that you have a reason to take the direct path to me. Izuku smiled, only to realize that with his mask on, the gesture was hidden from sight. A bit of curiosity, a bit of concern, and a bit of personal interest. Loken's face didn't change as he waited for him to continue. You look tired from where I stood. Can you enlighten me on the matter that's on your mind? This time Loken frowned. I'm worried about the future. Astropathic messages tell me that the war on Prospero is going well. And that means that soon we'll have another 2,000 Astartes to add to our ranks. Our numbers will increase in time. But our purpose is still shrouded. The traitors are rapidly retreating into the Eye of Terra, where the warp storms will destroy them all. With no enemies left to fight, what shall become of us? Izuku smiled. Loken sounded a lot like he did at this moment. You are named after the greatest hero to have ever lived on my home planet. You have the ability to save the people of the Imperium, to fight the traitor and the Xenos, and to provide a shining example for those who cannot become Astartes. You can stand in front of a group of huddled civilians and terrible abominations and say I am here to both. At those words, Garviel Loken's mind was cast back in time, to the last time he had seen the Emperor in flesh. He recalled the words said to him and his ragtag group of warriors. In the land where your commander hails from, there is a story of a hero, a true paragon of virtue, who saves those who cannot save themselves, and who cows the forces of evil with naught but a smile. You shall go beyond the limits of both humanity and of the Astartes. You shall be a shining example of both. It had been 8 long years since he had heard those words. It would be 8 millennia before he ever forgot them. For the first time since Loken had become an Astartes, he laughed. A true, genuine, and honest laugh. It billowed out of him, unstoppable, unholdable, and unending. Loken laughed until his face hurt from the smile. He laughed until his lungs ached for air and his stomach hurt. He laughed until he was bent forward and leaning on the railing. This boy would have made a fine Astartes. Izuku had never heard an Astartes laugh before. Deep within his subconscious, he had wondered if they were even capable of the act. But Loken definitely was. The multilung and his expanded chest cavity made his laugh boisterous almost beyond measure. The deep basal noises echoed around the training room, distorting with each echo until they simply became noise. Izuku didn't know why he was laughing, but he was sure it was something good. It took multiple minutes until the man had calmed down, the occasional laugh still creeping out of him. Loken was smiling, a full-face smile that reached every corner of his usually stoic face. It looked good on him. You must forgive me. But to think that 2 men who are oh so different from each other would tell me the same thing in the same words is just. He raised his right hand in a flourish, poetic. If you and Chiral Cinderman ever meet, I can tell you'll be fast friends. Well, I hope I could help with your problem. You did. You helped far more than you could fathom even if eternity was on your side. Loken paused, recalling something from before. You said in your stories that this All Might was always smiling, right? Can you tell me why? Izuku thought for a moment, trying to scratch his chin only for his fingers to bump into the hard material of his helmet. Well, he smiled to reassure the civilians and bystanders he saved. And with time the smile became intimidating to the ones he fought. As in, I'm already certain that I will win. Nothing you can do is able to harm me. It eventually became part of his symbol, just like the phrase I am here. It announces that not only will everything be okay, but that no more harm will happen to those who do not deserve it. Loken scoffed slightly. Seems a bit idealistic. Izuku shrugged. Perhaps. Maybe you could even call it naive. But his idealism is what saved us from destruction. Loken looked a bit thoughtful. I think we should do so too. Do what? Izuku asked, ever so slightly confused. Smile. Now he was lost. Astartes. Smile. What's next? Peace with the traitors. Xenos that want coexistence with humanity. A way back home. Father getting up and walking about. His own personal void ship. Those elf-like Xenos, apologizing for their horrific ways of life and becoming part of the Imperium. Okay, maybe it wasn't that outrageous. I think you lost me, was all he was able to say. Loken let out another huffing laugh. Understandable. I think that, if we truly are here to protect humanity, then we should not only protect their bodies but also their minds. One can slay an orc or a Quirk with ease, but to ensure that normal humans do not fear us is another thing entirely. He put his helmet back on and looked down at Izuku again. I will talk with the rest of the Legion. Tell them what I have realized and what you have taught me. Words cannot describe just how thankful. Loken's voice was cut off, and he put his hand to the side of his helmet. The ceramite plating completely obfuscated his voice, but Izuku knew he was talking with someone over Vox Link. It took a moment before Loken continued, but now his voice was deadly serious. You have been summoned by the Captain General of the Legio Custodes, Lord Constantine Valdor. You are to depart from Hangar Bay 4 within the hour. Izuku vaguely knew the name. Kitten had often brought him up when asked who he thought was the strongest person in the Imperium. Even when Primarchs were included in the running, Kitten had a hard time saying another name. Besides father, of course. What does he want with me? I wasn't told. You should get moving, sir. You don't keep the Guardians of the Throne waiting. Izuku swallowed dryly as he saluted Loken, before turning on his heel and making his way to the aforementioned hangar. A month was not nearly enough time to get to know the Astartes that he was ostensibly in charge of. Heimdallr needs. I have no idea what Valdor wants from us, Bama, but I don't think he just wants to talk. And so, for the first time in a long time, Izuku Midoriya knew the touch of fear in his heart. Izuku had thought about Valdor on his way back to Terra, thought about what they could talk about, thought about what he wanted from him, thought about what he would do with him. As he came face to face with the man, those thoughts fell away. The first impression he gave was of protection, might and strength beyond limits. In the same breath he also exuded an aura of death, destruction, and hopelessness. Izuku's mind was thrown back to the truck that would have blasted Tsubasa over the street. Only this time it was coming for him and far, far faster than a mere engined vehicle. Why you wish to speak to me? He internally cursed himself for the stutter, a habit he still hadn't been able to fully rid himself of. Valdor hadn't moved an inch since they had met, standing as still as a statue. Then he spoke. His voice was surprisingly smooth, calm, and kind. I failed the Emperor of Mankind. I allowed him to be wounded through my own failure. After I settle accounts, I shall be entering into exile until such time as he is healed. Neither spoke for nearly a minute after this. And the reason for me to meet you. Somehow Izuku dreaded the answer. Your account is one that I wish to settle. I have spoken with your handler. She said that, despite progressing with leaps and bounds in your training since Mars, you are still lagging behind. I will rectify this. We will begin immediately. Permission to excuse myself to the toilet? Izuku asked with the typical voice of a guardsman on suicide watch. Denied. I know you are merely human, but that is no excuse for lack of results. You wish to become a soldier, a warrior for the Imperium of Man and the Emperor of Mankind. Prove it. Be a legacy worthy of your instructors. Be a legacy worthy of the one you call father. Be a legacy worthy of me and my time. For the second time in his life since getting his first operation, Izuku felt fear, and he swore that he thought that Bamung felt it too. Valdor was brutal, even more brutal than all the masters he had learned from before. His sleep was cut down to 4 hours, separated into 1-hour naps after 5 hours of exercise. His muscles constantly ached from the strain he was under, both of the actual exercise and the fact that Valdor had increased the gravity of their training room to 4 times Terran standard and given him weights that would pin a normal human to the ground. Then there was the weapons training. First was something akin to the thunder spear every custodian had, except it was made out of something that felt heavier than lead, and Valdor himself was Izuku's opponent. He was satisfied after Izuku got within a hand's width of landing a blow. Then came sword fighting, thunderclaws, bolters, lost weapons, plasma weaponry, Volkite weaponry. If there was a weapon in the Imperial Armory, they were thrown at him until he was proficient. Izuku found the constant moving to be the worst of all. Even when he was aiming, Valdor was hounding him, seemingly trying to cave in his skull. He thought that Valdor wouldn't kill him, but Valdor wasn't giving him any hints. His rifle was assembled and disassembled until he could do it in his sleep, and he fired at moving targets until the barrel glowed a dull red. While Vania tended to the abused gun, his executioner pistol was given the same treatment, only to switch back to the rifle and so on. His shots never once hit Valdor. Even if he somehow wasn't able to dodge them outright, he would spin the Apollonian spear fast enough to form a shield. At some point Valdor closed so fast and hard Izuku saw no other way but to stab at him, and threw his left arm forward. The phase blade sprung from its housing in his wrist, fast enough to make Valdor nearly run into it himself, only for him to pivot out of the way with a finger's width between blade and body. This was the only moment since the beginning an instruction on how to use the large variety of guns that Valdor spoke. It appears that you are capable of learning. From then on the exercise went from merely torturous to borderline lethal, as Valdor doubled his speed for the rest of the exercise. Izuku was beaten to a pulp, with only the most severe injuries being taken care of in the apothecarium. After 3 hours of the worst pain Izuku had ever endured, Valdor banged his staff on the ground and signaled the end of training for the period. Izuku collapsed into a puddle, his body hurt, his mind was steaming, and even Bamung was begging for mercy. Prometheus, I understand. Nothing even came close. No beatings by Kakin when they were younger, no vigilante work, not even his surgeries had worked him over quite like this. Excellent show, young Midoriya. You've done far better than I thought you would for your first week. Izuku's brain must have been damaged, because there was no way that this was far better than any expectation. Oh, Valdor crouched over him, the glaring floodlights silhouetting him in pure shadow. I honestly had expected you to simply collapse with cardiac arrest after the first handful of hours. That you lasted the entire 7 days is a testament to your augmentations, your armor, and your determination. The titan of a man stood up, and Izuku was once again blinded. Now go to your quarters. You'll find food, water, and a cot. Training begins again at 400 tomorrow morning, so eat fast and sleep faster. And what time is it now? Never before had he dreaded the answer this much. 22:00. A bone-deep and war-weary groan came from him. Can I not just sleep here? No, now get up, or I will make you get up. This wasn't fear that Izuku felt. Not anymore. It was pure, unabashed dread, and he still had several months of training to go. Had he the energy, he would have screamed. Instead, he merely crawled to the promise of nourishment and more than 1 hour of sleep. Never before had eating ration bars made him cry with joy. Never before had sleeping on a hard cot for 6 hours felt so refreshing. Never before had he felt this much terror when Valdor showed him new weights. I'm going to die. You won't. 2 of our own apothecaries are on standby. Your heart could stop and you'd be back in action within the hour. Now, today, I'm going to teach you how to operate pintle-mounted weapons. First off, you must... And so the cycle began anew. By the end of the first month, Izuku's muscles stopped aching. The weights also remained the same. By the end of the second month, Valdor was pitting him against real enemies. Training servitors, each a mess of multiple spinning arms ending in wicked blades or crackling electricity, were sent up industrial lifts and set loose upon Izuku. By the end of the third month, he was pitted against 2 space marine neophytes, both told that this was their final exercise before becoming true Astartes. While they were fully equipped with their armor and non-lethal weaponry, Izuku was stripped and only given the staff from the beginning. He had asked Valdor about its weight, only to receive a grin as answer. The fight lasted for 9 hours. Izuku had broken 14 bones while the neophytes had 47 between the 2 of them. In the end, one of them collapsed from the strain, forcing the other to surrender. Once he had healed, he was thrown back into it. Bamung was also being trained this time. Valdor had been told about his presence by call, and so he had the construct manipulate Izuku's brain chemistry mid-fight, controlling Izuku's adrenal gland, thyroid, and all the rest, while constantly having to broadcast oaths of devotion to the Imperium and fending off attempted scrap code intrusions from sanctioned tech priests. In the 4th month, his armor's suite of combat drugs were introduced to them. Frenzon, Slot, Ripa, and more. Even with Bamung's help to regulate their effects, they were incredibly potent. The first time they were added to his system, Izuku owned after 2 hours of combat. The second time after 3. Then 5, then 7. In the end, Izuku had been fighting for 20 hours without rest, only for Valdor to pin him to the floor and inject a nullifying agent. We end this now, before your body breaks down even more. Since you have adapted to them excellently, I will be merciful and grant you a full 24 hours of rest. Once we restart, use them at your discretion. But let me warn you, this was the only time I'll stop you. If you can't use them responsibly, and if your passenger can't regulate them, then you are going to die horribly. After the 24 hours were up, they went back to fighting. It wasn't until the 6th month that Izuku and Bamung noted a difference. Valdor had begun to breathe slightly heavier during their spars, as if a normal human had just ascended a tall flight of stairs. Then they noticed how in sync they were. Instead of merely speaking to each other, they seemed to be able to work in perfect tandem. They replied to each other without thought, without speech. When they fought, they no longer thought I am. Now, they thought we are. Roland and Durandak, sword in sword hand. Izuku didn't know who those people were, but it felt fitting regardless. In the 9th month of their training, they landed a blow on Valdor. Granted, it was merely the softest of glances, barely worthy of a noise, but it was a hit. Valdor stopped dead in his tracks, nearly taking another hit in the process. It appears you have gotten used to me, but one lucky hit won't end your training. I will keep myself at this level until you land a true blow on me. Izuku couldn't help but scoff. It took 9 months just to brush you. How much longer do you think it will take for me to land a true hit? That all depends on you. We will restart after taking our positions. Izuku cracked his neck. Well then, let's dance, old man. Valdor let out a huffing laugh. Who are you calling old, boy? Their weapons clashed a half-second later. A full year of training with a custodian is more physical torture than a normal man could ever hope to withstand, as evidenced by their prowess on the battlefield. Very few things in the Milky Way galaxy can hope to stand before them for even fractions of a second. To Izuku, that year had strengthened him in ways that he would likely never fully realize. He almost entirely lost track of time while the hours dragging on like centuries while the weeks flitted away like milliseconds. Vania had once requested to watch them, sometime around the 6-month mark. After this she had vanished without a trace, muttering something under her breath and her face red as a tomato. Izuku didn't know what she was doing or where she went. He had asked Kitten when he showed up to watch if he knew, but the only answer he got from him was a slight shrug. After the full year had passed since the start of the training, Izuku found it strange that Valdor had called him into the large arena they usually used for group exercises. Every last custodian that could be taken from their duties was there, standing in a ceremonial circle around the central dais. "I take this as a special occasion?" Izuku asked with mild confusion. "It is. Today is the last day I will be here. So for once we will both fight to our best, for you to show how you have grown to all of us, and for me to show them the peak they are to strive for. So let us duel, Midoriya Izuku, let us duel to our heart's content." Izuku cracked his knuckles. For once he was not weighted down by gravity or cuffs. For once he was allowed to use his full force. "Don't die on me, old man." His declaration was met with a bark of laughter. "Don't die on me, pup." Izuku was, thanks to his training, one of the best fighters in the Imperium that could still be called a human without much stretching of the truth. He had been molded by his training into one of the finest soldiers that humanity had ever or would ever produce. But Constantine Valdor had been handcrafted by the Emperor of Mankind to be the best warrior amongst a legion of the best warriors, a being truly worthy of the title of demigod. He had been created, not born, to be the Emperor's bodyguard. With him going all out, it wasn't even close to an even fight. But it was closer than any had been before. Izuku fought with fury and might, with an untamed power tempered with deadly precision. Many of the custodians watching determined their own death blows by him. Yet Valdor hadn't even been getting close to being hit. His blows struck air. The pull of Valdor's weapon or were redirected entirely. Yet Valdor's own hits were pulled to his body like magnets. Hit after hit crashed into his body. Izuku barely felt them. He was able to fully block a large number, simply letting him hit an unimportant part of his body, like his forearms or shins. Another part was deflected. Not even half as many as hit, but still. Then they began to laugh, the both of them. First a snicker, then giggles, and then roaring, boisterous laughter. Neither had ever felt such elation when fighting. Neither had ever felt such joy. It took half an hour before Izuku's body began to give in. Bones broken, muscles torn, veins popped. Yet he still fought on, grinning all the while. An hour in, Izuku got the closest he had ever been since the fight started. His phase blade nicked Valdor's armor. It was all but a surface scratch, so shallow that a brush with a finger could have erased it, yet every onlooker gasped at the sight. Then Valdor hit back, fracturing Izuku's ribcage and slamming him in the ground. He held his spear's blade to Izuku's throat, to which Izuku surrendered. No matter how much he wanted to get back up and keep fighting, he knew that if he went on he would sustain even more serious injury. Valdor reached down, gauntleted hand open in friendship and camaraderie. Smiling, Izuku took the offered help and heaved himself up. He didn't really remember much after that. He had a vague sense of being brought to the apothecarium, eating something that tasted like sawdust, and listening to people talk about something. But he absolutely remembered the sensation of his bed swallowing him within its covers, and for a brief moment he wondered if he had died and gone to heaven. When he awoke, he had a vague sensation that he was forgetting something important. With a startle of realization, he shot out of bed and quickly threw on a pair of robes. His feet flew across the ground, taking him around corners and through halls. He reached the platform just as the Thunderhawk was about to lift off. Valdor looked at him in vague surprise, either because he had not expected him to be there or to have already gotten up, despite the aching of his ribcage. Izuku took a deep breath and shouted from the bottom of his lungs, "Thank you, SENSEI." As he did so, he bowed at the hips, going forward until his body was parallel to the ground. Despite the roar of the upcycling engines, he heard Valdor laugh. "Don't you ever forget my lessons, pup." Then something clattered next to him on the floor. A glance over revealed the staff he had used to train him with. It rolled to his feet, showing an engraved script. "To my first and only true Sato, the one I can rely on without worry." Izuku forced his eyes shut, trying to quell the tears that flowed from them, but it was no use. Tear after tear fell from his eyes, yet he remained bowed until the noise had died. Only then did he move to pick up the staff. He had only known Valdor for a bit over a year, but he had been an exceptional teacher, if a bit of a taskmaster. He had made Izuku into a proper warrior, and he'd be forever grateful. Though, he had a strange feeling he'd see him again someday. So all that was left to do was keep on walking the path that Valdor had shown him. Maybe one day he will reach the end. Maybe one day he will be the one to teach someone. It had been 2 weeks after Valdor had left when Izuku received the summons. Izuku didn't think much of it at first. Any high-ranking Imperial official received hundreds of messages a day. But the fact that Vania saw fit to have it arrive at his quarters via courier servitor told him that it might actually be important. And when he saw who it was from, he began to worry. The bound scroll bore the seals of the Conclave of Master Assassins, Sire Eversor and Sire Scalidus, in addition to the replacements for the 4 others that had lost their lives in the Civil War. Izuku's hands trembled when he realized that he was holding his first ever mission. He was going to actually go out into the galaxy and help the Imperium. He might be sent to a system across the galaxy, seeing alien worlds underneath foreign stars. He might throw up. Clam, breathe, what you want. I know, Bumung. I just can't believe it. What are they going to have me do? Where will I go? Perhaps open scrolls. Right, according to the scroll, a derelict ship had dropped out of warp near the edge of the Sol system. So far, all hails and communication requests had been unanswered, but it still moved under its own power. His task would be to enter the ship and either establish communications or figure out why they've refused them. Should it turn out that the ship is manned by traitor forces, then he was to extract immediately, and the ship to be destroyed. He got a feeling in the pit of his stomach, something that he couldn't exactly pin down. It was part worry, part excitement, and part fear. He worried what could go wrong, felt elation at the prospect of finally becoming useful after all this pain he endured, and the fear of failing the expectations that were now mounted on his back. Izuku took a deep breath and reread the scroll. Any information, as pitiful it looked, was vital. He read it carefully this time, combing over details and taking notes on a separate page. Fortunately, the 13 volumes of Hero Analysis for the Future stood as testament to his ability to absorb information. The Benevolent Light was an enormous standard-issue bulk freighter with slight modifications to its life support and habitation sections to sustain a higher number of passengers. It was likely either a refugee ship from some battle out in the void or some long-lost colony ship, though the difference was mostly academic. Its engines were unsustainable low burn and it had only minor hull damage. From initial scans, it was determined to be either abandoned or to have suffered catastrophic damage to its life support systems. Izuku paused for a moment, comparing the first part of the mission to the scans. If the ship was abandoned before transition into the warp, then how did it get here? And more importantly, how did it exit the warp? He had heard of the phenomenon of space hulks, where ships collided in the warp and the resulting heap of metal randomly exited into real space, but this was just a single vessel. Izuku's mind focused. A year of battle against the greatest fighter in the galaxy had not just honed his body to perfection. He clicked the Voxcaster on his desk. Vania. He waited until she responded with a yes. I want all data from the initial scans of the Benevolent Light. If there is still a ship monitoring them, I want them to do a more thorough scan of the ship. There was a moment of silence from the Fox. This will take a bit of time due to the dis. Izuku cut her off. Is there a ship? Yes or no? He heard a bit of crackling coming from the speaker before she spoke again. There is, but it's not equipped for extensive auger scans. All it can do is surface layer. That is good enough. Tell them to look out for anomalies in the structure or power flow. If they can have them measure the temperature on board. The temperature, given the lack of life support, I'd say it's close to absolute zero in most of the ship and boiling hot near the reactor. Doesn't matter, I want those scans and I want them now. Am I understood? If he had been given this task a year ago, he would have undoubtedly faltered at least now, but it wasn't a year ago. You understood. I will send a communique at once. Is there anything else I can do for you? For some reason, her voice had become breathy, like she was under some great strain. Izuku briefly wondered why, before mentally smacking himself. It was obvious that she either was falling ill, or he had interrupted her training exercises. Obviously, no other thoughts flitted through his mind, regardless of what Bauman might tell you. No, but I would appreciate another dose of pain medication. My ribs are aching again. Yes, my lord. With those words, she clicked the Vox off. My lord. Izuku repeated the words, the title feeling weighty and unfamiliar on his tongue. When the hell did that start? He had heard it from time to time in the halls when someone addressed one of his brother Primarchs. But to him, he pulled his mind back to focus and pored over the raw data he had just received. Bauman was a godsend with work like this, highlighting and isolating critical information faster than Izuku's brain could even register the presence of words. Within a second, the near 10 terabytes of data had been compressed down to fewer than 10 megabytes. Somehow he had expected there to be more abnormal measurements, yet the only ones were near the bridge, the onboard armory, and the reactor core. A quick glance told him that the void shield was flickering in and out of functionality, with the Jeller field a low but stable thrum. He could tell something was amiss, but he couldn't figure it out from Auspec's data and words on a screen. He needed to get underway. Imperial ships looked so much like churches from the outside. It was no wonder people had begun worshipping the Emperor like a deity. Massive Gothic arches, tall spires, even decorative stained glass windows upon the battlements. Even something like this, a freighter meant for the sole purpose of ferrying tens of thousands of tons of people and cargo, was beautiful in a way that only the old temples, mosques, and cathedrals of Izuku's own world could really match. Izuku looked for the first time upon the husk of such a marvel of technology and engineering. It pained him in his heart that such a beauty had been reduced to this state of half-death. The ship showed signs of battle. Large craters pockmarked its hull. Multiple compartments were exposed to the void, and large swaths of the superstructure had crumpled like tinfoil. There were some lumens still on, but for the most part the only illumination across the entire ship was from his own shuttle. The sword-class cruiser he had been docked with lay a few thousand kilometers away, practically knife-fighting range as far as void ships go, just in case the ship proved to be overtly hostile. As the shuttle approached the entry vector, Izuku watched as the darkness of space slowly subsumed everything in his vision. The docking process was smooth and fast. The airlock cycled without trouble. But when the door opened, the interior of the ship was entirely black. Rather than just the interior lumens being off, it was as if all light had been banished from the decks of the ship. That wasn't a problem for Izuku. Thanks to his helmet, he was able to see perfectly fine. But it was still concerning. No lights either meant that either no one was alive to need them, or that whatever was in here didn't need them. He had read about some of the vermin that existed in the wider galaxy, and he wasn't in the mood for having to fist-fight a Klendathu or something. He pulled out his gun and checked the chamber, thinking it better to be safe than sorry. He did a small check over on his gear, ensured that his armor's heating system was fully operational, and then advanced. The corridors were deathly silent, the only noises being the groans of metal fatigue and some unidentifiable drip 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 sound somewhere off in the bowels of the ship. It was silent. Something's off. Izuku couldn't agree more. He didn't like this silence. It was abnormal, unnatural. He almost felt relieved when something broke the monotony, until his mood was soured by what exactly it was. In the middle of a corridor junction lay a corpse. It showed signs of extensive decomposition and minor battle injuries. It didn't look much older than he was. Just a kid. Midoriya to Avenging Might. Frigate respond. This is Avenging Might. We copy. I found a corpse. He kneeled down next to it, Mag locking his gun to his lower back. It shows signs of combat. He turned it over carefully. The corpse had its entire chest cavity torn out, the ribs sticking out like teeth in a fleshy jaw. Its bowels had simply frozen to the floor and had remained there when he had turned it over. Correction, shows signs of heavy combat. Single injury to the chest. Surroundings show no damage. It had likely been killed by a boarding shotgun, or possibly a bolter. Decomposition puts it at around 3 weeks until he was frozen solid by the life support failure. Understood. Advance with caution. The link went dead, but remained open. Just in case. Nothing. Active. No signals. Leth cogitators. What? Who would wipe all the ship's systems? Limited. Senses. Can't help. We don't need the ship's sensors to navigate. I don't know if you realize, Bomong, but I have perfect vision, maybe even the best. Perfectly. Shit. No infrared. Well, if we find something that can only be seen in infrared, and I don't have my helmet with me, then you can make fun of my human eyes for the handful of seconds we'll have until it kills us. Duly noted. It was then that Izuku heard a noise. In any other circumstances, he would have just assumed that it was some pipe bursting in some far-off corner of the ship, echoing across a ship-turned mausoleum. But here something was different. The sound was too organic. Izuku instantly turned around, gun in hand and finger on the trigger. His rangefinder zoomed in on the source of the noise, a figure swaying from left to right in a staggering, almost drunken walk. Even with his helmet's advanced auger arrays, the darkness was so oppressive that he couldn't make out much detail. But he did know what temperature this section of the ship was, and nothing that could survive this close to absolute zero could be friendly. Izuku sent a single bolt down the corridor, aiming for the hips of the thing and taking out its legs at once. It tried to use its upper limbs to move, but the ice-covered decking proved too slippery for it, and it sprawled out on the floor. Midoriya to Avenging Might. Contact, contact, contact. Single humanoid figure spotted. Movement neutralized and moving in to investigate. Avenging Might copies. Continue investigation and report once finished. Understood. Izuku kept his pistol high and ready, and slowly, painfully, advanced towards the creature. It was still flailing around, though it hadn't yet figured out how to get itself into a sitting position. Izuku passed one of the data ports on the wall and had a curious thought. Bomong, do you think you can rekindle the lumens here? Seeing something other than infrared and echolocation in this dark hell would be a pleasant thing. Can. Try. Izuku blink-clicked an activation rune on his HUD, and a data spike extended from his gauntlet. He lined it up and quickly slotted it in. Normally, humans need either years of training, or to be sufficiently augmented in order to withstand the flow of data that inhabits the systems of any ship of decent size. The sheer volume of traffic can overwhelm a normal human brain. Thankfully, Izuku's brain was anything but normal, and he had help. He simply let Balmung ride in on the incoming data stream, quickly found the settings for the lumen and turned them on. In reality, the beast, run. Izuku didn't have the time to formulate even the first letter of the question as to what he meant, because he immediately saw what he meant. The creature had obviously been a human at one point. The tattered remains of a naval armsman uniform still clung to its emaciated torso, stained with blood and other unidentifiable fluids. An auto pistol still lay in its holster, so caked with grime and organic mess that it had almost been absorbed by the creature's bloat. Its body was emancipated, its skin stretched thin over its limbs while its torso was bloated with the stench of decay. It looked like a rotting corpse, because that was exactly what it was. Its flesh was bloated like a drowned man, pus leaking from orifices all over its wretched being. Its severed legs, now flash frozen to the wall behind it, looked as though they had been mummified. Izuku gagged just from the creature's appearance, and was infinitely grateful that his helmet kept the likely horrible smell out. Even like this, Izuku couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the creature. It, after all, had been human. But what had Balmung meant by Ru? His auspex pinged. First one, then two, then hundreds of contacts came seemingly out of thin air, rushing towards him like a tidal wave. They would be at his position within moments. He took off running. Izuku's first view of the massive limbs, flesh and pus was when it burst down a bulkhead door with their sheer weight. Dozens, hundreds of rotted, ambulatory corpses heaved and surged like a school of horrific fish. He nearly screamed into the vox. Midoriya to avenging might. Enemy contact. Numbers in excess of. A quick glance sent goosebumps down his spine. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Ship is infested with some sort of disease. It's keeping the crew alive and moving in the cold. Seemingly no higher brain functions, reverting to aggressive animalistic instincts. Request immediate extraction. Av. Jingm. GHT Tomato. Ya. Say Aga. Bri. Kin. P. Rep. The connection dropped completely. For the Emperor's sake. Enemy contact. Contact. Only static came as a response. Balmung. I need help. The beast. Fuck. His mind rapidly pulled up the layout of the ship. His HUD aligning the corridors he was sprinting down with his mental map. He chose a path to take him to the next closest airlock. It didn't matter to him if he was in a hard vacuum, in the ship, or outside of it. Right now, he needed to get to safety, fast. He turned down a junction, only to rapidly adjust his course as the creatures emerged from ventilation ducts and doorways. Every time he got close to a way to escape, another wave of the wretched creatures would stall his progress and turn him away. Bridge, door seal, safety. Took you long enough. He jumped up an access ladder as the crowd of diseased people crashed at the bottom like a sickly, meaty liquid. He felt a hand grab his boot, threatening to pull him down. He looked down, taking aim at whatever was threatening to kill him. He saw a woman, barely older than his own mother. Even with the milk of decay clouding her eyes, she was undoubtedly human. His finger ceased on the trigger, suddenly feeling like steel and refusing to bend. So instead he just flexed his arm, ripping himself upwards before continuing his ascent and slamming the lower hatch behind him. It was only after 4 seconds that he realized he still felt the grip on his boot. When he looked down, bile rose in his throat. Her hand and arm were still clutching his ankle, as if begging for help, begging to be pulled out of this hell. He stepped on the wrist with his other boot and pulled himself free, but even then the hand opened and closed as if terrified of being left alone. This time the bile reached the back of his mouth and he had to force it back down. Don't. Safety, soon. He knew this, but it didn't make him feel any better. Izuku rested somewhere in the middle of the ladder shaft for a moment. Catching his breath, he found it strange. He had fought an actual demon possessing someone he had known personally, but he couldn't bring himself to hurt these people. Was it because they still looked human? Because they weren't a danger to anyone besides him right now? A feeling of might and ferocity lanced through his body, making him gasp at the sudden sensation. Balmung must have administered some of the combat drugs, either because he was insufficient or just not good enough. Izuku almost raced up the ladder to the top, going so fast that he took 4 steps at once. Rather than try and fiddle with the lock, he ripped the ladder shaft's top bulkhead out of its anchor point. Yet even here those things were milling around. 24 creatures turned to look at him, before rushing at him like some crazed American football player. Izuku simply tossed the bulkhead he was holding at them like a bowling ball. It took almost 20 of them down before coming to a rest. Izuku was somewhat thankful for the vacuum in this section of the ship. It let him not hear the bones in their frail bodies snapping and shattering. The remaining 5 creatures were still dangerous, but he could handle them. With their lack of coordination, even the CRC goons he had beaten up so many years ago were a greater challenge. Though to their credit, instead of staying down when they received a broken arm or nose, the creatures just kept coming. In a spur-of-the-moment panic, Izuku activated his phase sword before slashing their legs off. Rather than blood, the only thing that came out of the wounds was a thick, blackening jelly. The bile reached his mouth, and he had to desperately fight to not throw up. Whether it was because his brain kept thinking he had hurt a person or because of the grisly sight, he wasn't sure. Once he was done fighting the urge to vomit, he moved on, merely walking towards the bridge where he could seal the bulkheads. His HUD displayed that it was a mere 400 meters in front of him. It wasn't until he turned the corner that he realized that those 400 meters would be bought with blood. While over 20 times the number of the horde below decks milled about the corridor aimlessly. By some miracle, none of them had seen him. He pressed himself back around the corner and spied back down the hall. At first he looked at the horde. His display identified the various individuals. Nearly every member of the bridge crew was milling around. Even the captain was there. His pristine dress uniform soiled with fluids. Izuku didn't want to know. Is there any other way we can take? But air duct, maintenance shaft, anything? No, forward, only way. Izuku swallowed, his eyes roaming the straight path, looking for handholds, cracks or ornaments he could climb. But there was nothing, just a smooth high ceiling. That betrayed no rust, no edges or wedges he could hold on to. Somehow, this ship had been well maintained, and he hated it. His auspex told him that they were closing in from behind, slowly but steady. Level by level they made their way up. Moment by moment they came closer. He had to do something, anything. But he couldn't. Heroes didn't kill. Of course you can be a hero, Izuku. You and Kaken will be great when you both grow up. Heroes didn't kill. Survival. Defend. I can't. I just can't. If I do that, then what's holding me back from becoming a monster? Balmung dragged up a memory of Valdor, of their training, how he smiled when he helped Izuku up in their last spar. Legacy. Expectations. Izuku slid down the wall, holding his head, trying to find a solution that didn't exist. I can't. He can't be a soldier. Heroes don't kill. Something hard to quantify happens to meat when it becomes machine. Something harder still when machine becomes meat. Balmung knew from Izuku's brain chemistry that Izuku was suffering something akin to a panic attack or psychotic break, and usually he would be perfectly fine with that. Only now one of those things was getting dangerously close. There was a 98% chance that it would spot them and alert the rest. He had to do something, even if Izuku was willing to die. He was most definitely not, especially not to the servants of the beast. He hated that those predators beyond reality had forced him to do this. I'm really sorry, Izuku. I said that I was a guest, and that I wouldn't change anything about you. But right now, I'm taking over housekeeping, and I know for a fact that you're not going to like how I redecorate, even if it's temporary. He looked around Izuku's mind, making sure to commit the position of every last neuron to memory in case the worst happened. I'm sorry, my friend. I hope you can eventually forgive me. He entered Izuku's mindscape. If he had ever thought of himself as a being with limbs, he would have likened the feeling to stepping into a particularly ill-fitting suit. He wasn't stuck, but he certainly was hampered. Then, he started redecorating. Dopamine levels falling. 90% baseline, 80% baseline, 60% baseline, 40% baseline, 25% baseline, 5% baseline. Serotonin levels falling. 80% baseline, 70% baseline, 60% baseline, 50% baseline, 40% baseline, 30% baseline. Once Balmung was done, he asked a simple question. Izuku ... How are you feeling? The mindscape was still, its normal flood of activity reduced to almost nothing. The waves were completely calm, as still as a mirror. Then, with the barest of ripples across its surface, it responded in a too calm and too neutral tone. I am well, Balmung. Will you fight? Izuku's body just stood up, pulled the gun from its back and turned the corner. The eyeball-sized muzzle of the pistol was perfectly level to the brainstem of the unthing that had wandered over. There was a second of nothingness from the both of them, and then the unthing's head was gone. The thud of its headless corpse alerted the rest of the infected bridge crew, making them slowly turn and stare at him. Yet by the time the last one turned, an empty magazine hit the floor along with 29 additional bodies. It reloaded the gun within the span of a heartbeat and opened up on the crowd again. By the time the first thing reached Izuku's body, 6 magazines had been emptied. It calmly stashed the weapon on its back, and then shredded the enemy with a single swipe of its clawed gauntlet. In the other hand, the phase blade crackled to life with a sickening thunderclap. Then the dance of death began. Midoriya to Avenging Might. Do you copy? Comms Officer Yannig alerted the captain of the contact before activating his transmitter. Avenging Might to Midoriya. We hear you. What's going on down there? You haven't called in for several hours. The vessel is pacified. I have taken control of the ship's systems from the bridge. Those that did not face me directly were vented into space when I took control of the ship's airlocks. Those that were not near the airlocks are now stuck where they are. There was a dull but strong rumble. Several tens of thousands of hostiles are still within the ship. I advise you to remotely detonate the plasma core. Yannig looked at the captain, who seemed just as confused as he was. Say again, Midoriya. You want us to detonate the ship? Aren't you still on it? Negative. I am currently on the outer hull of the ship. The outer hull. But there's no return shuttle docked yet. Are you planning to ride the explosion back to us? He asked with a mild joking tone in his voice, despite finding the assassin's voice oddly calm. Usually there would be exhaustion in the voice after a mission, especially after a combat mission. But his voice was just flat, cold, almost like a machine. Apologies. I meant the outer hull of the Avenging Might. If you activate Pickcaster 244 Seta, you would see me waiting patiently. The captain gave the order to another officer, who quickly switched the bridge's picked feed to the caster in question, only to throw up on the floor next to his station. Get a grip on yourself, you, the captain yelled before seeing the same image, pausing mid-rant and quietly gagging. I apologize for my appearance. It appears that gore freezes rather fast to skin suits. The man on the picked feed looked more like a single red mass than the slightly nervous young adult the shuttle had dropped off. He was covered head to toe in red gore, frost, and thick gray ichor that looked like it was bubbling despite the cold. The only thing that wasn't covered was the green eye lenses, glaring out of deep, gore-smeared sockets. Yannick had been at the siege of Terra. He had seen the terrible constructions of the traitors, the demon engines, the corruption of once proud void ships and their crews, the sickening appearance of the immaterial warriors that they had brought. This was still somehow worse. I advise you to send a psyker to the airlock that I'm about to enter. This body is immune, though I would feel safer if he could scour my kit of any remaining warp taint. Yannick sighed wearily. Airlock UD5 is opening. 400 meters prowward of your position. Thank you, Avenging Might. Midoriya out. The bridge was utterly silent for a few seconds before the captain spoke. What in Terra's name has happened on that damned ship? Sir, the ship's gunnery officer asked carefully. Should ... we blow the ship? Just do it. I'll be in my quarters getting pissed drunk. With those words, the captain turned on his heel and walked out. Just as he was about to leave the bridge, he called back and set course for Terra. That, thought Yannick, sounds like an excellent idea. Bamung found it odd. No, not odd. Extremely disturbing to pilot Izuku's body for such a long time. Yet he couldn't release his hold on him. If he did so before they were on Terra, within their room, and with someone he cared about within close reach, Izuku could possibly never recover. By plank, he likely would never recover. So he held onto the reins. He held onto the command of the chemicals and neurons that made up his closest and only friend, no matter how disturbing he found it. The sounds of life were extremely visceral, especially because Bamung had no viscera. The sound of blood pumping through his ears, the need to breathe with regularity, blinking. He had no idea how instinct made it all work. The body simply sat in its chair. With nothing to do, it just waited. Back straight, chin lifted and hands on his thighs. It held a perfect sitting posture. And had held it for the past 5 hours. A beeping noise came from a timer in the room, prompting it to stand up, push the chair back into position and walk to the cafeteria. Once there, it took the same meal it had taken for the past 2 weeks, ate, then moved back to its room and waited again. It moved again when the lights dimmed, signaling that it was time to sleep. When he had first arrived back on the Avenging Might, he had sent a personal message to Miss Vania, asking her to come as soon as she could. Unfortunately, he had set his expectations for urgency to the same level as had been the case in the United Terran Federation. No FTL communication that didn't rely on the warp. Horribly unreliable FTL travel for starships. What would have taken the UTF a mere handful of hours was entering its 14th day. 14 days of suppressive trauma that he had given to his friend, and that he would have to help Izuku through. He just hoped that it wouldn't break him any more than it already had. As it was, his psyche was held together by spite, grit and stubbornness. Bamung wasn't religious. He never truly understood the seemingly innate desire for humans to find a higher power. He was a thing made out of ones and zeros, as concrete as the universe itself. Yet, in the hopes that something would help, he recited every last prayer he had ever memorized from every culture his damaged cognitive abilities could dredge up from the depths of Inui. It didn't matter whether their supposed function was focus, cleaning, or something ridiculous as appealing to a machine that needs physical maintenance. He needed something to work. And if humans could have faith in the face of evidence to the contrary, well, then he supposed he could learn something. Izuku was hungry, so he went to the canteen and obtained some nutrient paste. Once his caloric needs had been met, he returned to the room he had been assigned to, and waited. Izuku slept. After exactly 8 hours of eventless, dreamless rest, Izuku awoke. Izuku waited. Izuku waited. Izuku waited. The waves were still. In the end, the journey took a total of 25 days before Izuku's foot touched terra firma again. If you could call a landing pad on a palace multiple miles in the air solid ground. 25 days where he repressed Izuku. 25 days of him letting trauma fester and take root within his psyche. Vania was already there, waiting for him to reach the end of the boarding ramp. She was shocked at just how unnatural his body moved as the construct puppeteered him. She seamlessly turned on her heel and walked alongside him, hidden daggers at the ready in case the AI tried something drastic. How bad is he? I am unsure. Human psychology was never my strong suit, especially when I am forced to actively alter it in order to keep moving. The pair walked onwards in stark silence. Nothing but the click-clack of boots on ceramite and rockcrete echoed throughout the still damaged hallways of the Imperial Palace. After what seemed like an eternity, Vania finally found the courage to speak up. I'm not going to forgive you, you know. That's acceptable. I won't forgive myself either. I will always resent you for this ... but thank you ... for bringing him back. We will see how much of him will come back, if there is even anything left at all. I can handle all the scorn of Tartarus, all the leers of Deimos, but if I have killed my only hope of survival and my only friend, then I fear that shall break me. Bamung, Izuku, both of them sighed. Perhaps I should have named myself Durandana. Her being broken by her wielder especially seems somewhat apt. They entered his room, and he moved to sit on the bed. He looked at her, and Vania had to choke back a gasp, seeing Izuku's eyes so dead. It hurt her heart more than any possible rejection ever could. What is going to happen will be ugly, very ugly. If you don't want to be a part of it, I entirely understand. In that case, I strongly advise you to call Magnus. Vania moved forward, taking them into a hug. I am his handler and his friend. If I can't handle something this important, then I am a failure on both accounts. There wasn't a specific moment that Izuku suddenly came back as Bamung slowly released his grip. It was more gradual. The first true signal was a slightly deeper breath. Then Izuku's hands tensing up. Then the tears came, with those the anguish, the wail and the clawing, crushing grip of his hands on her back. Vania had heard many noises over the course of her life. The sound of war, the sound of astonished surprise at suddenly dying, the sound of broken men and women. But this was a noise that she hadn't heard before. It was the wail of a person's mental death, a howl of anguish, of pure pain and agony. He pressed her close to his body, his hands gripping her body with bruising strength. Had she not positioned herself properly, then his grip would have broken bones and tore ligaments. His face buried into her neck as he wailed. She tried to comfort him, rubbing circles into his back and whispering hushes into his ear. It had been right, this was ugly, because it also tore into her. It made her chest ache with pain that was too deep, too raw and oh so painful. She found tears stinging her eyes too, and she let them fall after forcing them away proved to be impossible. She let herself feel the natural emotions that came, shoved away the stoic facade she usually put up, and allowed herself to be washed out by the waves of sorrow she felt and that she knew that Izuku was feeling. She wasn't sure just how long they sat here, but eventually Izuku cried himself to sleep. She didn't blame him. The waves were storming. The waves. Izuku's sleep was anything but peaceful. Images he didn't want to recall, flashed across his mind. He saw his friends, his family rotting before his eyes only to be blown up by a monster. He looked down at his hands and was horrified to see that they had become enormous, fleshy claws. With every movement, he brought nothing but destruction upon those he loved. Kakin, Mom, Dad, Tunabasu, Father, Kitten, Magnus, Vulcan, Valdor, Vania. All were people who cared about him. All were rent to pieces by the villain he had become. He shot up with a gasp of terror. His hands trembled with remembered atrocities. It had all been a dream. He hadn't killed his friends. He hadn't killed his family. He had killed, intentionally. A hitched sob came out, and a soft hand touched his shoulder. He nearly threw himself into the wall from the sudden touch. Vania was looking at him with sorrowful understanding. It made shame bubble up in his chest. It's always hard, your first time. The Astartes are elevated beyond humanity, so I doubt they feel the same. But, for us, it's always hard the first time. Izuku drew the covers up, bunched them up and hugged them. Once more the soft touch on his shoulder returned and, when he didn't flinch back, encircled him. No amount of training can simulate it. You can fight 100 battles against training servitors, but freeze up the moment blood is on your blade. You can have a dozen live fire exercises, but will seize up the instant you hear the rounds pulping flesh. You can slip poison into thousands of dishes and drinks, but when you see the corpses foaming at the mouth it makes your mind go numb. Izuku looked at her, only just noticing how caring she looked. What can you do? She smiled. You think about how many you save by killing. A corrupted planetary governor can murder millions of people through inaction or sabotage. An enemy general can order billions put to the sword. You can't avoid death, but you can minimize it. It made him frown. But you still kill, you take an innocent life. How innocent is that life when it costs billions more just to hold it up? You keep trying to win by saving, Izuku. It's so admirable how you can see the good within everyone, no matter how deep down it's buried. But, a lot of the time, you have to save by winning. And often, the only way to win is to kill. He looked away from her, turning slightly so he was facing away from her. But I don't want to kill anyone. It's wrong. Her hands slipped off his shoulders. Yes, killing is wrong. The answer was not the one he expected, making him turn back to her. I never enjoy the act of it, and anyone who does enjoy it should never be put in a position to be able to do so. I always resent it, because it means that somewhere along the path of life they took a wrong turn, a turn that they shouldn't have taken. And now it was my turn to end their path. She moved closer to him and placed her head on his shoulder. Izuku felt his face heat up. If the world, the galaxy, was a kind and just place, no one would have to die at the hand of another. But the galaxy is cruel, life is cruel, and people are cruel, so we have to be too. Izuku said nothing, but he did let her rest. The world may be cold and hard, but she was warm and soft, comforting even. Do you know the creed we are founded on? Izuku shook his head, and Vania smiled kindly. For those that defy the Imperium, only the Emperor can judge your crimes. Only in death can you receive the Emperor's judgment. She got up from her position on his shoulder, standing over him in a way that Izuku wasn't sure why he liked. You're a good person, Izuku Midoriya. I am honored to have met you. Then she leaned down and kissed him on the forehead. And you're really sweet. Izuku thought she left the room after that, but he couldn't really tell due to his brain currently shutting down. One of the last things he recalled before darkness overtook him was laughter, a sword's laughter, echoing over the waves. The waves, darkness, the rolling storm clouds of soporific darkness clung to Izuku's psyche like a tumor, lightning of Inui and thunder of choleric fury. The waves were tormentous, crashing against themselves in a squall of emotion. The waves, Izuku felt. Well, he wasn't sure what he was feeling, but he didn't like the feeling. Apprehension, elation, fear, sadness, all good and bad emotions mixed together into a dark soupy mass that clotted within his brain. Balmung had tried to talk with him, but that was a conversation he simply was not ready for. He had dammed up the waves, not allowing a single ripple of the synthetic consciousness to cross into his mind. Unfortunately, Balmung seemed desperate to speak with him. His helmet, laying discarded on the floor where it had fallen after his mission, activated its vox speaker once again. Izuku, ignore it. Eventually, he'll give up, and I can wallow in my bed without interruption. You understand why I did it, don't you? Of course he understood. It was the logical choice, the only way for them both to survive that disease-ridden hellscape. That didn't mean he liked it. That didn't mean he felt capable of speaking to the creature that had puppeted his body like a karakuri. So he pulled the covers a bit higher and tried to hide from the world in his bed. They went silent again. The moment stretched onwards into infinity, the silence echoing rapturously between the sword and the sword arm. Izuku wasn't sure how long it had been specifically, but it certainly wasn't long enough. I'm sorry, I know what I did wasn't right, that it was a gross violation of your trust, but I couldn't just stand by and let both of us die like that. Izuku tried to ignore him, to shut away the entirety of the world and wallow within himself. Reports, missives, letters from his brothers, all piled up to the ceiling in his official office. Courier servitors were sent away by the automated door. Even Kitten never stepped foot in the bedroom that was rapidly becoming Izuku's entire world. Food also came, mostly given to him by Vania. He ate what he could stomach. Sometimes he felt sick, sometimes he binged, and sometimes he couldn't even stand looking at the food. The only reason why he hasn't locked himself in had simply been that his body demanded exercise. Training all day, every day, for an entire year, had left strong habits behind, and he didn't have the strength left within to fight it. A sharp knock from the door drew his slothful attention. It meant that his isolation would be breached. The door swung open soundlessly, and the soft echoes of footsteps entered. After a few moments, the clatter of utensils from the bedside table permeated his blanket wall. The food trays must be being swapped out. For a moment he hesitated, words forming on his lips but not having the impetus to leave them. Just thinking about the questions made him feel sick. For a moment he wondered if he was even allowed to ask them. As he festered within his own haze of depression, he was surprised when his bed dipped down and a gentle hand settled on his shoulder. He knew without a doubt it was Vania. No custodian was so light as to not destroy his bed, nor any Primarch as gentle a hand. She didn't say anything, but waited instead as if she knew that he had a question he needed answered but simply refused to ask. Only after sitting in a silence that seemed less so than the previous overbearing nothingness for what felt like hours did he finally speak up. Am I a good person? That depends quite heavily on what you mean. I think you are. You're kind. You can see the good within people. You're innocent, if such a thing exists. But that isn't the answer you want, is it? No, it wasn't. It also wasn't the question he wanted her to answer. Time flitted away again in silence, filled with the smell of food that by now had gone cold. Was it the right thing to do? There wasn't anything you could have done wrong. These people on board had already died long ago. Their bodies were forced to work against their will. They had been less than puppets. If anything, you gave them peace. But was it the right thing to do? He pressed again. He needed to know the answer to it. Vania increased her grip on his shoulder and pulled softly, forcing him on his back and gently cupping his face before forcing him to look her in the eyes. To them, no, but for them, yes. They are no longer puppeted by the same force that tried to burn the Imperium down, that wounded the Emperor and stole away half of his children. You have given them mercy, Izuku Midoriya. That doesn't mean it was the right thing. No, but it was far from the wrong thing. They remained like this for a few moments longer before she, gently, pulled on his ear and forced him up. Now, that was long enough for you to brood about right or wrong. You have duties to perform and responsibilities to fulfill. She dragged him up and out of his bedroom and into the bathroom. Now, clean yourself up. That beard does not suit you. With those words, the door slammed shut behind him, leaving him staggering and slightly confused. Beard? What beard? Izuku wondered as he walked over to the mirror and looked into it. He almost didn't recognize himself. His half-lidded eyes were sunken into their sockets. His hair was an even worse mess than usual, and a scraggly but well-filled beard covered his face. Seriously? He questioned no one in particular. No one could hear him here. The universe, perhaps. I have green eyes, green hair everywhere else, but the fucking beard is black. After a moment, he erupted into laughter, a snorting laugh that didn't make sense. He kept giggling even as he discarded his smelly clothes and entered the shower. After scrubbing himself down until he felt clean, he went ahead and activated the, until now never used, servitor in the room. It went to work and gave his beard a neat trim. He silently agreed with Fania, but he wasn't ready to look how he did, not yet. Despite not having natural eyes or a mind to irritate, the poor thing almost looked frustrated when his hair refused to follow its instructions and behave. When he emerged from his room and was greeted by the harsh lumens of the corridor, he looked almost presentable. He felt clean and somewhat well, though a part of him still wanted to go back to bed and bury into the blanket. But before he could devote much thought to it, a report was forced into his hand by some aide and he just began working, ignoring the feeling, crushing it down into the void, overshadowing it with work. He was very good at that. However, upon actually making his way to his desk and sitting down, the reality of the situation dawned on him. Or, rather, it towered over him. He turned to one of the clerks in the office complex. Am I seeing things? No, this is quite real, my lord. You were indisposed for a lengthy period of time, and you did request them before that. I will begin making you some tea. Izuku couldn't help but ogle at the sheer mountain that had amassed in his office. There were 4 stacks, floor to ceiling, with a 5th one on his desk, all piled to the ceiling in a monolith of paper, parchment, and a dozen or so data slates, missives, reports, requests, letters, and what looked like multiple different drafts of the same 2 or 3 books shone in all their bureaucratic fastidiousness. He wondered if Malkador had a secretive sadistic side, for only someone who truly enjoyed pain would make a bureaucracy that made Japan seem simple in comparison. 4 different stamps required for a single document. Madness. Izuku took a deep breath, held it for a moment, and then let it out in a sigh. He began with the oldest reports, which required a great deal of finesse to remove from the bottom of the stacks without ripping them under the weight of the newer documents. He recognized the handwriting as Dorn's, and his interest was piqued. After reading over it, he gave the stacks a glance, then commanded 2 servitors and 4 clerks to sort them according to date, author, and purpose. With the older reports first. 20 minutes later, he had the stack on his desk sorted in 5 piles. He had his desk clean after another 40 and a row of the bookshelf behind him neatly filled with multiple folders, with the ones he had deemed to be actually important or interesting in some way arrayed in front of him. One of the interesting ones seemed to not be a letter or document at all, but a strange cuboid object made of a black, stone-like substance and emitted a faint green glow. He picked it up, turning it over in his hand and spying Gothic characters carved into its surface. Come see the fantastic galleries of solemnness. This invitation offers a guarantee of safety for 1 person from becoming an exhibit. Coordinates are. Izuku shelved it for later. He would probably get back to it once he had actually time to take a visit to the ass end of the Ultima Segmentum. And what exactly did it mean when it said guarantee of safety from becoming an exhibit? Izuku was distracted from the object by the heavy thunk of a book impacting his desk. The poor clerk that had carried it from the loading dock looked ready to collapse. So massive was the ledger. He expressed delivery from Lord Gilliman, my lord. He expressed his interest in your opinion and would like to have word back as soon as possible. Despite his exhaustion, he forced himself to stand straight and even saluted with passable form. Thank you. Take a seat until you have recovered. Izuku just barely spared him a glance as he opened the massive text, which felt like cracking open some antediluvian tome rather than a relatively recently written book by his adoptive brother. Then he opened it, and found that tome was much more apt than book. Rabutte presented an idea of how to split the power a Primarch had in order to slow down and stop corruption worming its way through their surviving Marines, and to prevent another rebellion should a second Horus arise. Izuku marveled at Robaute's tactical acumen and ability to convey information. His brother had the basic tactics and ideas set up in ranks, professions, specialists, and more, all neatly organized in such a way that any Astartes could understand it. Once he got to the battle tactics, he closed it and began thinking. All in all, he couldn't say that its logic wasn't sound, but something about it irked him. Splitting up the legions into 1,000 Astartes-strong chapters had sound logic. But he couldn't help but be wary of the change. And what of the Almighty? Would they be split up into chapters with no care for what gene lines the Astartes hailed from? He believed that Guilliman wouldn't do such a thing, but he felt as if this was not the best course of action. Sure, it would limit the spread of corruption or a madman from grasping power he didn't deserve, but what if there was a major Xenos threat? The Orcs were in disarray and the Eldari were in hiding, but there was nothing to suggest that that would last forever. What if some new galactic power arose amidst the turmoil of the Imperium's rebuilding? What if the traitors hadn't all been killed by the inhospitable nature of the Eye of Terror? If they came back, they could quickly become an existential threat to the Imperium. He looked for the clerk that had handed him the book and found him snoring in a chair, arms folded and head on his chest. Izuku couldn't help but smirk at the man, only to be suddenly stricken with searing pain. Seemingly for no reason, his back ached, his eyes were burning, and he felt ravished. A glance at the wristwatch, or chronometer, told him he had been sitting at his desk for almost 12 hours, most of it spent reading the Codex Astartes, as it was titled. He mentally kicked himself, getting up from his seat and heading back to his room. Cold food be damned. Vania had made him a meal and he was starving. Before he did, though, he woke up the clerk and told him to get something to eat and rest before dismissing him. Of course, the poor man panicked for a bit, browbeating himself that he had fallen asleep while waiting for his lord's response. Izuku calmed him down and told him he would need another day before he can make his decision about the codex. He seemed exceptionally grateful, and made himself scarce immediately after. Izuku decided to follow the man's example, and made a beeline for his own quarters. There he found his dinner, cold by now, a freshly made bed and a letter. The letter consisted of Vania telling him that she would drag him out of his bed, no matter his state of dress, and then throw him off the next closest spire if he fell back into the fugue state he had been in for the past several months. He chuckled at her joke. Then, after he thought about it for a few seconds, felt a dawning sense of horror at the fact that she likely wasn't joking. With a newfound spring in his step, he scarfed down the food and set 4 alarms to get himself up at least 20 minutes before she arrived at his quarters. He had a series of busy days ahead. After all, no, the meeting with his brothers had just started, and Izuku was already getting a headache. All present turned to face Dorn, who, in a shocking turn of events, looked downright angry. In contrast to his usual stoic placidness and nonplussed expression, he looked like an entirely different person. Guilliman tried to calm things down, evidently as concerned as Izuku. "Rogel, please, we have already tell. I said no. I will not split my legion just because you think it is a smart idea. We were unable to defend Terra, even with the full complement of our sons within single command structures. Fracturing them into disparate parts will only weaken them. You would have us throw our bulwark to the wind because you believe us to be untrustworthy. I agree with Rogel. My sons and I have raced across the galaxy, slaughtering traitors as we went, just to be told that we don't do a good enough job. Now think of it. What would happen if there are over 100 different fighting forces out there?" The Khan spoke up. "By the time the last one gets the message, Terra would already be burned. Even if you disagree with the tactical efficacy," Magnus drew everyone's attention, "you have to admit that it is the best spiritual defense we have. This way, if chaos spreads its tendrils again, not all of our sons will fall to it." To everyone's surprise, Russ agreed with his brother. "I support it in that regard. I have seen how it spreads in the Thousand Suns, how a single captain was able to turn a third from the Emperor's light. We had to insulate the squads affected by it as fast as we could, lest they dragged their more loyal brothers down with their bastard magics." The Lion, Corvus, and Vulcan had remained silent so far, more content to just watch than interfere with the argument. Izuku almost wanted to do the same. With all their power, all their strength, all their intelligence and superhuman charisma, these were brothers through and through. And if being brothers and all but named Kakin had taught him anything, it was that sometimes brothers need to be pried apart to stop their bickering. Izuku loudly cleared his throat, his first contribution since the meeting began. "Now, before we restart this argument for the 3rd day in a row, why don't we talk about the parts that are frankly lacking or incomplete?" Rabu just stared at Izuku. "Lacking? Incomplete? What do you mean by that? I was sure to include everything that I knew. And therein lies your error." Izuku had to nearly shout the word to cut him off. "Everything you knew. But did you consider that your brothers are better in other parts of warfare? Corvus' infiltration abilities are second to none. Dorn has built bastions that even now are standing. Khan is an expert at hit-and-run tactics. I'm certain each and everyone at this table has at least one methodology or tactic that would enhance the codex. So why didn't you ask for their input when composing it?" Rabu remained silent for a moment. then sat down and thumbed his chin. I can't refute your logic. Good. Now then, Dorn, can you explain the exact sticking points of your argument against splitting the legions? I don't like it. Izuku stared at him, unblinking until he elaborated. I don't like that we are thinning our forces this much. We had armies numbering in the tens of thousands of Astartes during the Great Crusade, and now we have to limit ourselves to just 1,000 apiece. What if we encounter significant resistance? What if these chapters deviate so much from each other that they are no longer able to easily work together? Cultural drift is a very real phenomenon. We already struggle somewhat with working together when two legions meet, so what would the struggle be in 1,000 years? Or more. The problem with inter-legion work wasn't because we didn't understand each other, but because of cultural drift. The lion, finally, entered the discussion. Just look at the difference between Conrad's and Sanguinius methods of warfare. Conrad killed until they obeyed out of fear, mostly only to rebel later when they thought it was safe. Sanguinius, on the other hand, used diplomacy and shows of might, making promises of protection and technological advancement. Not one of his worlds rebelled or fell into the hands of traitors. What we need is a universal guide, one that gives us an outline we can follow. He looked at Dorn. There will be unforeseen changes in the culture and beliefs of the chapters. We can't prevent that, but we can minimize it by following a common route. Vulcan nodded. On Nocturne, we have what we call Targisti, scripts written by the masters of the Forge going back generations. Once you become a master yourself, you are encouraged to read and follow them. I can tell you, not one weapon is the same as the other. Even when following the instructions to the letter, it will differ. So we are taught by hand and word, if possible, to ensure that we learn not just from paper, but from the paper's source as well. And your proposal? Izuku could barely hide his grin, as he already saw where this was leading. My proposal is that we leave behind a contingent of sons that are taught by us, so that in times of need these chapters can return to our homeworlds and learn from them as they learn from us. It would keep our sons from drifting too far from their roots. Izuku raised his hand. I volunteer the Almighty. Those of traitor Genistok would do well to see that the sons of the Emperor they defended have not forsaken them. And your own sons would like to see that they have not been forgotten. That assignment to the Almighty isn't a punishment. That would mean that those chosen could never leave Luna, unless they teach a second generation, which could cause deviation from our teachings. Corvus almost shot down Izuku's idea. But then again, I don't think that your legion would try mixing genoseeds, would it? Of course not. Chimeric gene seed sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Izuku scratched his head, wondering where to go next. Then perhaps one of the chapters keeps its original heraldry in name, as the original continuation of your legion. I can agree to that. Robute nodded. All in favor? One by one, everyone present raised their hand. Now that we addressed the issue we had, do you agree with the idea of the codex? His gaze turned to Rogel, who looked like he was either constipated or trying to eat a rock, or both at once. I shall think about it, in private, once this meeting is done. Gilliman nodded. I can accept that. Now, to the second order of business. Supply lines from Angeles have been interrupted by a warp storm, so all requisitions of lost weapons will have to be adjusted downwards by 4.5%, as well as. His point made, Izuku settled back into his role of pretending to grasp Primarch-level logistics and nodding along with his brothers. He did try to understand what was being said, but he wasn't on speaking terms with his eidetic memory at the moment. Maybe when Balmung made it up to him. So, for now, he settled in for another few days of listening to an Empire heal. He hoped that he had made a difference for the better. Gorazhan looked upon all that he had wrought, and was pleased. For 9 days, he had played the part of the creator perfectly, attuning the warding sigils of the Lorger's Spite Demonium chamber just so, selecting only his greatest apostles and dark sorcerers for the ritual, and poring over the Liber Demonicus for just the right combination of holy words and powerful phrases. He descended from his altar, the blood of the sacrificial family of backwater agri-farmers still staining his gauntleted hand, and reached the summoning circle at the same time as their blood poured from the stone slab and reached its tainted ground. With the chanting from his acolytes reaching a crescendo, he took the offered Crozius from his champion and raised it high, channeling his praises into its spiked head. With a mighty roar, he brought it crashing down upon the intricate symbols painted in blood and cerebrospinal fluid, shattering the barrier between worlds for a split second and allowing an angel to cross through. The ritual ceased its rhythmic drum beats, the chanting and smoke dissipated into the ether. In the center of the dais now stood a once mortal creature obviously blessed by the prolonged attention of the changer. Eyes sprouted across its body, lolling about unfocused in their sockets of skin and bone and muscle. A multitude of limbs, some vestigial, some fused together through Tzinch's holy blessings, and some that clearly had no human origins, splayed from the central mass of its torso. Swirling vortexes of energy coalesced about its form in rings made of bone and flesh, showing far distant vistas in their multicolored portals. foreign planets, the distant past and future, all were visible for but fleeting moments before being swept away for yet another image. Goras raised his hands in exultation, as did the rest of his congregation. "Oh, spawn of Tzinch, you have come far in your journey to us. You have been summoned for a most holy purpose. You are to help us assist the Iron Warriors, and you are to help me destroy Izuku Midoriya." Every eye across the creature's body focused on Goras in that moment, their pupils dilating like a camera's aperture. The vestigial mouth in the direct center of its malformed head opened, its long, swollen tongue flopping to the ground with a wet thud. It raised one of its hands, a human mouth sprouting from the palm in a cruel facsimile of a flower. "Izuku." Goras raised an eyebrow quizzically. "You already know Izuku. If I may be so bold, do you remember who you were in your profane, unmutated life? I understand those elevated by holy mutations are loath to think of themselves as anything but I simply..." The creature let loose a blast of strange energy, and Goras watched with muted amazement as one of his mortal disciples simply vanished from existence after he was hit by the purple-blue orb. All the eyes across its beautifully horrible facade turned to look him in his own, and he felt something that might have been fear had he still been mortal. Instead, he chose to consider it jubilation. "Hakamai." Izuku threw his dress uniform on and sprinted for his door. He knew he had overslept, and if he wanted to keep his feet on solid ground then he needed to get a head start on the paperwork for today. So, he mentally went through his checklist, grabbed his chronometer, rushed through the opening door, face plant into something soft, land on his back quite painfully, sit up on the floor. "Wait, what?" Izuku looked up from his new position on the granite flooring, green eyes staring up into Vania's onyx. Her new dress uniform clung tightly to her form, and Izuku mentally smacked himself to keep his eyes from wandering. "Vania, what are you doing here? Isn't it?" He paused and took a look at his own chronometer, 10 minutes too early. "Oh yes, it is. I was merely coming back from the window I had selected for you." Izuku paled, and he could tell that Vania was enjoying his discomfort. "But since you are already out, I suggest we begin today's work, shall we?" Climbing to his feet, Izuku smiled softly. "Well, ladies first." He offered a dramatic bow, gesturing into the direction of his office. She rolled her eyes but began walking. "Today we have a meeting with the leaders of the Emperor-worshipping cult about the book you and Lord Magnus have proposed. Apparently they want to change something. Then there is a message from Call, something about your personal ship being ready for its maiden voyage, and His Grace, the Lion, has requested you." Izuku listened to her, but whilst following found his eyes drifting over her backside. He had to wrench them up multiple times before he sped up a bit, and looked over her shoulder onto his timeline. Vania had chosen a somewhat open dress uniform, and he could practically hear how his cheeks began to turn red. He forced himself to look directly ahead, put some distance between Vania and himself, and held his hand out for the data slate. He thought he heard her snicker at something as she handed him his itinerary, but he discarded the information immediately. "Do you have an idea what Call and the Lion want to talk about?" He kept his eyes glued to the data slate, but paid enough attention to where he was going so as to not run into anyone. Again, Call said something about your personal ship being ready. Registering it finally, Izuku's eyes widened. "Call made me a spaceship." "Why? How? When?" Vania tactically ignored him. "As for the Lion... well, I didn't press the issue. He's an incredibly imposing man when you see him face to face. He came to you in person." Now that was odd. Lion L. Johnson, Primarch of the First Legion, was one of his colder brothers, not keen to interact with others without good reason. "Do you have any idea why?" "Not in the slightest. The only Primarch I have any understanding of is you, my lord. And you are leagues more human than they." Izuku rolled his eyes at her cheeky smile, not even trying to hide his exasperation from her. She giggled in response, and his mind was bombarded by very inappropriate thoughts to have about a woman who was ostensibly his boss. He took a deep breath to clear his mind, and thankfully they arrived at his office before they could resurface. Sadly, the world had different plans, as Vania constantly brought him tea, giving him another look at her cleavage, before strolling out of the office drawing nearly every pair of eyes in the room. Then she brought him lunch and sat down on the other side of his desk, ensuring that he ate it all. During her wait, she folded her arms below her chest, pushing them up. In the end, Izuku couldn't stand it anymore after she brought him his second afternoon tea. "Vania," he asked her quietly, "I have to ask, and please don't slap me, but are you teasing me? I'm not very good at reading social cues." She blinked confused for a second, then looked down at herself and gained a mischievous smirk. My. Izuku's heart sank at her tone. Are we finally getting out of the repression phase? What? Now he was confused. Wasn't she teasing him? Officio talk that we will have later. For now, let me just tell you no, I'm not teasing you, since my teasing would probably kill you. However, Izuku's face paled. You obviously don't understand some of the more useful methods employed by the Calidus Temple. We will immediately correct this issue. And that means, somehow he dreaded the answer. That means that from today on, Until I deem you sufficient, we are going to train in the art of seduction. You will try your best to seduce me. I expect you to pick me up at 20:30 for dinner as our first practice." Izuku looked at her in shock, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. "Also, ensure that you are presentable and have a topic ready, preferably over a different planet each time. Should you pass, I will give you a special reward." Izuku's mind went wild with the insinuation of the reward. He nearly slapped himself as his imagination went to places it had no right to go. Vania's smirk became a grin when she saw his reaction. "Well then, try to remain strong until then, my lord." While Izuku's mind was mostly occupied with trying to remain stoic in the face of such reckless beauty, the part that wasn't was looking forward to tonight. He had, after all, never failed a test before. Izuku pulled a face as he went over the after-action report Vania had given him. "How the hell did I get negative points? How is that even possible? I did everything she expected. I picked her up, had a nice dinner, a good conversation topic, and even a nice brand of amazek. What did I miss?" He hadn't really liked the amazek. Since it had been his first time actually drinking alcohol, it had tasted all right. A slightly sweet and smoky flavor, altogether with a mild burn that didn't numb his tongue too badly. He let loose a strangled sigh, too stressed to care that he was now speaking out loud. And some of these criticisms are nonsense. Too predictable. What does that even mean? Perhaps. A loud voice jolted him out of his musing. She wished to be surprised. Izuku wheeled around to find Dorn standing next to him, his right hand completely covered in blood-soaked bandages. But despite his obvious injury, he looked oddly serene, seemingly at peace with everything. "I do not pretend to understand the complex web of social interactions between mortals in any way other than intellectually, but that seems the logical conclusion. What are you doing here, Rogel? What happened to your hand? It looks like it got mangled by a shredder." Izuku reached out and took his hand, unwrapping the bandages and inspecting the injuries. Izuku was almost surprised when he saw that they had healed completely. Then he remembered how stupidly potent his brother's healing factors were. "I merely used my pain glove to help me find an answer to a problem that has been vexing me for the past few days. I had miscalculated how much I would flail about in pain, and smashed this hand against the interior of the machine. Do not worry, for I have corrected this mistake. Don't you fucking say it. By fortifying the machine, so as to ensure such injuries can no longer occur." Izuku wasn't quite sure how to process what his normally logical brother was saying. "I have several questions. I likely have several answers, little brother." Izuku struggled for a few moments to find the right words, but in the end he just let out a sigh at Dorn's obtuseness. "Never mind those. You said you found a solution to a problem." "Yes, a problem I had with the codex that Rabyut had proposed to us at the meeting several days ago. My solution is that the chapter that carries our legion's name and heraldry is to be somewhat larger than their successor chapters. In this way, we can ensure a solid and sturdy core which the others can build upon. Provided Gilliman makes this change, I see no reason to reject the Codex Astartes. Though, this solution merely brings me to a second, equally insurmountable problem. And that is," now Izuku was curious, "even if I have accepted the tenets of the Codex Astartes, it is unlikely that my sons will. They, like me, blame themselves for the Emperor's wounding and the overall disaster that was the siege of Terra, especially due to the fact that of my brothers, Alpharius and Perturabo, remain unaccounted." Dorn's baritone voice petered off, his face rapidly and minutely shifting in expression from one second to the next. Then, after what felt like an eternity of waiting for the massive superhuman to speak, Dorn turned on his heel and began marching down the corridor. Izuku sprinted up to him, the Praetorian of Terra's heavy footsteps sounding off like artillery shells across the metal decking. "Rogel ... why do I have a feeling that I will not like what you are about to do next? I have come to a conclusion." Izuku waited for a follow-up and received none. "Dorn, what are you talking about? I have found a way for my legion to accept the Codex. Since they all deem themselves to have failed the Emperor, they will wish to remove the stain from their honor. We will do so by capturing Perturabo. It will take an exceedingly lengthy period of time, and it will cost us dearly, but by the palace we shall shatter his legion of sociopathic children." Izuku balked at how emotional Dorn was. He was the brother that Izuku could always trust to act with a level head, even if it won him no friends. There has to be a better alternative. "There is not. I shall begin preparations to locate Perturabo and drag him back to Terra in an iron cage immediately." Dorn looked down at Izuku, and Izuku saw the fires of righteous fury burning in his eyes. He looked more like his first captain than he did himself, the zeal of fanaticism a blazing inferno in his heart. "Do not attempt to stop me, little brother. This is something that we must do." Izuku jogged next to him for a moment before he once more, inadvertently, ruined Tzinch's plans. "Take the Almighty with you. The 1,000 of your sons deserve to fight with their father one last time. And their brothers from other legions won't pass up on the opportunity to kill some traitors, particularly those loyalists from the Iron Warriors themselves." Dorn paused mid-step and looked down at him. The expression on his face was inscrutable, and Izuku could only guess what thoughts were racing through his gene-augmented brain. "Thank you." With those last words, he stormed off with such speed that Izuku could never have hoped to keep up. Instead, he remained where he had stopped, watching the man in golden armor become smaller and smaller with distance. "I wish you the best of luck." Izuku spoke in a silent prayer. He wasn't quite sure who he was praying to anymore, but the gesture felt nice. He needed to get back to his room. Today and tonight had been far too cluttered for his liking. And, in a few weeks once his schedule opened up, he had to make a trip to see just what Call had in store for him. Izuku had never been to Lionsgate Spaceport. He knew that it had been the scene of some of the heaviest fighting of the entirety of the Siege of Terra, and it still bore some of the scars of that awful bloodshed. But, thanks to Dorn's repair efforts, the several hundred square miles of gangways, docks, fuel tanks, and the like were looking ready for regular operations more and more with each passing day. The man who had invited him here, however, did not. "So," Izuku started, clapping his hands together, "you made me a spaceship." Somehow he managed to keep his excitement mostly to himself. But honestly, who could blame him for being excited? He had been to space a few times, but now he was getting his own spaceship. Call only gave him an exhausted look and a very heavy sigh. He looked weary, an unusual state for the normally energetic tech priest. Somehow, Izuku had the impression that he wanted to do nothing more than crawl under a rock and hide there for the next year or 20. His remaining organic eye had bags, and he looked as though his skin had aged another few decades. He had replaced his right arm with a double augmetic, and a diffusion field generator sprouted from his back. When he walked, the metallic clang broadcast his removal of his biological legs. Izuku didn't find him uncanny anymore. He wasn't human enough for that now. "Oh yes." He fumbled with his robes for a moment. "Where's the remote for the shield again?" "Upper left pocket." The voice in Izuku's head roared to life, and Izuku was startled by Bamung's voice. Truthfully, he had been so quiet the past few days that he had almost forgotten he shared his mind with another. "Upper left pocket, Call." "Ah, thank you, young Midoriya." Or was it Bamung that said that? That voxcoder muffles your voice so heavily I sometimes have difficulty differentiating the two. Izuku remained silent, with Call eventually sensing his hostility and dropping the question. After a bit more fumbling, Call pulled out a thin, black remote from his pocket. It reminded Izuku a bit of the stage director's control box back at Island. Around the size of a credit card, it was covered in minuscule buttons and data readouts that seemed incomprehensible to him. "I present to you your own personal void chip, named after an ancient city of what used to be the greatest empire of Terran antiquity. I give you the Inn's Rome." With the last few words, he pushed a button on the remote. The air next to him shimmered and distorted before a large void chip began to materialize from out of nowhere. As what was obviously a stealth field powered down, Izuku was greeted with a piece of engineering prowess that dwarfed anything he had ever seen. It was beautiful. The entire ship was shaped like a spearhead of old, with its wings jutting proudly from its triangular body. The entire chassis was angled such that the cockpit blended in seamlessly with the protective neck of the ship. The wings curled backwards and towards the body of the ship. In the pocket the wings created were massive autocannon batteries, their barrels big enough to comfortably fit his entire forearm inside. His gaze followed the body of it, seeing multiple vents along the bottom of it. Whether they were for venting excess heat or to use for VTOL he wasn't sure. Izuku walked up to the front of the ship, where he was greeted by a pair of heavy-duty las cannons. Sandwiched between them was the cockpit, its impact-resistant glass split into long, smooth segments by adamantium bracing. A few steps back from the front revealed what looked at first glance an anti-air turret poking out of the top. Taking a closer look at the weapons told Izuku that these weren't any normal ship weapons, but a set of quad-linked multi-lasers. "What a beauty." Izuku breathed the words almost without noticing. "And now for the inside." Call made a wild gesture, smiling brightly and appearing to regain some of his old self. With flourish he pushed another button, opening a hatch with a soft hiss somewhere in the middle of the ship. A ladder automatically extended out of the hatch and softly touched down on the ground. Bracing spikes shot out from the ladder's mounting into the landing pad, ensuring that the ladder couldn't be torn free. In stark contrast to the exterior's bleak simplicity, the interior was crammed full of sensorum equipment and other things. There was a simple but comfortable bed, a stove with an oven, a toilet, and a general living compartment for up to 4 people in the back of the ship. In front of him was what looked like a small cargo hold, with more than enough space for whatever curios he was currently keeping in his room or office. Right after was the technical compartment, chock full with important and sensible-looking machines. Izuku saw multiple screens that had one function or another before he arrived at the pilot seat. Izuku sat down, and, with a surprisingly smooth rotation, the chair spun around to face the instruments before sinking down to a more ergonomic height. His hands and feet automatically grabbed the 2 sticks and felt the pedals. The sticks had 8 buttons, wheels or switches between them, while the pedals were utterly alien to him. They had magnetic clamps on either side of them and far too much leg room. Once his feet touched them, the locks engaged automatically and the odd shape revealed itself to be double-jointed, allowing Izuku to move his feet in 3 dimensions. Then there were the dozens upon dozens of buttons, levers, and Wati notes scattered about the 3 main screen. He may as well have been staring at Gilliman's cognition puzzles with how little he understood what anything was. This is a lot, Izuku muttered to himself. Well, Call made him jump just a little bit. There's a data port on the back of the chair's headrest. You are able to link up with it through your suit. That way your friend can help you navigate the admittedly complex controls. Izuku looked over his shoulder at the Magos. That makes sense. But, Call. Yes? What's the problem? Where are the seatbelts? Izuku didn't know how fast a ship like this could go, but not having seatbelts seemed like a really bad idea. Oh, those. Yes. They are hidden and connect automatically once the engine powers up. Speaking of which, the activation button is on the right armrest. Call explained with a grin. Well, if you say so. Izuku checked the armrest and indeed, there was something that looked like an activation button. He pushed it and then felt a soft pull before he was thrown back and up. He felt the port jack into his helmet, and his helmet into his brain. He suddenly knew what to do to initiate a startup, and immediately began doing so. Pre-flight checks, retracting the landing ramp, everything he needed to be able to do what he wanted. And he wanted to fly. The 3 main screens lit up, followed by what looked to be a circular hololith and 2 more screens in both upper corners of the cockpit. Data flowed into his mind, was analyzed, computed, and comprehended. Midoriya, why is the engine starting up? Call looked back to the rear of the ship, watching the ladder retract and the ramps close. Izuku smiled, unable to turn his head thanks to the magnetic lock. Come on, Call, you're an incredibly smart man. If you built this entire ship and gave it to me, I'm sure you can figure out why I've started the engines. Call's eyes went wide. Oh, Omnisaya, keep me safe in this world of reckless organics. With those words, Call activated the mag clap in his newly installed augmetic feet, with a whine that slowly became all-encompassing before flipping to a roar of power. The large rear thruster came to life. The ship softly rolled into motion, and with a bit of steering Izuku nudged it to the nearby runway. Izuku cut into the voxnet of the local tower. This is INS Rome, taking off in 2 from runway 334509. Security code Aquila. Confirm. After a short period of silence, the voxnet surged with activity. Confirm. Security clearance override accepted. Emperor be with you, Rome. Once he had finished the pre-flight check, he pushed the large lever on his left forward. The temporarily powered-down engine came back to life with vengeance. The roar was nearly deafening for a moment, but Izuku activated the cockpit suppression field and the noise was cut to a dull thrumming. The crushing force of sudden acceleration pushed Izuku deeper into his chair. Let's see what you can do, sweetheart. Izuku couldn't hold down the grin that formed on his face as he disengaged the safeties and the ship violently shot forward and into Terra's chem-soaked atmosphere. His feet rolled the pedals around, causing the ship to barrel roll for a moment. Izuku whooped with joy and slammed the throttle forward. The ship streaked across the sky faster than anything Mars had produced in the last 5 millennia. The sound barrier was broken before Izuku had even fully cleared the spaceport's airspace. Less than 10 seconds after he did so, the ship had left the atmosphere, the gray-gold ball of Terra shrinking behind Izuku as he left the exosphere. Out in space, the clutch reset itself, and this time it provided much more significant resistance to his efforts. He pushed the lever forward until he heard a beep. The cockpit signaled him that he had accelerated to 0. 1C and asked if he wanted to switch to cruising mode. Izuku stared at the readout for a few seconds, his brain not quite believing what his eyes were seeing. He marveled at the mechanical beauty that Call had wrought, and then he had a horrifically incredible thought. He turned to Call, his helmet's eye lenses focusing on the Magos with the intensity of a star. Call, how fast can this thing go? Call blanched, before taking a deep breath and bracing himself further against the wall. The Rome has the maximum velocity, 99c at cruising speed, though obviously that is after multiple months of constant acceleration. It's too small to navigate via warp travel, so it has to get places the old-fashioned way, going full burn until the midpoint of a journey, flipping around 108 IDIG, and going full burn in the opposite direction to slow down. There are stasis pods in the crew quarters to wait out the journey. That'd take forever to get anywhere. The closest star system to Sol is more than 4 light years, and the rest are even further, which is why the entire bottom of the Rome is magnetized, so you can hitch a ride on any Imperial vessel to take advantage of their warp drive. Baumang was very insistent that the old ways of making a ship this size warp-capable just don't work anymore. What with the Immaterium being the way it is. Wait, Izuku disconnected from the chair and stood up. Baumang told you to do this. Oh yes, he and the other ones. Hasn't he told you about it? Call looked confusedly at him. I thought you were aware of it, and that you agreed. Apology, not trick. The all-too-familiar voice surfaced in Izuku's head. but for once he didn't immediately crush it back down into the waves. Call, I'm going to talk with Bamung for a bit. I need you to make sure I don't start doing anything that I wouldn't do. Okay. After getting a nod of affirmation from Call, Izuku sat back down into the chair and concentrated. He hadn't gone down into his depths for a while, but he found the long and narrow path just as open as the day he had boarded the benevolent light all those months ago. He followed it down, down, down into the waves. The waves. The waves. I know I've said this 149 times before, Izuku, but I am deeply sorry. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself face to face with Bamung's avatar. In the months since he had last seen him, he had apparently finally gotten the hang of having a visible form. A massive broadsword, its edge razor sharp and with a golden crossguard, hovered in the air opposite him. And like every time before, Bamung, I know. What I don't know is, would you ever do this again? Being a prisoner in my own body isn't an experience I ever want to repeat again. If the choice was between making you uncomfortable or us dying, Bamung spat, then I would do it over and over again. You have a duty, Izuku, not just to the Emperor or the Primarchs or to me, but to yourself. Shirking your responsibilities can only make things worse. Jonah tried to flee from his mission to Nineveh, and he was eaten alive for it. I don't want that same fate for you, my friend. Izuku glared at him, his gaze reflected in the blade of the sword. He understood the logic, he knew the logic, but he did not like the logic. I know, I want. Hog. He punched the sword, shattering the image into millions of fragments of solid light. He was alone. The waves were still. Then the waves rippled, and the sword of Sigurd was back where it had always been. You will need to consciously kill again, Izuku. The line of work you have chosen makes that a fact. Bamung glared at him, an impressive feat considering he had no eyes. So let me help you do your job. Like it or not, we're stuck together. You can't use most of your equipment functions without assistance, and I'll likely never find another human like you. So, come hell or high water, we're together. The sword rotated to face towards Izuku. There were many things Izuku could have said or done. He could have turned around and walked away. He could have argued. He could have broken the sword a second time. Instead, he grabbed the sword by the hilt and felt a familiar power coursing through him. They were one once more. I have to give Perturabo credit. For all his legion's flaws, they can build one hell of a death trap. Gorazhan, word-bearer captain and holy warrior of the gods, looked out from the command post he and his attaches had been assigned to. No matter which direction he looked, naught but barbed wire, earthworks, servitor crude gun emplacements, and warriors in gunmetal gray armor could be seen. The 10 word-bearers he had brought were the only spot of color in an otherwise dreary and droll landscape. Well, save the hazard stripes the Iron Warriors painted on their gauntlets and weapons. Goraz still wasn't sure if that was just a part of their legion's color scheme or if it was the ghost of humor worming its way out of the dour, pragmatic sons of Perturabo. Izuku. Goraz turned to look at his warband's latest addition. The shifting mass of flesh and bone that called itself Hakami was currently chained to the ground, burbling its singular known word to itself. Kion had proven to be an adequate handler of the creature, keeping it away from any of their servants too weak to avoid being eaten, and ensuring that the Iron Warriors didn't put it down out of some misguided notion of purity. He idly checked his Crozius for cracks or flaws in the metal, and got out his maintenance kit for his plasma pistol. The gods had told him that his quarry and he would be meeting very soon, not on this battlefield, which was why their command post had a teleporter beacon set up so they could escape once the fighting began in earnest. But soon regardless, vision after vision, all showing him and the green-haired child dueling as equals. However, there was nothing in those visions that said he had to fight fair. To that end, Hakami would prove his worth here against the Sons of Dorn. If it turned out to be a capable fighter, then it would prove valuable against the green-haired child. And if it didn't, well, there were always more spawn. So, as he moved to help Badger and Akiro double-check the teleporter beacon, his twin hearts beat just that little bit faster with anticipation. Soon, he would triumph over the primogenitor, and then he would join the foreign godhood. As much as Dorn disliked the Codex Astartes, he had to admit that there were plenty of good ideas in it. Basic combat tactics that could be built upon, logistics, the basics of trench warfare, orbital warfare doctrine, and more. He did criticize the part about fortification and defensive infrastructure, but when he brought it up, Robot had simply handed him a pen and asked for his opinion about it. It had surprised him that his brother accepted his changes without a word of protest, and even incorporated the idea for the Legion Secundus as they eventually were referred to as. He had also been surprised by the backtalk he had received from First Captain Garviel Loken when he requested the Imperial Fist detachment from the Almighty. The man had, despite looking up at him, stood his ground firmly. Dorn respected that and followed his wishes. Even now, the words were clear in his mind. Lord Dorn, despite the respect I and my brothers have for you, we refuse to lend you the warriors from our legion. The Emperor has ordered us to be one legion, to work with each other and to trust the men next to them, regardless of their gene sire. We either march as one or as none. If he was being honest, he had to admit that their addition to his forces were a positive influence. The majority of the Iron Warrior contingent were currently working on a model of the fortress below. They argued, proposed, discarded, and updated their model based on their knowledge of Perturabo and Iron Warrior Legion doctrine. Meanwhile, his own Imperial Fists were standing on the side taking notes and asking questions about certain aspects of it, the reason behind certain areas and tactics that could be used. The rest of the Almighty, as they called themselves, were busy with making preparations for landfall. The Thousand Suns were chanting something that almost sounded like a song, apparently trying to calm the warp. Dorn didn't even pretend that he understood the psychic arts, so he trusted the Sons of Magnus in much the same way he trusted their father. The Ultramarines and the White Scars prepped vehicles and transporters, the two legions working in tandem. The Scars modified engines and systems to run more efficiently and faster, clearly intending to go fast despite the weight of the transports. The Ultramarines took over the supply and maintenance sections, taking to the incredibly mundane work of logistics with all the excitement of children playing with their favorite toys. The Luna Wolves, Space Wolves, and Dark Angels duel relentlessly in every single spare practice cage, the ferocity of the wolves only matched by the martial prowess of the angels. The Raven Guard and Alpha Legion, as the ostensible infiltration experts, prepared their gear and ran stealth exercises. The rest trained in some form or another, all looking eager for their first battle since Luna and Terra. All in all, it was a sight to behold. An odd one but not a bad one. Lord Dorn, Sigismund drew his attention before he continued speaking. Do you think that it was a wise decision to include them into our war? This is personal for us, a chance to redeem ourselves. Wise or foolish, we will know once the coming battle starts. But what do you think, my son? Sigismund was quiet for a moment, contemplating his answer. I do not know. Dorn raised an eyebrow. Surprise was an emotion he rarely felt. Sigismund was his first captain, one of his favorite sons, unmatched in both martial prowess and mental fortitude. I do not know wasn't a sentence he believed he had ever heard from the zealous man. Elaborate, Captain. I believe it to be wise from a military viewpoint. Perturabo and his bastards know our tactics very well, and have likely tailor-built the fortress to be as destructive to our way of warfare as possible. The Iron Warriors on our side have proven immeasurably useful, and the sons of Alphareus and Corax will ensure that their defenses offer token resistance. But what, my son? But I feel as though it cheapens the victory. This is to be our penance for failing to keep the Emperor safe. This is the paying glove for our entire legion, burning us away through bloodshed so that we may emerge stronger than before. I feel like approaching our crucible in such a way is spiritually unwise. Dorn scoffed. Spiritually? Have you been reading the Lectitio Humanitatis again? You know the reality of why that book was written, do you not? Sigismund looked up at his Gene father, his eyes piercing deep into Dorn's soul. I do, my lord. But something does not have to be correct for it to be true. With that, the Templar saluted him and walked off to join his sword brethren in preparation for planetfall. Dorn looked after his son until he left his field of view, before he turned back to the planet that Perturabo had dug his heels into. Even from orbit, the earthworks and fortifications could be seen beneath the pale white haze of planetary shield generators. Enormous plumes of smoke from what could only be mobile forge complexes billowed into the atmosphere of Sebastus IV. Soon, it would be time for all of them to die, and Dorn still wasn't entirely sure who that referred to. The fortress shook once more, rockcrete dust and pebbles pinged off Gora's armor. He would never have thought that the tight-assed Imperial Fists would humble themselves to this degree. The entire legion had arrived as expected, but they had brought some others with them. They were a legion he had never seen before, and some of his compatriots had whispered that they were one of the two lost legions brought back from the grave to smite them. This was quickly disproven, but the identity of the strange, green-armored warriors was still a perplexing mystery. However, he had to begrudge them their efficacy. In barely a month's time, the combined force had advanced to what the Iron Warriors had calculated as the half-year mark. If they kept up this pace, which looked to be very likely, they would take the fortress within 3 years. He would have to leave soon, otherwise Perturabo might get the idea to put them to use, and wouldn't that be a shame? His holy mission, ruined by a bitter hulk of a man. It wasn't all bad, though. Hakami had had a whale of a time, leaping between squads of yellow and green, tearing them apart with his mutated limbs or vanishing them from existence with his blessed powers. Sure, it had taken a sizable number of bolchos to its calloused carapace, but that was nothing if not fixable. And in return, well, Goras now had multiple Astarte skulls affixed to his breastplate that he hadn't at the start of the siege. But, sadly, all fun things must come to an end. And fortunately, the Word-Bearer's teleport beacon was still functioning despite the terrible bombardment. The Lorger's spite was hidden away behind one of the other planets in the system, and was ready to full burn to the Manville Point and escape this death trap Perturabo had built for himself. For all Goras cared, the Primarch of the 4th Legion could die in a ditch. After all, he had a mission on his own to fulfill. And apostates like he and his legion were not welcome on their venerable pilgrimage. Perturabo ground his teeth as he watched his constructions falling around him. He could hear the voice of doubt creeping into his legionnaires as the sounds of the Imperial fists and their accursed allies grew infinitesimally closer with each passing minute. 3 years. 3 years to utterly destroy everything he had done. In the short time span they had taken, the orbital defenses, the planetary shield generators, the first minefield and artillery park, and broken into his demonic fortress proper. From then on it had been one failure cascading into the next. Death traps were evaded, fixed firing positions flanked and destroyed. Even something as crude as a pitfall with mines at the bottom failed. And now he was forced back to the point of no return. Oh sure, their casualties had been grievous. The Imperial fists and the green-armored legion they fought with had been savaged. But they still lived. They hadn't yet been bled dry by the grindstone that was his legion. They still fought with vigor, they still had shells to spare, and they still kept coming. It was infuriating. The sheer unending scale of them drove him close to madness, and in that madness a plan he had long since discarded as unneeded bubbled back up to the surface. He reached out for a voxcaster and cued it to a legion-wide channel. To all soldiers of Olympia, Plan Tertius Sigma is to be enacted. Retreat if able to your designated zones, else. He grimaced, make the fools pay for every inch. Use your hatred, your bitterness, and strike the enemy down. Iron within, iron without. With that, he stormed down the corridor from his command throne and towards Station TTS-1, where the Iron Warrior fleet was currently buried beneath miles upon miles of blast doors. They would escape this ball of rock and ruin, and leave behind a very special parting gift for Rogel Dorn. With any luck, the resulting planetary explosion would do what his fortress could not. Going somewhere, brother. The voice washed over his back like ice. His head snapped around to the source of it and the grin was wiped off his face at the sight of golden armor. Dorn stood in the hallway, blocking his access to the Iron Blood. Surrounding him was a good few dozen of his warriors, along with half as many in that strange forest green color. Dorn, the name was more growled than spoken. I did not expect you. I was hoping you would not. It is impressive what the Raven Guard can teach, if one is willing to learn. Perturabo grinned, sending the signal to the antimatter charge buried deep within the planet's core. He knew he couldn't escape. He knew that this was the end of his long and storied life. But it could also be Dorn's. Or, if he played his cards right, it could be neither. Do you remember, Rogel, when you were asked if there was any fortress you could build that I could not siege? Yes, said Dorn, and the answer remains the same. As curt as ever, said the Sagemaster of Olympia, ignoring the swarms of fists and green pattern to start searching the other rooms leading to the throne room. Now what about the inverse? Does the great architect of Terra believe he could crack any fortress I built? This is evident now, Dorn replied, to the muffled laughs of the Imperial fists. Indeed, Perturabo nodded, while brushing away the perceived insult. Father never really granted me the same opportunities as my new patrons do. Did you know, I was so angered by your hubris that day, that in my more foolish mortal life, I would spend weeks at a time, agonizing over your plans and my own, your battle records, convinced that, given the opportunity, I could outshine you with a fortress that you could never crack. But now that my patrons have given me the tools to fulfill my desire, I see the truth. I was not your rival, I never existed. In your mind, I was a projection of your own sins. You once accused me of recklessly throwing legionaries at walls, and yet, the Primarch waved his hands around his ruined citadel. Here we are at the site of my ruined walls, leveled only by the fine skulls of your legionaries. That ruthless obstinance is not my failure, it's yours. Do you know what I have realized, my dear brother Rogel? For so long, my mind was obsessed over designs for the perfect fortress. It was my obsession, my dream. I would build the best fortress. Then I realized my folly. There is no best fortress, whether we build them with sticks like our ancestors, or rockcrete and adamantium, they are all built with the same purpose. Do you know what that purpose is? A strong fortress is one the enemy can't break, said Rogel flatly, and my breaking of this means that your fortress was weak. No, roared Perturabo with a bellowed, triumphant laugh. I knew you would say that. I used to say that as well, after all. All fortresses are prenable, Rogel, with enough time and resources. Ancient Troy fell through trickery. Constantinople fell through treason, Gibraltar fell through technology, and Nova York fell through the unruliness of its own citizens. Just as Terra fell due to the negligence of its defenders, it is the duty of any fortification not to be impregnable, but to make the cost of breaking it so high the enemy is either deterred or exhausted, to be so costly that it is not worth the treasure inside. And if that is true, the ultimate fortress, my brother, is not one that can't be besieged, it is one not worth sieging at all. Perturabo pointed downwards. Currently, there is an automated boring drill on its way to the center of the planet. Contained within is a stasis field with 5 metric tons of antimatter. It should reach the planet's core within. Oh, he mimed checking a chronometer, looking at his wrist exaggeratedly, about 30 minutes. The pressure and heat will do terrible things to such delicate machinery, and the stasis field might even turn off. Now, you could kill me here and finally set out to do what you want. You could die knowing that you sacrificed thousands of people who trusted you to finally atone for your sins. Or you could escape, save your life and those of your legionnaires, and run like the bastard I always knew you to be. Dorn looked troubled for a moment, and then he did something that deeply disturbed Perturabo. Dorn began to smile. I pity you, brother. Had we worked together, we could have built the Imperial Palace together, a monument to engineering the likes of which the galaxy has never seen before. If both fists and warriors had held the walls, Horus and his ilk would have broken upon its battlements like water upon a rock. Instead, you have let yourself become consumed by bitterness and spite, opting to destroy rather than build anything. I thank you for finally opening my eyes to what those I once called my siblings have turned into. Mortarian's bitterness, Angron's rage, Lorger's worship, Conrad's fatalism, and Horus' insecurity. I cannot kill you, Perturabo. You have been dead inside for decades. With those words, Dorn turned around and walked away, his retinue of fists. And the other legionnaires turned and walked with him, the crash of their ceramite on the floor the only noise in the hallway. What? Perturabo hadn't even noticed that he had spoken. What? He roared, rage and fury tinting his vision red. Don't you dare. Dorn, don't you dare leave me like this. You coward. Fight me. Hit me. Come back here so you can die like the warrior you pretend to be. Dorn paused for a moment, simply turning his head so he could speak over his shoulder a bit. A warrior doesn't fight children. Then he continued his march. Perturabo screamed in fury even as he sank to his knees. He screamed, and he screamed, and he screamed until his superhuman lungs gave out. He saw shapes in the corner of his eyes, some sort of green glow and gunmetal gray, but his brain didn't process it at all. He simply screamed until, after what felt like days but was likely minutes, his vision simply turned off. Dorn watched from his ship as the planet began cracking, then fracturing and finally bursting. The molten core gushed between the cracks and tears in the crust, painting the ships surrounding it in a warm gold that matched their existing yellow. Has the iron blood made it off-planet? We have not detected its warp signature. It is theoretically possible for it to warp while still underground, but that's incredibly dangerous and unlikely. We did engage several of the lesser Iron Warriors' void ships, and many did escape to the Manville Point, but Perturabo's flagship is still unaccounted for, so we can assume that it didn't make it off-planet before the bomb detonated. My Primarch. Dorn fell silent. Whilst he and Perturabo didn't have a good relationship, if any at all, he would still mourn him should he truly be dead. And if he weren't, he had heard from the legionaries of the Almighty of Fulgrim's triumphant return in fire and light. If he could find redemption, well, that's a theoretical. The practical was that the Iron Warriors Legion had been savaged beyond any hope of keeping combat effective. Now, with one problem solved, he could focus on another. He brought up picked captures from deceased Imperial fists and Almighty on his personal hololith. He collated them by combat zone and searched for commonalities. He found one, a mass of teeth, eyes, and horrific energies. The mutated creature had been seen along with a group of word-bearers who had vanished sometime within the first few months of the conflict. But in that short time, their monstrous pet had slain several dozen of his sons and 20 Almighty. But that wasn't what worried him. It was that it had kept screaming Izuku's name as it killed. Izuku. Izuku shook himself back into focus. Vania stared at him, her onyx eyes like flensing daggers into his soul. Did you hear anything I just said? Izuku shook his head nervously. I'm sorry, Vania. I think you got me off guard. They turned a corner, just returning from their last lesson. I was merely congratulating you for finally achieving full marks with me. She was hugging his right arm close to herself. She pushed a bit closer to him, her warmth seeping into his arm even as desperately tried to ignore the feelings pressed up against him. So that means our lessons are over. He didn't know why, but he felt a pang of sadness at that. Only if you want them to be. There are many more avenues for seduction, and all I have shown you is the romantic way. Next we could train establishing contact and brewing interest in the person you try to seduce. So that means we can continue the training. Hope bubbled up in him, along with a metallic snicker that echoed in the back of his head. Oh yes, they arrived in front of her quarters. But there is one thing we have to do first. Now he was confused again. Vania, on the other hand, kept a pleasant smile on her face. Remember what I told you 3 years ago, when we began this training? Ooh, I think so. You said something about a special reward, right? Yes, and I do think it's time for you to receive it. Vania's smile changed into one of mischief. Come in, the gift is inside. With those words, and a lot of hip swing, she opened the door, beckoning him inside. Izuku swallowed, braced his body, and stepped through the door. Magnus was nervous. Well, not really nervous per se, just obsessively checking his ritual circle for the 20th time to ensure that everything was perfect. He had healed father's body every few months as soon as his strength returned, ensuring that it would be more than strong enough to withstand its natural degradation and the cruel passage of time. But it was the first time he had attempted to heal his father's fractured soul. Muscle, bone, cartilage, skin. These biological components were nothing compared to his father's brilliant psychic imprint, or his as of yet unhealed mind. He only had seen Malkador do this once, and it had cost the Sigilite his life. Now he was to perform the same procedure but to a much greater extent. The wound left by the arch-traitor had festered in its corruption, eating away at the golden light of the Emperor like a bacterium on a dropped piece of meat. This meant that not only did he have to purge the corrupting energy from his father's psyche, but bond his father's very soul to the meat it once wore. Perhaps that was what made him uneasy. Healing a body is easy. Healing a soul? Well, he expected something to happen. Perhaps his soul would follow his guidance and mend itself. Perhaps it would fight him, refuse his attempt and attack him, or perhaps it would just be inert, his once impressive father dead to the world. That last one truly frightened him, the possibility that all this work would have been for naught. He shook the thought out of his mind. To hell with this doomsaying. If it happens, then it happens. If he refuses to cooperate, I will just bludgeon his soul until he complies. After all, he still owes me for Prospero. Magnus rubbed his cheek absent-mindedly, phantom pain radiating out from where his father had struck him upon picking him up from Prospero. He had seen reason, and he knew that what he had tried to do had nearly damned Terra itself. But that didn't mean he couldn't be a little petty. He had earned that much, at least. He took his place at the head of the circle, looking over his sons who had volunteered for it. None of them, himself included, knew if they would survive this psychic strain, but they had chosen to stand with him despite that. He couldn't be prouder of them. He took a deep breath of air, held it for a moment, and then began with the focusing song he had composed just for this ritual, both to guide them and the Emperor. His tenor was joined by the chanting of his triumvirate, slowly pulling the four of them deeper and deeper into the trance until the world fell away. Then, as they separated from their corporeal forms and entered the great ocean, they moved as one to the light that died. The Emperor of mankind's soul, now shining across all of the warp. As they got closer, the golden light of the Emperor shone across them. Magnus looked to his companions, their ethereal forms flickering between possibilities. His eye widened as he saw his friend's armor turn blue and gold, back to its normal red, disappear entirely, reform and reshape, cycling through every single future and past as they made their way closer to Father's psychic imprint. Magnus reached the light first, and placed his hand upon the glowing space. His sons did the same, and together they began pumping as much psychic energy into the space as it could conceivable hold. They needed to remind this amorphous blob of memories and power who it was, what it was. They needed it to know where it belonged, and how to get there. Eventually, the light blinked, and a great wave of energy tinted the dream of dreams gold. Something shifted next to Izuku in his bed. Not enough to wake him at once, but it did pull him out of deep sleep. He felt warm, like he was swaddled in the world's softest blanket fresh out of the dryer. Like hanging out on Dagobah Beach before the trash had taken it over, him, his blonde friend, and his parents all sitting on the hot sand of nostalgia. That made him turn on his back, thinking back to them, back to warmth and safety. Yet when he turned, something hard, strong and brutal rammed the ground right where his head had been a second before. Izuku shot up at once, jumping out of his bed into a basic combat stance, his mind boiling away any remnants of sleep. He looked around his room. Fires raged across scorched and blackened ground. Dead guardsmen and mud were everywhere. Further ahead, across a field, a battle raged. Stray shots went everywhere, with one nearly hitting him in the shoulder. What? Izuku could just get out before something lunged at him, its massive weight unbalancing him. They fell to the ground and tumbled for a moment until he managed to put his legs against its mass and shoved it away from him. A bright light shone off in the distance, blinding him and silhouetting the creature in front of him. Izuku, my boy, I'm so glad you offered to help me with the portal. Izuku looked up at Dr. Hakami, the man's green eyes looking kindly down at him. The doctor's hair was slightly tousled from the portal's first activation, but the sheer amount of happiness exuded from him was almost overpowering. Still a child, Izuku had to strain his neck to look at him in his blue eyes. His green eyes. His blue-brown hazel-yellow-green eyes and eyes and eyes and eyes and eyes and eyes. He suppressed a gasp as the man twisted and turned in front of him. Gaining limbs, losing limbs, gaining mass, losing mass, but the eyes ... they just stared at him. A voice spoke from outside his field of vision, the harsh words sounding like the crack of metal against stone. It looks like you and my dear little pet finally met each other. Izuku felt cold, metallic hands clasped around his wrists and ankles, a wreath of fire placed around his neck. He looked up and he saw his brothers, Corvus, Vulcan, the Lion, Gilliman, Dorn, Russ, the Khan, all towering above him and stretching into the heavens like the spires of the Imperial Palace. He saw a headless statue of Ferris, crumbling into rust that ignited upon the ground. Sanguinius's statue was marble, then gold, and then the gold flowed like water and into the heavens like rain returning to the clouds. Magnus walked beneath the mountainous statues, battered and broken with his lone eye burned out, tapping Melchior's staff upon the ground like a blind man's cane. He finally tore his eyes away from the statues of his brothers and looked around in front of him. He saw no man, no Astartes, no half-remembered picture of an alien destroyed by the crusade. He looked about the empty field, seeing nothing but barren stretches of nothingness that eventually gave way to yet more nothingness. The hands let him go. He spun around to face where the voice had come from, and saw a distorted funhouse mirror, some half-remembered oddity from those festivals he and his friends went to after school. He saw worlds burning beneath his taloned fist as he threw his hordes of madmen and traitors against the Cadian gate, ready to set the galaxy aflame. His father Horus had failed, but he shall succeed in despoil. He saw his Shasso, helping him into his custom human-fit battlesuit, ready to fight for the glory of the Tau Empire. The glorious standard of Tiao Sept flying triumphantly overhead. He saw his Farseer, the man who had accepted him into Craftworld Ulthwy. He donned his guardian armor, and prepared for a fight with the Monkey that threatened his new home. He saw his star gods descending from the heavens. They were beautiful, perfection-given fangs and teeth and claws. He raised his autogun and charged the pathetic human defenders. He saw his boys clamoring beneath him in a tide of green that matched his own body paint. They'd form the biggest Waog in history and stomp everyone in their way. He saw his new brethren, ready to snuff out the last trace of organic life. He raised his Gauss flare to the sky and let out an electronic shriek. Mars shall be a tomb world once more. He saw himself but wrong. Deformed, changed by the fates of time and the eddas of the immaterium. A million futures spread out like an inkpot thrown against a wall. The murky black of the center created more and more intricate patterns the farther out the ink ran, universes upon universes, the window through which unseen and unknown observers read the words of countless realities. Villains, heroes, vigilantes, magicians, warriors, humans, aliens, fictions, realities, ordinary and extraordinary. A name came to his mind, Goraz Han. The one who would be his. His what? Enemy, friend, rival, companion, master, slave, food. No, Goraz Han would be the one who kills him, and the one who is killed by him in turn. But before that, yes, before that, they would have to meet. And then they would fight. They would clash and slash and bleed and break and die and kill. They would do it all, each one of them until neither can move, an unpierceable shield meeting an unblockable spear. Then, all was blown away by a great light. A terrible light. A beautiful light. A terribly beautiful and beautifully terrible light. It felt familiar but wrong, as if someone had painted the sun gray. He looked up into the decaying soul of the heart of the Imperium. He did not hear the words spoken by that light, so much as he knew them. Detiron, Tertius, leave, fight. He shot up in his bed, sweat-drenched and both of his hearts hammering in his chest. He gasped for breath, stabilizing himself with his hands on the sheets. He looked around in high alert. Not wanting to be surprised again, seeing his own room made him sigh in relief, the shock fading from his mind more with each breath he took. He rubbed his eyes, clearing away the last of his relaxation. He took a deep breath and sighed. He was alone. He was in his room. There was no immediate danger. He just had to. A shifting of the covers made him stop in his tracks. He looked to his right and saw a vaguely human-sized lump in his bed, underneath the comforter. It shifted slightly side to side as it slept. Izuku coughed to clear his throat, but the lump didn't move. Vania, is that you? He said, cautiously. Why are you in my bed? Your quarters are still down the hall, and flattered as I am, I don't think. The lump still did not move, so he carefully moved the cover away. At first he only saw black, which considering the low light and her dark hair wasn't surprising, but the more he pulled back the more black he saw. Izuku shot up and out of his bed, nearly falling back over as he shielded his face from the horrifically mutated bird creature that had shot out of his bed and into his face. Blue feathers and golden bangles scraped across the floor, tearing out great gouges and making an awful scratching sound. For a second he wrestled with the creature, but he didn't feel anything. Not the bird's talons and tentacles, not his floor, not his walls. This was still a dream. As the thought crossed his mind, the bird creature melted away, along with the rest of the scenery. He was back in his bed, the lumens overhead indicating it was morning. He looked to his bedside table and grabbed Vania's gift from last night. Years ago, when he had first met her, he had made her a medallion as thanks for her help in training him. After he had passed her grueling trials of seduction, she had gifted him one in turn. While hers had been a gold star encased in blackened steel, the one she had made him was an emerald cut in the same shape, gilded with gold. He felt its warmth and concluded that this wasn't a dream. All right, heartbeat, elevated. Balmung's voice was just further confirmation, though the sensation of hearing his voice this early was a bit disquieting. I'm fine, just had a strange dream. Was I in it? No. Izuku stood up and checked his closet, grabbing several ration boxes and ammo cases from his pre-mission supplies. But father was. He marched through the corridors of the Imperial Palace with a heavy sense of purpose. His metal roughshod boots sounded out like battle cannon shots across the metal flooring. He trusted Bamung to let everyone know where he was heading, and to let everyone who was important know why. So he walked through the hallways on autopilot. Left, down the 1,000 or so steps to the next level. Right, past the anti-air lascannon batteries, kept fully charged in case of sudden attack. Forward down the next corridor and down to Lion's Gate, where Rome was parked. Vania caught him near the shuttle port, looking a bit sleepy and her usual hairstyle in a mess. She rubbed a bit of sleep from her eye and suppressed a yawn as she slid behind Izuku. Where are we going? Beat-Iron Tertius, third planet of the Beat-Iron system, Sector Barandum, Segmentum Solar. She was silent for a few seconds, before looking at him with utter confusion. Why? Because I had a dream where father told me to. That was all he had to say before she fell in step with him. How much force is expected? Enemy composition. What needs to be accomplished? Unknown, unknown, and unknown. All I know is I'm needed there. And that is enough. Vania took out a data slate and began scanning through all outbound warp-capable shipping from Terra. Izuku watched as she worked, the lines upon lines of green text whizzing by like the street beneath a ground car. She probably could have been a Vanis if she wasn't so damn sociable. There's a supply ship heading out to Barandum Sector, carrying industrial equipment to rebuild some of the ravaged worlds in the area. We can probably use its warp drive to cut the potential journey from 90 years to just over 3 weeks Terran standard. Good enough. We'll dock with it in Terra's orbit and then go from there. Izuku thought for a moment as they walked. Inform First Captain Loken that we're heading out on a mission and would appreciate some assistance. I doubt whatever father has planned for me needs the entire Legion, so just request 1 or 2 squads at most. You think that we'll face enough resistance to warrant 20 Astartes as backup? She tapped away on the slate, despite walking next to him. I don't know, but I'd rather have too much force than too little. If nothing's there, we can send them to wherever that supply ship is heading to help rebuild. But if my suspicions are correct, we'll fight tooth and nail just for a foothold. I am sending a request then. Loken isn't Astartes, so he can say no, but I don't believe he will. He and his warriors have been cooped up on Luna while they rebuild. I doubt any of his men will object to a possible fight. Izuku nodded as he walked up Rome's gangplank, not missing a step as he rounded the corner to the cockpit, jacking himself into the apparatus. He mentally exchanged clearance codes with the traffic control tower, his augmetics and the ship's own systems, ensuring that the conversation took nanoseconds rather than the minute or so that verbal communication required. Izuku cleared the per-flight list almost as fast as he got clearance. The reactor powered up and the engines roared to life, without calls tittering to distract him. The flight up into Terra's crowded atmosphere was smooth and clean. Rome's enormous engines and downright absurd acceleration made the flight to the supply ship a matter of minutes. The massive bulk freighter Surf's duty rapidly approached, and Izuku asked Bamung to handle the final approach. Izuku. Izuku was so startled at the voice behind him that he nearly hit the reverse thrusters. He looked behind himself with a great amount of hesitation. Vania, why are you on board? We were talking, and you blanked that I was right behind you, didn't you? The later part of her explanation was said in that tone. He tried to dig for an answer, but rather than anything useful he just heard raucous laughter echoing about his head. You are not helping. The laughter only got louder. I'd say make yourself comfortable, but I doubt you have anything with you, right? Nope. Her answer was as flat as she wasn't. You are going to steal my stuff, lounge around like a cat, and generally be a nuisance as punishment. Yup, P. She popped the P at the end, already grinning. Figured. Izuku accepted his fate as the Rome mag locked to the outside of the Surf's duty S-hull like a limpet, coasting on the much larger ship's engines. The ship could leave the Sol system in a matter of days. Izuku suddenly realized that he hadn't actually left the Sol system before. He'd gone out as far as Pluto's orbit, where the titular star's light and warmth was hard to come by, but he'd never actually left. He silently wondered what it would be like walking beneath a new star atop a planet impossibly far away from humanity's birthplace. Then Vania threw an emptied box of ration bars at his head, and the moment was ruined. I guess we can have a little fun. It's a couple days to the Mandeville point, after all. So he picked up the box and threw it back, a smile gracing his face. Admiral Tomas Genesius swallowed dryly, even as a pearl of sweat ran down his back. Commissar Graven, to his left, and General McDonough, to his right, were both equally as nervous as he was. McDonough was actually shaking slightly. When they had requested reinforcements for their expedition to Barandum Sector, they had figured a regiment or 2 of PDF forces, maybe even a company of Imperial Army troopers. They had not expected 2 full squads of green armored Astartes to show up. He had never laid eyes on a space marine in person before. Oh sure, he had heard about their superhuman physique, their steely-eyed gaze, and their dread-inducing inhumanity. But that did little to prepare him for having to stare up quite a distance in order to make eye contact with the helmeted behemoth standing on his flight deck. Admiral Genesius, I am 9th Captain Argus of the Almighty, formerly of the Ultramarines. On behalf of my brothers, my first captain, and our liege, I humbly thank you for allowing us passage upon this fine vessel while we head to our glorious ordeal. Yes, we are equally thankful for your support of our endeavor. I do hope we can work together without difficulties. The endurance of martyrs is yours to do with why you wish. The Astartes actually laughed, his helmet's vox grill making the sound ring hollow and tinny, which did nothing to quell his rapidly growing suspicion that Astartes weren't human at all. I hope we do not need to take you up on that. You seem to be a man loyal to the throne, Admiral Genesius. I would hate to have to kill you without good reason. The Admiral couldn't help but flinch a little. He was well aware that the Astartes had every right to do such things if he thought it was necessary. Then what is it you require? Yesterday, at 12:50 hours local time, a supply ship named Surf's Duty left Lion's Gate Spaceport. It is currently headed for Sector Barandum as well. My chapter's only request for your cooperation is that you follow it to the planet of Beatiron Tertius. Is that all? He almost felt ridiculous to fulfill such a simple request. If he recalled the sector's map correctly, the Beatiron system was literally en route with his actual target. Sure, it would delay him by a few days, unless he was told to wait, but that would be all. The Astartes leaned down to his eye level. Genesius wasn't sure, but he almost thought the man's power armor gleamed teal-blue for a split second in the lights of the bridge. It is, Admiral. With that, the Astartes turned on his ceramite-clad heel and marched down the corridor to the rooms where he and his brethren were staying, leaving Genesius to collapse into his command throne. General MacDonough turned to look at him, his normally liquor-blushed face a deathly pale. Should we have said no? Genesius looked up at his friend, his own hands trembling as he input the course deviation into the command throne's cogitators. Tell him yourself. I prefer to keep my spine inside my torso. Thank you very much. Izuku heard the siren indicating that the Surf's Duty was exiting the warp, and he felt relief wash over him. He had been beginning to get a bit of cabin fever in the cramped ship, and Vania had not been helping. Sure, having someone to talk to and do some planning about what was expected of him had been nice, but she had done her best to get on his nerves, stealing his warm clothing while complaining the ship was cold, begging for portions of his meals when the two of them were having the exact same food, and other minor irritants. He also understood that without a spare change of mission-ready clothing, she had to keep what she did have in good condition, but he still found it unbelievably awkward to see her walking about the ship in her underwear. He unhooked the Rome from the larger ship, powered up the thrusters, and aimed for the landing zone designated for the Imperial forces on the planet below. Beatiron Tertius looked like any normal Imperial planet. Wide continents of ash wastes, a heavily polluted ocean that glowed with the radioactive contaminants in its depths, and virtually no native fauna coming up on scanners. If you were to somehow fill in the massive circular blotches where the former hive cities and forge complexes used to stand, it'd just be one of a million worlds occupied by humanity. As it was, it looked completely and utterly abandoned. So when two Fury interceptors rushed up from behind a piece of space debris and bolted towards the Rome, Izuku was taken aback. He was confused at the gesture for a moment before warning signs flashed across a screen. The ship's cogitator banks had identified the Furies as being on an intercept pattern. They were hostile. Before Izuku could even think, Bamung powered up the quad-linked las cannon and multilasers and opened fire. 7 seconds later, neither of the fighters were still in one piece. Izuku looked at the fading balls of fire, both thankful that he hadn't needed to fight them and disappointed at how lackluster the event had seemed. Well, I think that concludes the first fight I've ever had in this ship. Vania leaned over his shoulder, giving him something akin to a flat stare. You do know that dogfights usually end quickly, right? Yes, I know. It's just that I didn't expect it to be over this quick. The internal Vox speakers keyed on, and Bamung's voice echoed throughout the small ship. Subpar, pilots, untrained, militia. Vania looked at the debris clouds, the fuel fires now extinguished by the harsh cold of the void. Furies aren't cheap by any meaning of the word. Whatever had them wait probably won't be happy that they're gone. Land, planet, discover, caution. Izuku nodded. Bamung's right. Let's find out what's here and where to go. I'd rather not spend the entirety of the next few years walking across an entire planet. With a nod of agreement from Vania and a ping across the speakers from Bamung, Izuku set Rome's sensorum array to scan for anything out of the ordinary. He'd find whatever father wanted him to, and woe befall anyone in the way. Whilst Izuku pored over the data readouts of the ship's sensorium, Vania pulled back to the communication array. She keyed in the activation codes and accessed the local data networks. She quickly flipped between multiple Vox channels until she found one that sounded interesting enough. Lost contact with the early warning system. They aren't responding to hails. Vania had to give it to Call. Despite not trusting the tech priest half as far as she could throw him, he had done more than a good job with this ship. It was probably the first time in her life that she hadn't had nightmares within the warp, or felt so much comfort in a bed. They're eightfold, what do you expect? Odds are one of them thought a hunk of metal out in space could bleed and tried to close to melee range. Vania noted down the designation before trying to triangulate the signal. Usually one would need a massive cogitator to do this, but somehow it had fit on this little ship. Truly a work worthy for the man she admired. I swear to the gods, I'm tired of working with these people. How much longer until Lord Gores has us move out? Not much longer. I overheard the masters talking with him while I was cleaning up chunks of a sacrifice. He said that his quarry was arriving soon, and that we'd need to set up the ritual for him. Excellent. I've been aching for battle for a while now. Who is this Gores? She thought to herself, eager to listen in further. Far be it from me to question the decisions of a bearer of their holy word. But don't you think the ritual's got a bit too much faff? The entirety of Hab section Quintus gets turned into an altar, and that's not set up. Bit much is all I'll say. Vania felt a cold shudder rush down her back. An entire Hab section is an altar. How many people lived in one of those? Thousands. Tens of thousands. Just how many people have been, or were about to be, sacrificed? Izuku whooped with joy. I've got something. Power signal and transmitter array near one of the planet's wrecked forge complexes. Forge, Quintus, I think. Vania stiffened. Whatever was there, it would be best if they called in an orbital bombardment from the Almighty and just be done with it. But what if they needed to retrieve something? What if something important was destroyed by Lance batteries, and the Greater Imperium suffered? Let us mark it down. We still have some time until Imperial forces arrive in system. Anything else? Well, there is an odd noise in the transmission, but I can't seem to. Izuku's expression shifted from elation to growing horror, and Vania couldn't help but be concerned. What's wrong? Izuku turned to look at her, his face gaunt. It's my name, repeating over and over. Izuku, Izuku, Izuku. The Tyran Tertius was once a sprawling forge world under the banner of the Mechanicum, working on extremely advanced graviton and anti-gravity tech. Massive spires of research labs and manufactories clawed at the very atmosphere, kept upright only by careful architectural planning and the technological fruits of their labor. In a century or two, perhaps they could have made the technology small enough to mount on a vehicle, revolutionizing the notion of armored warfare forever. This was, in part, why the Iron Warriors desired the technology of the Forge world, and during the heresy they had set to utterly destroying the planet, ransacking it of every piece of valuable knowledge. In their desperation, the Mechanicum defenders had overloaded their anti-grav generators, compressing both their engineering marvels as well as entire forge complexes into spheres of crushed plasteel, powdered rockcrete, and horrifically condensed organic matter only a scant few meters across. Hab Sector Quintus was on the outskirts of one of these gravitic craters, the war-torn but otherwise normal streets suddenly ending at a sheer cliff face that dropped down hundreds of meters, far from what Izuku thought a traditional battlefield would be like. The entire world was deathly still, a snapshot of suffering forever frozen in time. The Rome touched down on top of a dilapidated Hab block, the crumbling worker-grade masonry buckling slightly under the unfamiliar weight. Izuku walked down the gangplank, taking in the sights of his first truly alien world. The view was a sad one. Crumbling buildings, bombed-out streets, and a smoke-filled sky greeted him. The air was heavy, industrial pollutants mixing with the stench of long-forgotten battles and gunsmoke. And overhead, even the planet's star seemed to be weakened by the tragedy, its light and heat far dimmer than Sol's. Izuku couldn't help but mourn a world he had never known. He was pulled out of his reverie by Vania, who pushed his helmet into his hands. Time for you to play your part, Major Midoriya. She grinned wolfishly at him, while he rolled his eyes in response. Sure, he was technically a student of the military, but one couldn't exactly claim a rank if one's teachers were Primarchs. The Major had simply been what Vania and Magnus believed would be sufficient until he was known to the wider Imperium. Not too high that he would be swept up in interdepartmental politics, but high enough that he could exercise influence over most pieces of the Imperium should he need to. In the meantime, Magnus had taught him about rituals, rites, and the importance of specific designs in warpcraft, as well as the more mundane histories of Earth, later Terra. Gilliman, much to Izuku's despair, was thorough in explaining economics, politics, the basics of large-scale warfare, as well as a million other things that hurt Izuku's head when he attempted to recall the lesson. Corvus had been reserved, a bit standoffish, but if he asked a question, Izuku knew he'd receive a comprehensive answer. His education had been about espionage, stealth, and counter-espionage. He had also been very adamant about keeping sight of the common people, probably due to the subject of tyrannical overlords hitting a bit too close to home. Vulcan had tried, and Izuku had honestly tried as well. but he couldn't really make sense of all the little minutiae of forging weaponry and armor. He had his quirk, and that was all he needed. Dorn had somehow managed to be almost worse than Guilliman. If you were referring to his terribly bland lectures on the palace's construction, then he was worse than Guilliman. But then again, the lessons had their use. Izuku was certain he could build something that would withstand an atomic bomb now. Not to mention if combined with Corvus's lesson there was no fortress that would stand in his way. As for the lion, the Khan, and Russ, they had been too busy pursuing the remnants of the traitors to impart much of anything save kill the enemy. Which was a shame. The Khan in particular seemed like a great ideal to aspire to for Izuku. Of all his brothers, the Khan was the one who most closely fit the bill of a hero of his old world. A distant explosion drew him out of his daydream. That's where you found the transmission from, right? Is there anything that you can pick up on augers? Vania's voice crackled in his helmet's Vox link. Nothing. There's a hell of a lot more interference on the surface than there was up in orbit. I'll keep working at it. Izuku cursed silently. Then I'm heading in. If you receive a signal, please come retrieve me. We'll try. Don't die. It'd be a shame if I had to report that back to the Emperor. Izuku set off into the wasteland. Behind him the roam powered up its camouflage and vanished from view. Even though Izuku had parked the damn thing, and he knew that it was still there, he still couldn't see it. So he did one last check to determine that all of his kit was stored properly, and set out into the urban jungle, leaping from building to building, swinging off of lumen stands, and ducking through back alleys. He slowly made his way towards his destiny. Izuku stepped out of the shadow near one of the last few standing shrines of the Mechanicum. So far, everything had gone smoothly, almost too smoothly according to Vania, who had hooked into his helmet's picked feed and was watching along as best she could with the ever-increasing interference. Haven't seen anything on ... source. Maybe it's a false posit. He wasn't sure about it being a false positive, since he had listened to Vania's recording of the transmissions and agreed that they were genuine. Much more disturbingly, he had seen Japanese characters written in oil directing him to this building. It had been simple gibberish, but Japanese nonetheless. No one, save himself, Father, Malkador, and Magnus, knew what Japanese even was, let alone how to write it. I'm cutting Vox contact for now. If it's a false alarm, I will see it soon enough. Gee, odd hunt. The Vox link cut out completely. He felt a chill going down his spine as it did so. Entering the shrine was a surreal experience. When the shrine was in use, all of the normal embellishments of imperial architecture would give way to beautiful stained glass windows depicting the machine god. Mathematical equations carved beneath the tech priests who discovered them. Grand depictions of the night sky as seen from Mars painted on the shrine's roof. And in the center of it all, a statue of the Emperor of Mankind as the avatar of the Omnissiah towering over the pews. All of them were vandalized, either defaced, painted over, or simply had symbols of hatred and chaos carved directly over them. The massive statue had been blown apart with high explosives, only the shins and feet still intact. A flag bearing the image of a burning book was jabbed into the stone of the right leg. It pained him to see this, seeing hundreds of years of progress destroyed so senselessly. It also made him angry over the destruction, furious over the loss, and mad at them for committing it. I see you're critiquing the renovations. It's a marvelous work, if I do say so myself. Blood makes for poor paint, but mix it with motor oil and the designs really pop. Izuku spun around with his executioner pistol raised high, ready to defend himself. Across the worship space, near where he assumed the leading tech priests would store the tabernacle, stood an Astartes. His MKIII armor was painted a blood red, with dark brown pauldrons. Scraps of parchment flapped in the wind from the broken windows, whatever words written on them illegible at this distance. The word bearer was unhelmed, his bald head and piercing brown eyes available for all to see. Now, no need for violence ... yet. The giant grinned at large. As you are now, the fight wouldn't be a fight. It would be more akin to an infant trying to hit an adult. The Marine paced around the chapel, images of a predatory beast of antiquity flooding Izuku's mind. Izuku's answer was to pull the trigger, vaporizing the torso-sized rubble next to his feet. Oh, the infant knows how to shoot. Wonderful. That's not what the test was about, however. He kicked over one of the statues that was still standing before casually sitting atop its plinth, the two of them now only a few meters apart. Before we go through all the rigmarole of battle, you swearing that you'll kill me for your emperor and me swearing that I'll kill you for my gods, I want to get to know you a little better. He patted the nearest pew. Behind his helmet's faceplate, Izuku raised an eyebrow. He knew that the traitor legions couldn't be trusted. What were the odds that this thing was just going to shoot him? Perhaps the word bearer was psychic, or maybe just good at reading people. For whatever reason, he drew a bolt pistol from its holster, holding its handle out to Izuku. If you want some assurance, here. You're going to die soon anyways. No sense in me lying to you. With that, he tossed the weapon aside. It landed on one of the more broken pews and shattered it further. Izuku knew he should not trust him. but he couldn't help but relax a bit, just enough for his shoulders to drop and the tension to bleed out of his back. His gun was still trained on the traitor, but that was about it. Good. Now then, sit with me, Izuku. What little I know about you has some. His face twisted for a bit, as though he was debating what word to use. Irregularities. And I'd like to know more about you. You are, after all, he chuckled, very important to me. Izuku looked at the offered seat and scanned it with his helmet's auspex array. No radioactivity, no chemical traces, no psychic echoes, nothing out of the ordinary at all. It was, as far as he could tell, a regular wooden pew. He sat down, his pistol still trained on the heretic Astartes. I think it's rude for you to use my name without me knowing yours. Who are you and how do you know me? The Astartes put his hand to his forehead, a very human gesture that left Izuku more than mildly disturbed. Forgive me for my rudeness. I haven't had company the likes of yours in a very long time. My name is Gorazhan, and I am a son of Lorgar Aurelian, a bearer of the holy word, and I've been told an awful lot about you. Then do tell me, what do you know about me and what should I know about you? Gora's face split with another of his all-too-human smiles. Let's see. You were born in 2202 in Mustafu General Hospital to Inko and Hisashi Midoriya. You were adopted by the Corpse Emperor at the tender age of 4. And you've been a nasty thorn in the sides of my gods ever since. That sounds like a good place to start. Izuku felt an ice-cold shiver break out all across his body. He looked Goraz in the eyes and saw nothing but pure, animalistic hunger there. Despite all his training, all his augmentations, and the lessons imparted by both father and his brothers, he suddenly felt very small. Yes. The first time you disrupted the great plan had been when you were, what, 8, 9? If you refer to rescuing Magnus, then I was 10. Technically, the giant waved his hand dismissively. Yes, time differences and all that. Now, even though I can't see those green eyes of yours, I just know they're wide with questions. So I'll be a generous host. Ask me something. Anything at all. He put his hand to his chest plate, over where his twin hearts would be. I promise I'll be as truthful with you as you are with me. How the fuck do you know me? Ha ha ha. The word-bearer's laughter was booming, shaking the entire building with its boisterousness. Direct and to the point, I like that. He got closer to Izuku's face, the smell of ozone and dried blood wafting off of him in waves. You'd make a good cornate. He stood back up, leaving Izuku to shudder at the insinuation. You must see, the gods, they know you. They know you as well as you know yourself. They see all, know all, are all. When the fight against the Corpse Emperor was over, when we were forced to withdraw from Terra without confirming the kill, they looked all over the galaxy for the cause. They needed to find the catalyst for their Pyrrhic victory, or heroic defeat, depending on how you look at it. And guess what? He walked over to him, bent down and pushed a finger into Izuku's chest. They finally saw you. Izuku reached up and pulled the massive hand away from himself, standing up himself and glaring as hard as he could. So what? So the gods did something they've never done in history, and likely won't ever do again. They agreed on something. They agreed that you had to die. They agreed that I did not favor any of them over the other, and thus was an impartial devotee. And as a reward, Gora's eyes rolled upwards, and Izuku saw that the veins were black as coal. They offered me godhood, not just apotheoses, not just elevation as a demon prince like they had done with Belliker. They would make me their equal, and all I had to do was kill a scrawny 20-something that had grown too bothersome for his own good. He clapped his gauntlet-shod hands, the echo ringing out and knocking dust from the collapsing building. Now it's my turn. And don't worry, I just have one big question. Goraz stood straight up for a few fractions of a second, and Izuku wondered what had happened. Then, in the blink of an eye, the Astartes had picked up a pew and smashed it against the wall, shattering it into hundreds of fragments. Why you? Before Izuku could react, the Astartes had ripped another statue out of the ground and smashed it against the ground. He leveled a finger accusingly at Izuku, malice pouring off of it like smoke. Why did he listen to you? Who listened? He burns an entire world, makes us kneel in the ash of our failure in front of our hated cousins, and tells us that we, of all his sons and grandsons, have failed, that he regrets not destroying us like he did the 2nd and 11. And scarcely 11 years later, our failure is adopted as doctrine. He didn't. Goraz stopped mid-stride. He has no idea what we're doing to keep him alive. When he wakes up, he's probably going to be furious at us for doing what we have. Goraz was silent for a moment, before sitting back down on the plinth. All traces of the rage that had gripped him not seconds earlier were gone completely. You seem like a nice sort. Honest, caring, compassionate, certainly nothing like the Imperium you have been tricked into serving. Izuku glared at the son of Lorgar. As opposed to what? The depravity and callousness that is you and your gods. I know how the demons your warriors bind themselves to are summoned, and I hardly believe that every single one of those sacrifices was guilty of a crime horrible enough to warrant such a death. Goraz scoffed. The Imperium dooms men and women to worse deaths, and simply calls it industrial accidents or standardized living conditions or servitization to hide it. You even worship like we do. Basilicas, cathedrals, temples all. Ironic, given our censure. You think I like that father is worshipped as a god? I don't give a damn as to your reasoning. If logic makes you a hypocrite, then a hypocrite you still are. The same Primarch that watched as we stood in the corpse ash of our perfect city now is proclaimed as close to a demigod as possible by a faith we invented. Lorger was right. Humanity does seek divinity, and gods do exist. We just had the terrible misfortune of being found by a false one first. He sneered. Just because someone can justify going back on their word doesn't mean they're exonerated. They're just someone who can lie to themselves as well as others. Now Izuku was getting angry. Do you think we are blind? Do you really think that this was a simple debate that took just a few minutes of talking amongst the Primarchs? No, it took months of argumentation, of negotiation and consideration. Even now, 3 are still against it. Gilliman, Magnus and I are doing it on our own. We know that if he ever stands back up, we'll have to answer for the crimes we've committed to keep him alive. Now it was Izuku's time to pace, ranting about things he had kept quiet for far too long. As he spoke about every grievance he had ever had with his father, every piece of cruelty he felt was too far, Goras only looked on and smiled. You see the Imperium for what it is as well, don't you, Izuku? Izuku looked at the word bearer, expecting to be shot in the face now that he had thoroughly let his guard down through his emotion. Instead, he saw those brown eyes looking kindly at him, a hand reaching out in brotherhood. You see what a pile of lies the Imperium has become, the throne of hypocrisy the corpse emperor has built for himself. Join me, join us, together. We can topple the bloated corpse of an empire that humanity has become, start again, make something better atop it. And the gods will reward us both. Power to do whatever you want, save whoever needs help, all at your fingertips. You can be a hero, Izuku Midoriya. Just like that all-might fellow that the good doctor's mind kept prattling on about. You can save humanity. Izuku looked at the hand, then he batted it away. I see the lies, yes, but I also see the truth you failed to grasp. Goras was visibly angry, snarling, what truth? The imperial truth, which is neither imperial in origin nor true by any stretch of the word. Izuku tapped his temple, the truth that I can make it better. Goras looked at him perplexedly. You said it yourself, didn't you? The gods can rage, can batter and throw hurdles at me as much as they want. But unless I allow it, they can't do anything to me. I broke Tzinch's plans. I took Fulgrim from Slanish's grasp, and I'm sure that I can spike Korn and Nurgle in much the same ways. Your gods are powerful, sure, but they're unworthy of worship. Your emperor is much the same. A king of a decaying realm, interred upon his ossuary throne and guided with stolen gold. Izuku looked Goras in the eye and spat. And you are a king of nothing. You build nothing, content only to ruin and destroy. You're so infused with the warp that I doubt you'd even leave a corpse behind to mark your passing. Izuku placed his hand on his pistol, ready to fight in case the word-bearer did anything. But to his shock, rather than scream in rage or even look incensed, Goras simply smiled. This has been a rather enlightening talk, Izuku. I so rarely get a chance to speak with someone so articulate, yet misguided. I suppose I'm off now, but before I go I have one last question. Izuku shrugged. I guess. Do you remember him? Goras pointed over his shoulder. Izuku was half-turned when a deep, bone-curdling scream assaulted his ears. Izuku threw himself forward, more through instinct than active thought, through a pew and into an improvised entrenched position. He stood back up, gun bearing down on the spot he had stood a fraction of a second before. A monster stood in his place, foregoing any attempt at a humanoid form. It resembled a spiky ball of limbs and snapping jaws. Swirling vortexes of energy that made Izuku's head hurt when he looked for too long covered its body. The thing looked almost identical to the one of his dream, save that it now had a coat of dried blood and gore. It also was at the exact location he had been, its numerous eyes looking either down, staring off into the sky, locked onto him or just rolled around in their sockets aimlessly. Hakami Yai. Kill Izuku. What the fuck is that? This, Goras smiled wickedly, is Dr. Rizuko Hakami, formerly of Island, now nothing more than a spawn of Tzinch. Probing his brain and filtering out all the nonsense gave me a great deal of insight into who you were. And who you are. And speaking to you, young Izuku, has made me realize something. He turned around and began walking to the door. You're not worth godhood. You're barely even worth the bullshit it'd take to kill you. If an animal can rend you limb from limb, then you're not a worthy opponent. As he reached the door, he paused. Take care, Izuku. I hope we get a chance to talk again. Goras left the room, leaving Izuku alone with the being that had once been human. Hakami, kill Izuku. And with that, the shifting bubble of muscle and bone leapt at Izuku, teeth bared and claws extended. As Goras walked calmly to his Thunderhawk, he listened to the sounds of battle emanating from the Mechanicum shrine. It was a terrible waste that the boy had been too corrupted by the Imperium to listen to reason. He was strong and had a good head on his shoulders. Perhaps if he wins against his attack dog, he'd be more liable to listen. What had he called him? A king of nowhere. He ran the title over in his mind, finding it somewhat appealing. All his contemporaries seemed to have no imagination when it came to epithets. He didn't despoil, he hadn't betrayed, and most certainly wasn't eternal. But the Nowhere King, he could live with that. And if he destroyed all before him, toppled the corrupt stones of the Imperium back into the swamp of atheistic ignorance they had spawned from, then everywhere would be nowhere. He put his helmet back on and keyed the internal vox. Chorus to Lorger's spite. The confrontation is over. Bring all human and demonic resources back aboard. He glanced behind him at the door before turning ahead. The key ingredient of the ritual was lacking. Oh, scramble some lightnings and have them execute a search pattern to the south-southwest. There's a parked Imperial ship somewhere in that area, and I want it reduced to slag. By your order, Apostle. We will open the docking hangar for you in. Wait, warp signature near the system's Manville point. Gora's cocked an eyebrow. Did the child bring any friends? Apostle, you must return to the Lorger's spite as soon as possible. It's an Imperial Navy vessel, unknown association. It's launching drop pods at the surface. Gora's broke out into a dead sprint. Several thousand mortal followers of the gods could delay a squad or two Astartes for a bit, but he'd rather not get caught out in the open. As he ran, he silently wondered if this was his punishment for not killing the child when he had the chance. Izuku had been trained well. Constantine Valdor had made sure of that, as had the master assassins. He was in strong contention for the strongest non-Astartes within the Imperium. And despite him still recovering from his lethargy, he still was an exceptional fighter. Izuku knew that, but knowing wasn't much comfort when he was confronted by a spinning ball of bladed talons and gnashing teeth. Whatever human traits Blooper once had were long gone, replaced only by a deep, primal rage at everything around it. Its form seemed incredibly fluid, gelatinously undulating from point to point, grabbing obstacles with its many limbs and throwing them away or using them as improvised weapons as it went. So far, neither of the two had landed a good hit. Scratches, yes, but nothing serious. Izuku's blows seemed to be counteracted by the creature's absurd regeneration, and its own speed meant that Izuku was forced to be on the defensive. It wasn't faster than Valdor, or even a normal Astartes, but it did have too many limbs for him to keep track of effectively. Remove limbs. Izuku mentally glared at Bamong. It's not like I'm not trying to. He rotated his arm at the elbow, a Quirk-forged adamantine spear appearing in the crook of his arm. He threw it at the creature's head, before following the assault with a fusillade of freshly made grenades. He ducked under a swing before jumping back to evade a secondary limb, the dozen or so fingers each ending in a wicked claw. In the same moment he activated his suit's faceblade, a gift from Cyrus Calidus, the alien material carved through the flesh and bone of the offending protrusion like a hot knife through butter. The limb was sliced so cleanly, Izuku didn't even feel the head. Hakami let out a screech. Whether it was rage or pain he couldn't tell. You gotta be shitting me. Izuku couldn't help but swear when he saw that the gushing blood solidified into a new limb. This new one bore almost no resemblance to the original, looking closer to a scorpion tail than anything human adjacent. The attack from the new limb took him by surprise, as he hadn't expected it to bend in such a way. The stinger shot out almost as fast as a bullet and nailed him into his left leg. Pain immediately shot through his leg, and he was more than thankful when Bamong shut off the sensation. He swiped at the painful mass with his left hand, the tox claw given to him from Sire Averser slicing the bulbous stinger into pieces like tofu. Both backed off after the exchange. Izuku pulled out an injector and rammed it into his leg near the wound. A second later the gushing blood ceased and a dark clot formed. Standing up, he found he could still put some weight on it, though it was assuredly weaker than before. Hakami inspected its newly cut limb, then screeched as it ripped the stump to pieces. It had clearly noticed the neurotoxins that had entered the limb through the claw's injectors and gouged out a chunk of its own flesh as a primitive detox. Some compound in the drug must interfere with the monster's regeneration, because Izuku noticed that the wound didn't heal over this time. Before he could take advantage of this knowledge, he found himself defending against another onslaught of destructive forelimbs. His claw, his faceblade, and his augmented muscles all served as a competent shield, protecting him against any normal opponent. But this was no normal opponent, and Izuku knew he was on the back foot. Izuku parried a sword limb, the faceblade slicing through the bone even as it regenerated. He crushed an ossified fist with the tox claw and broke one of the many vestigial limbs with a mighty kick. He stumbled slightly as his wounded knee gave out for a second. An 8-talon hand took the advantage by digging into his chest. The claw carved through the armor plating across his torso like tissue paper, crumpling the ceramite and dislodging the shoulder guard. Izuku could feel the fingers digging into his ribcage. Hakami, kill. Izuku, pain, blinding white, unimaginable pain. He couldn't hold in the scream that came from his throat. Hakami seemed to gloat at his pain, rearing back on its tens of hind legs and roaring to the sky. Izuku paid it back with a swipe from the tox claw, nearly gutting the creature as his claw slashed across the monster's entire underside. Both fell back. Only this time Hakami didn't get up right away. Izuku pulled out another injector, jammed it directly into his torso, and then pushed the suit's synth muscle to put compression on the wounds. He stood up, his legs shaking with adrenaline and blood loss. He took another step and promptly collapsed. Lying on his back, Izuku didn't move for a bit, focusing on keeping his breathing steady. His helmet's HUD was almost completely covered in warning sigils. Low blood pressure, suit integrity compromised, seek immediate medical attention. He clicked him all away. Fumbling for his helmet seal, he grabbed the lever on his neck and tore away the mask. Gulping breaths of fresh air, he looked at where Hakami lay in an amorphous pile directly beneath where the statue of the Emperor had once stood. Somehow, amidst all the chaos of their scrap, his executioner pistol had flown off its holster and landed in between the two of them. It's so admirable how you can see the good within everyone, Izuku, as Vania's voice rang out through his mind. Izuku flipped over onto his belly and dragged himself an arm length closer to his pistol. No matter how deep it's buried. Another arm length. The thing let out a noise, something between a rasp, gasp, and sigh, and it moved towards his gun. Hakami, Izuku. But a lot of the time, you have to save by winning. Another arm length. Izuku wrapped his trembling fingers around the holster, feeling the weight in his hands. It felt like it was made of lead. And often, the only way to win is to kill. Izuku raised the gun, aiming down at the quivering mass of flesh and bone before him. He locked eyes with two of its own, and for a brief moment he thought they looked relieved. In the distance, he thought he could hear the noise of hundreds of footsteps. Win by killing. Izuku flipped the safety off, the indicator light on top switching to green. Izuku. It rasped again, its mouths flapping open like valves on a heart. Kill. His finger began to tense around the trigger, the barrel of the underslung grenade launcher priming for use. The footsteps were getting closer now, and he could tell that they were not a starts. Kill. Hakami. Izuku paused, the chant gone from his head, as the words registered. What? It shook and deflated. Kill. Me. For a second, Izuku saw the man it had once been, the torment, the insanity, the agony of just being alive. Izuku fully realized what Vania had told him all those months ago. He was killing, but he wasn't murdering. He was being merciful. He spared them future pain. Hakami Rizuko. I hope that your soul finds the light of the Emperor, and may it be at peace. He pulled the trigger, and the doctor was given the Emperor's mercy. He heard someone yelling, and he saw the door from the tabernacle getting broken down. Monsters wearing human bodies and singing praises to the creatures that had done this to an innocent man. The monsters would need to be banished back to the warp, but the men beneath would need saving. The Emperor needed to know that these people were not at fault when their souls went to him. He needed a sign. Save by killing. Izuku cycled another grenade. It was time to save some souls. 9th Captain Argus. What a silly name. No surname. No badges of honor. It was woefully unprepared for even the most cursory of scrutiny. But it had sufficed in its role as a tool. And that was all that a name should do. The first Primarch had split off from the squad of Almighty that he had led here in hopes of keeping his newest brother alive. Or oldest, again if you kept the records at their word. He found him, half buried beneath the collapsed roof of a Mechanicum shrine. High explosives had been used in very close proximity, and he was unsure how he was even still alive. Powder burns, shrapnel, and all sorts of unusual piercing wounds. After digging him out, he was both fascinated and terrified by the variety and severity of the wounds he had collected. According to the woman that had landed with him, less than 25 hours had passed since he had gone into the field. If he was being honest, he was impressed. The shrine he had entered had been in enemy hands. But now, they were all dead. He had found first the ones who had tried to run, blown to bits by claymores, grenades, and other explosives. Then the ones who tried to fight, often in groups of 10. It looked like Astartes had fought them. Bodies torn from bullet shells, cut to pieces by blades, or simply caved in chests or heads. What had given him pause was that they all had the same mark on their bodies, mostly the head. The Imperial Eagle had been stamped into it, some of them so brutally that the skull got caved in. Others had it burned into their flesh, or simply carved into it. All 400 bodies he had passed had the eagle on them. And now that he was passing them again, it only increased the amount of respect he felt. The boy stirred a bit in his arms, shifting slightly. He patted him on his head, the boy's hair soft to the touch. Rest, the fight is over. Forest green eyes stared into his helmet's eyelenses, and for a moment he wondered if he had seen through his disguise. But, after a few seconds, sleep once again overtook the primogenitor, stopping only to scoop up the skull helm that had been discarded on the floor. The first and the last left the shrine, framed by broken stained glass and the blood of monsters. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.